over the years. You know, social media now a very big tool to use, not only to keep informed, but also to distribute information, to let people know you're safe. Talk to me a little bit about how that's just really changed everything.
It's amazing because you're reaching an audience which is not tuned into television, it's not tuned into radio, but they are tuned in on these devices. And it can be a very big help, but it can be a hindrance too. We've seen this with Harvey, and we saw it with Irma, where there's a lot of, well, for lack of a better term, fake information out there. People see the visual up there and they think, hey, this is official. There's a hurricane symbol up there, when it's totally wrong. Right. And so we got to be very, very careful about what's wrong and what's right out there, because it just muddles the message which we're trying to get out here at the Hurricane Center.
Okay, so let's just make sure everybody has all of the correct handles here to follow the correct pages and Twitter accounts in order to get the latest and most accurate information.
Okay, for Twitter, it's at NHC_Atlantic. That's an easy one to remember. For our Facebook page, you just go to the National Hurricane Center website, hurricanes.gov, click on Facebook, and you're there.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. We're going to let you get back to social media, and we're going to go back to the National Hurricane Center's media room and see if we can get some more information, all right? Tossing this back to you.
Wow, the new reality of getting your information on your phone, right? But it's great that they have so many likes. I got to check out their Facebook page.
Yes, you do.
Right.
I like them.
Right now, we are going to check on Zoo Miami. We've got Zoo Miami's Ron McGill on the phone. I think we have Ron on the phone. Ron, do we have you there?
No, we have a dial tone.
We have a dial tone. Oh, because
Ron McGill.
We want to get an update for Ron McGill. Ron, if you're watching, because I know he watches us, will you please call us back so we get you on the air?
Call me back, Ron.
Call Vanessa back. He'll call you.
All right, let's head over to Hank Tester. He's actually by Lauderdale by the Sea, and he's talked to a number of people who are outside.
Here we are by Lauderdale by the Sea Pier. See over here, first of all, the cafe here is obviously closed. You look out on the pier, nobody out there. Fishing is pretty lousy today. Piers are really good for covering hurricanes because you can really check and see what the waves are doing, which way the wind is blowing. Right now we can tell you it's coming from due east. The surf is coming straight in. So this is the initial bands that will be coming in from hurricane that we are all following so closely. A lot of people out here. I can tell you that the Broward Sheriff's Office is making it somewhat difficult for surfers, etc., gawkers to get out into this particular area, so don't plan on coming out and taking a lot of pictures and so on and so forth. They want this area cleared by 4 o'clock for sure. You know, there's a curfew that the mayor's called. And what brings you out? This is pretty intriguing, right?
Yeah, you know, we've been hunkered down, getting ready for the storm, and a little cabin fever, just out for a ride, and before the storm comes in.
Okay, so you're saying a little cabin fever, so you're not very far away, right?
No, just about a mile away.
Okay, are you out of where you think is going to be the, of what we're hearing anyway, will be the storm surge?
I think we're going to be okay. Now that the storm's shifted west, I think we're going to be okay with the surge.
Okay, well, the officials are saying, okay, that's right. It is moving, but we're still going to get some weather.
Absolutely, and we're ready for a serious storm. We've got supplies, and you know, as soon as it comes in, we're definitely going to batten down the hatches.
Okay, well, listen, good luck to you, and enjoy the view while you can.
Absolutely.
Because the sand will start picking up, and it'll be real nasty out here, right?
Absolutely, but until then, we're going to enjoy the storm and just get some fresh air.
All right, well, listen, take it easy. How you doing?
Good. If you guys want to take a walk on the pier.
Do we want to take a walk on the pier? Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Excuse us, we're going to take a walk on the pier.
It's closed to the public, but you can take some nice shots out.
Yeah, if we could, are you in charge of the pier?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. We'll go out just a little ways. You tell us how the pier is going to hold up, and we'll be in good shape.
God willing.
Yeah, and your name is?
Spiro.
Spiro, I'm with you, Spiro. All right. Peter, you with me? Okay. Spiro's going to get us out on the pier here a little bit. We're going to talk to him about the pier, how they hold up, and my previous experiences with piers during this these kind of situations. Spiro, let's go right about over here.
We're strong, and we're going to survive.
Yeah, I covered the Deerfield Beach Pier a number of times during the recent hurricanes in the last decade or so, and it kind of came apart. You got this one battened down pretty good?
We're down pat. It's constructed very well, close to the ocean. Very important.
Well,
we might lose some boards, but we believe we'll be okay.
I remember seeing boards, not on this pier, but
Right.
up.
This is
further
unique. Old Florida style build.
What does that mean?
Low to the ocean, not like an expressway. The boards will pop. That's the key.
What do you think of these guys out
These
here?
guys?
Be careful, Peter.
These guys belong in a different world.
They're not built like your.
They're mermaids. They're mermaids.
Well, I guess it's good surfing because they don't get that often here in Florida.
That's why we're going to be all right. You got the guys surfing. We had birds earlier. That's an important sign.
Okay, so let's stop here just a second, and we were not going to walk the entire way because we got to get back and
This
get
pier is 975 feet.
And again, you say it's constructed the old style Florida, old school?
Old school and new school.
Okay, yeah, I noticed that
we're fastened down. It's designed to withstand high swells and waves. God willing, we'll be okay.
All right, now you've been through these before like I have. What's your feel on this thing now as far as the impact here as we look back over here? I mean, there's a lot of surf right now.
Yeah, right now we have the high tide, which comes in about 11:30 this morning. So that's why you see these waters here. Hopefully, the storm's going on the west coast. We'll get gusts of 70, 80 miles an hour. And here we got wet, but that's okay. It's water.
Right.
It's water, and we're still here, which counts. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. We're going to get wet, but we're all right.
Hey, it's all part of doing news in South Florida.
And Florida's a Florida's a great state, and we're going to survive this.
All right. So these guys, mermaids?
These guys, male mermaids, whatever you call them, male, female, whatever they are. These guys are fish. They love to come out whenever there's surfs. Now they're not supposed to be here. They got to stay 300 feet away from the pier. But at this time, I'm not going to do. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
They don't listen anyway. So
right now there's a curfew at 4 o'clock.
4 p.m. curfew. That's why we're out here. We removed everybody from the pier. We're hunkering down. We're gonna be okay.
Now, where are you going to be when all this goes?
I'm striking distance.
It's striking distance.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
You got your
supplies, everything. Cement in a special room. We'll be okay. We got my family there. Not my whole family, most of my family.
Great. Okay.
My other part of the family left for New York yesterday.
Thanks. Yeah, a lot of people did that. Okay, thanks for the tour. This was very interesting. That's the very latest on this pier, and we'll be keeping an eye on it for you as best we can up to about 4 o'clock when we too will be off the road. That's the very latest. I'm Hank Tester, CBS 4 News. Back to you.
Hank Tester reporting from Lauderdale by the Sea, by the way, one of the nicest beaches in South Florida.
The technical term is mermen, by the way. Mermen.
Yeah, I didn't see any mermaids, just mermen.
No, just mermen.
There you go.
We have some incredible video out of downtown Miami right now. So they were told, the Brickell area, downtown Miami, those residents there were told to evacuate, recommended to leave because of this. Cranes in downtown Miami. We know there's tons of construction out there. Well, now the cranes are moving and swinging around pretty aggressively, and quite scary if you're in one of those buildings in downtown Miami because of the wind from Hurricane Irma.
Well, Vanessa, there are about 20 to 25 construction cranes in downtown Miami and also in the Brickell area, and the problem is that they take 5 to 6 days to dismantle. So obviously these construction sites did not have the time to take them down. So what the city of Miami did is they advised anybody who lives near one of the construction cranes not to evacuate. You don't want to be in that area when this is happening. These are designed to withstand winds of 145 miles an hour. Luckily, the winds I've seen, and we can check with Lisette on this, 125 mile an hour winds with this hurricane. We're getting gusts, so let's find out what the gusts are. But again, that's a very serious situation with those things swinging around like that.
Absolutely. Let's find out with Lisette, what are those gusts looking like right now?
Well, right now, we're looking at the 1 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center, and earlier today, there was a report from a weather station in Ciego de Avila, Cuba, of a wind gust to 159 miles per hour. And we are taking a look at the latest advisory because it provides us with a position now. This is going to be happening now every hour. And as we take a look at that latest advisory, we are seeing that it is located 160 miles southeast of Key West. And right now, as of 1 p.m., Hurricane Irma is a Category 3 with max sustained winds of 125 miles per hour and moving to the west a little slower at 9 miles per hour, moving along the northern coast here of Cuba, and forecast to continue taking that turn to the north eventually and then headed towards the Keys. Unfortunately, it is not good news for Monroe County, as this could be just a catastrophic, devastating event here for the Keys, and expecting that landfall to possibly be either sometime late tonight into tomorrow morning, more likely, as we are going to see the potential for Irma to re-strengthen as it moves away from Cuba into the warm waters of the Florida Straits. It will have the opportunity to intensify and to become a Category 4 before moving right over or near the Keys and then continuing northward towards the southwest coast as we head throughout the day tomorrow, and then likely as we head into Monday, still Cat 4, possibly right over or near Tampa, and it's going to be continuing to move northward here along the Gulf Coast of Florida before it starts to shift a little bit more to the north and east as a Category 3, impacting the Big Bend and the Panhandle of Florida, and then eventually into Georgia and into possibly parts of Alabama, Tennessee, as we get into early to middle of next week. This is a long duration event, meaning that here in South Florida, the entire Sunshine State will be dealing with the impacts from Irma likely for the next 24 to 36 hours, because it's not out of here until Tuesday of next week likely. So as we look at the greatest potential for destructive hurricane force winds, that is stretching from the Keys across the Gulf Coast of Florida, across even some of the inland areas here, the spine of the state, and even up through the Big Bend and portions of the Panhandle of Florida. And although Broward and Dade County, parts of the southeast coast of Florida, no longer included in that cone, we are still going to be dealing with a major and dangerous hurricane headed our way. You can see just how massive this is. So although a lot of you may be focusing in on the center of the track, thinking, well, we're not in the cone anymore, we're out of the woods. That couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, we are dealing with some very nasty rain bands and squalls already impacting us. And you can see just how far it is from us. As we take a look at the satellite, you're seeing those squalls are pushing in across South Florida. And it is just such a huge hurricane that we're seeing those tropical storm force winds extending outward up to close to 200 miles. The hurricane force winds extending close to 70 miles from the center, meaning that we will all be dealing with the impacts, but especially the most devastating impacts will be across the Keys, because that's where right now it's looking like the core and the most dangerous part of the storm will be moving across. So although we're seeing that the eye may be to the west of Broward and Dade County, we still cannot let our guard down. Do not head outside. We are going to see weather conditions deteriorating throughout the day today, especially tonight into tomorrow and possibly even through Monday. I'm showing you the wind field for Irma because this is going to give you an idea of a timeline as to when we're going to be dealing with the tropical storm force winds, shaded in yellow, hurricane force wind gusts in orange, the red indicating the hurricane force winds. And we're already dealing with some of those tropical storm force winds, and that will likely continue as we head into the afternoon. Now, look at the hurricane force wind gusts as we get into 11 p.m. across the Keys and beginning to move into southern Dade County. And here comes the hurricane force winds for the Keys around midnight, 1, 2 a.m. That is likely where we're going to see the worst of the weather for Monroe County. And we are also going to see those conditions spreading into southern Dade County. Tropical storm force conditions throughout the night for most of Broward and Dade. And even tomorrow morning, we will be dealing with hurricane force wind gusts likely across the mainland and across the Keys. We're expecting potentially that landfall to take place. So again, still dealing with hurricane force winds here for possibly about 12 hours here across the Keys. And even as Hurricane Irma continues to move off the Gulf Coast and northward, we're going to be dealing with the east side and then the back side of this hurricane. So even as we get into most of your Sunday and into Monday, dealing with those tropical storm force winds, and then all of this is going to be heading up into central North Florida, eventually up through Georgia, hopefully weakening by then. And right now, in terms of the forecast models, you know, they've been shifting left and right and changing with every run the past few days. But as we are looking now at those models, they're really tightly packed together in agreement. Even the European, the GFS model, which we've been closely monitoring, pretty much in alignment and high confidence that Irma will continue here along the northern coast of Cuba, take that turn to the north, move across the Keys, and head up the southwest coast and the Tampa area here as we head throughout the next 24 hours. So again, all of South Florida dealing with the threats of extreme winds and also life-threatening storm surge, especially for the Keys. And also the rainfall potential is on the increase, also the threat for some flooding and the risk of tornadoes. Hurricane warnings in place for the central northwest Bahamas, northern coast of Cuba, and pretty much the entire state of Florida is under a hurricane warning at this time, and rightfully so, because we are going to all be dealing with the wrath of this beast of a hurricane. All right, storm surge warnings are in place, as well as storm surge watches up and down the east coast of Florida and down into the southern portions, as well as along the Gulf Coast. And we're dealing with some flash flood watches in place for Lake Okeechobee, as well as a flood watch in place for us through Monday morning, because the rainfall could be ranging anywhere from 12 to 18 inches, possibly up to 20 inches. Look at this camera shaking from Key West, and we have only just begun to see those rain bands pushing in. Look at how the surf is really getting rough, and these trees that are just swaying in this strong gusty breeze that is continuing to increase as we head throughout the day today, and especially tonight. So already we're seeing the impacts. A tornado watch, by the way, has been issued until midnight for all of South Florida. We already had a tornado warning earlier today. We are going to see the risk of tornadoes, and remember to determine where that safe room is for your family, for your loved ones. Make that plan now so that when you do see that there's a tornado warning, or if hurricane force or tropical storm force winds are threatening your home, you know where you need to go. And that would be the sturdiest room in your home without windows, whether it be the bathroom or the closet. Make that plan now before we start to see the weather conditions go downhill. So the tornado watch continues until midnight. We're looking at the radar. It's active. We're dealing with the squalls and the rain bands, some lightning embedded with some of these gusty downpours moving quickly across Pompano Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Lauderhill, Coral Springs, across Broward County. We're seeing widespread rain even into Fort Lauderdale Airport, Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, Miami Lakes, Hialeah, Miami Beach, dealing with some heavy rain, Port of Miami, downtown Miami, as well as across Cutler Bay, Goulds, Princeton, Leisure City, Homestead, and Florida City, and all across the Keys. We are seeing those squalls continuing to move in. Very persistent rain, in fact. So just stay inside. This is a time to just hunker down and not leave your home, as it is really becoming dangerous to be outside. There are reports of down power lines, down trees and palm fronds, and we're seeing those winds really kicking in, anywhere from 15 to 33 miles per hour sustained, and then wind gusts as high as 36 to even 60 miles per hour in Marathon. And earlier in Homestead, we saw wind gusts as high as 62 miles per hour, and we are going to continue to deal with those extreme winds that could cause damage and destruction to your property and, of course, to the power lines. And we're looking at the rainfall potential ranging anywhere from 12 to 18 inches and possibly up to 20 inches when all is said and done through Monday, because now that it looks like the core is going to be over the Keys, we're going to be on that dirty side, meaning all that moisture is going to be pumped in across South Florida, as well as the threat for life-threatening storm surge, because we're going to see those strong winds that are going to be pushing that ocean water across parts of South Florida. So we could see storm surge anywhere from 1 to 3 feet for some areas in Broward County and coastal Miami-Dade County, but southern Dade County, Biscayne Bay, the Keys could see a storm surge up to 10 feet. Elliot and Vanessa.
All right, Lisette, thank you. And hopefully we're hoping to have David Begnaud on the phone. He's driving to Tampa right now. David, are you with us? I don't think he's with us.
Okay, we don't have David Begnaud. David Begnaud, CBS News correspondent David Begnaud should be on the phone. David, where are you exactly?
All right, we don't have him.
He's not there.
But let's take a live look outside right now. First off, we're going to start you off with downtown Miami because we do want to show you what it looks like outside right now, because hopefully you've been listening to us, you've been staying indoors, and so this is a live look outside, and this is downtown Miami, very dark out there. Last time I checked, there was about over 30,000 people without power. According to FPL, they were able to restore a few thousand, so I think it's about 26,000 right now without power, unfortunately, and you can see why. It's pretty bad out there. Here's a live look in Fort Lauderdale. Also seeing some bad weather out there. We just saw Hank Tester. I believe he was at Lauderdale by the sea, and it was crushing waves out there. A number of people surfing, which don't recommend to do.
We also heard from Joe Murray, who was on Las Olas Boulevard. Right now, this is a live picture right there, downtown Key West. We know it, Vanessa. That's where you take the little conch train to go around town. And this is a picture of Mallory Square there in near Mallory Square in Key West, the site of such beautiful sunsets. You can see nobody there, a lot of wind, and
those trees are
nobody should
sideways.
be in Key West. Everybody should have evacuated Key West. If you didn't, there are some locations that officials in Monroe County left open for people to show up.
They had Coral Shores High School, Marathon High School, Sugarloaf School, and Key West High School were those 4 last resort, worst case scenario places that you could go. But that's all it is. It's just 4 walls and a roof over your head. There's nothing else for you. Nothing will be routed. There's not even a staff there. So it really is just for people to be safe. Everybody evacuated, and if you decided to stay in Key West, you're on your own, is what officials said.
Okay, let's see if we have better luck now. I just heard a phone ring. That should be a good sign. We're trying to talk to CBS News correspondent David Begnaud. David, of course, covered the hurricane in Texas. Hopefully he's joining us on the phone. David, I understand you're on your way to Tampa. Where are you exactly?
Hello, Elliot. We are about 10 minutes outside of the Tampa area. We're on the I-4 corridor right now. There is a steady stream of traffic going in the opposite direction. I mean, it is as far as the eye can see, and I'd say traffic is moving at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Steady, but backed up all the way into Tampa. We came from Miami probably 5 hours ago, and it was a breeze getting here. There was a ghost town coming up the eastern side of the state toward Port St. Lucie, and then we crossed over. We've seen a lot of power trucks and emergency vehicles headed south to the Miami area, and now we're seeing people evacuating the area. The good news, every fuel plaza along the way had fuel. They didn't seem to have any kind of shortage, and they had no plans of closing. Even getting into the Tampa area, as close as we are to Tampa, convenience stores are still open, the gas pumps are still working, but most every other type of business is closed.
All right, and David, this must feel like deja vu for you, dealing with Hurricane Harvey last week and now making your way toward Florida. You must feel like really a hurricane hunter at this point.
Well, look, you know, I hate to talk about how I feel compared to the people who really are having a hard time through all of this. I mean, it's what we do, and the trouble for us is following the direction of the meteorologists who are at the whim of Mother Nature, right? So, you know, it looked like Miami was going to take a direct hit, and now it has drifted quite a ways west. But as Craig Setzer and your other meteorologists have reminded us, listen, no matter where it drifts, you still could be in an area where even if that cone doesn't cover the area where your home is, you still could be in a situation that could be dangerous. And so we're having to move all of our crews to the Tampa area. You know, and look, some behind-the-scenes facts for you. When it comes to us doing our job, safety is paramount, period. And then beyond that, how can we document what is taking place here? The weather is beautiful, as it normally is. It's miserably muggy, but hey, I lived in Florida for a year and a half. That's what you get used to. But I have to tell you, on a nice day, there are no accidents. I've not seen any abandoned vehicles on the side of the road. We've also heard, by the way, that road rangers are going up and down the state looking for people who may have run out of gas to refuel them. But we have not seen any issues. None.
David, do we have any idea where these people that are leaving Tampa may be headed to? Do you think they're going to the Orlando area, or maybe they're headed to points north?
No clue, Elliot. We haven't even had time to stop and talk to anyone. My desk in New York was telling me that they are getting reports that some people are leaving the Orlando area and going back toward the Miami area. Now, Florida Governor Rick Scott is asking people not to do that. He's saying stay put. stop looking at the radar and thinking you're out of the danger zone. Stay where you are. But beyond that, the people who are coming out of Tampa are pulling everything from boats and trailers to, you see kids stuffed in the back seat, and closed to where you can't even see through the car. So not sure where they're going, but everyone is headed from here toward the Orlando area.
David, this would be the greatest of ironies, because people here in South Florida were talking about fleeing to the Tampa area just a couple of days ago, thinking that they would escape this hurricane. And now you don't want to be in the Tampa area, and people are thinking of going the other way. It just shows that the best thing to do in these storms is to find a safe location near you and to hunker down. I wonder if those folks in Tampa are as prepared and as experienced with hurricanes as we are here in South Florida, where we tightened up our building code, and we have one of the strictest building codes in the nation. I'm hoping that they have strong buildings there in that part of the state of Florida.
Elliot, I'll tell you this. We did a story not too long ago for the CBS Evening News that talked about some of the infrastructure issues that the city of Tampa has. They are known to flood. It doesn't take a big storm to cause flooding in Tampa. So this is a worst-case scenario for them. You have areas that are under mandatory evacuation from Tampa to St. Petersburg to the Clearwater area. You have mandatory evacuation zones that have already been established. So it's not the ideal situation for them. It is for no one, but they are especially vulnerable in this part of the state. To your point about staying put, this could shift even more. It could drag a little bit further to the west or pivot a little bit more to the east. Again, the governor of Florida is saying if you're somewhere and you feel safe,
David,
stay there.
All right, David, be safe. He's driving toward, like many of our journalists and reporters, driving toward the storm, so please be safe out there. All right, let's head over now to Drew Griffin. He is in Fort Myers. Drew, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm actually in Estero outside of Fort Myers in front of this huge evacuation center. This is Germain Center. It's an arena. It will hold 8,000 people. And I got to tell you, Elliot and Vanessa, there are thousands of people. I would estimate 2,500 to 3,000 still waiting in line. Some of them have been waiting in line for 6 hours trying to get into this shelter. Many of them deciding to seek shelter after both Fort Myers and Lee County and Collier County expanded those flood surge predictions this morning, and it got everybody motivated to just get out. But it has been an incredible lineup here. The process is slow. You have to come to the shelter. You have to fill out a form. You have to, have all your family accounted for. Get the rules on the pets. Get the location where you're going to go. So they're slowly processing these people. But as you can see behind me, the line just goes on and on around the building and into the parking lot. Still to go, as we're beginning to feel, I would say, some of the wind that you could attribute to Hurricane Irma.
And Drew,
Vanessa?
would you be able to talk? Have you spoken to any of them, or maybe you can go up and talk to one of them and find out, is this now the reason why they're going to these shelters? The reason being that this morning they woke up and they realized, oh no, Hurricane Irma is coming straight for us, and they thought it was going to be hitting the East Coast.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're telling me. I've talked to a lot of these people. I'm not going to go up to speak to people cold because they've been in line for a long time. But many people I've talked to this morning say it was that extra forecast, that extra spin to the west, the extra presence that Irma may have on Fort Myers, on Naples, that got them motivated. The beaches, the beach communities along the southwest, they evacuated mostly yesterday, and that filled up all the traditional shelters. So they had to open new shelters. In fact, down in Collier County, they were seeking 20 additional buildings this morning to try to open as these surge warnings extended to Zone B. So a lot of people are having to make last-minute decisions to get out, even though they've been watching this storm for days.
Drew, that looks like a big facility next to you. Does it look like it's big enough to accommodate all these people waiting to get inside?
Yeah, they're not turning anybody away. They haven't said you at the end of the line are not going to make it. Fortunately, the flood of people coming and joining this line have now slowed to a trickle. So I think what we're seeing here is kind of the end of the evacuation. taking place. And I should also say, Elliot, that other locations have been opening since we have gotten here to this location. So perhaps people have been watching our reports and other reports and saying, hey, I'm going to try a different shelter. But everybody in line supposedly has a spot. The arena holds 8,000 people. It is fully staffed, medical help here. There's sheriffs here, troopers here, and National Guard here. So I think they'll be okay, and everybody will get inside.
Okay.
Can't guarantee everybody's going to get inside before they get a little wet.
Good to see.
Right, that's very true. Absolutely. They could get some downpours before they even get into that shelter.
Yeah.
Drew Griffin, he was just outside of Fort Myers.
Estero.
In Estero, and unfortunately, it's an all too familiar scene. That's what we were seeing yesterday, right here in South Florida, and now because of that track shifting, now everybody on the West Coast is having to deal with the same thing and head to shelters at the last minute.
This is part of the learning process, to learn about these storms. You think when it's happening, oh, your initial instinct is to flee. I got to run away from this. And now people drove north. And now you're hearing stories about people that are maybe possibly want to drive south. Our heart goes out to these folks in the Fort Myers area, Sarasota, and Tampa, because now we have that threat of storm surge that we were looking at here on the east coast, southeast coast of Florida. Now they're looking at it over there, and now those people are fleeing the coast.
And that's why all week our meteorologists have been very clear. Don't get comfortable. Everything can change. Unfortunately for those on the West Coast, that they actually now have to prepare and prepare for themselves for that hurricane coming toward them instead of us here on the East Coast.
All right, let's check in right now with meteorologist Liz Horton, who has got an interview set up with someone at the National Hurricane Center.
That's right. We feel so blessed to have had them checking in with us regularly. Of course, their expertise is what gets us through situations like this. Let's head right now to Mark DeMaria. He's joining us from the National Hurricane Center. He's the acting deputy director. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. I want to start off by asking you a little bit about this storm. So we know the track has shifted to the west, but this wind field really expanding. What implications does that have on the Biscayne Bay for that surge area that we're so concerned about?
Well, what we're seeing is it looks like Irma is now emerging off the northern coast of Cuba, and it really maintained its integrity of the inner core. The wind field is very large, with hurricane force winds extending out about 70 miles to the east. For the South Florida area, Southeast Florida area, even with the track along the west coast is what we're expecting. We're still expecting a considerable long period of tropical storm force winds along the east coast, still some storm surge values in the 3 to 5 feet range. So we are still expecting some impacts along the east coast.
And so for those folks that say, oh, the storm's going to the west, you're still saying there is still a definite threat, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, it hasn't come to its closest point approach yet. We expect the conditions to worsen over tonight and into tomorrow, even in the southeast Florida area.
And of course, we're seeing all these images coming out from southwest Florida. Tell us, in your opinion, how bad do you think it's going to be for our friends there in the southwestern zone of our state?
Well, we're anticipating a major hurricane impact. Our best estimate is Category 4, and this is we're expecting life-threatening storm surge values of 10 to 15 feet from Captiva Island south. And that's a life-threatening, very large values. And also there's going to be a considerable wind threat. We're anticipating, again, major hurricane force winds. Even now, the winds after its encounter with Cuba are 125 miles per hour. And we expect that to intensify even more as it moves through the Florida Straits. So major storm surge threat, major wind threat for a large portion of southwest Florida.
And so for folks here, let's say in the Keys, who still haven't evacuated, no matter what we've been saying to them, we know that this storm is going to be coming right across that area. Do you have any last-minute advice for them about maybe where they should be? Is there a better area there to be to weather out the storm now?
There would be, if there's any opportunities for shelter in place, that's really about your only opportunity right now, if you can talk to your local officials. It's really too late to evacuate at this point. We expect the tropical storm winds to approach that area later today.
And when we talk about the tropical storm force winds on the East Coast in our region, of course, we've gone now from major hurricane force winds to possibly tearing down to those tropical storm force winds here. Are we talking about the top of the scale tropical storm force winds? Are we talking about 70 miles per hour? Or are you talking about 30 miles per hour? What's your best estimate there?
Well, at the Hurricane Center, we've already had a 40-mile-per-hour gusts even this morning in some of the outer bands. So we're expecting on the high end of tropical storm force winds later tonight and into tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much. Mark DeMaria from the National Hurricane Center. We'll check in with you guys in just a little while. Back to you guys.
Thank you. And while you were talking, Liz, and doing that interview, we could hear whistling, thunder. It's pretty scary here. We're in Doral. Our studios are in Doral, and it's pretty much right outside our door right now.
We are experiencing those outer bands, and where they come, they're strong, they stop for a while, and then they start again. So that's a situation we're going to be in for a long time, folks. We want to give you some information on the curfews.
Oh, yes.
In Broward County, there's a curfew that goes into effect at 4 o'clock this afternoon. In the city of Miami, there's a curfew that goes into effect at 7 p.m., right?
Yes, City of Miami, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., so it's going to be those 12 hours in between. And then Broward County, 4 p.m. starts the entire county, and then Miami Beach curfew, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. So a number of lockdowns for certain cities, but in total, everybody should just be making sure they're indoors no matter what.
All right, we're going to take a break and continue our coverage of Hurricane Irma. Don't go away.
The CBS 4 Hurricane Network has the latest storm information on television, CBS 4, MyTV 33, and PBS 2 for the hearing impaired. On the radio, New Country Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM Sports Radio. In the Keys, Thunder 100.3 Country, Sun 103.1, WEOW 92.7, Whale 99.5, WKWF AM Sports Radio, Con Country 98.7, US 104.1 Radio, and My 97.7. Plus, online wherever you are at CBSMiami.com and MiamiHerald.com. All part of the CBS 4 Hurricane Network.
We're going into Nigeria.
Don't say I'd never take you anywhere nice.
Jackpot.
Sit down, buckle up, and don't make me kick your...
It was just starting to get really good.
Calling all South Florida nonprofits. HelpingFeelsGood.org has hundreds of skilled volunteers that want to help you and those you serve. From musicians to teachers, gardeners, fitness instructors, web designers, handymen, and more. Helping Feels Good is packed with skilled members of the community that can bridge the gap of providing services most nonprofits can't afford. Sign up your organization today and be on your way to getting high-quality volunteers all year long. HelpingFeelsGood.org.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Irma. We have been on 24 hours a day for you. So right now we're going to show you some video that Chief Meteorologist Craig Setzer shot on his way into work. And this is in Doral, right outside of our studios. And you can see it already, the downpours, the trees whipping in the wind as he was making his way in. And we're seeing a number of, it looks like palm fronds as well on the roadway.
Yeah, there's debris on the roadway. It's certainly the type of weather you do not want to be outside because suddenly it'll stop, there'll be a lull, and all of a sudden there'll be a gust of wind. And one thing very dangerous, and we've already gotten a couple reports of it, is down power lines. You want to totally stay away from a down power line. Call 911 if you notice a down power line. Do not go near it. Also, standing water. Stay away from standing water because you don't know what is under there.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
All that debris everywhere, the palm trees all over the place. You've got to be careful as you're making your way into work. All right, now let's go to the man of the hour, Craig Setzer.
Yeah,
what can you tell us?
The guy that didn't want to be the man of the hour.
Yeah.
But,
He's our man of the hour.
Good afternoon, everybody. At 2 o'clock, we're going to do a big regroup on where we are, what's going on right now, and what we're going to be doing as we go through it, and what you're going to be doing as we go through it. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to kind of recap. So this is going to be a bit of an overview here for the bigger picture thing that we're going to be doing at 2 o'clock. You know what? Can I just confess something right away? I hate not wearing a jacket on TV because it makes me feel like I have to suck in all the time.
You look
Welcome to a woman's life.
Well, the upside of this is I'm losing weight by the day as this storm has been approaching. So let's talk about what's going on here. Clearly now the eye of Irma is within radar range because it is showing up there. You can see it well to the southeast of us, right there, still battering, lashing the Cuban coast. And because a majority of the circulation from the center, north, east, west is over water, the storm still, as Mark DiMaria was telling us, it still has a lot of integrity. And when we say integrity, it means that things like land encounters and turns and a little bit of wind shear and stuff like that is not going to break this storm down. Really, the only thing that is going to break this storm down is going over land and going over it for a long period of time. And the problem with that is that the land that it's going to go over is where we live, Florida, right here. So we're seeing these outer bands right now, these bands starting to race to the west and everything like that. And this area here has some stronger winds with it. And this is the more persistent rain. These outer bands, they're really kind of annoying because they hit really quickly. There's lightning and thunder. There's sporadic power outages. But it's these deeper bands here where the wind starts to blow more steadily. Now, for days I've been talking about the core. That is the core right there. And I said, as soon as we can see it on radar, we'll track it, and we're going to track it, and we're going to track it extremely closely. In fact, in the next half hour, I'm going to put the latitude and longitude lines up, and we're going to mark it and keep track of its position because we want to watch this very carefully for where it is moving going forward. Because if it were to take a sharp turn, you see, it would come up closer to southeast Florida, Broward, Miami-Dade. Those are the areas. If it were to take a slightly slower turn, then it would come further to the west, impacting Middle Keys, western sections of Broward and Miami-Dade. And still a slower turn, and this is what's predicted, is it's going to come up and affect the lower and Middle Keys. And we're going to be on the outside, and it's a big, big storm. So we're going to see very strong winds. I think later on this evening, especially tonight, starting between midnight and 3 a.m., it's going to be in Miami-Dade and Broward howling out there, just howling. And it's likely that many of you will go without power, or the power will go out, and it may not come back on until the storm has passed and crews have restored that. So things to keep in mind as we're going forward. Pre-position flashlights where you know you can find them in the dark. But turn on the AM radio. We've got radio partners that listen to us and simulcast us. Turn on the AM radio. Make sure it works, or an FM radio, or some kind of radio. Make sure it works, and make sure the batteries in it are good. Because once the power goes out, there's that sense of, uh-oh, we've lost communication. Now, the cell phones, of course, will still work for a while because the cell phone network is a little more resilient, and it'll hang up. It'll hang on. But the potential also for the communication network to go down in South Florida, Miami-Dade and Broward, is also very real. So I'm telling everybody, I told everybody here at the station, I told my family, have a no communications plan. And what that means is you tell people, if you don't hear from me for so many days, then what you're going to do is you're going to come and check on me. Or if I don't hear from you after so many days, I'm going to come check on you. You just want to have like a buddy system to check on people if you don't hear from them after so many days. So if the cell network goes down, starting tonight or tomorrow more likely, when the storm's at its closest approach, then I would say, barring the people being in an area where you know that are getting hit hardest by the storm, I would say probably Tuesday. If you don't hear from them by Tuesday, then somehow we're going to set up a rendezvous point or a connection point or this or that. And maybe it would be that if I don't hear from you, I'll come check on you, and vice versa, but you stagger the times. But you should write it out. It should be understood, because the thing we have not gone through with the hurricane, we've been through hurricanes and bad hurricanes. The thing we have not gone through is a hurricane that makes communication impossible for a period of time. I'm not guaranteeing that's going to happen, but there's a possibility that's going to happen. So that's why we need to have these things kind of thought out ahead of time. Because what you don't want to have happen is the unexpected, which is, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. And being without communication, since we're such a communication-intensive nation now and people now, you know, everybody's on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, all of that, texting all the time. When that disappears, it's going to be a little unnerving. So kind of get ready. If it does, how you're going to handle it, and what other people around you know, because it doesn't mean that you were obliterated. It just means that your communication's gone down. So that's my communications talk to everybody, to have a no communication plan. All right, so going forward, as this the core comes up and up here, that's the business part of the hurricane. This is where the destructive winds are. This is where 2 days ago I was very fearful it was going to be over here and be doing this, right like that, and then turn north right there. And that would have been our worst case scenario. And so because we didn't know where the turn would take place with great confidence, that's why we had to prepare. That's why we had to get the shutters up. That's why we had to evacuate the coastal zones. It's still going to be a bad event here in South Florida, but it's probably not going to be the worst event. And that would be a very, very good thing. So for Miami-Dade and Broward, the rest of the afternoon, as you can see, squalls now coming through. This is a pretty heavy squall in Miami Beach. And you know what? Excuse me for a second, because I was looking for it, and this is what I need. And if I can ask the directors to go over to WeatherC, we will... oh, so nice. We will show you the radar right now. Here's this band that's coming into the middle and upper Keys where the weather's bad. But it's this squall up here that's very bad right now that's going through Miami Beach. And let me zoom in, and you can see it right here. Right there on the Broward Miami-Dade line. Aventura, Doral, back to the west. It's been particularly strong. A lot of lightning with it and some very strong wind gusts. So there's going to be some power outages with this as well. And then there's going to be a break for a while. I think, you know, the curfew in Broward goes into effect at 4 o'clock. And I think everybody needs to think, I'm going to be at a certain place at a certain time, and I'm not going to go after that. And I think 4 o'clock is not a bad time. It's not that you can't get somewhere after 4 o'clock, but what's happening is, and you saw it in the video, there's palm fronds on the road now, and they're going to start coming down more and more and more. So the palm trees are shedding the dead fronds, and that's no big deal. But then eventually some weaker branches are going to start coming down, and that's no big deal. And then some ficus trees, of course, because it's not blowing hard unless a ficus tree comes down. Some big ficus trees are going to blow over, and that's kind of bad, especially if it falls on some power lines. And then some bigger trees are going to lose some bigger limbs, and then that may impact some more power lines. And we're going to kind of go through that step by step by step as we go through the night. So we're kind of on the low end of it now. So what we're seeing out there right now, this is the beginning, but it's also the low end of what we're going to see. Vanessa and Elliot?
Yeah, Craig, I want to ask you a question about Tampa, because I know that you worked in Tampa. You are familiar with the Tampa Bay area. In fact, you and I do a little newscast that runs in Tampa for our sister station every day. How worried are you about that storm surge in Tampa?
Well, I'm extremely worried about the storm surge in Tampa, and here's the reason why. It's twofold. Because one, this could be a very bad hurricane. But the second thing, and what's more concerning, is that Tampa has not been hit by a hurricane, a big hurricane, in 100 years. And so I don't know why my camera's moving. Can you guys block that down, maybe crank it down? That's really weird. So they have not been hit by a big hurricane in 100 years. We talk about hurricane amnesia here. They have hurricane absence there. Right. They almost don't think they could be hit by a hurricane because it hasn't happened in so long. And so their infrastructure is much, much, much more fragile than our infrastructure. People there's tremendous amount of mobile homes, especially in Pinellas County. Those should be evacuated, but I don't know where you take the people, all of them, because there's not too many ways out of Pinellas County. And I'll get the radar here to show you where Pinellas County is, and we can talk more in detail about that in a bit. And so we'll go over, but that's a very good point. And the other concern, besides the fact that they're wholly unprepared if it makes a direct hit, is that if the storm happens to swing out and not come over land for quite a ways. Let's say it doesn't make landfall here in Collier County or Monroe County. Let's say it doesn't make landfall here in Fort Myers. And let's say it doesn't even make landfall here up by Venice and Sarasota. Then what happens? Thank you, Liz. So let's say it goes up the coast like this. It's not over water. It will hold all of its intensity. It will be Cat 4 when it does reach land, and that would just be catastrophic, absolutely catastrophic. And Liz, if you can zoom in on the Bay Area there, because that's why I want to show you the shape of this. Okay, perfect, right there. Okay, so this is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge here. They close this bridge when the winds are around 45 miles an hour because it's a very high bridge. It's so high that cruise ships can go under it, and that's they built it after another bridge was hit by a container ship, and that bridge collapsed. Here is Pinellas County right here. That's the border. This is Hillsborough County here. This is Manatee County, and up here is Pasco County. So this is extremely densely populated area here. Here are the evacuation routes out of Pinellas County. Sunshine Skyway, the Gandy Bridge right here, which is a small bridge. It's basically 2 lanes each way. There's this bridge here, which is 275, and then there's another little bridge up here in the northern part of what's called Old Hillsborough Bay up here. And then here is the south part of Tampa here. This is all very low-lying area. This is MacDill Air Force Base, by the way, here. And then this is the downtown Tampa area here. The biggest storm surge they had in Tampa from that hurricane 100 years ago was 16 feet in downtown Tampa. This area right here, there's some barrier islands along here, Treasure Island, St. Pete Beach, and there's a place called John's Pass. John's Pass is where the water goes out of the intracoastal right in this area here, and it formed from a hurricane in 1848 that pushed so much water into Tampa Bay, it made this part of Pinellas an island, and then the water, as it was coming out, it tore new pathways to come out. So to put it into perspective here, and I've talked to some people over here, and I don't know if they understand the magnitude of a direct hit if it comes right up along the coast here, but this area, this is densely populated area here, would be underwater. There's a high part right down here that goes down one road down here near US 1 over there, and I think it's US 1. It's been a while, but there's a high part here where it's pretty high, but then this part over here by St. Petersburg, down south, Tierra Verde, Clearwater, of course, up here, these are all relatively lower areas. Clearwater's a little bit higher, but relatively lower areas. And what's going to happen if this moves up the coast is that, and it's happened before, and it could happen again, if it moves right up the coast, the wind becomes so strong ahead of the hurricane, Tampa Bay literally drains out. The water goes out. There's, of course, going to be some water because there's channels in there, but the water recedes, and all of this up here, which is a little bit kind of marshy, it's shallow, becomes dry muck, and this becomes dry muck over here, and then the water pulls away, and then as the core of the storm comes up and the wind shifts, here comes a mound of water, in the worst case scenario 10 feet high, maybe 15 feet high in the absolute worst case scenario, that comes rushing back in, and it's coming in with a lot of force too. So I just... So the time frame for that is more likely because it's passing at its closest approach here. The question was, what's the time frame for that? Since its closest approach here is on Sunday, the time frame for that is Sunday night into Monday. I'll have to check the latest timing. I've been concentrating on a bunch of other things, but anybody that can get away from the beaches and the lower areas of Pinellas County and Hillsborough County and the coast, Pasco, Manatee, all the way down Sarasota, down to Fort Myers, needs to get out.
Well, it's happening already because we've heard from folks from CBS News. They're seeing people fleeing the Tampa area. Craig, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I know you're going to be back in about 15 minutes or so giving us that 2 o'clock update. So thank you, Craig. Appreciate it.
All right, now we have some important information from the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center, and CBS 4's Gary Nelson is there for us. Gary?
Okay, listen up now. You've been wavering on whether to evacuate. You're in a flood zone, you're in a storm surge zone. There are Miami-Dade Metro buses waiting to take you to a shelter now, but you've got to go now because in 18 minutes at 2 o'clock this afternoon, 18 minutes from now, the buses at the Miami-Dade pickup areas that will take you to a shelter that is accepting evacuees will stop running. You've got about 18 minutes to make that walk to the nearby bus pickup area or make that drive to the nearby bus pickup area. You can find your nearest bus pickup spot at cbsmiami.com or www miami.gov.org/emergency. So if you need a bus to get to a shelter, you've only got now about 16 minutes to get to that bus pickup spot and jump on the bus and go, because they are cutting off the bus shuttles to the public evacuation shelters at 2 o'clock. So that's a very important information. If you've been wavering, you get that bag packed, you don't know whether you were going to go or not go, now's the time. You've got 15 minutes. If you need a bus to take you to a shelter, to get to that bus pickup spot that is located nearest to you in your neighborhood. Now, to update the situation in Miami-Dade County, there are indeed 42 public shelters that are open. 31 are accepting evacuees. That's because 11 of those 42 shelters are at capacity and accepting no new evacuees. Of the 31 that are still accepting evacuees, they will continue to. You can find out where a shelter is nearest you that is opening, what shelters are open, what shelters are closed at cbsmiami.com or www.miamidade.gov/emergency again. So far, well, actually, as of about 11 o'clock this morning, 26,000 Miami-Dade County residents had in fact chosen to pack their bag, take their 3 days worth of food and water, and go to a public evacuation shelter. Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez, in a briefing earlier today, about 11:15 or so, said, don't rest on your laurels now that Miami-Dade County is not in the cone of uncertainty. That hurricane force winds, perhaps not sustained, but gusting hurricane force winds, dangerous hurricane force winds, as Craig has been telling us and our meteorologists have been telling us all day long, can and very much will impact, it's expected, Miami-Dade County. So you can't be letting your guard down at this point. Miami-Dade County, unlike Broward, has established no curfew. They're not going to tell you, order you, don't get in your car and drive to your friend's home up further north or inland at 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock tonight. They're not going to order you not to do that. They strongly advise you not to do that. In fact, the mayor said if you haven't already, now hunker down wherever you're going to hunker down. You need to stay where you are at this point. But at the same time, there is no limit in Miami-Dade County, no time limit set for you to go to a shelter. And if you think you want to risk it and make your way to a shelter later this afternoon or this evening, Miami-Dade County shelters, those that are not at capacity and still accepting evacuees, will accept evacuees, we are told, without any time limitation, at least not at this point. An interesting note, talking about pet-friendly shelters. There is only one of 3 remaining pet-friendly shelters in Miami-Dade County that are accepting animals. Interestingly, it is accepting only animals. We're talking about Highland Oaks Middle School in northeast Miami-Dade. I think it might be North Miami, but Highland Oaks Middle School up in the northeast will take your pet or pets in, but not you. So if you have a cat, a dog, you want to venture out at this point, get that cat, dog, whatever, into a shelter, put it in a container, a cage, an animal cage of some sort, take some dog food, cat food, whatever, and some water along with your animal, and you can drop your animal off at Highland Oaks Middle School, a pet-friendly shelter, but two-legged evacuees are no longer welcome there. Pets only. That's actually, that's interesting and actually remarkable that Miami-Dade County, the Red Cross, the National Guard, and the folks now who are operating these shelters would allow you to bring your dog, your cat, whatever, and simply drop it off in a safe place, a place where you will not have to worry about being hurt by hurricane force winds, a place where you will not have to worry about storm surge. So if you are in a location where you're not sure that the shelter that you're in, the home that you're in, can withstand these hurricane force gusts that we are in fact expecting, according to Craig and the guys, the county is saying, while they don't really want you out there on the roadways, go to a place that you know is safe, but don't take you and your kids to Highland Oaks Middle School, because they are accepting only your pets at this point. As of about 11 o'clock this morning, 26,000 Miami-Dade Countyans had sought shelter in those public shelters.
Gary, I hate to correct you on the air, but the pet shelter in Broward County has a duck.
A duck.
They have a duck.
Well, I think
so. They do have a two-legged. They do have a two-legged creature.
Okay, they do have a two-legged creature, and Elliot, my heavens, that could not be any more appropriate given the circumstances that it would be a duck. whether not fit for a duck.
Gary Nelson, thank you. Always entertaining. Appreciate it, Gary. Thank you so much. Live at the DDOC. All right, now let's head over to Mike Cunio. He is in Mobile 4. He is actually traversing our great state. You're heading towards Naples, right, Mike?
I am, and not a lot of ducks out here. I think they're getting out of the way of the storm.
Good.
Right now, but yeah, we're on our way to Naples. We just passed the 89 mile sign a few miles back. So right now we are heading due west, and ahead of us, if I don't know if you can see up to the northwest of us, you could actually see the back end of maybe one of these bands. If I'm looking directly west, I don't think you guys can see that, but you can see one of the bands kind of going over some just open land out there. As we were driving through Miami, we did see a bunch of people on the road. We are still seeing people drive past us here. As far as damage on the road, we've seen, minor stuff, kind of palm fronds, tree limbs kind of stripped off. But right now, I mean, basically clear road ahead. People driving past us. Right now, it's calm until we get the occasional squall come through.
Mike, what about fuel? Have you run into any problems getting gas on the road?
No, we actually we're fueled up. We're ready to go. We just left a few minutes ago, maybe 20-25 minutes ago. So we're good to go. If we need fuel, hopefully we'll be able to find some out here. We didn't need to stop off at a gas station or anything, so we didn't run into people scrambling for fuel at the last minute or anything like that.
Okay, good to hear. Mike Cunio reporting from the road on his way to Naples.
And now let's head over to David Sutta. He is just north of Key Largo, still an area that we need to be concerned with. He is on that 18-mile stretch between Florida City all the way down to Key Largo. Hey, how are you, Sutta?
Hey. I'm good. I'm a little tired. It's been a long week, but we are here on the 18-mile stretch. As you can see, if I look behind me, actually, down the road here, this is the roadway out of the Keys, and completely empty. No one really coming through. We've seen, the time we've been here, about 40 minutes now. We've probably seen about, I'd say, 5 cars. And as we go around here, you can see there is a car headed our direction towards the Keys right now. I want to go ahead and flip it around here and show you what's happening. Before storms, you start seeing, oh, Mitch, you're losing a hat. You can already hear the wind start to kick up out here, and look at the water, what's happening out here. Ahead of storms, you start to see the water push out. This is also a high tide or a change in tide phenomenon. Look at this. Do you see that? It's like a snake or something going straight at us. I don't know if you can see that. Do you see him? Yeah. He's like popping up over the water. But this is a typical phenomenon where you would have the water flowing, you know, during a change in tide here. But you definitely see the water pushing across. You know, you have these outlets here that are letting the water pass from underneath US 1, but you also see all across the bay. If you look out to the right, you can just see that it's all pushing in that counterclockwise direction that a band would be coming through. Eventually, this will transition and come back towards land out here. So if we go across here, I'm looking down the road, Mitch, we're fine. So you can come right on US 1. There's nothing going on out here. If we come across the roadway here, you can sort of see the water is higher on this side. Obviously, this would be the Atlantic side. All right, we're going to cross over here. This is the Atlantic side we're headed towards. And the water is pushing right at the wall, the outlet here, to get onto the bay side. As we were coming out here, we're doing like Facebook Live stuff on the CBS Miami page, and we're getting a lot of commentary. One of the things that I saw that was very concerning was coming from someone on Facebook saying that there are 20 evacuees at the Key West High School that are pleading for help. They want someone to take them to the mainland. Hold on, guys. It is a bad situation down there, as we all know, and they are looking for a ride out. They do not have a car. They were asking us on Facebook Live to come down and get them. From here, that's for Key Largo, you're looking at about 90 miles down, 90 miles out. It's something certainly we're not willing to do, and a lot of other people wouldn't. This is something that Monroe County officials warned about. They were telling us that you needed to get out. If you dialed 911, no one was going to be coming, and this is the circumstances that these folks find themselves in. They're pleading right now on the Facebook Live, saying anybody in the Keys with a car that's willing to make the ride, take it. I'm not advising that, of course, but that is what the ask is being made of the people right there. As we look behind us, you see a couple people coming down the road here. The winds are not significant. We're getting gusts coming through here, about 30 miles an hour, what we've seen since we've gotten on the road, in this stretch of road. But nonetheless, this is what's going on.
All right, David Setta live for us in Key Largo. Incredible scenes there, but we actually have Commissioner Francis Suarez with us on the phone. Commissioner, can you hear us?
Yes, Vanessa, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We want to talk to you a little bit about that curfew that you all decided to set up between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. What was the deciding factor behind that decision?
So the mayor, under his emergency powers, has delegated the authority to the city manager to institute a curfew that begins at 7 p.m. tonight and 7 a.m. tomorrow. There are significant evacuation orders in place for the city of Miami. And what we want to make sure is, as people evacuate their homes and they're empty, that no one takes advantage of the fact that there's a storm, tries to break into homes. We want to give our police officers the tools, if they're going to be out there and when they're going to be patrolling, to make sure that everyone who's on the streets is trying to get from point A to point B and is not trying to take advantage of the fact that there's a storm for their own personal gain.
Commissioner Suarez, hi, this is Elliot Rodriguez. I wanted to ask you the situation with these cranes in the city of Miami, downtown Miami and Brickell. We had some video earlier where you can actually see them spinning around. How concerned are you about that?
Well, we're concerned because I've read reports that they're rated to a top velocity of 145 miles an hour. Obviously, the hurricane has been at certain points a Category 5 with sustained winds in the 185 mile per hour range. So certainly it's a big worry. You know, the areas where the cranes exist, and there's approximately 23 of them, are evacuation areas. So we're hopeful that people have heeded that mandatory evacuation order and have left that area. But certainly there's a worry that if we get a direct hit from a Category 5 hurricane, that those cranes could be vulnerable.
Do you have any idea why they're spinning around like that? Did they do that by design, or should they have been locked down?
I can't really say. I'm not an engineer, but my guess is that they've done that by design so that they sort of flow with the wind rather than create an obstacle with the wind.
And Commissioner, have you heard of any damage, any severe damage throughout your city in the last few hours now that we're feeling those bands of Hurricane Irma?
You know, I wouldn't classify it necessarily as severe damage. I've definitely seen tree limbs fall in. I just came from Robert King High Towers, which is a public housing facility across from the Marlins Stadium that lost power. And, you know, FPNL already has a crew working on the down transformer, and they've assured me that power should go up in the next couple of hours. So the good news is that for them is that, you know, hopefully before the winds pick up too much, FPNL is already working on restoring power to that building. Okay, while
you're speaking, we're showing this video of the cranes, but I want to ask you, overall, how do you feel that the residents of the city of Miami have responded to this hurricane emergency?
I'm very optimistic with the way that they've responded. I also want to sort of commend our unsung heroes in the city in solid waste and public works that have worked 16 and 18-hour days to keep and maintain our city streets clean from debris. And also, what I've seen is just a spirit of cooperation, neighbors communicating with neighbors, helping each other shutter and board up their homes, and generally sort of planning together the post-recovery, you know, resources that they're going to share amongst each other.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Francis Suarez on the phone for us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Make sure you're safe as well and your beautiful family. Thank you, Francis.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. All right, right now we have Craig Setzer joining us with top of the hour and the latest on the storm.
Yeah, guys, and just so you know, the cranes are supposed to spin like that because they're basically wind vanes, and you want kind of the lowest profile of the crane in the wind. You don't want it sideways if the wind's blowing, so they don't lock it down. They let it spin like it. It's a crazy look, though, to look at the cranes just moving back. And it's scary looking. But they're also balanced because so if they spin, they're not going to like spin themselves out of control. What they're worried about is that the mast that holds them, that may not be able to hold the load, and then the crane would fall over sideways. So they are supposed to spin. I lived on South Beach for a while, and I was like, what is that? A very short while. Let's show you what is going on now with the radar. And the eye plainly in view, the core of the storm, the most concerning feature of the storm, also plainly in view. And now you can see the rain band starting to come on up. Here is the core of the storm, and this line right here, that is, I wish I could back it back out. You know what, I need another clicker, but we'll come back to that the next time. So here is the eye right there. The winds are very light in the eye, and then, thank you. That was perfect, Liz. Thanks. So this line right here is 80 degrees west. There was a time when we were saying, let's hope it doesn't get to 80 degrees west, because the fear was that it would be here, and then this line, we didn't want to get to that line because it would be like this and come up like that and come right into us. But it is now past 80 degrees west. Yeah, I don't guess I need it now, but thank you. And so the fear was that it would come up 80 degrees west, but now it's past 80 degrees west. It would literally have to go due north, starting maybe in a couple of hours, for the core to hit South Florida. That is virtually impossible. I never say impossible with hurricanes, but that is virtually impossible. And as we go forward in time here, as that core back edge of this clears 80 degrees west, we will start to feel better about the core missing us. Not the hurricane, just the core. And then what determines how bad our weather is how close the core gets to us as it starts coming to the north. Some of the models, you may remember, showed a pretty abrupt turn to the north. Some showed a more gradual turn, but that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on for us as we go through the afternoon. Now, the Keys, it's an entirely different situation, because as that's 80, that's 81, that line there, and Key West is over here near 82 degrees west. So the Keys, at this point, we'd be hoping that it goes past 82 and gets to the south from Key West, but it's starting to make its slow northward progress here, and so it's fairly unlikely that it's going to be able to make it past and south of Key West and turn to the north. So the big story is that the Keys, the island chain, is in the direct path of the core there, and the rest of South Florida is going to feel the hurricane side, the side of the hurricane. So they're once again close up on it, and you can see. And when we talk about a storm's integrity, it's that the eye has kind of a distinct band around it of the core winds, and that's what we're seeing. It's a little disrupted because it's going over the land here, but we're seeing that the storm is still very, very much intact. All right, so there are the Keys. Right now, the storm is about 141 miles southeast of Key West and 124 miles south of Marathon there. And as we go through time, we're going to see that distance close as the storm starts to make northward progress. All right, so Miami-Dade and Broward, here's the way things look. Quick moving squalls now. These are moving about 55 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour. So these are zipping right along. And they have some very gusty winds with them and some power outages with them. Upstream, there's nothing for the moment. Next time something pops up out there, I'll let you know. And through the Keys chain right now, quite a bit of rain, not particularly heavy rain. In the hurricanes, when you get out of these big band squalls, you just get these small water droplets, but a tremendous amount of them. And that's it's capable of producing flooding, despite the fact that it doesn't look that impressive on the radar here. It's a lot of rain coming in lots and lots and lots of small water droplets, as opposed to those bigger squalls where the raindrops are bigger. So moving on to the latest update, this is the 2 p.m. Intermediate advisory. We get updates now every hour. The next track forecast is at 5 p.m. 125 mile an hour winds. It's category 3. Now, we are just 5 miles an hour below category 4. And so every expectation is that once the storm gets back over water, we're back up to category 4. And it may happen even before the storm gets completely back over water because it's so close to the edge there. Category 3 right now, but expecting category 4. And we were talking about this number yesterday. It still hasn't changed. So the storm still moving on that west-northwest track. Maybe in the 3 o'clock number, we'll start to see that going up. Longitude 80, so it's past 80. The center is past 80, and 23 north, which is right there on the northern coast of Cuba, 145 miles as of the 2 p.m. advisory, southeast of Key West. There is the wind field. It's starting to come on into South Florida as well as the Keys. And here is the cone. And this is I'm showing the cone just for the time positions. That's the Sunday morning time position, the worst weather coming through the Keys, and we're in pretty bad weather here in South Florida. That's the Sunday evening position. The closest approach of the storm, as far as South Florida is concerned, is going to be during the day on Sunday. The weather's going to be quite bad tonight, even worse early when it's still dark, and a little bit worse and just howling wind through from sunrise until evening, howling. And then this is the 8 p.m. time frame here, and then after that, it's further to the north. I want to stop at this point because I want to show how important what happens to the storm is here to the west coast of Florida, because and also talk about the cone. Remember, the cone only shows where the center is supposed to be, and then about 2/3 of the time. In this case, the cone probably contains where the core is. And for folks here in South Florida, this is why I hate the cone, because when the storm is close to you, it looks like we're out of the cone. At this point, the cone only represents the very worst of the hurricane. The hurricane is not pulling away from us. The hurricane is not getting farther away from us. The hurricane is going to be over us, but the worst of it is going to be right here. The cone's great 5 days out, 4 days out, even 3 days out. But when it's this close, the cone is small because we don't expect the center to be over here, and we don't expect the center to be over here. It's most likely going to be in the cone. So that is Sunday evening. Now let's go on into Monday morning. The significance of how bad this could be for the Tampa Bay area and all the communities along the Gulf Coast, Florida's west coast, it cannot be expressed strongly enough. It's going to be a bad event no matter what, but what could make it even worse is if the storm spends even more time over water here going up the coast. So then the wind goes around like the circle there. So the wind on the southern side of the storm, is pushing water as the storm passes right in, and with great force too. I heard somebody talking in my ear, but I'm not sure I heard what they said. Okay.
Craig,
it wasn't us.
It was not. We are not the voices in your head, Craig. Not today. We're going to head over actually to Hank Tester right now because we have some incredible video from him because he's live out there at Lauderdale by the sea. Apparently it's really bad conditions. Hey, Hank, how are you holding up?
Pretty good. We've got some pretty decent gusts here. I'd say right now probably 30 miles per hour, but very, very steady, pushy. And then it trails off a bit and then coming back again. We're getting, as Craig explained, we're getting these rushes of air, these feeder bands just a little bit quicker. I don't want to call them exactly feeder bands, but it's picking up. There would be a lull here for a while. Now the time between the increased wind is a lot less. Just now, if you're standing here, it will move you around a little bit. Now, as far as the surf has been coming up quite a bit since we got here, probably around 10 o'clock in the morning. Sea is much angrier. My cameraman, Pete Miranda, is getting some pretty good shots, I do believe, of the breakers. There must be a reef out there that causes them to kick up, because you don't normally see that at all. I can tell you that some of these gusts have certainly swept the beach of people, something the cops couldn't do real well for a while. Had a lot of surfers out and a lot of gawkers, people taking pictures, and now you can see behind me that crowd is pretty much gone. Surfers are on the other side of the pier. You probably saw them in a piece that aired earlier on WFOR when we were looking down from the pier. But that said, it's got to be pretty choppy out there, and it's kind of difficult for us to get over there and shoot those pictures. We'll try to maybe before the next live shot. But the word here by the cops is 4 o'clock, that's it. Off the beach, out of this area. The curfew is definitely on here in Broward County. So basically, we've got increasing winds. They're steady. They'll move you around a little bit. Talking to people here, a number of folks are not evacuating. They walk down here, take pictures. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to ride it out. I'm in such and such a building. It's all concrete. We've got food. We've got alcohol. They're very clear about that in this area. And they're going to ride it out. So we, like for example, you see this guy right here. We see a lot of this. Cruising around on a bike, one hand on the handlebars, one hand on the, well, he's got two hands on the camera now. I'm not sure how that picture will turn out, but maybe he's going to get a big kick out of it. So that's the very latest from up here. Building storm, just like our weather forecasters are saying. It's beginning to rock slightly up here. Let's take a look.
Hank, speaking of alcohol, to your right, it has to be the Aruba restaurant, if I'm not mistaken. The Aruba restaurant right next to your right, right on your right-hand side. Is everything boarded up? Boarded up? Safe and sound?
Oh yeah, that's Peter. Let's we got a request from the folks to check out the Aruba Beach Cafe. Right. I have never sampled the fare there, but apparently somebody has, and it must be pretty good.
It's a great place. Lauderdale by the Sea is just a wonderful location, and let's hope that it fares well and that these places right on the beach, because it's so great to go there. You can have you can eat at the Aruba and the other restaurants there, and the bars, and there's music. It's just such a wonderful location in South Florida, very family oriented.
So wonderful that a lot of those surfers haven't even left yet, which is pretty dangerous. There's no lifeguards out there, so pretty dangerous conditions out there for surfers to be out in the ocean right now. But you're definitely seeing those winds picking up, and it even looks beautiful with the hurricane a few hundred miles away. So definitely deserted, though. Yeah,
look at that main drag there in Lauderdale by the Sea. The police are out there. You don't want to be out here in these conditions. And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, there's going to be a curfew. Well, you will not be able to be out in Broward County at that time because you don't want to be there.
Smoke a cigarette in these conditions? All right. Cool.
He's got his cigarette going. Hank, how was it driving around, getting from one place to the other in Broward?
We had no problem doing that at all. We like you're talking about, are going to be off the beach at 4 o'clock. We and the surfers and everybody else, and I imagine probably heading back over to where we're going to bunker in at the hotel more farther inland. It might be a little bit dicey, and of course, you know, this is increasing hourly. I've kind of lost track of time, but I think that's probably a ride that we're going to take in a couple, 3 hours. And you know, you got to just be kind of careful and you know, look out for the other guy, because we kind of we've kind of done this before, but a lot of people haven't, and that's what I'm kind of worried about in this whole scenario of this particular storm, because we've had a lot of building and a lot of new people have filled up those buildings, whether they're office buildings or condos, and you know, they don't have the experience. Like my daughter lives up in the Bradenton area, inland, and grandfather lives on the water, Tampa Bay. So hello, you know, welcome to Florida, and I've been coaching them through it. And thank goodness they're listening a little bit, but you know, from Utah, that's kind of a scary situation.
You mentioned that the Tampa Bay area hasn't experienced a hurricane in 100 years.
And no one better to get them through it. Hank Tester, thank you so much. Live in Lauderdale by the Sea, you're seeing those conditions out there. It's starting to deteriorate. And we have live shots also from Key West and Doral to show everybody that perspective of what's happening outside. So here's a live look of Key West, Mallory Square. Usually on a Saturday afternoon, I would be enjoying brunch at Blue Heaven. Not the case this weekend. You can see it's pretty bad out there, starting to get those heavy gusts from all the different bands streaming in.
So I have a question for you. Blue Heaven, what happens to the chickens?
Right, yeah. I mean, I would imagine
they probably know.
They make sure, yeah. They've been around longer than us, so those chickens are self-sufficient. And then we also have a live look of Doral right outside of our studios. Again, this is kind of the symbol of the last couple of days, are these palm trees and the fronds everywhere, and of course whipping in the wind. So this is right outside of our studios. CBS 4 Studios is right in Doral, right around 87th Avenue, and that is a live look right outside. So let's head over to Craig Setzer and get a better idea of what's going on outside for us. Craig.
Yeah, we are looking at the radar first. We're going to go over to the National Hurricane Center in just a minute here, but a quick update on the squalls. This one band has now moved on beyond Miami-Dade and Broward, so a bit of a break. Really not much coming for the next, say, hour, but then maybe some bigger stuff will rotate around. But there, of course, is the center as it continues to move along the coast there. And that is the thing there. So let's go to weather A, and then I'm going to go to Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center. And Mike, we've got our storm surge map up over here, and
we just lost him. Can't hear you.
Okay, maybe I can't talk and Mike can't hear, and so that's probably not going to work, is it? Okay, so anyway, we're going to get back to Mike and talk about the storm surge threat. But let's talk a little bit more about what's going on with the center there. And you can see it kind of working its way along the coast. Once again, these distances now 140 or so miles and 120 or so miles. And since the storm is moving along, not at a direct line at this point, but at a point that's going to start to turn and turn and turn. It's hard to just basically say, oh, it's moving X speed, 14 miles an hour, so it's going to be there in 14 hours. We just can't say that because the storm's going to have to make that turn. Zooming back up into Miami-Dade and Broward, you can see it there, and you can see the showers racing by. And then in the Keys, of course, we have the heavier rain further to the south. And those bands are going to continue to come through the area because there's a lot of rain and all kinds of small raindrops, but many, many, many thousands of them coming down all at once in that tropical type of rainfall. Okay, let's go back to the National Hurricane Center, and hopefully while I'm talking, you can hear me, because when we saw you, you couldn't hear me, which that doesn't work.
I hear you now, Craig.
Okay, good, Mike. Great. So I think it can't be stressed enough how serious of a storm surge situation this is for the West Coast for two reasons. Yeah. One, because of the magnitude of the event, potentially, and two, because of the lack of awareness, seemingly, on the West Coast of the hurricane threat.
Yeah, you know, that area in the West Coast is so sensitive to storm surge here, we're especially concerned about this area from Captiva down to Cape Sable, where we could see that 10 to 15 feet of storm surge flooding. And this area is so susceptible to storm surge. You can see how far inland the storm surge warning here in the pink areas go, all the way into the Fort Myers area and well inland down here south of Naples. So those are areas that are exceptionally vulnerable to storm surge. And it seemed like they were just making some new evacuation decisions today in Collier County. So those folks still have a few hours to try to get out, but it's a really life-threatening situation there, and so people need to act really urgently.
What upstream from that, back into the Tampa Bay area, what are the considerations there?
Well, it's a similar threat. You know, I can't zoom the graphic out, but the storm is expected to track right. The center of Irma is expected to move right along the coast. So you're going to get sort of two parts of storm surge. These areas that are to the right of the track are going to get the wind blowing onshore ahead of the eye, and then if it moves to the north of them, you're going to get this northwesterly flow on the backside, and that's going to drive the water into areas even if the eye stays to their east. And so Tampa Bay could see 5 to 8 feet of inundation in that whole area along the west central Florida coast. And again, that's a very dangerous situation. There's a lot of people that live in that part of the state.
Right. Okay. Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center, thanks a lot. We'll check back in with you later. Sure. So let's talk about what Mike was talking about here and show you. This is the graphic showing what we call inundation. Inundation basically is storm surge flooding above the ground. So at, say, this location here, the water will be over a foot above the ground. At this yellow location here, the water would be over 3 feet over the ground. So 3 feet. At this location here, the orange locations here, up in Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte here, Charlotte Harbors, this area right here, these oranges, that's 6 feet. I should try to make myself higher. That's 6 feet right here. So basically, I'm underwater. And then these red areas here, that's 9 foot of storm surge over ground. So an inundation is where the water comes in and comes in and comes in and comes in, and then it can't go any further. And so that's why it's shallower over here and then deeper, deeper, deeper as you get closer to the beaches. Sanibel Island looks like it's completely underwater as well. Captiva underwell as well. Bonita Springs as well. And all these areas being attempted to be evacuated. But if you know people over there that aren't taking this storm seriously, in this area, remind them of Charlie. And I think these people probably have a pretty good idea of the magnitude of what's potentially coming. This area thinks it's almost not going to happen because, or they're trying to grasp, trying to get their hands and brain around how this event could be. Now, this is the downtown Tampa area here. There's the Hillsborough River in here, and so some of the storm surge forecast values there are 6 to 9 feet over ground of storm surge. And as I was mentioning earlier, the water's going to come in, and fill up these areas, fill up that area down there. That's the Manatee River. Fill up this area along the east coast, the east side of the Tampa Bay. This is the South Tampa area here, and there's MacDill right there. Also over here, Pinellas Park, potentially flooded with storm surge flooding. And up here in the old part of Tampa Bay, this is Carrollwood area. This is also the area as you go over to Pasco County there. So let's see, Clearwater Beach, just the islands there right now, just the coastal areas. So right now, their forecast is not for this horrific event where the water comes up like that. Their forecast is for heavy inundation in those really, really populated areas. Another quick look at the radar and satellite, and there it is. Sorry, you know what? I'll give you a code for a heads up. Maybe I'll start pointing like this. Okay. And so there's the overview.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Craig. We want to keep you up to date, South Florida, on some important information. So for those of you who are heading to shelters, one of them is now at full capacity, the Highland Oaks shelter. And this one's so important because it was a pet-friendly shelter. It's at capacity. Now, if it's just you, if you don't have your pet with you, there are a number of other shelters you can go to. So this morning we heard from the mayor that 25,000 people headed to shelters. That was this morning. But they have a capacity of 100,000. So there's plenty of room for everyone. Unfortunately, though, Highland Oaks was that pet-friendly shelter. That is now at capacity, so you won't be able to get in there with your pet. And those were the shelters that filled up earliest. Right. It's the pet-friendly shelters because people do not want to leave without their pets. Would you ever leave Fred? No, that's why at my house right now there are people. There are 3 dogs, not just Fred. Fred has 2 friends that are staying in the house. See? So you know, pet owners want their pets to be taken care of. In fact, I've talked to people who said, "I'm not going to leave because I'm not going to leave my pets here." Yeah, so we've interviewed a number. We've seen our reporters interview a number of people who have said that. I want to remind everybody that if you do lose power, because I know plenty of you have, I checked about 15 minutes ago, 38,000 people, more than 38,000 in Miami-Dade have lost power. More than 7,000 in Broward. So if you do lose power, but you want to, stay abreast of everything that's going on, we are simulcasting our show on 96.5, so that's Power 96, on Kiss Country 99.9. Those are the FM dials, and then on the AM dial WQAM 560. So those are the 3 radio stations you can listen in on.
And if you do lose power, contact FP&L. You can have their app. You can download their app, or you can call 1-800-4-OUTAGE. Right now, we have some live pictures near Key Largo, and take a look at the flooding in this location. We don't have the exact location for you, but this is near.
This is Facebook Live, actually, from David Sutta. We're not going to be able to hear him, and he can't hear us, but he's streaming this live on our Facebook page, CBS Miami. So you're seeing Hazel Street and
Harris Avenue.
And that's right near Key Largo. And we know so many people who have those vacation homes, who live in that area, and it's just completely flooded right now.
Yeah, so David was showing us earlier, he was on the 18-mile stretch, and he was showing us how the water on the Atlantic side was pushing forward. And this is, I imagine this is what we're seeing, that water pushing onshore. And that's a street right there.
Right, so that is a street
and
that he was walking on.
And that's a neighborhood, and right now you can see there's water all over that neighborhood, and this storm is still moving. We don't know how much worse the situation is going to get for these folks here in Key Largo.
And unfortunately, it's only 2:24 right now, so we're not even seeing the brunt of Hurricane Irma yet in that location. So unfortunately, Key Largo may be seeing plenty more flooding in that area. So I didn't even realize that was a street. It looked more like a pond than a street.
It looked like a canal. That's a street right there. That's a residential neighborhood. Craig Setzer had told us about looking back in history. 1935, there was a hurricane that hit the Florida Keys and was devastating, and there was
hundreds of people
lives lost. There was massive destruction in the Florida Keys, and we're hoping that we do not see a repeat of anything like that. People have been told to leave the Florida Keys, that it's not safe, and hopefully most people have abided by that. We have heard some stories about people that are now stranded in one of those last-minute shelters. David is speaking
at the camera, because remember, this is Facebook Live streaming. So.
I know he can hear us. David.
I don't think he can hear us. He's just Facebook Live. Yeah.
He cannot hear us.
No.
Okay, he's doing his Facebook Live. You can go to cbsmiami.com
and watch it
and see his Facebook Live report. We're going to try to get a live picture here with David, but that's a situation in
and that's exactly why all the officials told everybody, you need to evacuate, you need to get out of there, because look, it's only 2:30 in the afternoon. They're already seeing flooding, street flooding, and that severe surge that's going to be coming through, and then possible flooding because of the rain that's also going to be coming through because of Irma as soon as it does hit the Florida Keys.
Well, that's right. All week long we've been talking and tracking Irma's move toward the Florida Keys. Last night's advisory changed lots of minds, and many Keys residents realize even though they're prepared this time, it may be different. CBS 4's Oralia Ortega has the highlights of our live coverage as evacuees started streaming in at about 4 o'clock this morning.
When you're raised down there and, you know, that's your life and you've been there for 60 plus years, you're a conch. You don't leave, you know. Just batten down the hatches and ride it out.
Florida Keys residents making the sobering realization the serious danger they were in as Hurricane Irma set its sights on their beloved home.
The other few storms running right behind it, and there was a big council meeting, and they suggested even the police and everybody get out.
They say although they're safe, they're worried about those who chose to ride out the storm.
I am nervous because a lot of the people that I wanted to help rescue chose to stay behind. And they opened the Key West High School for those people. La Concha is one of the safer buildings, and it's full to capacity. But we're not certain that the Key West High School is even going to save them. So we're worried about the people we love who didn't get out.
Then there's this heartbreaking tweet. My girlfriend's grandparents are 80 and 84 years old. They are going down with their house in Key West. Ate off their wedding plates last night. This man says he chose to leave to keep his 11-year-old daughter safe.
I had a place that I could have stayed, but you just never know. You know, we've never been through that. I was at the house during Wilma. We had 6 inches of water in the house. It was scary, you know, and that was, what, a Category 3? You know, 8-foot storm surge. This is going to be more storm surge, a lot more wind.
He says after spending tons of money to be able to stay at his home, he now has to leave.
It cost me, you know, tens of thousands of dollars to prep for the last 4 or 5 days. It's cost, I'm sure, you know, FEMA hundreds of millions of dollars probably in the last 10 years in storms. So,
you know, you look at the dollars and cents, but at the same time, you look at your daughter, your dogs, your family, your friends.
Yeah.
More of
you know, the materialistic stuff, they can all be replaced.
Monroe County Manager Roman Gastisi says he's glad to see people heeding the warning.
All the pros are telling you that you got to go. You know, you're looking at the images of the islands where it's already gone. We have very similar topography, very similar structures, and you know, if it comes over us, we're going to have similar destruction. So why deal with it? We can come back and we can rebuild. Just leave, please leave.
He says the sheriff has plans in place to evacuate about 460 prisoners from the Stock Island Detention Center to either North Broward or Palm Beach County.
He was making plans. He's concerned about the prisoners and the guards that take care of the prisoners. Even though that building is a fairly new building, very strong building, you know, again, why deal with it? You know, let's just go.
Oralia Ortega, CBS 4 News.
It's so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Just imagine having to leave all your things and you have no idea what condition they're going to be in, if they're even going to be there when you do get back.
But you have to leave. And Oralia mentioned those inmates. They were in fact moved from the Monroe County Detention Center there on Stock Island. They were put on buses very, very early in the morning, and they were moved north. We saw them at the Snapper Creek, the Turnpike rest stop. They stopped there for gas and they moved north. Not exactly sure where they took those inmates, but they took them out of harm's way. Live picture right now from Mallory Square in Key West. You can see the winds whipping up in those trees. You can see how the seas are moving there. We saw some flooding in Key Largo from David Sutta, and we have Craig Setzer right now. And Craig, oh, we don't have Craig yet. We're going to have Craig in a minute, and when we do, I want to ask him about a hurricane that hit the Florida Keys. I want to say 1935. Yeah. I'm not a history expert, but 1935, there was a major hurricane that hit the Florida Keys, and it was devastating, and there were lives lost. And this storm is a big storm, and there's fear that we may see something like that. Hopefully it does not happen.
Craig, tell us, I know we aired a package you actually did on it a few years back. Tell us a little bit more about that hurricane.
So yeah, so it was called the Great Labor Day Hurricane that hit the Keys. What was unusual about it was that it was a tropical storm in the Bahamas, and then by the time it reached the Middle and Upper Keys, it was a Category 5 hurricane. It's one of only a few Category 5 hurricanes to ever hit the U.S., and thankfully this is not going to be a Category 5, but this is also a much bigger storm, so the impacts in some ways will cover a much, much larger area, especially with storm surge. In the last 15 minutes, I was talking to Dr. Mike Brennan over at the Hurricane Center about our concern for the West Coast, but I think it's already goes without saying our concern for the Keys and the storm surge there. What we're going to see is the water will rise. We're already seeing it starting to rise now as these winds on the north side of Irma are pushing water into the Keys, so we're already seeing a little bit of flooding, and the water's going to come up and come up. But the storm surge isn't just a continuous rise in water. It's all of a sudden these waves that come in, and then bigger waves or higher waves on top of that come in, and then even a higher wave comes in, and the water doesn't go back out. And in fact, it's not this case because the Keys are just a little string here, a little island chain. The water's not going to come back out. It's just going to go over the Keys, just right over it, because it's trying to get north with the storm. And then once the storm gets to the north, the water that's over here is going to start coming back and push back down into the Keys. So it's really, it can't be overstated enough how bad storm surge is because of the force of the water. So back to the 1935 Keys hurricane. So what had happened was it was Labor Day weekend. And in World War I, there were soldiers that had come home, and there was a work project, and they were trying to help people, veterans of World War I. So they brought them into camps. Most of them were in tents in the Middle Keys, and they were helping Henry Flagler build his railroad to Key West. And so they were camped out, and they got report that a storm was coming. And there was a storm in the Bahamas, and they got a report the storm was coming. So the National Weather Service, which was the Weather Bureau then at that time, felt that it could be a significant event because storms that time of year, it was Labor Day weekend, storms that time of the year in the Bahamas potentially could impact South Florida. Of course, they didn't have satellite, they didn't have radar, and they had so-so communication. There was only 5 phones in all of the Keys. 5 phones. So anybody to call the Keys could only reach one of 5 spots in the Keys. So they got the message out that there was a storm coming, but they didn't feel like enough people were being informed, and they didn't know, should they move the people out of the Keys that were there, or should they leave them? What should they do? So they got a plane, and they made banners that said hurricane warning on it, and they flew a little plane down, and all along the way along the Keys dropped banners out saying hurricane warning, hurricane warning, hurricane warning, because they felt like they needed to let enough people know, or as many people know as possible, that this storm was coming and it could be a hurricane, and they needed some warning. Well, the wind started coming up, I believe it was that Sunday evening. I don't think it was Monday. I think it was that Sunday evening. The wind started coming up, and they said, we've got to do more to get those people out. Now, the veterans in the Keys, the World War I veterans in the Keys, some of them were excited because they were not from South Florida. They weren't from this part of the nation, and so they thought it would be interesting for a hurricane. They're like, wow, it's going to be a hurricane. And but they were intense. They were basically, oh, I'm told to toss back to you, so there's the end of my story.
Well, you can't end the story like that.
Yeah.
They died, right? They got on a train and they were killed.
I don't know if I'm supposed to. You guys have something else to talk, and then I'll have to finish the story because I mean, it goes on and on.
You left us hanging.
I know.
All right.
All right, Craig, thank you. So obviously a monstrous storm. I was just reading up that the storm is the size of Texas and unfortunately has killed about 20 people in the Caribbean so far. These are all preliminary. But now we're going to head over to David Sutta. He is live just outside of Key Largo. We actually just saw your Facebook Live stream, Sutta, and it was really impressive, just that flooding in those streets. Oh, wow, and you're even standing there now.
We're in Manatee. Yeah, we're in Manatee Cove right now, and the water is coming from the Atlantic over to the Bayside. It hasn't crossed US 1, but it is lapping up right now. This is Manatee Cove. This is the main roadway in and out, and as you can see, the water is just pushing west through here. We're actually going to go to higher ground. You can take a look out of the Atlantic. Mitch, we're going to walk carefully right down this way. Come on, you're okay. There we go. You just got to be very careful in these situations because you never know when you're going to hit a curb or anything. So we're watching it and everything looks good so far. If you saw the Facebook stream, you might have seen a houseboat that already fell over. I was talking to someone here that's maintaining the grounds as best as he can, and he was telling us that wasn't like that. That houseboat actually, that happened in the last hour or so. It just kind of leaned over on its side, and it's going to be a real problem for them. He's staying in a second floor building here that's boarded up, and he thinks that he'll be okay there. And he may be, but nonetheless, this area is getting hit very hard right now. As we walk out, we're walking actually right beyond these houses here and actually the water's getting a little more shallower here. That's good. Is the Atlantic. And actually, we'll just shoot right through here. This will be easier for you, Mitch. Probably shoot right through there. You can sort of see the water just pushing onto going west towards US 1. We've noticed the northbound lanes of US 1 are getting lapped over right now, just splashes of water hitting it. And we decided to just turn around because we didn't want to risk, obviously getting stranded and stuck in any of this. But it is starting to come in fast, and pretty soon we'll be pulling back out of this area, especially as it approaches US 1. A lot of houseboats, a lot of boats in here and trailers just sort of abandoned. We haven't seen a lot of people here sticking this out, and we're going to keep pushing forward here. This area is looking a little bit better than what we saw down the way here in the west.
Yeah, David, I was going to ask you, do you see any people in any of those homes? Oh, there's a person right there with 2 little dogs.
Yep. And so these are a few people. Let's see if she wants to talk with us a little bit. How are you doing? Obviously the pets are here. How are you? Oh, she's running.
She's running over. Right.
We know that symbol. That signal.
The dogs have to
There's
go
a lot
out,
going
though.
on here.
Is that flooding go all the way down? I don't know if you've walked the length of that, David, but I actually have a friend who has a home, a very close family friend who has a home in Manatee Cove. So I'm obviously concerned about their home. They're not there. They obviously left and came further inland, further north, rather. But it looks like it may
so
be
we
a little
parked the
let
car.
up.
we parked the car about 300 yards from the entrance to Manatee Cove. We couldn't drive in any further. And then we had to walk the rest in here. You know what it is this is a higher elevation here. The water comes over and then pushes in and it sort of gets trapped in there like a pond. But yeah, you can already see it starting to collect over here.
Right.
And Mitch, you want to come around the side here? This is actually the Atlantic side. You'll be able to see it.
So these these are mobile homes, right?
These are mobile homes. Yeah, you see the tires down there. These are, you know, obviously it's someone's home, but I mean, they know when they put it in here, you got prime waterfront spot, but you also have an extreme risk. I can't believe these people tied their furniture and grill down thinking that that was a good idea, but I guess they were out of options.
All right, David Sutta, thank you so much. Right outside of Key Largo, or in Key Largo rather, and you can see that water coming up from the Atlantic.
Yeah, David, we're going to break away because we have Senator Bill Nelson on the phone right now. And Senator, how concerned are you right now about the storm and how prepared Florida is for it?
Well, I just came from the West Coast. The West Coast of Florida is coming into the realization that this hurricane could really give them a problem, and especially if it stays right off the coast so that the warm water of the Gulf fuels it as it moves north, because the counterclockwise winds would bring the water up into the bays, such as Charlotte Harbor or Tampa Bay. And that, in addition to the wind, that wall of water coming up where it can't get out, then that could be a significant problem. But the first part of Florida that's going to get hit the hardest is the Keys. Miami is going to get those right northeast quadrant winds, but it's not going to be nearly as severe in Miami as if it had been coming straight on to Miami.
Right, and so now, as a result of that realization that it will not be as intense on the East Coast, are you now shifting those resources from the East Coast of Florida to now the west side, so that Tampa and Fort Myers and all those coastal cities in the Gulf Coast cities will now be getting those resources, Senator?
The resources such as FEMA will come in right after the storm. I just came from the Tampa Hillsborough County Emergency Operations Center. They already have FEMA on the ground there. So they're pre-positioned to come in wherever the storm hits the worst.
Senator, are you satisfied with the way FEMA and the state has responded so far to this hurricane?
The short answer is yes. There is a cooperation among all levels of government. There's even a cooperation in the lessons learned out of Katrina in New Orleans, where the National Guard there in Louisiana was not coordinating with the U.S. military. And what you find now is that's pretty seamless. So, yes, as good as can possibly be prepared. Now, the long haul is going to be in the aftermath of the storm.
And speaking of the aftermath of the storm, Senator, if this hurricane does, let's say, knock over one of the bridges or create some sort of damage where we will be unable to get to our friends in the Keys, what can be done? How are you going to be able to help those that are stranded that decided to stay?
Well, if the 7-mile bridge were knocked out, if this thing were to come back up to a Category 5 and knock out that bridge, it'd have to be all hands on deck. The good news is that most of the Keys are evacuated, and I just got a report a few minutes ago. There are only about 10,000 people left in the Keys.
Senator, getting back to Tampa briefly, I mean, we have a lot of experience here in South Florida with Hurricane Andrew, which was a major catastrophe, as you well know. But it has been a long time, has it not, since the Tampa Bay area has seen a strong hurricane? Do you think those folks there understand what they're dealing with?
I'm not sure they do, but remember, 25 years ago in Andrew, we didn't have any building codes. Now we have strong building codes. There wasn't the coordination of all the agencies of the federal government. There wasn't the cooperation between the state, local, and federal governments, and that's why Andrew, albeit a Category 5, hitting southern Miami-Dade County, it was such a disaster. I think a lot of that preparation has been done, and now we just have to see where the storm's going to hit the worst.
But, Senator, if the assets that are needed are north of Florida and the hurricane is moving in that direction, doesn't that slow down the arrival of the assets coming south?
Well, for example, if the storm is moving off to the northwest, and if there is the need in the Florida Keys, you can come down the Atlantic coast and get those assets to the Keys. I'm not worried about that. Okay. The federal government assets are pre-positioned and they're ready. Now, it's true that FEMA is stretched. Remember, FEMA has had to reallocate supplies and personnel from Texas to Florida. And for example, the guy in the Tampa EOC today, FEMA, he was brought in from Atlanta. Instead of being sent to Texas, he's been brought into Florida.
And somebody even asked Governor Rick Scott earlier today, a reporter during a press conference, asking him, you know, there isn't enough funds for us in FEMA. Are there enough funds for us? And he said, absolutely. I've spoken with the White House. We are going to have enough resources to help everybody who needs help after this storm passes through. Do you believe that's the case?
Yes, in the short term. FEMA was going to run out of money yesterday, and that's where we passed the bill in Washington 2 days ago. It was overwhelmingly bipartisan. If you can believe it, there were some members of Congress in Florida up in the Panhandle that voted against it. But that is $15 billion, $7.5 billion for FEMA, $7.5 billion through other agencies for destruction of the storms. But that's just a down payment. That's only going to last us a month. In the middle of October, we're going to have to come back with another supplemental emergency appropriations bill.
Senator, do you fear any kind of competition between Texas and Florida, any political fighting over recovery money? If this were to be a terrible disaster here in Florida, we would need a lot of money from the federal government?
Generally, America in times of crisis comes together and you don't have that kind of infighting. But it's going to have to take a lot of those Texas members, remember, that voted against the funds for Hurricane Sandy in the northeast of the United States. They're going to have to suck it up and vote for funds, not only for themselves in Texas, but for Florida as well.
Is that something that you think about in your mind when you're voting for funds for Texas? Do you think back, hey, they didn't support Sandy, maybe we don't support them? Does that ever occur to you?
Well, I didn't give it a second thought because my obligation is to take care of the people of Florida and the United States. And in times of emergency, you definitely shouldn't be quibbling about those things.
All right, Senator Bill Nelson, hopefully we do not need that much assistance. Hopefully this storm is not as damaging as we expect it will be. Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate you and your time. Okay. And we want to let you know the ways you can stay in touch with CBS 4, even if you do lose power in a storm. In Miami-Dade and Broward, KISS 99, Power 96, and 560 WQAM are all a part of our Hurricane Radio Network.
And take a look at your many radio options in the Florida Keys. Remember, a battery-powered radio should be a part of your hurricane kit to keep your family informed during any storm.
All right, and Mike Cunha is already heading toward Naples because obviously we're seeing that track now shifted. Everybody worried on the west coast of Florida, and that's where Mike Cunha is. Mike,
Hey guys, yeah, we're kind of stuck in between what look like two bands. We kind of do have the benefit of radar in our Mobile 4 unit here. We were driving basically dry in between two bands and then kind of got caught in one. It's very windy out here. Right now, we're stationed in front of the Collier County Sheriff's Office. We pull over the side of the road because we're actually having some technical difficulties, but we got them back up. We're able to show you this weather out right here, right now. It's very windy. It's very rainy. It kind of looks like it's coming in sideways. As you can see, every once in a while, cars are still on the road out here. But as you can see, if you point at the grass, Jake, you can actually see the wind just rippling through the grass. The palm trees are starting to shake a little bit more. But like I said, our drive was basically pretty dry on our way to Naples. Driving in between a couple of bands. And then all of a sudden we kind of drove back into one as they curve back around, that curvature nature. But so we're hoping to get there probably in about an hour and kind of station there for the storm. But once again, we are in front of the sheriff's office. You can see a couple police officers here still working, trying to keep the road safe. But yeah, where there's a gas station actually behind us, and there are a few people pumping up gas, but they are boarded up. As you can see, it looks like they're putting up last-minute shutters right now. And I tell you what, this is probably the last-minute stuff, last chance they can get, because it is very windy, it is very rainy every time one of these bands come through.
Boy, they really waited to put those shutters.
They really did wait. And Mike, where exactly are you? Did you finally make it to Naples already?
No, we're still on our way, about 30 miles away from Naples. We were driving through Big Cypress National Preserve. We were passing multiple campgrounds, and basically we were just losing signal with you guys. So we pulled off to the side of the road in some nasty weather just to get back up. And this is kind of what we've been stuck in as soon as we got back on the air here and reconnected with the station. But this is definitely the worst of it we've seen so far. We were basically originally driving, and we could see a band off to the north and a band off to the south. But of course, in nature, they do curve because of the hurricane, and we kind of just drove right back into the back end of one.
All right, Mike, thank you. Appreciate it. Stay dry if you can.
Drive carefully, Mike. And you know, come to think of it, those the gas stations, the governor did ask the gas station owners to stay open as late as they could
right,
in order to provide gas. So you know that makes sense why they're boarding it up now.
What is so incredible, though, is that we've had live shots in Lauderdale by the Sea. Yeah. We've had live shots in Florida City. We're taking a live look right now, Key West. Mike is almost on his way to Naples, and every single part of South Florida is starting to feel those effects. And taking a live look at Miami Beach now. We're going to be right back with more on Hurricane Irma.
Don't go away.
You guys, can I tag you on Instagram or no?
The CBS 4 Hurricane Network has the latest storm information on television, CBS 4, MyTV 33, and PBS 2 for the hearing impaired. On the radio, New Country Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM Sports Radio. In the Keys, Thunder 100.3 Country, Sun 103.1, WEOW 92.7, Whale 99.5, WKWF AM Sports Radio, Con Country 98.7, US 104.1 Radio, and My 97.7. Plus, online wherever you are at CBSMiami.com and MiamiHerald.com. All part of the CBS 4 Hurricane Network.
We're going into Nigeria.
Don't say I'd never take you anywhere nice.
Jackpot.
Sit down, buckle up, and don't make me kick you.
It was just starting to get really good.
Calling all South Florida nonprofits. HelpingFeelsGood.org has hundreds of skilled volunteers that want to help you and those you serve. From musicians to teachers, gardeners, fitness instructors, web designers, handymen, and more. Helping Feels Good is packed with skilled members of the community that can bridge the gap of providing services most nonprofits can't afford. Sign up your organization today and be on your way to getting high-quality volunteers all year long. HelpingFeelsGood.org.
A live picture right now from Key West. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Irma, which is lashing the state of Florida from the east coast to the west coast. This is a big storm. The Keys are starting to feel it. A little while ago, we saw some live pictures of some of the storm surge in Key West, and this storm is still over 100 miles away.
And it was ripping the northern coast of Cuba overnight, and that's where we find Will Grant from the BBC. He's in Havana and filed this report.
Well, I can tell you that from Havana, which up until this stage has been pretty protected from this storm, it's clear that the winds are now picking up significantly and a hurricane warning is in place for here as well. We've seen the sheer amount of rain and water that has hit coastal villages along Cuba's northern coast. The small fishing village of Caibarien, for example, is largely submerged. Whole communities are without power. Telecommunications to those parts of the island are out, and there is a desperate situation for many, many families on the northern perimeter of Cuba. A lot of people have already been taken out of harm's way and brought to places like Havana, but there is no protecting from the sheer magnitude of this storm. A Category 5 when it hit Cuba. That's the first time a Category 5 storm has hit Cuba, has made landfall in Cuba since 1932, just to give you a sense of the historic nature of this storm.
And those are devastating scenes.
Yeah, and you know, we see these images of Cuba. Many times reporters go to Havana and you see the buildings that are falling apart. But when you go out into the Cuban countryside, right, that's when you see horse and buggies. That's when you see people who live in these homes that really, they don't have very much. So
that entire country is really stuck in the 1940s, 1950s. Yeah. So for this to happen,
it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is heartbreaking. And going, you know, beyond any politics, we need to open our hearts to the people there. Hurricane Irma's powerful winds ripped away parts of a roof in Cuba as CNN's Patrick Ottman was getting ready to report from one city. Take a look.
No! 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 No!
Okay,
All right.
we've seen it.
Yeah, we've seen it.
I hope Patrick Ottman is doing okay. That's in the town of Caibarien. It is a small fishing village, and Patrick tweeted. Patrick is the CNN bureau chief there in Havana. I know him well. He tweeted that this village appears to be underwater right
And
now.
it was so bad for him that he had to go indoors. Obviously, probably after that live shot, you can see it just got too fierce of winds.
Yeah, let's hope he's doing well. We're going to take a break.
War is hard.
Go!
And it's
It's not without sacrifice. We are a long way from home. But it is a sacrifice worth making.
We need to win.
That's the spirit.
Calling all South Florida nonprofits. HelpingFeelsGood.org has hundreds of skilled volunteers that want to help you and those you serve. From musicians to teachers, gardeners, fitness instructors, web designers, handymen, and more. Helping Feels Good is packed with skilled members of the community that can bridge the gap of providing services most nonprofits can't afford. Sign up your organization today and be on your way to getting high-quality volunteers all year long. HelpingFeelsGood.org. The CBS4 Hurricane Network has the latest storm information on television, CBS4, MyTV33, and PBS2 for the hearing impaired. On the radio, New Country Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM Sports Radio. In the Keys, Thunder 100.3 Country, Sun 103.1, WEOW 92.7, Whale 99.5, WKWF AM Sports Radio, Con Country 98.7, US 104.1 Radio, and My 97.7. Plus, online wherever you are at CBSMiami.com and MiamiHerald.com. All part of the CBS4 Hurricane Network.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of Hurricane Irma. We're going to show you some live pictures from our very own Mike Cunho. He is in Mobile 4. That's why he's able to drive and you're able to see these pictures. And he is on his way to Southwest Florida, heading toward the Naples area. Because that is now, unfortunately, where we're hearing Hurricane Irma may be heading toward.
And the winds are whipping up. There's more rain. These are bands, the outer bands from Hurricane Irma. Mike is on his way to the west coast of Florida to report, because now, since the storm has shifted to the west, now it appears that the worst part of the storm may affect that part of the state of Florida. But again, you never know what happens with these storms. And we're going to bring Craig Setzer in. All week long, we've been waiting for that turn, and it took longer. The turn took longer than at first we were thinking it was going to happen sooner. It happened later. Good news on the east coast of Florida, not good news at all for the west coast of Florida, and especially for the Florida Keys. Craig, how concerned are you for Key West?
Well, very concerned, and more so for the storm surge than the wind. The wind is going to be very, very bad. All those boats that you see there in the marinas and stuff, all of those will be carried away. And some people will say, you know, why don't they move those boats? Why don't they get them out of there? Moving boats and bigger boats is a hard deal.
And finding a place to put it.
Right, and have to find a place to put it. You know, and there becomes a level of, you have to take care of yourself first, so you should evacuate. And there's always a lot of uncertainty with a storm that's approaching, so you're, well, maybe I'll wait, maybe I'll wait. And so a lot of the boats, especially through the Keys, and if you've ever traveled down the overseas highway there's just marina after marina after marina after marina of boats. And I really feel for you folks who are watching us from other places about what is unfolding in the Keys. It's terrifying, and it's also very tragic, and it hasn't even happened yet. So that's the situation right now as far as the Keys are concerned, and all of South Florida is going to feel this, and we're going to know that a hurricane passed by. So let me show you this line right here. That is the 80-degree line. Now, a few days ago, we were talking about where the 80-degree line was going to be, and where the storm was going to turn on the 80-degree line. And because it has not turned anywhere near the 80-degree line, that lowers the threat of the core, that part right down there, from passing over South Florida. The core is the area when we say the winds are 125 miles an hour, the winds are 155 miles an hour. It's that core, that's where the winds are happening there. And so that's the part that you don't want to come over. You don't want to have anything to do with it. That being said, there are very, very strong winds way out from the center of Irma here. So just a close approach is going to be enough to bring those winds over us. Let's zoom on in and give you kind of the whole perspective there and show you what's going on with the core and the eye. Now just starting to pull away from the coast, and this line right here, 23 degrees north. And so now we're starting to gain what we call latitude. It's coming more and more northwest. The bigger picture, there is Key West, about 133 miles and about 118 miles from Marathon, but not going in a straight line. Here are some of the wind gusts since midnight, and Fowey Rocks, that's that reef light that is southeast of Key Biscayne. Wind gusts to 90 miles an hour. The instrument is way up. It's I think it's 125 feet above the ground, so it doesn't have what we see friction on the ground slowing the wind down there. So it's higher than what you would see at the ground, but still, it shows you kind of the potential of some of the squalls that have come through already. Right now, east-northeast at 46. So Broward EOC is having a news conference. Let's join them in progress.
As the storm approaches, residents are reminded to keep your pets inside and stay indoors until the storm has passed. Identify the strongest part of your home, which is usually away from the windows and exterior doors. If the power goes out, do not use candles for lighting. Please know that 911 will not be able to respond during tropical storm force or hurricane wind conditions. Please do not go outside to assess the damage to your home until after the storm has completely passed and an all clear has been given. Once the storm is over, please participate in our home damage assessment program. For all of the details you need to participate, visit broward.org/hurricane. Residents can provide a valuable community service by participating in our program. This is going to help us identify areas with the most damage even before our rapid assessment teams are able to canvass the county. The Broward County Emergency Hotline remains open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to answer any questions that you may have. In Broward, you can call 311 or 954-831-4000. Visit broward.org to follow us. Still on Twitter at Ready Broward, the county's new emergency alert information system called Alert Broward, and you can also go to Facebook at Broward EMD. Our community has done a wonderful job heeding the warnings and taking the steps to be prepared for this dangerous storm. Rest assured, we will be here to quickly move into recovery mode and get our community up and running again. I am going to invite our FPL representative, Ms. Juliette Rulak, to the mic to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. FPL wants to remind you that we are ready and we're here for you. We learned from Wilma, we learned from Matthew. We have improved our infrastructure and we have improved our logistics. We're ready, we're prepared, and we will get you restored as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe to do so. What's important now is that you are prepared for your own safety at home. Please take all last-minute precautions, stay inside, and ride the storm safely. After the storm is through and past and we get the all clear, please do not try to make any electrical repairs inside your home, particularly if there is water penetration. That's very dangerous. We also ask you that you can assume that FPL is aware of the outages unless you notice that you're the only home without power in your area, then certainly call. Before you do that, please do check outside by your meter that all the wires are intact, because that may be the cause. And in that case, please do call an electrician to make sure that's taken care of. We wish you all the best during this time, and we're here for you. I will be storm riding, and FPL will be here during this storm to make sure that you are fully advised. Thank you, and it's been a real pleasure working with all our partners here, and the Broward EOC has been tremendous. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Miguel Ascarons up to give a few brief highlights in Spanish. Miguel.
Thank you, Mayor. Acabamos de tener
Okay, so the mayor of Broward County there and the representative from FPL kind of updating the situation, and as she said, and as we've been saying, everybody stay put now. The worst of the storm is still coming, but the very worst of that core destructive thing is not coming. The power outages, they're expected, so nobody should be surprised when we lose power tonight. It could be widespread, it may be just spotty, but there are going to be power outages, and there are going to be some trees down. Here are some of the winds right now. We've had gusts in those bigger squalls at Marathon Airport right now, northeast at 38, but a gust to 60, gust to 55 at the West Kendall Airport, Tamiami Airport. They're now called the Miami Executive Airport. And here at CBS 4, we've had a wind gust a little bit earlier, and the lights even flickered a little bit as the power system was tested. All right, here's the 3 o'clock update. So 140 miles southeast of Key West now, 125-mile-an-hour winds. The motion, and we talked about this yesterday, this 280 is on a 360-degree compass. 280 is just a little bit above going due west, or just a little bit north of due west. 270 is west. We're going to watch this number. It should start clicking up now to stay on the forecast track there and moving 9 miles an hour, category 3, but it's just 5 miles an hour before being category 4 or below category 4. So there's every expectation that once it starts to pull away, we'll find a category 4 hurricane and a category 4 update there, and there should be no surprise about that. Now, let's talk about this because this is really important. This yellow area, that's where we're seeing some of the tropical storm force winds. The orange area, those are the wind gusts over 75 miles an hour that occur rather frequently. And this red area here, that is the hurricane force winds. Those are the winds over 75 miles an hour. And I'm going to move it through time here, and the time stamp is up here on the top, and there are also stamps along at the bottom here. So here we are at midnight tonight, and the lower and middle Keys are now experiencing hurricane force winds. And here in South Florida, the winds are starting to pick up substantially. And up in the upper Keys, the hurricane force gusts are arriving. And all this time, storm surge now is starting to occur, but slowly. The water levels are coming up. They're just not going down with the tide anymore, and they're coming up faster and faster and faster. Here is 9 a.m. The core of the storm now is either over the lower or the middle Keys. The hurricane force winds now almost up to Key Largo, but all of South Florida now, practically Miami-Dade and Broward, in the hurricane force gusts. So it's blowing now outside 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. And for those of you who haven't been through a hurricane, it's very frightening that the wind just stays up, because typically in thunderstorms the wind will drop off and then it comes back up. And then beyond that, as the storm moves to the north, there's our next position at noon tomorrow, which looks like the closest approach between noon and 3. So that's when the weather's very bad. The storm now pulling away from the lower Keys. And then there is the 3 p.m. position, still closest approach now to Broward. There have been lots of questions, and I'm going to talk to the director of the National Hurricane Center in just a little, or the branch chief of the Hurricane Center in just a little bit, Michael Brennan. That's the 3 p.m. position, and then after that, Naples, Fort Myers could see the core there. 7 p.m. on Sunday evening, and then there is 9 p.m. now moving up the coast, and then that's the 11 p.m. So around midnight, the core expected to be bearing down on the Tampa Bay area. There's the cone right there, but you can see the storm is much, much larger than the cone. So everybody along the west coast is in harm's way. And then over on the east coast at midnight, our weather is starting to improve at that point. So that's the way it looks right now. So the weather is going to get gradually worse this afternoon. And then after that, guys, the weather, as it gets gradually worse, it will become its worst for us, respectively speaking, overnight tonight, and then the day tomorrow. We'll try to check in with Dr. Brennan at the Hurricane Center a little bit later.
And then obviously the West Coast bracing for their worst coming very soon, and that's actually where we're going to find Alex Marquardt in Siesta Key. So that's just south of Sarasota, right in that Tampa area. So Sarasota south of Tampa, just south of that is Siesta Key, and that's where we find Alex. Alex.
Well, Vanessa, we've actually moved just a little bit north to Lido Key, so we are due west of the city of Sarasota. We are in Sarasota proper. We just drove through, and it was very quiet. It does seem like people are heeding the warning to get out of town, to either go to shelters or to evacuate north. We saw very few people. Most of the homes and the businesses that we saw were boarded up. And in fact, speaking with someone from the city manager's office, she said that in 25 years of living here, she has never seen downtown boarded up but it is today. But, you know, looking at this scene behind me, be forgiven for not thinking that a massive storm is on its way. I mean, just look at this. We've got bright blue skies back there. We've got pristine white beaches and a handful of people out here enjoying the sun and the sand. And really, it is just those few people who are the best indication that something is amiss. Otherwise, this beach would be completely packed. If you ask Florida Governor Rick Scott, this is a handful of people too many. He said earlier here in Sarasota that he would like to see people either on the road evacuating or in shelters by noon. That is because in the coming hours, we are expecting a massive storm surge of some 3 to 6 feet coming in from the ocean. This is a mandatory evacuation zone. But in speaking with local officials, they say that people have a little bit more time. We spoke with the city manager, Tom Barwin, earlier. He says that the city is as prepared as it can be. Around 90%, he believes, are heeding the call to either shelter in place if they're in a non-evacuation zone, to get to a shelter, or to get out of town. But the message they are trying to get across is wherever you plan to be in riding out this storm, you should get there very soon.
And we know that scene really well, Alex. Yesterday, it was a beautiful day in Miami. Obviously, starkly different difference a day makes. So I am sure tomorrow it is going to be a very different scene there at Lido Key.
Alex, what was it like on the roads? Was there a mass exodus of people going in the other direction as you were going in?
I wouldn't say so. In fact, we drove down from Orlando yesterday. That's when we saw the mass exodus. That's when it's clear that anybody who planned to get out, or at least the vast majority, were getting out. We spent the night in Fort Lauderdale, and then we came over here when we saw that the storm was shifting. So we did see a number of people driving on that highway trying to get out. But it became clear that either people had made that decision or not. And what was interesting when we got here was that we went through a community down there in Siesta Bay, Siesta Key, where we were earlier, and most of the homes were empty, but none of them had been boarded up. And I spoke with a county commissioner, and she was saying, well, that's because those people had planned to evacuate, but they didn't believe, given the forecast when they left, that the storm would be that bad. They thought they would just get heavy rains. Now, of course, we are expecting much, much worse, that massive storm surge, much heavier winds, so we could see significant property damage here in this area around Sarasota.
Well, we had people from our part of the state who early on thought that going to places like where you are on the West Coast was a good idea. Now it's the other way around. It just shows you that it's really a hard thing to outrun a hurricane.
Yeah, it really is. But what is comforting is that what you're looking at here is the distinct minority of the people who are really taking their time in terms of finding shelter. The city manager, Tom Barwin, was saying that it's really, he only thinks around 2% of people who really aren't heeding their calls. So from what we've experienced, both on the road, here in town, and in talking to people, people are essentially doing what they're told, what they're either told by the governor, by local officials, by listening to us in the media. If they're in an evacuation zone, they are getting out to those shelters. Just a short distance away in Fort Myers, we drove past an arena that had thousands of people trying to get into there to take shelter. There are a lot of people in the non-mandatory evacuation zones here in Sarasota, so in zones B, C, and D that are above 10 feet, where people will feel comfortable staying in their homes, that the storm surge will not reach those areas and flood those homes. And of course, we have seen continuous, albeit not massive today, flows of cars heading north, trying to outrun that storm, which is approaching pretty quickly.
Alex, enjoy that nice weather while you can. It won't last for much longer. Thank you so much, Alex, reporting for us in Lido Key. And now let's head over to Bianca Peters. She is in Hollywood Beach. It's going to look very different, I imagine, from Lido Key.
Okay, we don't have Bianca yet, so why don't we update the latest numbers on the power outages. The numbers, more than 26,000 in Miami-Dade County. That is a lot. Nearly 7,000 without power in Broward County right now. And so we've heard from officials from Florida Power and Light who say that they have thousands of power workers, 16,000 power workers, and that they are strategically placed in like 20 different locations around the state of Florida, and they're going to work as much as they can and do what they can, but they don't go out there if the conditions are not safe.
So they'll do their best to get out to you as soon as Irma passes through and it's safe to do so.
And a couple things you should know: if you do lose power, report it right away. You can call 1-800-4-OUTAGE. You can get the FPNL app. You can listen to us on the radio, because you need to stay in touch with what's going on.
All right, let's head over to Bianca Peters, who is in the middle of a very windy conditions out there. Hey, Bianca.
Nice hat.
Hey, guys. Hey, thank you. You know, got to come prepared and got to represent out here. Hopefully it doesn't fly away, because these wind speeds are picking up, and I'm actually slowly kind of getting pushed around. It's pretty windy out here, and I've never seen the surf this crazy. You can tell how intense it is right now, and it's probably only going to get more intense as the day goes on. You know, when we first got down here, I was so surprised to see a lot of people still out here on the beach taking pictures, walking around, and we did talk to a few of them, some of them even still walking their dogs, and we spoke to one of them. Alex, come on, we're going to interview real fast. Head over here, Alex. We're going to ask him a few questions, because he's been out here taking some pics with your girlfriend, your wife? With his wife, his lovely wife. Alex, talk to me about when do you think you're going to head inside, because these conditions probably not going to be as good like this not too long.
Well, we were thinking maybe we'll spend maybe 30 minutes on the beach, just, you know, to catch some wind, to enjoy the waves. It's, you know, sometimes you don't get a chance to see waves like that, so we figured we'll just walk and enjoy the Mother Nature before we get boarded in, and you know, and then not to see the light since.
Awesome. And you do know we are in Broward County, and that 4 p.m. curfew is in effect. So just want to remind you about that. Broward County Police and Hollywood Police are going to be coming through this area, letting people know it's time to head inside, not time to stay out here anymore. I know you were talking about some preparations for your place since you do live local. What did you do to prepare for this?
Well, we've got some food, got some water. And pretty much it for the next, few days. I think we'll be okay, and hopefully it'll clear up at some point.
Always good to have an optimistic attitude about it. Thank you, Alex. Hey, talking about that 4 p.m. curfew, we did hear the mayor speak about this is a safety thing. We don't want people out here on the beach walking around past 4 p.m. because these conditions are only going to get worse. But again, we did speak to a lot of people out here, and they're just mesmerized by how Mother Nature is incredible, powerful, and yet so scary, which we probably will see a little bit later. Right now, we're going to be looking at those palm trees, all of those palm fronds kind of being pushed in that westward direction, as you can see there. Still that powerful wind. Even some of the buildings, Hotel Sheldon, which you can see right here, not boarded up, but they do have those sandbags in place. So we're hoping that one makes it through the storm just fine. But speaking about those people that we did see out here, as you can probably see, still a lot of people walking around. Hey, but we did meet a little man out here, a little guy, Sam. Why don't we talk to you real fast? And Sam is not by himself. His dad is here, and they are going to go back at 4 p.m. as well. Sam, I know you're talking to me about all the supplies you got for Hurricane and your favorite, Lucky Charms. Let's talk about some of those snacks.
Well, my mom did go to Publix yesterday. She bought a few snacks, and she bought some water to get ready for the hurricane in case the power goes out, which most likely will happen.
Oh, smart. He's been paying attention to the news. Hey, I know you also helped your dad with some very important prep work. Talk about that as well.
Well, since a few days ago, we were almost sure that the hurricane was going to come to Miami, this area. We were getting ready to put up the shutters so that, like, the wind and everything. And it was a tough job. We had to go on the roof and stuff since we live in a 2-story house, and it was pretty tough.
So you got your workout in.
Right. Yeah.
Workout in for the month. Thanks, Sam. I hope you guys stay safe and enjoy those Lucky Charms, because he was telling me those are his favorite. He got extra of those and extra potato chips, some Lay's. He also spoke about that. But, going back to this crazy weather here, this has really picked up since we've been here for the past hour. Again, we're going to show you the ocean and those waves, how intense they are. That surf is just really picking up. Surprisingly, we haven't seen any surfers out here trying to ride those waves. We saw that last year with Hurricane Matthew, a lot of people out, but this is a completely different beast. And I think a lot of people are taking caution of that, been paying attention to what we've been saying of how powerful this hurricane is going to be. So we're seeing a lot of people take that into consideration. No surfers out here, but still a lot of people out here just on the beach watching this, because you don't really see it get like this. You don't see these conditions very often here in this area, and the palm trees just completely pushing off towards that westward direction. But again, we did see and talk to Hollywood police about getting their presence seen here and telling these people at 4 p.m. you cannot be on the streets, and that goes for Broward County. Miami-Dade, I know that was 7 p.m. So again, you know, we do want to stress the importance of, you know, it is a powerful and amazing thing to see, but at a certain point, you do have to head back inside. So, you know, we're hoping we don't blow away out here. I'm keeping my hat strong here, locked onto my head. So hopefully that goes well for me. Back to you guys in the studio.
Bianca, I know that this is your first hurricane coverage. How are you feeling about it so far? I mean, you look cute. You're in a jean ensemble.
You know what? I thought I was going to be inside today, so I was like, all right, wear a jean dress, and then I'm out here on the beach. But I did bring some rain boots, you know, so at least I came prepared in that sense. But you know what? We have some great meteorologists. We have some great people that we work with. They've been keeping us informed all week long, and you feel that they are giving you a real and an honest sense of what's going to be happening. So I've been prepared. You know, unfortunately I didn't have shutters, but I did the best I could with my place. But you know, we've been keeping up with Lisette, with Dave, with Liz, with Craig. They've done such an incredible job making me feel safe, even though this is my first hurricane, and I kind of don't know what to expect, you know, so I'm just rolling with the punches.
And Bianca Peters, and I know that you are a California girl, so I have a feeling that when you look at those waves, that reminds you of home, right?
Oh yeah, that reminds me of Huntington Beach on a good surf day. You would see hundreds of surfers out there if that was Huntington Beach, but apparently it's not.
There have roughly 40 minutes or so to get their pictures, and hopefully people will obey the curfew, because in Broward County there is a 4 p.m. curfew. The sheriff of Broward County announced that, also the mayor, saying they're not going to go out and arrest people, but they really want people to obey that curfew and be inside by 4 o'clock. We understand that people have the curiosity, they want to be out there and see it. That's fine, but you can get hurt, and we really don't need that.
No, not at all. All right, Bianca Peters live for us in Hollywood Beach. Go back to those, she loves
Huntington Beach.
Yeah, Huntington Beach, exactly. A true Cali girl. All right, let's head over to Mike Cunho. He is heading back towards Naples again. So you're back in the car, Mike.
We are back in the car. I kept all my rain gear on because these feeder bands just kind of swipe in, and you never know when you're going to get wet out here. We're just south of Naples now. We are in Collier County, as you can see ahead of us. Kind of a little bit of blue skies right now, so we're in okay weather. We have been seeing some people outside sitting around their porches and stuff. Not a ton of people have boarded up out here. I'm not sure they exactly knew which side of the storm they were going to get, and maybe thought they'd take a chance. We saw a couple people boarding up their businesses a little while back. There was some tape on the windows. I'm not sure if maybe a lot of folks out here have those hurricane windows. That might be just the case out here, but not a lot of prep going on. A few people are taking the warning, though. You are seeing a couple people with their businesses putting boards up. We just passed one building, actually the fire rescue building. They're ready. They've got their shutters on. So kind of an interesting scene, although no one is really on the road, just a couple of cars. So that's basically what's going on out here. Once again, we're just south of Naples, but we are in Collier County. So far, so good with the weather-wise here. On our last hit, you saw us, we kind of got caught in between two squalls coming through. It was very windy, very rainy, but we've driven through that for now.
What route did you take to get there, Mike? And did you see any cars on your way? Because obviously there's no cars where you are right now, but which way did you get there?
We took US 41. We did see a few cars every once in a while pass us by. Not a ton of traffic out there. We saw a lot of animals, a lot of gators and birds, but not a lot of traffic. We did make that one stop off at that sheriff's office, and there was a couple sheriff's officers there holding down the fort, really. And of course we did see that one gas station boarding up, last minute preps, but not a lot in the area we are in now. There's not a lot of preparation going on. We do not see a lot of boards up, so that is a little bit of cause of concern. We heard the weather update a little while ago saying this area could get a nasty part of the storm, and I'm just not sure if people are waiting till the last minute or just don't know yet what's coming.
Mike, did you say you saw somebody put tape on the window?
Yeah, very old school. There was a lot of tape. There was what it was. Yeah. We've seen a couple of businesses, just a few though, with tape on the windows. Of course, the theory there is once the glass breaks, the tape would keep the shattered pieces from spreading out all over your business or all over your home. But I hope they plan on doing more than that out here in Collier County.
That was debunked about 30 years ago. But anyway, we wish those people well. And Mike, safe travels, and we'll keep checking in with Mike Cunha as he makes his way to Fort Myers.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And now let's head over to the Dade EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and that's where we find our very own Gary Nelson. Gary.
Oh, well, a little bit of an update as it relates to public shelters here in Miami-Dade County. 42 are open. 12 now are at capacity. That is up from 11 when we last brought you up to date on that. Now, earlier, all of the pet-friendly shelters were at capacity, not accepting any pets, any people. Miami-Dade County now has created a pet-friendly shelter out of an already open shelter that we understand has a considerable amount of room remaining, and that is at the Miami Lakes Educational Center, the Miami Lakes Educational Center at Red Road and Northwest 158th Street in Miami Lakes. A pet-friendly shelter now operating at 5780 Northwest 158th Street in Miami Lakes at the Miami Lakes Educational Center. So you can see that not only is Miami-Dade County continuing to encourage people to shelter, they're continuing to expand their shelter capabilities, quite obviously now, as they create this this newly created pet-friendly shelter in Miami Lakes. Now, Miami-Dade's mayor briefed the media about 11:30 this morning, Mayor Carlos Jimenez, and he's worried, he said, about complacency here. This storm, the latest advisory, as we've heard from our weather folks, show it, continuing to go further west. That cone of uncertainty is not an issue at this point for Miami-Dade County, but that doesn't mean that danger is not an issue. And here's what Mayor Carlos Jimenez had to say at his briefing earlier today.
I don't think we have that sound for you, Gary.
There have been some rumors about Miami-Dade in the clear and being safe from a hit from Hurricane Irma because we're no longer in the cone. Let me make this very clear. Miami-Dade County is still expecting to be impacted by Hurricane Irma. In fact, I've heard reports that we've already had some gusts that exceed hurricane force. We must remain vigilant. A very serious storm is coming our way and will be here through Sunday.
Well, there you heard it from Mayor Carlos Jimenez of Miami-Dade County saying, okay, we're not in that cone of uncertainty, at least not for the moment, but that doesn't mean Miami-Dade County is not going to get some very strong winds, some very potentially dangerous winds. He also warned that Miami-Dade should not forget about this issue of storm surge at this point, that the possibility of storm surge in portions of Miami-Dade County does remain a threat. Reading between the lines in what the mayor had to say earlier today, at one point at the same time that he was saying, stay home, hunker down, don't be venturing out on the roadways. At the same time that I was hearing him say that, I was also hearing him say, seek shelter. Be aware that there is a storm surge possibility. You could hear him saying that if you're not safe, don't feel safe where you are, there are shelters open. And Miami-Dade has set no curfew, and Miami-Dade has set no time limit for people to go to a shelter. So if you've put it off, if you're on the cusp, if you've been wavering, and you really don't know if you might have a storm surge issue where you are, if you really don't know if the structure that you're in might be able to withstand these hurricane force gusts that we are expecting to begin overnight. I'm hearing the leaders in this county saying we don't have a curfew, and if you want to venture out, if you want to set out and go to a public shelter, go ahead and do it, but it'll be a risk that you'll be taking on your own. For now, we're live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
All right, Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. And now let's take a live look outside in Key West. Obviously, those conditions starting to deteriorate quite a bit. You're seeing those palm fronds, those palm trees starting to bend a lot more to the side. And
let's bring in Craig Setzers. We look at that picture of Key West and Mallory Square, Craig. The threat of storm surge, is that on both sides of the island, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, as the storm, it really kind of depends on how the storm approaches the island. If it comes in east of the island, then it could be severe, what we call bayside flooding. And the bay is up here. You can leave me in the double box, guys. The bay is up here. So if the center goes like this, then there will be tremendous northerly winds pushing water around. But there will be a lot of southerly winds on this side of it pushing water to the north. And so one thing, and this is a little bit concerning, and I don't know the scope of it yet. I'm going to kind of look more into it. And if you guys can put C behind me, that'd be great. But I got some reports from some of the islands in the Bahamas, the islands in the central Bahamas, and they're saying the water is going down and going down very, very far. And if you think about that, that means that somewhere the water's going up, right? And so the storm surge is almost like a huge wave in the ocean that kind of goes up here, and it's kind of rolling along with the storm now. And in the wake of that wave is a trough, so the water has gone down in the wake of that. It could be a wind effect at the island location I was seeing. I'm trying to look into it more, but they were fascinated that their pier that normally sits pretty high up went all the way out with just sand and rocks. So pretty frightening to think that the Atlantic Ocean has lowered in one part in response to the water that has been raised near the storm. So here's the latest, and you can see a pretty good band has worked its way now through the Keys, coming through the middle Keys right now and headed towards the lower Keys. And this band is going to keep on working to the south. We'll zoom in on that in just a second. But there is the center right now. It's not quite perfectly round, and there are some suggestions that we have concentric eye walls. So in other words, there's one area here, there's one area here, and then maybe there's a bigger one outside of that. But it's not that perfectly round core. And typically that means two things. One, that the hurricane is a little bit less organized in the core wind field, not the whole hurricane, but just like the heart of the hurricane, the nasty part right there, is a little less organized. But the downside of that is all those really intense winds that were near the middle, let me get over that, all those really intense winds that were near the middle have most likely spread out further. And so now the wind field itself, you might say, at least the stronger winds, could be expanding out, and we're going to check into that as well. But with an expansion of the wind field, that means that South Florida, Miami-Dade and Broward are going to see probably stronger wind gusts, despite the fact that the hurricane center will be moving a little bit further to the west. So here's the update on locations. Now 125 miles due south of Key Largo, about 110 miles or so southeast of Marathon, and Key West there about 123 miles to the southeast of Key West. And so it's pulling away from the coast. We're going to keep our eyes on that as it goes. Here are some of the wind gusts since midnight last night. Fowey Rocks, that station southeast of Key Biscayne, had the highest gust. 60 was the gust there in Marathon. So let's go quickly through this and then talk about some of the implications here. There's the 125 mile an hour, just 5 shy of being Category 4, and Here we go into time. First off, those values there, the red is the hurricane force winds, and this is the hurricane force gust. This is where you get lots of power outages. This is where you get lots and lots of destruction. So we go forward into time here, and there we are at midnight. The time's going to click along right up there, midnight tonight. There we are, about 8 or 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with the closest approach to Key West. And then after that, it's over to the West Coast. There's 1 p.m. Broward and Miami-Dade are in the hurricane force gusts, and that could expand out even further, which would mean they arrive earlier. So at this point, it is really, really, in Miami-Dade and Broward, blowing hard, hard, hard. I've had some questions, and people are saying, what am I better east, not in the storm surge zone, but better east than on the west side? And it's hard to say because it's a broad wind field. It's not very sharp. So I think just about everybody is going to see very strong winds. And to that aspect, I would say don't move to another location if you're in a good location because you think you're going to get away from stronger winds. That game doesn't work out. You're just wasting your time. If you're in a good location, if you're in a shuttered location, and you're out of the storm surge zone, sit tight. You're fine. I have a lot of people who are like, well, what if I go here? What if I go here? I'm like, no, if you're in a good spot, stay there. Stay there. So that's the recommendation. Now, if you're in Naples or Fort Myers, you're in the storm surge zone, get out. You've got to get out. This is going to be a very, very significant event. If you're in the Tampa Bay area in a storm surge zone, you've got to get out. Sarasota, Venice, all up the West Coast. If you're in a zone for storm surge, get out. The other factor is going to be this wind field that's very strong in the middle and then decreases as we go out there. And as we go north here, that's 3 p.m. on Sunday. We're probably at the worst of it in Broward and Miami-Dade right there in terms of the winds blowing, and the power is most likely going to be out at this point. And we're just hoping, we're just thinking, okay, I've had enough. Let's have it in. Here's 7 p.m. Sunday evening, crossing between Naples and Fort Myers. If it's in the middle of the track, could be a little bit further east. And think of this, if it's a little bit further east, then the hurricane force winds are skirting the western side of Miami-Dade and Broward. But once again, it's probably going to be not in the metro areas, but in the county areas. Everglades, to say. And if it's a little bit further west, then it could be potentially even a worse problem for the West Coast because now it's still over water and not getting to land yet to start a weakening trend. So that's the 10 p.m. Sunday. There's the midnight Sunday night into Monday morning there, very close to Sarasota and bearing down on the Tampa Bay area. And then after that, early Monday morning, right over Tampa Bay or a little east or a little west. And then there is the Monday 8 a.m. position. Our winds going down here significantly by Monday at 8 a.m. So the hurricane force wind swath is pretty big. It covers the entire western half of the peninsula, western 3/4 of the peninsula, all of the Keys, and does come into Miami-Dade and Broward. Because we're on the eastern edge of that, don't for a second think that means we're not going to see some hurricane force winds, and we'll definitely feel the effects of that. This is a very big, well-established storm. Sometimes we deal with weaker storms that aren't as resilient, make land encounters and fall apart and stuff like that. This one is really, really put together big. Now, one of the aspects that we're thinking could be an increasing threat is rain and rainfall. And here's meteorologist Liz Horton with more on the rainfall situation in the current radars.
That's right. Anybody that's gone outside today or looked outside your window has seen those rain bands pushing on through. We've already had quite a bit. Let's take you right now to real-time Doppler radar so you can see that zoomed out image there of the storm. And yes, you can see Miami-Dade and Broward County getting hit with some of those rain bands, those outer rain bands that we typically see. Let's take you on in here so you can see a little bit of the activity as to exactly where it's hitting. So Miami into Kendall towards Homestead, Ocean Reef and Key Largo, you just had a huge swath of rain move through you. That is now to the west over there towards the Homestead region. Down to the south, you've been getting slammed from Big Pine Key all the way up to Isla Mirada, and more is right back behind it. In fact, if you take a look, you can see a huge area of rain. It's not going to be letting up for some time. So if you're there, make sure you know that you're hunkering down now. All of this is going to start increasing. The intensity is going to start increasing. And of course, we're going to be seeing more and more of it. Broward County, you're getting a bit of a difference situation. Not quite the steady rainfall that they're seeing in Miami-Dade and the Keys, but you're seeing these pockets of stronger thunderstorms with some heavy rain and lightning. In fact, we've been having people have been asking us, hey, is the lightning that we're seeing, is the thunder that we're hearing, is that from Irma or is that normal thunderstorms? Yes. What you are seeing right now, what you are going through, all of this is from Irma. We're going to take you on through to make sure you know, of course, that there's that flood watch. And just keep in mind, many spots all up and down our area could see between 10 and 20 inches of rain before it's all said and done. Some spots in the Keys could see more than 20 inches, 20 to 25 inches. And really, that's not just for us. Take a look at this rainfall potential. You can see as that storm's moved right up the peninsula, so does that rain threat. And so most of our state, most of us, are looking at least a 6 to 10 inch rain threat. Now, 6 inches, not so much that we're worried about. We deal with that sometimes when we have days of strong thunderstorms around here. But when you get to that 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, then we're talking about another thing altogether. So important to make sure you are safe and that you have a place that is, of course, dry, maybe on the second story of your home, just in case something happens and we start to see that major flooding. Back to you guys in the studio.
And we just saw those bands, Liz, showing us in Key West. So that's what we're starting to see building. So there may be a band that goes through and then right behind it another storm, and that's what you're seeing here. These are live pictures from Key West starting to build up those strong gusts of winds. Hurricane force winds possibly out there because of Hurricane Irma. And
there's already some flooding, pretty bad flooding in Key Largo. We're going to show you that in a moment. But right now on the phone, we have with us South Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Congresswoman, can you hear us?
Yes, Elliot, I can hear you. Thank you.
Nice talking to you. Let me ask you this. Are you feeling any sense of relief that this storm has shifted to the west, or are you still concerned?
Well, we're certainly concerned for our neighbors on the southwest coast of Florida. The concern that I have about breathing a sigh of relief is that we don't want to send the wrong message to people that it's okay to stop taking precautions. Broward County in 20 minutes has imposed a 4 p.m. curfew in which everyone is supposed to be in the place where they are able to remain safe, and we are not out of the woods by any means. About an hour ago, I got off a call for the congressional delegation with the National Weather Service, and as you've reported on your network, we are going to increasingly experience very significant tropical storm force winds, and tomorrow upwards near 100-mile-an-hour winds. And so we can't rest easy until this storm passes over us.
And Representative, have you heard any reports of damage?
Only intermittent damage at this point, downed trees, and we have some power outages in Broward, a lot more power outages in Miami-Dade, but thankfully not significant damage yet. I think mostly because we don't have the sustained tropical storm force winds coming through just yet, and we will, and we're expecting that there will be not only damage, but the big concern, as you know, in a hurricane is less so wind and more so storm surge, and we're still expecting to get nearly 20 inches of rain, 10 to 20 inches of rain, and it's going to coincide with high tide, which is an even bigger concern.
Are you pleased with the way that people in your district and overall in South Florida have responded to this hurricane?
I really am. I mean, the spirit of cooperation all across South Florida has really been incredible. I had a chance to go door to door in my district handing out, hurricane preparation checklists and just making sure we could check on people, particularly vulnerable folks. And I did that in Dania Beach with Mayor Tamara James, and then in Liberia and Hollywood. And it was good to see that most people were taking this storm seriously. I think because this Irma is coming on the heels of Harvey, I think that is a good portion of the reason why people didn't kind of shrug their shoulders, which we sometimes have a tendency to do here in South Florida because we've had so many near misses. I think the seriousness of what just happened in Texas really had people here in South Florida sit up and take notice.
Agreed. And Representative, what is your plan after Irma passes through? So what are you going to do trying to assess the damage throughout South Florida?
Yeah, we are working with our state and local partners, with FEMA at the federal level to help them go through an assessment. What I, as a member of Congress, do in the aftermath of a storm is help my cities and the county be able to really get the response they need from FEMA. FEMA has been coordinating with us, in a really excellent way. And then what's going to be absolutely critical is, I'm a member of the Appropriations Committee, and we just passed on Friday the emergency supplemental appropriation bill for Harvey relief. We are going to need to come right back in, and after a good, healthy assessment, we are going to need a much more significant hurricane emergency relief bill for Irma and its impact, because it is going to really impact many more metropolitan areas than it did in Texas.
And you're confident that the Republican-led Congress is going to open up the checkbooks and write checks not only for Texas, but if Florida, if we have, hopefully we won't, but if we have devastating damage here?
I wouldn't say I'm confident just yet. We did have 90 Republicans vote against even the Harvey relief bill, and after seeing what kind of damage they experienced, that was troubling. So I'm going to go back, and I'm confident that our bipartisan delegation will work with our colleagues, and hopefully they will see that it's going to be absolutely essential for us to step up and take care of the needs we will have here, and they will be great, again, because Irma is so different than Harvey. Harvey was concentrated over a much smaller area. Irma is going to affect multiple major metropolitan areas in Florida, and we likely, it was a $15 billion emergency supplemental for Harvey, and I expect that we are going to need far greater assistance for Irma, and I'm just hopeful that we'll be able to come together and work together to make that happen. Okay, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz joining us on the phone. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully we'll be able to check back in with you. And stay safe. Thank you. Just want to remind everybody to stay safe and pay careful attention to the emergency instructions that are given, and thanks so much to your network for really staying on and getting us through this long haul. Thank you very much. All right, let's take you to some video that our David Sutta shot of some storm surge just north of Key Largo. It was a pretty incredible video here. You can see the Atlantic Ocean coming up onto the streets just north of Key Largo there, and David Sutta shot this for us as he was making his way toward Key Largo. Yeah, and this is the storm surge that they've been warning about, and this is basically the water from the ocean coming on the land and in the Keys, which are very low-lying islands. See how easy it is for that to go over the overseas highway. That's right at the 18-mile stretch connecting the southern part of Miami-Dade County with Monroe County, and you would not want to be driving that. Right, and the higher that storm surge gets, the more it gets onto those streets. They get flooded, and then it's impassable. Right, and then you're stuck. Right. You can't get out. Rescue operations can't get to you, and it is a terrible situation. That is why Key West officials, and yesterday we broke that story, Jim DeFeedy was the first to report it, that in Key West, the city administration decided to have police officers, fire rescue personnel, firefighters, and other city officials to leave Key West. And speaking of leaving, people are leaving the now with this new southwest coast of Florida. Now with this new information on Hurricane Irma coming toward them, they are evacuating. So it's that mass exodus we saw in South Florida, and now it's happening on southwest Florida, and they're heading north. This is Interstate 4. This is in the middle of central Florida, so they are all heading north, trying to run from Hurricane Irma. Those would be people leaving Tampa going toward the Orlando area. And now here's something to behold. These are the cranes in downtown Miami. As we all know, Miami is experiencing a building boom where they are building condos faster than you can bake oatmeal cookies. And we have 23 cranes in downtown Miami, the Brickell area, and they are spinning around in the wind because it takes like 5 or 6 days to take one of these things down. And the contractors allow them to spin. That's better than locking them down, because I guess that would cause them to go over. And I'm not an expert on physics. It's just that weight of those mass, it could tip over, and that's the scary part, an entire crane tipping over onto that building right next to it. Apparently they are designed to withstand 145-mile-an-hour winds. At one point we were looking at Irma with winds much higher than that. Absolutely. So luckily the storm is not that strong. We are getting gusts, but that's what's happened with those cranes in Miami. And speaking of those gusts and the winds and the storm surge, we have our Hank Tester in Lauderdale by the Sea. Still in Lauderdale by the Sea. Love that place, Hank.
Oh yeah, it's a little murky today. Okay, we've had some pretty good little blasts come through here. I wouldn't say it was a major feeder band, but it kind of cleared the beach. However, if Peter can do this, and we pick out the one lonely surfer, and those of you who remember the tune from many years ago, there he is. Now, we listened to Bianca talking about, well, how she missed the West Coast, and why do these people do this when these hurricanes come in South Florida? It's because it's the only time they get waves that equal what happens in Southern California. She was talking about Huntington Beach. Well, those are Huntington Beach almost kind of waves. Bigger curl over on the west coast of the United States. So anyway, as far as weather, Peter, actually come here. This is probably going to be showing up on Craig's radar. Way down there, you're beginning to see what looks like another band that is coming this way. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. Obviously here in the short view, you can see the palm trees are kicking over. So we've had intermittent rain, wind. Right now it's kind of dry, and we expect that this is going to continue on. The sheriff's deputies in this area are very dead set about us being out of here at 4 o'clock. We're negotiating that right at the moment, but we hope to be able to continue to bring you some of these shots that I think are important for people to see, because the weather guys have all those wonderful graphics with all the really neat colors. Well, let me tell you about it covering a hurricane. It's all gray, grayer, and dark. And that's a good example of it out there right now. But basically what you're seeing out there right now is what Craig and all the other folks have on their radar computers and so on. They just enhance it. So that's why it's not quite so colorful out here. By the way, Peter, take a look over here. We got all the pigeons who have decided to hang out. And that's, you got to look to Mother Nature. They kind of know about these kind of things. And that's why they are checking out the side of this restaurant here on the Lauderdale by the Sea pier. Nice folks that operate it, and they were kind enough to give us a little tour earlier today, which I'm sure you saw here on CBS4. So that's the very latest. I can tell you that, Elliot, nobody is in this area. It is absolutely dead quiet. We turn around, you probably see our satellite truck is over there, and then you pan further to the restaurant that everyone likes, and they're all gone. Oh, we got
the Irma.
you got to have a cover on your. Yeah, there you go.
There you go, great place, and
so
that's
anyway,
right
Peter's fine. He's
off of Commercial Boulevard there, and it's good to see that there aren't too many people out there. It's that curfew is 7 minutes away in Broward County. Hank, thank you for that live report from Lauderdale by the Sea. We want to go on the phone right now. We have Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen. Are you there, Congresswoman?
Yes, I sure am, Elliot. Good to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us, Congresswoman. So tell us, how are you holding up during this storm? What have you been doing to ensure your constituents are in place and ready to go as we brace for Hurricane Irma?
I'm so happy about the way that our community has been responding. I'm pulling babysitting duty along with my husband Dexter, because our daughter-in-law for 20 days in Pensacola, and they've got 4 kids. She's got the 1-year-old with her, but they left their 3 toddlers behind. So I'm helping my stepson, and the kids got cabin fever, but we even had Dexter playing with the zebra mask, etc. But I'm so happy with the response. People have been seeking shelter from early on, and they shouldn't be complacent thinking with the cone and spaghetti models. No, hunker down, be safe, and don't start wandering the streets, because our first responders have to really pay attention to real emergencies. Don't manufacture one by being foolish.
Congresswoman, how concerned are you with this threat of storm surge, where for a while we were looking at very serious storm surge on the eastern side of Florida, and now in southwest Florida, in Tampa, Fort Myers, and you know as well as I do that there's all this development right on the coast. How concerned are you about that moving forward?
Well, we have to build smarter. We have to think clearer about the future. We have to fight every year in Congress to get funds from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to re-nourish our beaches, and it's been erosion because of all the buildings so close to the edge. And we know sea level rise is real. It's science. It's proven. And so we have to really get more creative about how to deal with these weather conditions. And when we get back to D.C. next week, what we're going to do is united as a bipartisan delegation, is fight for FEMA funds, just like we replenished the FEMA funds for Hurricane Harvey victims in Texas and Louisiana. I hope that our colleagues also come together for those of us in Florida and up north when Irma moves its path.
And Congressman, I know you're a Republican, but you have been outspoken against the Trump administration. What grade would you give them in the job they've done in Harvey, in the recovery there, and also in the preparation here in Florida?
You know, I think as a bipartisan delegation, I would say, I know people are always trying to jab the president, but if you really look at the response, it has been phenomenal. From the Trump administration, from all the federal officials who are nonpartisan, to the state officials here in Florida, we have had good coordination. Is it perfect? We can always improve. But I compare this to where we were 25 years ago as we weathered the storm here in my own house again during Hurricane Andrew. The response was horrible. It doesn't matter who was president. It doesn't matter who controlled the House and the Senate. It was terrible before, during, and after Andrew. This time we were prepared, and it's much better.
And Congresswoman, what about the report that you possibly could ask President Trump to extend TPS to Caribbean nations hit by Irma?
Well, I'm proud to do that along with my friend, the Democratic leader of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. It's very important to extend TPS, temporary protected status, so that the Haitians do not get deported to their homeland, and the other members who are making our community a better place by being residents of South Florida. They cannot go back to their home countries where under terrible conditions, there are no jobs, their schools have been demolished. It would be the compassionate and smart thing to do to keep them here, have them work legally, contribute to our economy, and have them be safe.
Okay, Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, thank you very much for joining us on the phone. Back to your grandmother duties there at home.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. All right, we're going to head now to Mike Cunho in Naples, and we're hearing that it's pretty ominous out there. Hey, Mike. Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, guys, it's very dark out here. We just pulled up. We went down through downtown Naples. A lot of people boarded up, a lot of people ready and prepared now, but there are still some people out here on the beach. But real quick, I want to show you this behind me. Look how dark and low those clouds are right now out here. Me and Jake were just talking. I wonder if that's going to turn it into a water spout out here. We did talk to Craig Stevens earlier, and Craig Setzer. Excuse me, sorry, Craig. And I was asking him about the storm surge out here. He said definitely this is rule number one out here. You got to prepare and be away from the storm surge. They say it could be as high as 9 feet. That's what they're forecasting. As we said, there are some people out here on the beach. This gentleman here, Connor, why don't you join me? You're actually a storm chaser, yes, correct? So why are you coming out here? What is it about Irma?
Well, Irma's a very powerful storm, obviously. It's not currently a Category 5, but it was, and it actually could end up being one again. Right now, I believe it's forecast to make landfall near here as a Category 4. I'm here covering the storm for AccuWeather, so we're going to be holed up in a hotel riding it out.
Yeah, now you said you went through Harvey, you went and saw Harvey, the devastation there. Are you expecting similar things here in Naples?
I would say so, maybe even worse just because of the storm surge aspect. Mm-hmm. The surge wasn't bad in our area with Harvey. The wind damage in Rockport, Texas was extreme, and this area monster there with the wind, but the added component of the surge could make it even more devastating.
Connor, thank you. And then once again, I think that's what's been really driving the preparedness efforts around South Florida and here in Naples, because you did see what happened to Harvey, and no one wants to go through that here. So they're getting their places boarding up. They're moving their cars away from the beach. Once again, Craig Setzer said about 9-foot storm surge is possible here. As you can see, it looks like this band is moving through. Luckily, it's just offshore, but it is getting darker out here. The surf is definitely starting to pick up. But there are some people curious, taking pictures, checking out the storm for themselves before they go and hunker down.
Certainly is an ominous sight there.
Yeah, that young man knew his stuff. If he wants a job, talk to Craig Setzer.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he'd have to talk to Craig. He's ready for the storm. Storm chaser. He came to the right place.
All right.
All right, Mike
Stay
Cunha.
safe, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. He is live in Naples for us.
Right now we want to go to reporter Jessica Layton, who is in Miramar with the situation there. How's it look there, Jessica?
Guys, people here in Broward County are really starting to see and feel those winds starting to pick up. We have had some pretty big gusts here in the last 20 minutes or so. We just took a drive across Miramar Parkway and saw police already clearing debris and pieces of palm trees that have fallen. And of course, this is just a very tiny sampling of what we're in for over the next couple of days. And to that point, we have met people across the state of Florida who are riding out the storm here at this hotel. They have brought their loved ones. They have brought their pets. Check out, this is little Bijou going out for a walk while we don't have any rain right now. We met a family from Key West this morning that decided once they realized the storm was hitting there, they were coming here. They left at 3 o'clock in the morning, stuffed as much in the car as they could, and just got here. We've met families from Fort Lauderdale, and we also met this lovely family from Davie. This is Nancy. And Nancy, why don't you tell us what went into your decision to come to this hotel in Miramar?
Well, it's a nice area. I live in a mobile home, a double wide, and it's not safe. So I decided to come with my son and my husband and ride it out.
And what's scaring you the most right now about what could be ahead?
To tell you the truth, I'm not scared. You know, I'm a strong woman, so I'm not scared. And I know that they build these hotels pretty sturdy, so I'm not. Unless it's something humongous that, you know, breaks windows, but I have faith, you know, and faith covers everything.
And what did you pack and how long do you plan to stay?
As long as there's, you know, the storm is still going, we're staying here. You know, just the basics. I mean, it's not like we're going out, you know, jeans and that's it.
And they do have a generator here, and they do have food for several days. And I met a couple from Fort Lauderdale this morning who said this is the kind of time where we really need Floridians to take care of each other, to help one another, to ask how we're doing. They said that they have seen people being greedy at the stores as they try to race out of town. This is the time to really check on your neighbor, to check on one another. So hopefully we can all keep that in mind as we all ride out the storm wherever we have chosen to do that. Reporting live in Miramar, Jessica Layton, CBS 4 Miami.
Oh, great to see that. These storms always bring out the best in
Right, and
South
some
Floridians.
tough women, too. That's great.
Jessica, thank you very much. We're going to bring in Craig because a lot of people are, you know, have a sense of relief that the storm moved.
A little bit to the
Did it move past that 80? It did. It moved past that 80, which I've been plotting. And Craig always said, wait until the 80 longitude, and see if it moves up. It went past the 80 longitude, and a lot of people go, oh, I took that breath. But of course, it's still a dire situation for the Keys.
Well, yeah, and let's qualify the sense of relief we have, okay? The sense of relief is from catastrophic destruction from a 130-mile-an-hour, 40-mile-wide rotating buzzsaw to now hurricane-force winds and widespread power outages. I mean, and what that really comes down to is the recovery period. If we just have power outages and trees down and things like that, that can be handled. Right. When the infrastructure is crushed, which happens under the core of this type of hurricane, that's what you want to avoid. So our sense of relief is that the core is not coming over us. Everybody still needs to brace for what could be days and days and days without power here in Miami-Dade and Broward.
And this still could be a devastating event for the Keys, Key West in particular.
Absolutely. Well, and let's not get that specific yet because we have to wait till it makes the turn. But the core of the storm is about 40 miles wide, and even the fringes are up to 60 miles wide. So if you go from mile marker 1, Key West, 60 miles miles up, you're around Marathon. So that's the middle Keys. So you're kind of like in a large area of the Keys, at least a third, if not half of the Keys. Anything else?
Anything else? Yes. I'm anxiously awaiting that 5 o'clock advisory. Obviously, every 6 hours we're so accustomed now to wait for that advisory.
Right. So the thing about the next advisory is that a lot of this early track stuff is kind of baked in the cake. There aren't going to be any big surprises here. The thing about the 5 o'clock advisory that everybody is anxiously awaiting is on the west coast of Florida, because on the west coast of Florida, that's where this storm, a wobble here or a wobble there, could mean the difference between a Category 4 hurricane staying just offshore and just ripping up the Florida west coast, or coming onshore and weakening slowly but ripping up interior sections. So the people on the west coast are just hanging on every word from media and from the National Hurricane Center to find out what the latest is going to be. So let's kind of update here. Here's our 4 o'clock advisory. So the center now is west of 80 degrees, as Elliot was saying. 80 degrees is that line right there. There's the center now west of it. And we were saying that if it comes up east of 80 degrees, we would feel some relief. If it goes west of 80 degrees, it would be very, very dicey, but only if it went west of 80 degrees close of us. It is just starting to turn. Remember that number there? That was 280, and 270 is due west. 280 was a little bit north of due west. 285, that is even further north. So this number every hour is going to increase, and how quickly it increases will give us an indication of how quickly the turn is taking place. We'll also be able to see it on the radar. It'll be very obvious. But this number also will be basically, if you take a line pointing, it's where the hurricane is heading, and so that's something we're going to be watching very closely. Category 3, but that's kind of deceptive because it's right below Category 4. So the forecast, of course, is that it will be back at Category 4. Here's the wind field. There is that 80-degree line right there. That's 25 right there, and there is all of South Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward, and the Keys. And the hurricane force winds, that's that red area right there, 75-mile-an-hour winds. And of course, inside of that is that core. The orange area here, that's the hurricane force gusts. And this yellow area here, those are the 40-mile-an-hour winds. And you can see they're already into South Florida, and I'll show you that in just a second. So here we go through time. 1 a.m. rather, overnight tonight, and the storm approaching the Keys, the lower Keys now in hurricane force winds, and the ocean has big waves running into the Keys, and the water is starting to make its way onto the roadways and come on in. Here we are at 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Crossing the Keys there, a little wobble right makes a huge difference. A little wobble left makes a huge difference. The storm will be somewhere in this general area, but the wobbles, when it's this close to land, make a tremendous difference on who gets really the brunt of the core of the storm and who avoids it. South Florida here, we're at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The hurricane force gusts have arrived, and we're seeing very, very strong winds here and likely power outages. If they haven't started before this time tomorrow morning, they're definitely underway. And then after that, this is the 1 p.m. position here. Pretty much closest approach to Miami-Dade, almost closest approach to Broward, pulling away from the Keys, but still very bad down there. Hurricane force winds just west of us. One thing that we may see in the 5 o'clock advisory is their adjustment of the hurricane force winds, the radius here, how far out the hurricane force winds extend after the storm makes landfall. So there's Sunday at 1 p.m. The next position here, Sunday at 4 p.m. And you can see all of South Florida, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, Broward, all in the hurricane force gusts. And starting later tonight, you'll hear the wind really howling, but during this period, from about sunrise, maybe even before that, through 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's going to be roaring outside, roaring. And then in the Naples area, of course, severe impacts possible because the hurricane force winds are there and the core could be moving over. Now, the Fort Myers area had a small Category 4 Charlie. The Naples area had a large Category 3 Hurricane Wilma in 2005. So Naples a little better in their psyche, in your psyche over there, better equipped to think a hurricane's really possible. We could have a hurricane here. We had one in 2005. We could have one again. So the folks in Naples know you've got to get out of the storm surge zone. You have to hunker down when the winds arrive, and you have to wait out the storm. And then things to recover. But the folks further north here haven't had a hurricane in a tremendously long time, generations. So Tampa, the attitude is, how bad could it be? And I think the realization is starting to sink in because of the level of the voice of the media right now in the Tampa area. But this is Sunday afternoon, Sunday night at 8 p.m., hurricane force gusts coming in, the hurricane force winds coming up through Sarasota County into Manatee County. And then after that, the hurricane force winds now arriving in Tampa Bay Sunday night. For the folks who have never been through a hurricane and living on the west coast of Florida in the Tampa Bay area, a Category 4 hurricane at night is about the most unimaginable thing to go through. And I don't know if they have a comprehension of how bad it's going to seem hearing the roar of what literally will sound like a jet engine revved up next to them and crashing things. It's horrifying. And as soon as you start hearing the crashing, of course, and let your friends over there know, when you start hearing things crashing, get in. But already pre-positioned in the middle of your house, the sleeping bag, mattresses, anything that you can protect yourself with, and any type of like emergency first supplies that you might need as you're waiting for this storm to go over. This is Sunday at 10 p.m. Here is Sunday at midnight, and now we're into Monday morning right over that center point there over the bay. Could it shift the core a little bit east and go towards Orlando? Absolutely. Could it be a little bit offshore? Yes. But that's kind of bad in a way because the storm is still over water and it would still be Category 4. So here, this is the cone right now. We're just thinking the cone is going to be tracking the core. Our weather here in South Florida is starting to improve Sunday night. The winds are coming down. There's still some gusts. It could be raining pretty heavily, but in terms of the wind impact of the storm, it is beginning to diminish. And then after that, the storm, we zoom out here and there you can see the swath of the highest winds. All right, let's get more local here and talk about what's going on here in South Florida because these bands are coming to get through again. And with more on that, here is meteorologist Liz Horton.
Some very heavy rainfall out there right now, Craig. We want to start, of course, first with our real-time Doppler radar and zoom straight on in to Broward County. Look at Fort Lauderdale getting a little bit of rain, but Coral Springs just north of you, extremely heavy rainfall. As you cross down into Hollywood Beach, Dania Beach, Hollandale Beach, and then Aventura, extremely heavy rain heading for you right now. Some of that wrapping into Miami Lakes. A little bit of a shower there as you head on towards North Miami and Little Haiti. And Doral, of course, also starting to get some of that rainfall. So we will continue to see that as we go through the coming afternoon here. We're going to continue to try to advance this here. We go. As you see down towards Miami and the Port of Miami, some very heavy rainfall passing just to your east. That's going to be heading in towards the I-95 corridor. Cutler Bay, earlier shower finally pushed west of you. That's heading out towards the Everglades. But look at the Keys. Isla Mirada down towards Marathon, the Middle Keys, and even the Lower Keys, Key West, getting hammered with steady rainfall now. And as you can see to the east, there's not a whole lot of a break back behind you. So that's going to be something we have to watch. We cannot ignore the fact that the entire area is under that flood watch. So really, if storm surge doesn't get you, likely going to see the chance that these rising waters may get you. We could easily see 10 to 20 inches of rainfall in many spots. And so that's the reason the National Weather Service has put us on alert for that flood watch. And that rainfall potential will continue to climb through the state as the center of the storm moves to the north. Many spots, guys, could be looking at 10 to 15 inches of rainfall, and some of those isolated spots could see as much as 25 inches of rain. Ruta Bay, Rick, back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you very much, and thanks for joining us. This is Ruta Bay Shabazi here with my colleague Rick Fulbaum. We're going to be taking over for Vanessa and Elliot from here, and we're taking a live look at downtown Miami now.
Yeah, this is a camera that we go to all the time to show you our beautiful downtown Miami landscape. But as you can see here with the water droplets and the dark clouds, it's really very hard to make out exactly what it is that we're looking at. And these are images that are going to continue to worsen in the hours ahead. And we're glad that you're joining us here for our coverage of Hurricane Irma. And of course, we are starting to feel the effects.
Yeah, starting, and as evidenced in that camera shot, and a lot of the cameras around South Florida are going to start looking like that. Silva Harapetian is on Miami Beach. It has been evacuated, and Silva, you're seeing those conditions there where you are.
Yeah, you know, the conditions were fine when we got here. It was a little bit of wind. That was a few hours ago, and then it's kind of deteriorated in the last couple of hours, and specifically in the last 20 minutes. And I'll show you the trees here. The wind keeps sort of picking up. Just a few minutes ago, we had rain that just came down really hard, and as quiet as it seems here on South Beach, there is a lot of people on the sand, a lot of people showing up, even a number of people in the water. I asked several people what they were doing out here and why they were in the water. Many said they were curious, they wanted to take one last picture, they came to see how high the waves were. Obviously none of it recommended, seeing as how Miami Beach was evacuated, and there is now a curfew in place at 8 o'clock. Now things have sort of calmed down just a little bit now. Earlier I couldn't even lift my head. The rain was coming down so hard, and at one point when I was on the beach without my jacket, it actually hurt to stand on the beach because of the sand, and also when it rained, the raindrops were so big it kind of hit you sideways and it stung a little bit. So we are seeing the effects of Hurricane Irma arriving here on Miami Beach, and we have seen a number of people coming out, and as the weather deteriorates, again, officials recommend you stay put, you stay indoors. People we talked to said they're going to hunker down, they've got everything they need. They were doing one last stop here before they go in and basically hunker down to ride this storm out.
Some things behind you that look like the city has tried to prepare them, has tried to minimize the damage. What else are you seeing there with things tied down? And
yeah, you know, this is right here. This is the city bikes right here. If you take a look, they're all wrapped up all around town. Also wrapped up mailboxes all over town. They've all been wrapped as well. We saw preparations here on Miami Beach last week when they actually went around and secured the lifeguard stands as much as they could and removed pieces if they needed to remove it. One thing that I noticed, and if you're familiar with South Beach, you'll find this very interesting. It'll give you an idea of how high the storm surge is now, even though it hasn't quite made it up too far on the sand. There is the pier on South Point Pier where you can walk out there, and you know, people go for a walk, take pictures, people fish. And then next to the pier, it's the jetty that stretches all the way into the ocean, right there, the government cut. When I was standing on the lifeguard stand about an hour ago and taking a look at that, you can barely now see the rocks in the jetty. People usually go out there fishing. That's how available this jetty is. People hop on those rocks and go all the way out to fish on that jetty, and now you can barely see it underwater. With the waves are so high. I don't know if you can see that far. Ebenezer zooming in onto people that are now walking on the beach now. Again, people showing up, hopping in the water. Hopefully nothing will happen to anyone, but it is not obviously recommended, seeing as how we are seeing the bands coming in, the wind picking up and the rain coming in, and it's very ominous. You can see it in the sky as it comes in. So we're going to be out here. We're going to bring you the very latest as the weather continues, and what else we see. Usually I take a break in between live shots and walk onto the sand to see what else I can see, what else I can find, and if I can get more interviews, we'll bring that to you as well.
You know, Silva, I know that you've spent a lot of time talking to law enforcement over the last couple of days, and I wonder what you heard specifically about the beach and about the concerns of police officers when it comes to protecting and securing that area there.
Yeah, you know, there's been a number of police officers in cars, not only driving up and down Ocean Drive, but also I saw several SUVs driving onto the sand. So they are patrolling the area, but as you know, they can't force people to leave. They don't recommend you be out here, seeing as how this Miami Beach is in Zone B and it was evacuated. But, you know, they're keeping an eye on people. Obviously, there was a couple of people in a truck earlier today that were sort of speeding up and down Ocean Drive. Police officer pulled them over and had a chat with them, and those guys left. But other than that, there's been no trouble really. But you know, the thing we want to talk about is their curfew tonight at 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. They issued that a little bit earlier this afternoon about the curfew on Miami Beach. That just makes their job a lot easier, obviously, because winds picking up past 45 miles per hour. That's when officers get pulled off the streets as well.
Silva Harp heading on live for us on Miami Beach. Be safe there, Silva. We'll talk to you soon.
And we want to go now, stay on the beach and talk to Chief Dan Oates of the Miami Beach Police Department. Chief, are you with us?
All right.
Chief, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Good. We were scared we lost you for a minute. We have you. Thank you very much. Tell us a little bit about the curfew. Obviously, the beach was evacuated, one of the first places to be evacuated. It's a barrier island, and we're still seeing people out walking on the beach right now. But come tonight, there's a curfew. What's going to happen tonight?
Well, the city manager exercised his emergency powers, and we think that this is a significant civil emergency and that it's absolutely best for the entire city if there's nobody out after 8 o'clock tonight. So it's extraordinary circumstances, and it's for everyone's safety. And for that reason, the manager made the decision.
How will that be enforced, Chief?
Well, there are only a handful of people out there right now, and we'll do our best to enforce it as we see fit.
What about those people that we've been looking at? I don't know whether you're able to see our vantage point here from Miami Beach, but there are people on the beach, on the sand. They're curious. Some of them have been in the water recently. What would your message be to those people who are saying, you know what, we don't get to see this very often. Let's just go check it out real fast.
And my message would be, conditions are only getting worse. It's time to act like adults and get inside and be safe.
Act like adults. I want to talk to you a little bit about your force because obviously this is something that affects anybody that lives in the area, and of course you're overseeing first responders. And so I'm just wondering how you prepared your force there, your colleagues, and how they've been able to sort of do their jobs while at the same time tending to their own personal business.
Well, we knew that the storm was coming well in advance, and our cops are very practiced in preparing for these kinds of events, and they've had all the warning everybody else has had to get their families ready. At the moment, we have 60 cops or so as part of our landfall team, and all the rest of the force is at home with their families. And when the storm breaks, we'll be bringing them in, and we'll be going to what we call an Alpha Bravo setup, where half of our officers are here at any one time for the mitigation events afterwards. So we're well practiced in this, and we're ready to go. And we've got 60 officers on the road right now covering the city, and at some point this evening we will bring them in because the weather will not be safe for them. And we have an obligation to protect them. And as I said earlier in the day, if government's decided to take its first responders off the road, that's really the ultimate signal that everybody else belongs in shelter for the duration of the storm.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the aftermath of the storm and what you're preparing for. We know Miami Beach is one of the most vulnerable places here in our area and in Miami-Dade County. And if people are refusing to evacuate, that puts the first responders in danger also, who are going to be trying to go in and get them, presumably.
It does, and there will be a period of time, somewhere in the neighborhood of 36 hours, where we will not respond. And we've warned the community, as other leaders in other communities have, and that's the point behind an evacuation order. And every mayor I've heard give an evacuation order from ours on down has said that this is precisely the reason why. There comes a point where we cannot risk our employees' safety to do rescues. And we also have life-preserving activity we have to engage in once the storm lifts. So really the responsible thing is to evacuate, but at this point, if you haven't, it's to shelter in place, and you're going to be on your own for quite a while until the storm lifts.
Chief, I know you're relatively new to South Florida, coming to us from Colorado a couple years back, I think. So this is your first South Florida hurricane. I'm just wondering, from a police standpoint, from a personal standpoint, what has struck you the most about the preparations for this, the coordination between the different law enforcement and first responding agencies, in terms of what you're seeing now compared to what you have seen in the past?
Well, I mean, as a relative outsider to this kind of a natural weather event, I mean, I've worked elsewhere and experienced different ones. It's how well the city prepares and how practiced it is and how coordinated we are with the county. So it's very affirming to see that everyone knows exactly what to do. We'll be prepared, for instance, in Miami Beach with combination teams with Public Works and sanitation and everybody else to get out and clear the roads and remove debris immediately when the storm lifts. We're ready to go. We have teams in place all over the city, and in fact, I have to leave this call in a few minutes to go to another one of our periodic emergency management meetings to assess where we are and how ready we are for that moment.
All right, Chief Dan Oates of Miami Beach, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all you do for the community as well.
Best of luck to you and the force there on the beach.
Be safe this evening.
You
Thank
too,
you.
sir. Thank you. All right, let's travel up the coast there and over to Hollywood, Florida. Bianca Peters has been standing by there, and it looks like the weather's starting to kick up a bit, Bianca.
Oh, yeah. The first thing I noticed is that the temperature dropped so much within the past 20 minutes or so. Right now, the beach is completely clear. We'll take a look. No one out there right now, which is good. They've listened to that warning of that 4 p.m. curfew. You can see that classic line of palm trees all kind of pushing and swaying towards that westward area. Take a look over here to our right side, too. These palm fronds over here had just been snapping right now, just like a broken pencil. A lot of these buildings in front of us boarded up, sandbags as well. The birds all left. I'm sure they got that, the memo of that curfew. The only person that did not get the memo was me, because the California girl covering this hurricane forgot to bring some pants today, and I'm feeling that sand when that was blowing, just stinging against my skin. So I will become better prepared tomorrow morning. But, you know, talking about that curfew, we haven't seen many people out here after 4 p.m. The police, the Hollywood police, have been done a great job of monitoring this area, making their presence known, telling people, hey, 4 p.m., let's go, gotta go. Because right now the conditions very, very different between now and the past half an hour. You can take a look at the ocean. That is angry. You know, you can see the sky behind it just completely dark and ominous and scary looking, kind of like Silva said, you know, very ominous. It just kind of rolled in within the past 20 minutes or so. We're about to get soaked in the next 15 minutes or so. Actually, I am spotting one person out there, brave soul to be out here. They shouldn't be out here because that 4 p.m. curfew again is enacted here for the county of Broward. So just keep in mind, you know, we have been people warning and keeping an eye on this. People are off the streets. It's a whole lot quieter here. Again, completely different scene between now and about half an hour ago. So we are seeing people actually pay attention and take this seriously. A lot of people already should be in place of where they're going to be riding out the storm, you know, because we have seen these conditions drop within the past half an hour or so. We just did hear some lightning. Again, you can see the sky behind us, and we'll take a look at that again. Didn't see the lightning. We were hearing the thunder, actually, so hopefully we're probably going to get out of here pretty soon because, again, those conditions deteriorating. I'm going to go find some pants because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to weather this storm right now. So, you know, going back to you guys, again, we're hoping that the rest of Broward County is just paying attention. You know, as of right now, it is not time to be out there taking pictures of the beach. Your time right now is up. You need to get back inside. As you can see, the conditions here just completely dropping and taking a toll for the worse. Again, we're in front of Margaritaville here, which is completely shut down. But as of right now, people could use a margarita. It has been a long, stressful, tense week. You know, Craig Setzer said something yesterday. Calm down, take a breath. We still have a long way to go and ride it out. But, you know, our team is going to be there with you throughout this whole entire process, keeping you updated. Our meteorologists on top of everything. Make sure you keep up with us, you know, on our social media, because we are going to be here when no one else is, like no one else here on the beach, and we're going to be telling you those conditions, keeping you informed, you guys. So, again, hopefully we can come back, maybe give you another update at a different place. But as of right now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Bianca, quick question. I can relate to you being a California girl, not prepared for a hurricane, perhaps. And in California, we were used to fires and earthquakes, and those kind of come all of a sudden. But how has it been for you experiencing this first hurricane here? At least there's some warning, but of course there's all that anxiety and anticipation that goes along with it.
Yeah, you know, It's hard to explain. I did not know what I was going to be expecting here, you know, when this whole hurricane was forecasted coming. I know I work with Lisette closely in the morning, always kind of asking your questions. What do I expect? What do I expect? Because, you know, coming from California, yeah, like you said, we deal with earthquakes and we don't know when that's coming. But, you know, I appreciate the fact that our meteorologists do such a great job in preparing people, telling them what supplies they need, giving them that notice. You know, the county, the state of Florida has done a great job of giving people time. A lot of people have time to get out of the state of Florida, get their gas, get their supplies. So, you know, I do feel informed. Obviously, I don't know what to expect, but I do feel that I'm working with a great team of you guys as well, that even though this is my first hurricane, I think I know that I'm prepared. I'm well prepared.
Bianca, I don't think I've ever suggested that a colleague do this before, but go get some pants, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys.
All right, we want to let you know the ways that you can stay in touch with us here at CBS4. There are a lot of places in South Florida that have already lost power, and we're going to update you on those situations, on those numbers in a moment, but battery-powered radios will allow you to listen to us.
Yeah, everyone should have a battery-powered radio in an emergency like this. Miami-Dade and Broward, the station is KISS 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM. They're all part of our Hurricane Radio Network. You can catch us on air there if the power goes out on your television.
That's right, and you have been advised to leave the keys, seriously, but in the event that you're listening to us or watching us there, remember that a battery-powered radio, these stations will allow you to listen to us, and a battery-powered radio should be part of your family hurricane kit.
All right, we want to move up now to Central Florida for a moment. Don Champion is there for us as people evacuate Tampa, and they're heading towards Orlando.
Thousands of Floridians have been caught in a perpetual state of transition this week because of Hurricane Irma. I'm along I-4, one of the main highways here in the state. Over there, the eastbound lanes just outside of Orlando. You can see the volume is much heavier on that side. Thousands of people from the Miami-Dade area sought shelter in cities like Tampa, but now that the storm has shifted west, they find themselves trying to go inland for safety. I'm Don Champion, just outside Orlando.
I want to bring you some live pictures now from Lauderdale by the Sea, and you can see the conditions deteriorating there. You see the wind blowing those palm fronds around, and you see the sky darkening. You can actually see the clouds moving as we're looking at this live picture.
And that palm tree that's right there in the forefront of the screen there doesn't look like a little tree. It looks like a pretty mature palm, and yet, as you can see, it is already swaying side to side. Again, this is Lauderdale by the Sea. Just about 20 minutes or so ago, we showed you downtown Miami. Let's take another look at it because it was just a little rainy and dark, but now take a look at that. And it looks like it has cleared up a little bit since the last time we saw it, but don't be fooled because the weather is moving in. So these are the pictures from downtown Miami right now.
It just goes to show how fast things can shift, how things might look deceptively, a little bit better, and then it can just take a turn for the worse again. Even during Bianca's live shot, we saw her conditions deteriorate behind her.
Craig Setzer is with us again. And Craig, let's talk a little bit about the sort of the way that the system can shift like that and cause some sudden changes.
Yeah, so these bands that are rotating around the center of Irma now are radiating out toward us, and they're moving quick. They're moving about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So picture a semi down the highway coming at you at 60 miles an hour. Yeah. It's moving fast, and so you need to, this is why we tell people that at a certain point in time you need to get where you're going to be and just stay there, because the winds will be increasingly strong now in the bands, and what will start happening is as the storm gets closer, the bands will get more frequent until it's just constantly blowing and constant rain.
And it's been, we've been watching the bands as they were out in the ocean, and it's just now to actually know that those outer bands have actually arrived here is, I mean, we anticipated it, you forecast it, but when they actually arrive, it's still something that you realize is the real deal.
And Rudabeh, and it's great having you not having gone through a hurricane, because I've been through so many, I forget the perspective, and we've got such a large number of people here in South Florida who haven't been through it. So, so I think this is going to be great because it'll help me help everybody who hasn't been through a hurricane by asking questions, and because to me I'm like, of course there's bands in my head, but I'm like, but no.
Leave it to me to ask the layman questions, right?
No, and that's so important because as of last year, I think FPL said that in their service area, 40% of their customers, hadn't been through a hurricane. That's a huge number. It may not have been 40, it may have been less than that, but it was a large, I was staggered by the number who hadn't gone through a hurricane.
Still a big number. It's after 4 o'clock now, Craig. And so the curfew in Broward, the advisory to get off the streets. This is pretty much it. What went into that kind of decision making, just so people understand why that's in place?
Well, what happens is the winds build and these squalls come through, the loose things come down, old branches, fronds, stuff like that, and you don't want people out there that may be impacted, and then first responders have to go. Everybody is kind of in a let's pace ourselves. Let's be ready to go after the storm, and we don't need to be taking care of incidents before the storm even gets here.
How about the boats? Because it just, we saw some of those live shots yesterday where people were trying to actually keep an eye on their boats in the Keys, in Bal Harbor area, and it just seemed like such a bad idea. And what are they really going to do? I mean, when this massive wind gusts come in, what are they going to do to protect their boats?
Well,
why are they there?
Yeah, well, number one, they're there because they can't go anyplace else. It's physically impossible to move that many boats. There are what we call haul-out areas, which are places where a crane will come and lift your boat out and put it on land, but they fill up very quickly as a hurricane's approaching. You just have to hope for the best, and you have to do everything you can to shore up your boat and hope it makes it through. You remove things that catch the wind on the boat. You make the dock lines extra long for the storm surge to go up and down. In the Keys, where this core right here goes over the Keys, all those boats will be gone, or some of them will be in buildings or up on land. But there will be very few boats that survive the core of this storm.
I know that something that's been very helpful to people, viewers have let me know, is when we sort of give the timeline and we let people know what to expect, and that allows them to at least begin to prepare themselves emotionally, mentally, physically. Okay, we're coming up on 5 o'clock, and now tonight it's going to be 8 o'clock. So take us through that a little bit.
Okay, yeah, let's touch quickly with the radar here and show you what's going on. And if and I'm trying to think of how I can get to it because I don't know if I have that graphic loaded up my show, but let's see if it's there. So here's the storm right now. Remember a few days ago we were talking about 80 degrees west, and we wanted the storm to not get there because we thought the models were saying it's going to turn at some point, and as it approaches 80 degrees, which is that line there, it may come into South Florida. But look what's happened. It hasn't turned, and it's run past 80 degrees. So now the core is past 80 degrees west. We are not going to see the core here in Miami-Dade or Broward. Thank goodness, because that part right there, and I'll zoom in just a second and show you in detail, that part right there, that's the business part of the hurricane. That's where all of the destruction happens. That's where the severe destruction happens. This is the part that went over Barbuda, and the shots of flying over the northern Leeward Islands there where everything looked like it was in debris and rubble. That's what does it, that part right there. Of course, there's the calm in the center, but trust me, you don't want to get to the calm in the center because going through to get there is horrible, and then you have to go back through the other side to get out of it, and literally the storm rolling over you. So some pretty good bands now coming up through the lower Keys, and this is classic major hurricane appearance here with these bands forming and radiating out, and they will start to increase in frequency now. It would be difficult. It's getting increasingly difficult, and I don't know if they've even suspended any evacuation, but if they haven't already, there's going to come a point where the the Monroe emergency managers say, if you're in the Keys, you're here to stay. You cannot get out now because it's just becoming too bad. And so the folks in the Keys need to start thinking, what am I going to do when the storm surge comes through? What am I going to do when the wind's blowing? And what am I going to do for days and days possibly afterwards with very little help? No power and no way to get off the island chain potentially because of a bridge being taken out. So this is a dire situation. I know there are folks in the Keys that they're listening to us, they're watching us, and I know some of the reasons why some of you wanted to stay. I understand that, but I don't know if it's worth risking your life over, just to put quite simply. All right, so let's zoom in, and there is the center right there. And what's happened is there's kind of a smaller eye wall here that's broken. That's that little piece right there that's been. There's a little bit bigger eye wall. When we see this, we call it a concentric eye wall. Typically, what happens is the winds aren't quite as strong in the eye wall. That's the good thing. The bad thing is that the wind field spreads out a little bit so that a larger area is seeing strong winds, not the eye wall winds, but stronger winds. So that's one of the things that happens with this. We'll have to see once the whole circulation, once the whole core gets back over the water, how quickly that eye wall comes back together and starts concentrating and can strengthen it again. So there are the bands that are radiating up to the north. Here are the mileages from about 15 minutes ago. 123 miles southeast of Key West, 109 miles, 110 miles southeast of Key West, and Key Largo about 125 miles south of that area, Key Largo. So here is the current radar. This is what we saw Lauderdale by the Sea. The camera there facing the north, and you could see, look at this, really heavy rain. There's even quite a bit of lightning in some of this activity. As Bianca mentioned, she heard thunder, and so Yeah, some pretty good squalls here. This activity, as it's moving west, it's also radiating out away from the storm. So we can see it there working its way up Pompano Beach under the gun soon. Very heavy rain west and right now Sunrise, also Miramar. And eventually Pompano, you're going to get it as well as Deerfield Beach and Coral Springs. We've seen some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour in these. So definitely tropical storm force wind gusts in the squalls. A little bit further to the south, Miami-Dade right now, a bit of a break, some rain in the area and blowing pretty good. Heavy squalls now moving over to the west coast there and mainly in the upper Keys, some very fast moving. These guys are moving 60 miles an hour coming to the west here, these showers. So the wind is up and here comes another band that's radiating up, and in Key West right now, light to moderate rain. So that's a look at that. And Rick, I will put together that graphic you were talking about, the timeline, and the next time I see you, we'll go through that step by step by step. And you know, if you want, maybe we can wait till the new advisory comes out, because it's going to come out soon. Yeah. And I'll coordinate it with the new advisory, and then it'll have the best information.
Perfect. That sounds great.
I want to mention too, you talked about our friends in the Keys and how it's too late to evacuate now. There is a shelter of last resort open in the Keys. We have that on our website, cbsmiami.com.
Right.
So at least there's that.
Well, and if you think about it, the name itself signifies how dire it is. It's the shelter of last resort. You can't get off. And they put that there in case, they put this shelter of last resort in Marathon there in case there was bad traffic or an obstruction, not for the people to wait. But, I mean, obviously it's going to serve for the people to wait there.
All right, thanks very much, Craig. We'll see you. And again, as Craig mentioned, the next advisory is coming up at the top of the hour. So we'll let you know about that. And of course, CBS 4's Mike Cunio has been spending much of the day today safely traveling across Alligator Alley.
He's now arrived in Naples with a look at the conditions there.
We're here on Naples Beach, just off downtown Naples on 5th Avenue. And as you can see behind me, the surf is starting to kick up. The clouds are starting to roll in. It is getting very dark offshore. As you can see, those storms heading in over there. We are worried about storm surge in this area. Specifically, Naples could see as high as a 9-foot storm surge. Right now, we're seeing steady winds of between 18 and 28 miles per hour. That's before the gusts even roll in. Whenever you see these feeder bands roll in here through Naples, we were driving up and down the street earlier, and you could see there wasn't too many people out there, a couple joggers, but mostly everyone has their shutters up. They are boarded up and ready to brace for Hurricane Irma, which is just hours away from the Naples area. Hopefully everyone here will be safe. You see some people out here, stragglers, taking pictures, getting their last few glimpses of what this beach will look like before Hurricane Irma rolls through. In Naples, Mike Cunio, CBS 4 News.
All right, Mike, and look at those skies.
Yeah, just very, very ominous. It's kind of what we were expecting, but it gives you a whole new kind of appreciation for it when you see it like that.
Sure does. All right, so we've been talking about people losing power and encouraging you, if you have, to listen to us on one of our radio partners. I want to talk to you about the power outages real fast, because a lot more are likely. Some have lost power. More are likely. Right now, about 5,600 customers in Broward County have lost power, more than 35,000 in Miami-Dade.
All week we've been tracking Hurricane Irma's move, and those people, we knew that they were gonna lose power. I just got a text from a friend in Coral Gables who lost power. I know Pinecrest, some people lost power there, Coconut Grove as well. Those are just anecdotally what I've heard anecdotally. And speaking of Coconut Grove, Peter Dench is there for us live. Peter?
Short time, and we've seen a steady escalation in the winds. If we could pan over here to the right, you just see one guy taking pictures. Many people have disappeared. About an hour ago, a lot of people are out here with their dogs and taking in the sights, but with the wind stepping up and the rain bands coming through, very few people are here at this marina. But we have right now somewhat of a telling sight. If we can take a look over here, we see these docks submerged. Not a common sight. We've asked people here, and this is what we see. Some of the damage. Some of these docks are actually broken into sections here at the marina right next to Miami City Hall. Absolutely nobody is here. There were dozens of people were here just up to a short time ago, but everybody is taken off. So that's pretty much the extent of what's going on here. We see the boats well secured, damage to docks, and the only people here are those taking pictures, but the sightseers have left and gone away. We're live in Coconut Grove at the marina by City Hall. Peter Dench, CBS 4 News.
Peter, I was going to ask you if you had seen anyone there. You just mentioned the sightseers have gone away. Who is there taking pictures right now? Do they seem to be locals? And what are they telling you about why they've decided to stay in these conditions?
Well, this person right over here, if we can talk to him just for a quick second. Excuse me, sir. I was asking, basically, you're essentially one of the few people out here. Why are you here right now?
I'm here to see the view and see what's going on, see how strong the winds are. We already lost power. We're right across the street.
What are your impressions so far?
I don't know. I think it's going to get bad. I think it's going to get worse. I mean, trees are already going down, and it's not even here yet.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So that's the answer to one question in terms of what he's curious about here at this marina.
And he's been listening to the forecast, Peter, because he says he knows it's going to get bad. But there he is, nonetheless. What about the winds? Have you begun to feel that? We have been checking in on some of the coastal areas, but you know, there you are in Coconut Grove. What's it like there, wind-wise?
Well, the winds are gusting at around 25 miles per hour. They've died down since, but we've had some of these gusts flare up with the rain bands that have been coming through from time to time. Really started picking up about an hour ago, and with the latest band, that's when people disappeared. So again, just a few people out here, and that was just one of them at this point.
Peter, I saw it looked like a dock had gone out, kind of broken in half almost, like snapped. And I know there are some canals and bridges around the Coconut Grove area there on the water. Have you gotten a chance to see any of those? Have they made it this far?
Well, at this point, what we're looking at right here is some of the most telling damage we've seen. Not a great deal of it, but in terms of damage in the area, not too much. This has been pretty much it, and in terms of what's been happening.
All right, Peter Dench, live for us in Coconut Grove. Be safe, Peter. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Peter. And CBS 4's David Sutta is near Key Largo, where we're already seeing some evidence of storm surge.
Hey guys, this is about 10 miles from Florida City, just at the in-between area near Key Largo. You can see it's really pushing in here. This is the storm surge making its approach over US 1. As we look down here, you can see the water pushing in from the Atlantic towards the bay, and down the way here, watch out, Mitch, there's an actual car coming down here. We're going to pull off to the side here to make sure that we're not in any danger. But as you see there, this is looking south towards Key West, and the road is starting to be taken over by what looks to be seaweed and stuff pushing in. The water is just lapping up against US 1, and it's a matter of time, just a matter of time now before US 1 gets really inundated here with the storm surge. People have been running from this storm all night, and it looks like they're running out of time here in the Keys. You can feel the howl and the push of the wind here. There are some marinas down the way here that are being overtaken by all of this. Boats are starting to sink into it because they're tied down to piers, and they're being they're not loose enough, and so they're being pulled down with it. We saw a houseboat actually tip over, and this is the condition here. That's the first car I've seen come through here in a long time. Not a lot of people moving at this point, pretty much battened down. We're not going down towards the Keys because obviously the storm surge is a major concern. You don't want to be cut off, but clearly the time is running out here as this is happening. If you look back way out in the distance there, you can see the bridge into Key Largo, the Jewfish Bridge there out in the distance. I don't know if you can make it out, but the winds for the most part, maybe tropical storm at best, nothing really significant, but storm surge making her presence known here. So anyway, again, we're between Key Largo and Florida City. Irma making her presence known, arriving here. We'll send it back to you guys.
You sense, David, thanks very much. And that is just the beginning of this system.
Yes.
That's the beginning right there. And these are live pictures from Fort Lauderdale, which is where I live. When I left to make my way into work today to drive south on 95, it hadn't yet begun raining, but the sky was looking pretty dark, and it looks like conditions are really beginning to worsen there in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, again, just to emphasize the fact that these conditions just change so quickly. I mean, you've been here for a couple hours. We made the drive a couple hours ago, yeah. I think, and now you can barely see that skyline. The clouds, or the sky is darkened, and the conditions are changing and getting worse by the minute. Well, all week we've been tracking Hurricane Irma's move towards the Keys, and last night's information definitely changed a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, and it's good because they finally realized they were listening to us. They had to get out. CBS 4's Ortega spoke to some of them earlier today.
When you're raised down there and, you know, that's your life and you've been there for 60 plus years, you're a conch. You don't leave, you know. You just batten down the hatches and ride it out.
Florida Keys residents making the sobering realization the serious danger they were in as Hurricane Irma set its sights on their beloved home.
The other few storms running right behind it, and there was a big council meeting, and they suggested even the police and everybody get out.
They say although they're safe, they're worried about those who chose to ride out the storm.
I am nervous because a lot of the people that I wanted to help rescue chose to stay behind. And they opened the Key West High School for those people. La Concha is one of the safer buildings, and it's full to capacity. But we're not certain that the Key West High School is even going to save them. So we're worried about the people we love who didn't get out.
Then there's this heartbreaking tweet. My girlfriend's grandparents are 80 and 84 years old. They are going down with their house in Key West. Ate off their wedding plates last night. This man says he chose to leave to keep his 11-year-old daughter safe.
I had a place that I could have stayed, but you just never know. You know, we've never been through that. I was at the house during Wilma. We had 6 inches of water in the house. It was scary, you know, and that was, what, a Category 3? You know, 8-foot storm surge. This is going to be more storm surge, a lot more wind.
He says after spending tons of money to be able to stay at his home, he now has to leave.
It cost me, you know, tens of thousands of dollars to prep for the last 4 or 5 days. It's cost, I'm sure, you know, FEMA hundreds of millions of dollars probably in the last 10 years in storms. So,
you know, you look at the dollars and cents, but at the same time you look at your daughter, your dogs, your family, your friends.
Yeah,
more of
it's you know, the materialistic stuff, they can all be replaced.
Monroe County Manager Roman Gastisi says he's glad to see people heeding the warning.
All the pros are telling you that you got to go. You know, you're looking at the images of the islands where it's already gone. We have very similar topography, very similar structures, and you know, if it comes over us, we're going to have similar destruction. So why deal with it? We can come back and we can rebuild. Just leave, please leave.
He says the sheriff has plans in place to evacuate about 460 prisoners from the Stock Island Detention Center to either North Broward or Palm Beach County.
He was making plans. He's concerned about the prisoners and the guards that take care of the prisoners. Even though that building is a fairly new building, very strong building, you know, again, why deal with it? You know, let's just go.
Oralia Ortega, CBS 4 News.
Wow, and you see the look on the face of that gentleman and that woman in the beginning of Aurelia's report. They're conchs, you know, they're built a little bit differently and programmed to ride it out, but they have decided to do what I think, frankly, is the smart thing, which is to get themselves and their families.
It's nice to see people getting out of there.
For sure.
Getting to safety.
For sure.
Well, Lisa Petrillo is out checking out the conditions on Hallandale Beach. Let's check in with her.
Well, we're here off Sterling Road, just east of 95, and officially the curfew at 4 o'clock has begun. As you can see, there's a police officer right here and a car next to him and one behind. We have been seeing cars speeding by. Hopefully they're all on their way home as the weather does start to pick up. We've been seeing squalls coming in and out all afternoon. We actually evacuated from Miami Beach, which is why I'm here right now. We decided to walk out from our hotel area and check out to see that if there are cars coming after the 4 o'clock curfew. And here there are, and I'm sure that police officer is going to keep them as well. These squalls have been coming in and out all day. We're in a hotel that is fairly protected, but a huge sand pit near it, so I think we'll get a little beaten up by sand as the weather continues to warm. It is surprising that more and more cars are coming by. Hopefully it is their last run to get home and or to get to
Audio obviously a little bit tough with the wind gusts. I'm not sure if I heard exactly what she was saying, but I know it was very important. We'll get back to Lisa a little bit later as we take a look once again at live pictures from Fort Lauderdale. And I've heard from a friend of mine who is in one of the high rises there. She can usually look east and see the ocean. She can't see the ocean right now.
No, hard to see anything, as you can see from that live picture right now, except raindrops falling on the camera.
Yeah, a little bit further up the road from Fort Lauderdale is Lauderdale by the Sea, one of the prettiest beach areas here in South Florida, in Broward County. Hank Tester is there. Hank, describe the scene for us now.
Well, it's very interesting to listen to the reports coming in here on the on this newscast, because you've got Dave Sutter all the way down in Largo, and he's getting the surge. And then as you come up towards our area, you got in between us, you've got Lisa Patello and you have Bianca down there, and each one of them is just getting a little bit worse. By the time you get up here, we're just now really beginning to get the clouds coming in. We've got the rain. You can see behind me here, and Peter, you can cruise down there. There's a really good downpour just up the way from here. You can see the condos in the background, and the sea is kicked up. Now remember, we don't have high tide right now. The ocean was in a little bit closer. Tide was in a little closer later on, so it's kind of gone back. Let's be careful here. We walk around and give you a view to the south. This is the south towards Miami, Fort Lauderdale, etc. And again, you got that really hazy, low clouds, real gray look here. Peter, just hang on a second. I'm going to walk over here. I want to look out here. We're surfer free. The guy finally left. It's pretty ugly out there, and in this area here, nobody's out on the beach. And by the way, Peter, I know you were looking up in the sky right there, but can you see over there? That's turtle hatching location. And then over there a little further, that's what it appears to be. Staked out here on the beach. You wonder how that's all going to turn out with a hurricane coming, etc. So anyway, as we go up from Key Largo, where Dave is, all the way to here, you can see the conditions are deteriorating as this storm is getting a little closer to us. Let's step back in this way. One of the rules that I've always had is if you're going to cover hurricanes, try not to get wet. So just for those of you who are viewing, we do have a little location staked out where we can stay out of the rain. Viewers get concerned about our safety and so on, so here we are.
We're concerned as well,
That's the very
Hank.
latest. Hey, we're okay.
Hank, can you give us
Not
an
the first
idea?
rodeo.
Well, I know that you're making the responsible decisions. You're very experienced in reporting and covering hurricanes. Can you give us kind of a rundown of your day and when you saw the weather start to deteriorate and kind of the timeline of it all?
Good question.
Good one. Yeah, we took off around 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, headed out of Miami, went up and stopped at the service plaza at Pompano, did a look live there. Nice weather, no problem. Continued on up, checked into our hotel, making sure we had rooms. You always do that when you're out covering hurricanes, because sometimes they tend to disappear on you to the guys that lay out more dough, if you know what I mean. So did that, came over here. It was really kind of nice, and of course, when you're doing this, you kind of lose track of time. So I would say that early afternoon, we started to see the sky deteriorate. The sea was pretty choppy, the ocean, the Atlantic. It was pretty choppy to begin with, and as I alluded to earlier, it was high tide. There were a lot of people out here taking pictures and so on and so forth. We had one big blast come through, and that kind of swept the beach. A lot of people were gone, just a few of them hardcore, and you could tell maybe just a little more professional type photographers, a little better gear. They kind of stuck around for a while. And then I know if you go to my Facebook page and my Twitter account, you're going to see a picture. I'll get it into the digital guys, and they can maybe post it, of a first big, ugly clouds that rolled in, feeder band kind of material. That was probably about an hour ago. We've got a little bit of rain now. It came down pretty hard a little while ago, but that's our day. Haven't stopped for a drink of water yet, so maybe I'll do that after.
Gotta get a drink of water.
Gotta get a drink of water. You know what? And it actually, it's a good question, because I'm sure people are also wondering, what do you have there as far as supplies? Do you have water? Do you have snacks? Is there a bathroom in that restaurant that's open for you?
Well, no. And then, of course, that's when you have to resort to being creative. But and that happens a lot in this coverage, believe me. Now, with that said, supplies that we have, we've got iced tea. We've got a lot of comfort food. And I'll tell you a story. I tried to remember back to Hurricane Andrew and what soups, canned soups, tasted okay cold. And so I went and bought cream of mushroom soup. I remember it tasted so good because, you know, we would get down in the field and not eat for a while. I mean, I'll never forget, and I still contribute to the Salvation Army at Christmas time to this day, because there was all kinds of stuff going on. We hadn't eaten in probably 8-10 hours, not a whole lot of water, and you know, with a lot of the other organizations, it was kind of bureaucratic. Salvation Army came around the corner. The guy was in his little truck, and he says, "What do you want?" He said, I said, "Whatever you guys." He said, "I have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches here. Give me 2." And they have. I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to this day, just because of that.
In case anyone still thinks this. In case anyone still thinks this business is glamorous, but we do see the best of people, you know, in these situations, helping us out in the organizations, right, Hank?
Oh, absolutely, and it's true. And you know, it's like my neighborhood today. We're taking off to come down here. All the neighbors are out talking to each other. Do they talk to each other during the week and when we're all doing our stuff?
Not at all.
Absolutely not. And the conversation was, have you seen so-and-so? An elderly lady happens to live in our neighborhood, and one guy said, "Oh yeah, she's okay, and you know, she's only been there for about 50 years, and she's going to weather it out. No shutters, no nothing."
Wow. Well, a lot of people are doing that. A lot of people are doing that. All right. So, so the cream of mushroom soup. I just want to. I'm taking notes here, Hank.
Back to the cream of mushroom.
The cold cream of mushroom and the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and you're good to go?
Oh yeah, I mean, you need that kind of food, and it has sugar. You know, it gets you going. And of course, there's a bit of an adrenaline rush doing all this, because you're always kind of looking around, because especially when the wind kicks up, that is when things can get really dicey. And it might be kind of a surprising thing, but you know, a 2x4 with a nail in it, you know, flying your way is a potential really ugly situation. It's happened to reporters, so all right. That we kind of look out for.
Hank, thanks so much. Be safe out there, please.
Sure.
We'll have some soup when you get back here and this is all over.
We'll save some
food
heat it up
for
you, a plate of food for you. Thank you, Hank.
All right, it's 5 o'clock now, and that means a new advisory as we take a look at these live pictures from Fort Lauderdale, and the rain and the clouds and the bands are starting to come through there. Craig Setzer is joining us. Craig, what do we know from that 5 o'clock advisory?
So we know that it's still upper end category 3, which was expected because the center has been very close to the coast there, but is now starting to move northwest-ish, and I'll show you that in a second. 125-mile-an-hour winds. Now, the important thing about this is 130 is category 4, so it needs to increase in intensity by 5 miles an hour, and it'll be back to category 4. For a lot of people that are impressed by the category, we're very, very high-end, upper-end category 3. Presently, 115 miles southeast of Key West, and the speed has slowed down a little bit. There's probably some big news here in the speed as we go through this, but more so because of the direction here. Remember, we were talking, if it's going west, and yesterday that number of the compass there, that's the compass number, 270 is due west. Then we saw some advisories, some updates with 280, so we weren't going due west anymore, a little north, so not going this way, but kind of going a little bit like that way. And then the last position was 285, now 295. So these numbers are getting bigger more quickly, meaning that this turn, I'll stand this way and do it, so this turn going this way is now increasing like that, so that it's facing more like that. So this is all expected. There are no surprises here. If there are any things here that I see that look concerning outside of what we're already concerned about, I'll be sure to let you know. Here in the graphic is the wind fields. So this red area here, that is the hurricane force winds. This orange area here, that's the hurricane force wind gusts. The red area does a lot of damage. The core does destruction, but the red area does a lot of damage. The winds here over 75 miles an hour. Lots of trees come down. Homes are damaged. This red area does a lot of damage. The core, though, that's where there's the destruction, and it's about 45 to 50 miles wide underneath, inside that red area. We don't plot the core. This orange area here, those are the hurricane force gusts. These are the power outages. The very strong winds, gusts, and then this orange area here, which is now into South Florida, continuing to move to the north, that is the 40-mile-an-hour or greater winds, and we're seeing that from some of our neighborhood network sites. The winds are sustained right now just offshore, 53 knots, just southeast of Key Biscayne and Marathon there at 38 knots, so in tropical storm force range. All right, so let's go forward into time here. Here is the timestamp up here. That's what you can keep an eye on as we go forward, as the storm moves to the north. And we're stopping here at 2 a.m. So 2 a.m. the hurricane force winds are into the middle and lower Keys. It is really, really windy and gusting in Key Largo. The storm surge is coming in now. It's coming in. The waves are coming in. And each time a wave comes in, another wave comes in on top of that, higher. And the track forecast has shifted just a little bit west toward Key West for the core. Now remember, it's the core that you want to avoid, and unfortunately the track position change here is a little bit closer to Key West. But this whole area out here through Marathon, the Middle Keys, on up towards Key Largo, still really, really howling now by Sunday at 2 a.m. Here in South Florida, Miami-Dade, the gusts are increasing. The wind is steadily blowing higher and higher. And in Broward, the winds are blowing pretty good, certainly stronger than they're blowing right now. All right, next timestamp here. We're now to 7 a.m. That looks like the closest point of impact, possible landfall there at Key West of a strong Category 4 hurricane. And because this water is very warm in this area, it has all the making of being in a strengthening phase. And sometimes when hurricanes are in their strengthening phase, the winds that are coming together into the storm are very close to the surface. I've seen that in some storms where the strengthening phase of the storm really has a lot of wind near the surface, strong wind near the surface. So Category 4, remember, 130 to 155 mile an hour winds. There's the cone. It's very, very tiny now because we're starting points there, and the cone, of course, spreads out. So it probably won't wobble or won't move too much. But here's the thing. Okay, Ed Rappaport's ready for me. So let's take a break right here and talk to the National Hurricane Center, because there's several questions that I would just like to ask. And first, I guess, Ed, is that normally when it's out in the ocean, wobbles don't matter much. We do an average track, which we call the best track. But as we get close to land, wobbles do make a difference as to where the core or the worst, the most destructive of the weather will go, giving that outside of that, it's still going to be very bad.
Yeah, that's right. The wobbles are on the order of 10 to 20 miles. So at this point, we again need to prepare for a major hurricane, particularly in the Keys and the southwestern part of the peninsula. Not quite that bad here in southeastern Florida.
Yeah, and I think we need to be thankful for that. And now that the center is west of 80, we don't see how it could possibly turn so quickly that it would come straight at us.
That's right, and the hurricane force winds extend out about 70, 75 miles, and at the point of closest approach, it would appear, if the forecast stays as is, that will be to the west of the urban areas in southeast Florida, but still close enough that we'll have a long period of tropical storm force winds and perhaps, as we've seen, gusts already to near hurricane force.
Right. Is there any sense from the hurricane hunters or even the Doppler radar and velocity mode, the distribution of the wind field? And because I'm getting questions, which you probably are too, is it better to be in West Miami-Dade or east? And I say, stay where you are. Just stay where you are. But what about that wind spread?
That's right. And normally the winds are strongest right near the coast, but because the strongest winds are actually, in this case, associated with the center here, the inland areas are going to have winds that are going to be comparable to what occur at the coast in this particular case.
Right. Of course, we have great concern for the Tampa Bay area, which hasn't had a hurricane. And what is your sense of how they are proceeding in their minds and getting ready for this and the implications?
We certainly have a concern now that's moving up the west coast. We talked about as much as a 10 to 15-foot surge on the southwest coast, but when you get up to Tampa, we're also talking about perhaps even a 5 to 8-foot surge there. That's again going to be dependent on a little trickiness of where the center goes. If it goes in to the west of them, then they're going to get the surge ahead of the storm. If it goes in further to the east, then they're going to get that southwest flow, and that's really going to build up the surge after the center passes.
Right. Right. So it would be one of those things where as the eye comes over you, here comes the storm surge with it, and then it is bad news from there. Just briefly, a sense of the storm surge distribution throughout the Keys.
Yeah, it's a little hard to specify exactly, but we're talking about 5 to 10 feet along portions of the Keys. Going to be the highest where the eye wall crosses the Keys, and right now we've got the center, the eye here, crossing through the lower Keys. So the eye wall will be passing through the lower to middle Keys, and that's likely where the highest surge will occur and the strongest winds.
Right, and hopefully the Vaca Key Ocean Service measuring site there, which I can already see is already a foot above normal, and you can see it's rising pretty quickly, so the sense of the surge is already being felt there in the middle Keys.
That's right, and it will take some time to come up, but then again, by tomorrow during the day, we're going to see the worst of it, and could see anywhere from 5 to 10 feet, probably a little bit less as we get a little further north up towards Card Sound, but still great concern for the middle and lower Keys in particular.
Thanks. The director, Dr. Ed Rappaport at the National Hurricane Center, thank you very much for your time. Very busy over there. In fact, earlier I saw people that you usually don't see on TV because they're just reaching deep into their staff just to really cover this storm. So let's go back to Weather C, please, and I will continue with where we are. This is 7 a.m. on Sunday there, and what Dr. Rappaport was saying was because the eye wall is like a cylinder, a hollow cylinder in a way, and it's that cylinder where the highest winds are. And so if it goes right over Key West, well, you never want to be hit by the eye wall, but as it approaches, the winds will be blowing this way and have surge. But where the eye is going this way, where that side of the surge is going this way from south to north, that's where some of the most significant surge may occur, and that's very close to the 7 Mile Bridge in Marathon, Boot Key Harbor there as well. So there are the 75-mile-an-hour winds. Miami-Dade, this is 7 a.m. It's blowing pretty good. We have hurricane-force wind gusts. In Broward, it's blowing good. And occasionally, we have hurricane-force wind gusts. Now, look at Naples. Naples, a very, very close approach. Hurricane-force winds. This is noon on Sunday, noon tomorrow. The closest approach now, it is a beam of us, so to speak. It's not going to get any closer, and it's going to start getting farther away. It's noon, so the worst of the weather right now is in Miami-Dade, and it's pretty bad in Broward and up in Palm Beach County. And then we're going to go on forward to 2 p.m. here, bearing down on Naples there with the core potentially, and then Fort Lauderdale, Broward, the worst of it. Still pretty bad in Miami-Dade. The Keys now, the winds are finally starting to come down. The storm surge has relaxed, and it's starting to improve in terms of the weather. Certainly not what's left of the structures there, but certainly with the weather starting to improve. So here we are now at 6 p.m. This is tomorrow night at 6 p.m. and it's coming up the west coast here. And so as it's spinning here like this, it is pushing a tremendous amount of water into the coast. And so the big difference on how bad the surge is exactly where that eye wall is. Is it onshore or is it offshore? And here, our weather in South Florida, it's still pretty nasty out there. You will not want to leave your home, or maybe not be able to, all day during the day. Here we are Sunday at 9 p.m. at night. Now Tampa Bay is under the hurricane force winds, and then at midnight, pretty much a really, really bad scenario because an area of West Coast, the West Florida, that hasn't seen a hurricane in a long time, has a tremendous amount of tree growth and a building code that is lower than ours here. And I've talked to people, and they're like, we don't have shutters. What are we going to do? And so then your fallback plan is start thinking about you're going to ride this storm out in the middle of your house while your house may be coming apart around you. But in the end, you need to be in the middle of the house with whatever you can to protect you from the debris, which means sleeping bags, blankets, in some case maybe even a mattress. So guys, this it's a dire situation for them, and it's unfortunate in a way that our good news is their bad news, that we're not going to deal with the core of a hurricane, but they are. It would have been nicer if it just went out to sea.
Right, we don't want to see that happen to anyone. Quickly, Craig, I wanted to ask you about reports of tornadoes. I know there are parts of South Florida under a tornado watch. Right. We've had some viewers emailing in that they might have seen a tornado. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so these bands that are out there, they have wind shear in them that's favorable for tornadic development. And so we're under this tornado watch, and until the storm gets well north of us, there's still going to be the threat of tornadoes. I don't want everybody to get too excited about tornadoes. There's going to be lots of funnel clouds. There's the radar, and you can see these bands up here. And some of these bands, and now they're increasing, so we're going to keep our eyes on that. But we'll go through tornado warnings. The problem is they're moving. These storms are moving 50 miles an hour. So as soon as we say it's forming in Fort Lauderdale, about 10 minutes later, it's already to Weston. So everybody just needs to probably just, and we'll take a closer look at that. But there's the possibility of tornadoes. But the big focus here, of course, is the whole storm.
Okay, Craig, thank you very much, and we'll check back in with you shortly.
Congressman Ted Deutsch is joining us on the phone now. He is a congressman that represents Florida's 21st congressional district, which includes parts of Broward County and Palm Beach County. Congressman, how are you?
Well, I'm doing okay, Rick. It's the weather's rough, but we're inside, and fortunately, because we spent so much time preparing here in South Florida, that's where we need to be as we ride this out.
What are you most concerned about for your constituents over the next 48 hours?
Well, I'm worried. I know there was a hurricane, a tornado warning rather, just recently in Broward. I'm worried about those. I'm worried about the ongoing winds, even though we're fortunate that we're not going to see really punishing hurricane force winds. We're going to see tropical force winds for a long time, and I just want to make sure that people stay inside, abide by the curfew, and just stay safe until this thing goes through.
Congressman Rudabeh Shabazi here. Thanks for joining us. Have you, hi, have you been hearing from your constituents? Are there any major problems happening right now that you're kind of trying to deal with? Fires to put out right now? Of course, you know, we're all anticipating this storm getting worse.
Well, we're just making sure that people that the people who needed to get to shelters are at the shelters, that the shelters have everything that they need, and that people don't start to think that because after we focused on the cone for so long, because we're out of the cone, that somehow we're now completely out of harm's way, and they can just head on back to their houses that may not be ready for the storm. So we just want to make sure that people are in a safe place and remain there.
Did you see this little guy?
Not to get too far ahead of things, Congressman, but the people of your district and the people of South Florida are going to need help from the federal government after all of this is said and done. Talk to us about conversations that you've had with colleagues in Washington, with leadership within the House of Representatives, as far as how you're going to be able to make sure that the people of your district get the help that they need from the government.
Sure. Well, the Florida delegation as a whole has had conversations, and I've had private conversations with FEMA about what's going to be necessary after this storm comes through. Down here, with the sustained winds that we're going to see, it's likely that trees will fall. There's going to be some damage. Hopefully it won't be too bad, but there will be needs that have to get met. And so FEMA has been pre-positioning both personnel and resources to deal with the storm. It looks like the bulk of those efforts are going to be focused on the West Coast, but we're down here, my colleagues and I from South Florida are working hard to make sure that they're going to have the resources to address the needs, particularly the concerns that we have about storm surge and what may come after the waters rush in.
And our friends on the West Coast might actually be asking and hoping for help from us here on the East Coast of South Florida. Has that been considered at all?
Sure. I haven't had specific conversations about that since this has all changed so quickly, but there's no question, if you look at the way South Florida responded and to what happened in Texas, the Coral Springs Chargers, for example, the football team in my district that loaded up 6 U-Hauls and drove all the way to Texas to make sure that people got what they needed. I have no doubt that people from Southeast Florida, when we get through this, will take care of ourselves, make sure that we're okay. But then absolutely we'll reach out, and a lot of them are going to make the short drive across the state to offer whatever assistance we can in coordination with the Red Cross and government officials over there.
Congressman, you're of course an elected official, but you're also a South Floridian. This is your home. These are your neighbors, in addition to being your constituents. Just from a personal level, explain to us how the decision was made in your house to stay put rather than try to leave the state, as so many other people have, and the emotions that you and your family have been experiencing over the last couple of days.
Well, I think, Rick, that like all of the other families in South Florida, it's a tough decision, especially when we saw this powerful hurricane with a Category 4, Category 5 status bearing down on us. Tough decision whether to stay or whether to go. We decided to stay here. We actually came over to my in-laws' house to be with them for the storm, and in talking to our neighbors, we those of us who've lived here for a long time hoped for the best. We prepared, we got our houses ready, and we buckled down. And having spent the past few days going from not just shelter to shelter and visiting with other elected officials, but to Lowe's and Publix and doing what all of our neighbors do, there is this real sense that we all pitch in, we take care of ourselves and our homes, and then we look to see what we can do for the other people who call South Florida home right with us.
Ted Deutsch is a congressman for South Florida's 22nd congressional district, which includes parts of Broward County and Palm Beach County. We wish you and your family the very best. Good luck there at your in-laws, sir.
Thanks, and the same to you and all the viewers.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very
Ted
much.
Deutsch.
Thanks for taking the time for us. And we want to check back in now with Silva Harpetian. She's on Miami Beach. We saw those conditions deteriorate just in your last live shot, Silva. How are you now?
You know what? It's been kind of off and on. It was raining a few minutes ago. I put my jacket back on, and then it stopped raining. I took the jacket back off, my hat off, and then it started raining again. So I want to give you an idea where we are. We're on top of a lifeguard stand, and we are safe, I want to tell you. But we're taking shelter from the wind, and I want to show you the strength of the wind. See, if I step into the actually out open, you see how windy it is. You can just hear it on the microphone, and you can see some people here.
And that's what happens.
Okay, that's what happens in
That's
hurricanes.
what happens when you're doing live television in weather like that. Silva Harpetian on Miami Beach. She's okay. It's just the signal that had a little glitch there. So we'll try to figure that out and we'll work on it. And
Sure, we'll get her back, though.
We'll get her back. We've got reporters that are fanned out all over the area. Sometimes we have them live. Sometimes they feed in some video and we run it afterwards. It all depends on the conditions. Obviously, if there's any lightning or anything like that, we get them away from the live equipment immediately. So just so you know, I'm sure people wonder about the safety of our reporters who are out in the field. We are not putting anyone in harm's way. We want to cover the story, but we want to cover it smart and safely. And so don't be concerned. Most of the people that you're watching on our broadcast have a lot of experience covering these kinds of things. They know when to pack it up and call it a day. And so there's a constant discussion about that to keep them safe.
And I think if I can deduce what she was saying,
yes.
It's been off and on, and it seemed like like it was a little bit sunnier when we just checked back in with her just now. It didn't seem as dark, and she had started to say it's been off and on.
Yes.
We saw that last
live
shot.
That sounds like that's what the bands do. They come through, and when they're coming through, it gets dark, and then you might have a little bit of clear sky until the next one passes on.
But a good indication for people who are thinking about going into those areas under mandatory evacuations or going to the beach. If you think it might look sunny, it might look like that last shot that we just saw from Silva. It can, in a second, change back to her former live shot, which was dark skies and rain and wind. So.
Could be very deceiving. All right, Peter Dench is in Coconut Grove for us and standing by a dock area where there has already been some damage there, right, Peter?
Well, that's right, Rick and Ruta Bay. This has actually become a bit of an attraction. People telling us they've actually come here to see this site since our previous live shot. We were live in Coconut Grove right by Miami City Hall. Winds gusting some, not too bad. I want to talk to some people who have been over here looking at the site here. How are you?
I'm good.
What's your name?
I'm Silver.
Well, what do you think of this? We're looking, and I'll step back so Joaquin can zoom in on it. Step over with me here. We'll have Joaquin take a look at this. What do you think of this damage? We're looking at some docks that have been actually shredded early by the force of this storm. What do you think of this?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I go to Scotty's all the time, well, Grove Bay now, and Coral Reef, right across the street, the water's already up to the dock, so it's pretty, we've been doing a survey where we live right on Bay Shore, so we're checking it all out before we're hunkered in.
What else have you seen while doing your survey around here? Is this some of the most dramatic video you've seen here of 1, 2, 3, 4 piers, docks shredded?
Yeah, so far it's the most dramatic one. Everywhere else just has small trees.
Small trees?
Yeah.
Okay, and you about getting set to hunker down yourself?
Yeah.
You keep looking around?
No, the winds come up at 5:30, so once it's at 5:30, we're going to stay inside.
Certainly, this is kind of a very visual example. While not great winds, nonetheless, it doesn't take much to do this damage.
No, apparently not. But, I mean, Bay Shore floods even when you have a sneeze, so it doesn't take much for Bay Shore to flood, but to see this kind of damage is kind of insane.
So you've got some concerns, don't you?
A little bit.
Tonight, just the wind's picking up.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. Good talking to you. So that's the scene out here. Just a few people left checking out some of the damage. If we can also pan over to the right here, I actually got a call from a friend of mine, a police chief, asking about the boats here at the marina. I told him, well, look, Chief, for now, I think you're okay. The boats seem very well secured. There's a lot of rocking and swaying, but the wind gusts here have been not much more than 20, 25 miles per hour, and everyone we've seen is taking great precautions to secure their boats, make sure everything is okay. So I did assure that police chief, hey, look, not to worry for now. I think you're okay. So again, this has been what I've seen to be, as the winds pick up, everything escalates. An example of situation here. Again, not too bad. I've been through a lot of hurricanes and tropical storms. This is all relatively mild. Granted, the night is just starting, but for now, things to be somewhat orderly here. There were many people here hours ago. In fact, we saw dozens of people out here with their dogs and all that. They went inside, they left when the winds picked up and a bunch of rain bands came through here at this marina by Miami City Hall. That's it for now. We're live in Coconut Grove. Peter Dench, CBS 4 News. Rick and Ruta Bay, back to you.
Peter, that's actually my neck of the woods. I spend a lot of time paddle boarding, going around the water there, and there are actually some harbors where people live on their boats. They're otherwise homeless. That's the only place they have to go. And I'm a little concerned about them, about whether they have been evacuated and whether they, got the word, because some of them are kind of behind the park there, hard to get to. Have you seen any boats kind of floating around out in the water there? Besides the ones that are on the dock there.
Interesting that you mentioned that. No boats breaking loose, but we did see a couple of people looking as if they were just going to stay in their boats throughout this storm. We know that that's where they live. So for those with the boats, living on the boats, they didn't want to leave, and so some determination. I guess they'd also had been watching the news and noticing the jog to the west away from here of the core and the heavy damage, so they felt some security in terms of not needing to leave.
Well, let's hope that they aren't making a mistake by saying they're on the sea. Peter, let me tap into your experience covering hurricanes, tropical storms, these kinds of weather events. Talk to us about how this event right now in these early stages compares to some of the other storms that you have covered, sort of at a comparable stage. What are you expecting over the next 12 to 24 hours?
Well, you know, Rick, I was out there way back with Hurricane Andrew, and at another TV station, the actual tower fell down to the parking lot, and everybody ran inside. Obviously, we can't compare that to this or a series of other ones. At this point, I'm not feeling the sense of great urgency that I felt with some previous storms, I guess in large part because of the wind speeds not being that bad. There are the dire warnings and all that, but I'm not feeling as big a sense of urgency compared to some of these other storms. Also, though, feeling that people, unlike perhaps many storms that I've seen in the past, are really, really taking this seriously. And I think in great part because of the warnings, the word that's gone out. So that's one thing that's been quite different is how many more people have been taking this seriously. But in terms of things happening right now, I'm not getting a great sense that we're in any real trouble, but it's also good that people have taken off.
Okay, Peter, also, I've heard from some friends. I know my building, the power went out early this morning. I evacuated 2 days ago, as we were told to do in Zone A and B. Have you heard about anyone losing power?
Well, you know, it seemed, Ruta Bay, that a lot of people missing. A lot of people aren't here. We saw kind of a lone sight of a man we interviewed, the well-known Monty Trainer, founder of that restaurant, out and about all alone. So I've actually not seen that many people, and it may well be that people have evacuated, staying safe, staying inside, but there have not been, for an area that has a lot of people, I've not seen many people out today, Ruta Bay.
And Monty's and a few of those other restaurants are right there on the water. I mean, that water that we see coming up behind you is going to also be at that level at those businesses there. So we just hope for the best.
That's right. Let's take one final look at this, if we can zoom in. One final look at the situation here. It's stayed pretty much steady since we've been here. Came here a few hours ago, but hopefully things will be okay, and that'll be it, Ruta Bay, in terms of what's going to actually happen here throughout this night as people are watching this and hoping for the best.
All right, Peter. Peter Dench, live for us in Coconut Grove. Stay safe, Peter. Thanks very much. Okay. We're getting some reports now of very high wind gusts. We've been expecting them. The reports are starting to come in.
Yeah, we want to check in now with Craig Setzer. Craig?
Yeah, guys, well, here's the radar first, but let me show you the wind gusts that we're talking about here that's given us concern, and these have happened in the last hour. This is from our weather bug network, our neighborhood network. So offshore in Fowey Rocks, we'd expect some high winds out there. The gust was to 90 miles an hour, but at Broward Boulevard and I-95, the wind gust was up to 80 miles an hour, and at the airport, the wind gust was 70 miles an hour. So we're likely going to see increasing power outages as we go through the evening here on these stronger squalls, because they contain a tremendous amount of wind. And what that tells us is that the winds are above the surface, above the ground, are very, very strong. And so when a thunderstorm comes through, it pulls those winds that are very strong right down to the ground. Now here's the latest radar, and you can see it there. Much of Broward, especially central and southern Broward, feeling those waves coming in. And where you see these little sparks of lightning right there, that is where some of the heaviest activity is. All right, we're going to go to a news conference with Mayor Jimenez.
Have a potential Category 1 or 2 hurricane in terms of hurricane force winds here beginning late tonight through Sunday evening. We are now experiencing tropical storm force winds. We expect that to continue until the early morning hours of Monday. We want everybody basically to stay inside. There's no reason to go out, as the Senator Rubio says, don't be that guy that gets hit by a tree or some other flying debris and lose your life. There's no reason for that. There's nothing open. There's nothing open to go to anyway. So please stay inside. Weather conditions are going to be deteriorating, as I said. We've already experiencing tropical storm force winds. That will continue for about 36 hours. we can expect hurricane force winds to arrive here sometime around 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday and continue till Sunday evening. Some things that are common sense if you are out, and we do not encourage it. As a matter of fact, we discourage it. And you run across or come across a down power line, always assume that it's hot. Don't come close to it. You can report it. Absolutely never touch a down power line. Assume that it's hot. If you come across a traffic light which is malfunctioning, always come to a stop. Assume that it's a four-way stop. Look both ways before you go. Shelter update: we have 42 shelters open. One is a special needs shelter. 16 now are at capacity. 28,936 residents are taking advantage of our shelters at this time. As again, we have the capacity for 100,000 residents. Florida Power and Light is reporting that 35,210 homes have already lost power. They are beginning to shut down their repair operations as these winds are starting to pick up, and it becomes dangerous for them to be outside. So if it's dangerous for Florida Power and Light, it's dangerous for the residents of Miami-Dade County. Also, the storm surge. We still have an issue with storm surge. As a matter of fact, the advisory that I got is that the new models show that there is a potential for a 4 to 6 foot storm surge to hit South Dade once basically the storm kind of passes us, when we're now getting in circulation from the southeast. And so those folks that live in that area, please, you were told to evacuate. Do not come back because there could be some devastating flooding due to a 4 to 6 foot high wall of water coming from the ocean. Miami-Dade Transit has ceased operations. No Metro Bus, no Metro Rail, Metro Mover services for today. Neighborhood trash and recycling centers also have closed. Miami International Airport is open, but remember that it is not a shelter. Remember, you call 911 for emergencies only. Soon will come the time where our emergency crews will not be able to operate. We do operate past tropical storm force winds, and we don't tell you when it is we're stopping, but once it becomes unsafe for our crews to be out there, they will no longer be responding. Any questions?
Well, Andrew had a 17-foot storm surge at Burger King headquarters where it made landfall. I live very near there and did not get water in my home. Why are we worried about something catastrophic from 4 to 6 feet?
Well, 4 to 6 feet is about that high, which means that you can easily drown in something which is 4 to 6 feet. I don't know the particulars of your particular home. You're probably higher than 17 feet, so you were very lucky that you stayed in your home and nothing happened to you. So maybe you knew that your elevation was 17 feet. There wasn't, there was indication there was going to be a storm surge in Hurricane Andrew, and so some people felt 17 feet. I remember being looking at the time I was the fire chief for the city of Miami. I remember going by Aviation Avenue in the Grove, and I saw a sailboat halfway up Aviation Avenue. I saw sailboats stuck on top of the piers, and so the storm surge there was probably well over 10 feet. Anybody stuck in that, I think would have didn't have a good chance of survival. And so yes, 4 to 6 feet, we consider it to be life-threatening, and so we ask you to evacuate. That's the reasons why we ask for all these evacuations.
So can you put that in perspective? 4 to 6 feet, like is it
6 feet. I'm 5'10", so I'm here. Okay.
Just two questions would be, when's the last time the Miami area faced 4 to 6 feet, and then what was the context of that forecast? Is that the worst that could happen? That's probably what's going to happen.
This is again, the forecast is based on the intensity of the storm and the direction of that the storm is coming from, and there is a 90% probability that it will get to that height or less. There is a 10% probability that actually could exceed that height. So that is how we based our decisions, based on what we consider life-threatening storm surge. And so there is life-threatening storm surge in parts of South Dade still in the model as Hurricane Irma comes our way. Also, it's indicated that Hurricane Irma is now strengthening again. So the closer that she gets to us, the stronger that she is getting. And so right now I believe she's at 130-mile-an-hour winds. It's projected to bump up again to a Category 4 hurricane and continue to increase strength as she goes up the coast. And so Irma is still a very dangerous storm, and it poses severe threats to the residents of Miami-Dade County. Again, the message is we're starting to experience tropical storm force winds. Please stay inside. If you run across a power line, consider it hot. If you run across a stop sign, if you're outside, or a traffic light, actually, if you're outside, please consider it a four-way stop. Use common sense. Stay inside. There's really not much going on outside. Everything is closed. So enjoy your friends, enjoy your family, and then stay inside and be safe. Any other questions?
Does that mean if I've been on the waffling on the edge, gosh, do I go to an evacuation center, one of the 30-something that are still operating or not? Does that mean don't go?
No, it doesn't mean if you're in South Dade and we in the red zone for sure, okay, and you're still there, I'd say you need to evacuate, because we still consider you to be in danger. We still consider you to be subject to a 4 to 6 foot storm surge. So I would urge you to go to a shelter and evacuate the area, especially zone A. Zone B will have less flooding, and Zone C will have less flooding according to the models, and that's how how it's all broken down, and it's broken down really by elevations and distance from the coast. Also, want to announce that that Miami-Dade County offices will be closed on Monday. So all non-essential personnel, will not be reporting to work, and so we'll obviously not our libraries and parks and other services will be closed during that day. Any other questions in English?
Mayor,
thank you. Going to Spanish.
All right, Miami-Dade Mayor Carlos Jimenez at the Emergency Operations Center with a very simple message: get inside and stay inside unless you live in South Dade in Zone A. If that's the case, they are very concerned about storm surge. He talked about the possibility of a 4 to 6 foot storm surge, which he says will kill people. You can drown in that kind of water. And so if you're still in that area, get out. Otherwise, he says, stay inside. He said, don't be that guy that gets hit in the head by a tree.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Also, more than 42,000 people without power now in Miami-Dade. Let's go now to Craig Setzer. Craig?
Yeah, and probably a good time to remind people that we're being simulcast on some of our radio partners, 560 WQAM, and we can circle back around to that. Let's show you what's going on. First off, we do have a tornado warning for the lower Keys right now. This little cell right there may scrape through the lower Keys, Sugarloaf, as well as Big Coppet, Stock Island, and Key West. But this storm is moving 70 miles an hour. It's being carried in the flow around Irma. So it's possible that we're going to have brief tornadoes here. It's going to be hard to warn people in advance because the storms are moving so fast. By the time I get on the air and tell you at 70 miles an hour, it's probably already 10 to 15 miles past. So everybody just needs to kind of get in this mode that as these squalls are coming through, it could get really bad and we may lose power this evening, and trees could come down. But Key Largo right now under the gun as well. Further to the north, a little bit of a break in Miami-Dade right here. You can see mainly central and south Dade, mainly south of Tamiami Trail and southwest 8th Street. But big thunderstorms right now, this persistent area coming in. And while we don't think this is going to be the setup of a feeder band, these storms dropping a lot of rain, moving very, very quickly and producing a lot of wind. We've seen wind gusts 80 miles an hour in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And then here is this activity still offshore coming in. So going to be, well, it's about to get dark soon in a couple of hours, and here we are getting into the thick of the storm. Here's the latest radar loop, and you can see we talked for days and days and days and days and days about the 80-degree line, and we wanted the storm to turn before it got to the 80-degree line, because that would have been the best case scenario, staying away from Florida. It didn't even try to turn before it got to 80. So here now is 81, and here now is 82. There, the Keys, relatively speaking, there, and you can see now the center starting to pull away from the coast of Cuba, the barrier islands there, and as it continues to pull away now, we'll have to see how the core comes back together. But a very powerful, very menacing looking hurricane. And a little while ago, I had some mile references up here. I don't know if they're still there. There they are. That was a little while ago. I'll have to update those. All right, this is what's called the, this is an ocean site. This is off the internet here, and this is Vaca Key. So this is Marathon. And look what the tide is doing. And this was at this morning. Let's see, these are in Eastern Daylight Time. So there was noon today. So right before noon, the water started coming up and coming up and coming up. That's where it normally should be, right there in that area. Look at the space that's coming up. That's the rate of the water rise ahead of the hurricane there, and those are the wind speeds, and they're coming up as well. So here's the latest advisory at 5 o'clock, 125 mile an hour winds, Category 3, 115 miles southeast of Key West. And these are going to move along in time, so pay attention right now, because it's hard to move these arrows with the graphic. Liz Horton and I are building these graphics back there by ourselves as fast as we can, but sometimes with new information always coming in, it's a little bit tough to keep up. So 40 mile an hour winds, that's the edge of that. That's the yellow area. The gold area is the hurricane force wind gust. Now, we've had some hurricane force wind gusts already in Broward and offshore of Miami-Dade, but these are the more frequent hurricane force wind gusts. This is when it's blowing 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, and the winds are gusting to 90 or 100 miles an hour. Then in this area here, the hurricane force winds, that's the 75 mile an hour winds, and of course in the center there is the core of the storm. Now we're going to go through time here, because here's how we go. Up there's the 3 a.m. tonight, and there's the storm south of Key West. Hurricane force winds sweeping up through the Keys now, and the eye wall getting very close to Key West. There we are with the gold area here, wind gusts above 75 miles an hour, frequent, and the area here where the winds are blowing pretty good. So overnight tonight, winds build and build and build in Miami-Dade and Broward. And in the Keys, feeling the brunt of the storm. They're really the worst case scenario in many aspects, short of being a large Category 5, which is so infrequent that this is comparable in a way. This is really the worst case scenario for the lower Keys and the middle Keys, and comparable in some aspects to the 1935 hurricane. At this point, the gold here, this is the area where now in Miami-Dade and increasingly in Broward at 8 a.m. tomorrow, that we're seeing the hurricane force wind gusts. So frequent wind gusts above 75 miles an hour. And then after that, here we are at 1 p.m., just about parallel to South Florida. Not getting any closer, not getting any further, but very, very bad now. Miami-Dade and Broward and the Keys are starting to now pull out of the worst of it here. And then on to the north of that, the 2 p.m. position, and then the 6 p.m. position. So between about 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., Miami-Dade and Broward feeling the worst of the storm. In the Keys, it will happen much earlier. It happens overnight tonight and through the early morning hours, and they feel the absolute worst of the storm. And then great threat, of course, to Naples, Fort Myers, Sarasota. And because the storm is spinning this way and there's a tremendous amount of wind going like that, there's a tremendously high risk of storm surge right up the coast. Now, so besides being a storm surge event in the Tampa Bay area, and this is Sunday at 10 p.m., so a nighttime Category 4 hurricane for probably most of the population who hasn't seen a hurricane, because the last big hurricane in Tampa was 100 years ago. This is just it's an epic event, unfortunately, which looks like the way it'll unfold, because even if, let's take an upside scenario, even if it's weakening, even if it's Category 3 or even Category 2 at this point, the amount of trees and foliage and stuff around the Tampa Bay area to be blown down is mind-boggling. And most people don't have shutters in the Tampa Bay area, and most homes aren't built to our code down here in the Tampa Bay area. So I'm afraid these people's lives are going to be changed this weekend. Very unfortunate. And then it's up to the coast. There's a midnight position and then on up. And even a threat to North Florida. Tallahassee could be dealing with Category 2 winds there, as well as Marion County, Orlando. A little shift here. Here's the cone. Those two lines kind of should bound where the worst of the weather should be. Even little shifts or wobbles will make big differences locally to those folks. Our weather is getting stormy here, increasingly stormy. Let's go to Liz Horton in Weather Control with more on that. Liz?
Yeah, we have a problem there, first of all, with Liz's microphone. We'll get that taken care of again and check in with her in just a moment. But certainly a lot to take in. Yeah, well, it happens.
We'll have her back in just a minute. We want to talk now a little bit about the power outages.
Yeah.
We just heard that press conference at the EOC from Miami-Dade Mayor Carlos Jimenez talking
what did he say about 35,000?
The power outages.
210 people. There's the latest number that we just got in Miami-Dade. Mayor Jimenez confirming that number. About 5,600 customers are without power in Broward County. So there are quite a few people in the South Florida area who are without power right now, and that's a good time. It sounds like a good time to remind people that you can still listen to our broadcasts even if you have lost electricity.
And Liz Horton, we have her microphone back. So Liz, can you continue where you left off?
I can always continue where I left off, guys. I'm glad you can hear me now. This seems to be a recurring theme with me. All right, so taking you through Hurricane Irma. So we've been talking a lot about what Craig is seeing in terms of it re-intensifying. I'm going to show you a map because a lot of people are probably saying, okay, it's a Category 3 now. It's gone through several changes. We've been Category 4, Category 5, Category 3. And why is it going to re-strengthen? Well, we're going to take you through that. So obviously it's right off the coast of Cuba right now, right? So that's what we're seeing. And obviously anytime it interacts with land, it tends to either weaken or probably stay the same. As it goes into Sunday afternoon, we see it move to a Category 4. Why? Well, as you can see by our sea surface temperatures map, we have a lot of red and a lot of pink. And that means that it's moving into very warm water. So the pink area you see right around the Keys, right around here. I just did an auto query on, and the water temperature there is almost 90 degrees. So the same. So as this system moves into this area here of red and pink, and it has no land to interact with anything, that is likely going to aid in this storm strengthening more, which is exactly why we're likely going to see that change into a Category 3 to Category 4 storm as it heads straight up the Keys and into Florida. Just a little tidbit, a little interesting nugget for you guys, Rick and Rudy Bay.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And again, we want to let you know the ways you can stay in touch with us, even if you lose power in the storm. We've been talking a lot about the power outages and about how everyone should have a radio in their hurricane kit.
A battery-powered radio.
Yes.
And that will help you a lot. If you're in Miami-Dade and Broward, these are the stations that are simulcasting our broadcast right now. Power 99. I'm sorry, Power 96, KISS 99.9, and then on the AM dial, the sports talk station, WQAM 560, all part of our hurricane radio network.
And if you're still in the Florida Keys, you should not be there. There is a shelter of last resort as a very last resort, but if you are still there, you should still have that radio with you, and these are our stations down in the Keys where you can catch us live.
All right, well, speaking of power outages, let's get an update now on the situation in Broward County. Jim Berry is at the Emergency Operations Center in Plantation, and he's been speaking with representatives, haven't you, Jim, from Florida Power and Light?
I have. In fact, I have one standing right next to me, so let's go to her right now. Juliet Rolak with FPL, and a couple hours ago I saw a number posted on the board, Juliet, that about 5,400 people or so without power. Has that number changed?
Yes, it has. In fact, just before coming in, the numbers are up. We're at about 14,000 customers out now, but that is because the weather bands are increasing and the weather is getting worse for us. We are still having crews out, though, and they are working through until the winds reach about 35 miles per hour. That's our stopping point, but there's still crews out there.
Do you have an idea of where some of these outages might be concentrated?
Hard to say. We don't get that level of detail. We just know it's across the county. The ones I've seen personally are South Broward, which makes sense because that's where the weather bands are hitting first.
So you guys, I guess, keeping tabs on where these outages are, and it's a wait and watch like so many of us. Yeah. Once the storm passes through and you see where all the outages are, how do you prioritize where to go first to restore power?
Yeah, good question, and thanks for asking. We are very strategic and deliberate about that. The first thing is to get up our critical infrastructure, you know, our hospitals, our emergency stations, the police, and so forth. And then once we get that taken care of, we make sure that the main lines at gas stations, or certain gas stations that we have to get back up so that people can travel and get their basic needs, and of course, for the grocery stores as well. But then we definitely go to those grids where we are able to get the largest number on the fastest. So we go from large to small until we get right down to the end. But we will work right through.
That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, we're going to be there 24/7.
And so obviously it's a situation where folks have to be patient, but let's talk about how patient they may have to be, because there's a huge difference between repairing a grid and replacing one, isn't there? And the length of time that folks will be without power. What's the difference?
So the difference is just repairing. We will, you know, that's more lines, and that's going to be a lot of the job, right? Because the trees and the winds, the sustained winds we're hearing about. But then rebuilding does take it into weeks, right? So that's when we might have our substations might be affected, or our poles come down, because replacing those poles are what's going to make a difference. Yeah. But, you know, the reassuring thing is we learned a lot from Wilma. We learned a lot from Matthew. We've got much better infrastructure. So that lessens the likelihood, particularly now here in Broward, because we see the storm moving more to the west.
And I've been talking to people actually who are involved in this effort in coordinating the crews from other states, and I know they're parked in like Georgia and Alabama, but talk about the challenge they might face in getting into our state, especially to South Florida, to get to us. We might really have to wait a while, right?
So good news on that. One of the things we learned was getting people pre-positioned in the state on the ready. So we have crews, we have now 16,000 workers who are in the state pre-positioned, and we've had the luxury of being able to move some more to those areas where we expect to be hardest hit. So 16,000 workers pre-positioned, 30 states have utility workers down here helping us, and so we'll be in good shape to start as soon as we can.
All right, a couple of quick laundry list items here. If you have a power outage, how do you report it? That's number one. How do you do that?
So that's FPL. The line is 1-800-4-OUTAGE, OUTAGE, and so that's the best way to do it. Of course, you can always go online to www.fpl.com. Now, we've got the smart meters, so you can assume that we know the power is out, but if you're the only house in the neighborhood without power, then you definitely need to call us.
And sometimes that does happen, doesn't it?
It does, and more often than not, it's because there's been some damage on the customer side, so those wires coming out of the meter that's what you need to look for if that's your situation.
And lastly, I've seen many times that so often, unfortunately, most of the casualties occur after the storm. Relating to power, what are some quick safety tips that you can provide to people who might be exposed to down power lines? What are the things to reassure us.
Good advice. You know, just a little while ago, we talked to the mayor, Jack Seiler. My mouth is all wet. Jack Seiler, he just stopped by. We're going to listen to that and edit it down, and we'll bring that to you. Jack's pretty happy that people stayed home and heeded the warning, and we'll hear from Jack in a little bit. All right, I'm going to towel off. Live in Fort Lauderdale, I'm Steve Shapiro, 7 News.
Thanks, Steve. And while they're getting pelted every now and then, and we go to different shots, imagine what our friends in the Keys are going through right now, what they will be going through the next 12 hours or so. It's got to be a really scary situation for them.
Yeah, in just a few hours, they could be seeing a Category 4 storm. If this storm strengthens, it could be a very serious situation in the hours to come for Key West. I believe, who do we have?
We're going to go to Fort Lauderdale. Brandon Byer, are you back on your post there outside? There you are. Boy, it's whipping.
Yeah, back on our little roof, back here on the beach. We just heard and saw from Steve Shapiro. So if we're right on the beach, he's a mile west of us. So just as the rain starts to get to us first, we know he's getting that next the batch just shortly after us. But then, oddly enough, and this is the strange thing about hurricanes and the bands that whip with them, right after the rain comes, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and you go from being soaked to drying out fairly quickly. It's a strange sensation. But just look across the ocean here at Fort Lauderdale Beach, which is completely empty at this point. Thank goodness, because we're starting to see some downed tree limbs. Nothing big. Just ponds from palm trees, nothing that you would be too amazed by, but just finally starting to see some of those palm trees give a little bit. None of them have broken, but losing some of their leaves as these winds just haven't let up at all. Comes an emergency vehicle, really the only vehicles you're seeing on the road at this point with that curfew in effect, letting people off the island and only back on if you have a driver's license that says you live here. Hopefully you've left, but that's the only way you're getting back on the island here. It's just pretty much band after band. And Steve, show them that way. That's going to be the next one, straight out there, 2 or 3 miles maybe off of Fort Lauderdale Beach. But we're kind of feeling the pattern and can recognize them now as they wash ashore. Looking south, you can see another large band, Dania Beach, Hollywood area. They're going to get soaked if they're not getting soaked already. But it's the winds. The winds just haven't let up, and just kind of goes back and forth between that and a good solid rain.
It's so interesting. Phil Farrow is doing his thing, getting ready to come back on the top of the hour, but we're watching the radar with you, Brandon, and you're just in this area that's just getting pounded. And Miami's just this little tiny trough of dryness. Incredible. It looks like the bad stuff is coming your way.
And then, those Sheldon and Scheinthal, those guys will get theirs, their rain, next, because it just spins, and different bands go across different crews wherever they happen to be located. You kind of get a band of heavy wind, a band of that rain, weather it. If there's lightning in it, like there was a little while ago, you hunker down in the safe spots that everyone is kind of located before they got started today. And make sure that you and the crew that you're with are able to get somewhere if it becomes more than just wind and rain. I've been keeping an eye out for water spouts, just to the conditions are pretty ripe for something like that. That would be something to see.
Looks like right behind you. Turn around behind you.
Water spout, of course, would be a funnel cloud over the water. No danger to humans or any structures, but that would be something. We have not seen anything like that yet.
Okay, Brandon, stand by for just a second. We're going to check back in with you in just a moment. But here at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock, Lynn Martinez and myself, Jeff Lennox, we're going to be stepping off. Craig Stevens, Belkis Nare, stepping in here in just a few moments. And right now, we will go ahead here at 6 and send it over to Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow for the very latest on Hurricane Irma. Phil?
All right, so we do get hourly advisories now from the National Hurricane Center, especially as the system continues to aim for the Keys. Still remains as a Category 3 storm, 125-mile-per-hour winds. Following it home, 23.4, 80.7, and it is still moving at around 9 miles per hour, 115 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. Now, here's the big view from the satellite image. A lot of people are wondering, well, what's going to make this stop and then head north? You see this little line of clouds right there? Those are some very strong upper level winds. That is acting as a wall. This is going to try to move in that direction, but it's not. So the system has nowhere to go but towards South Florida. Now, how soon or how late that turn is made determines, I should say, the severity of our weather. And so far, while the eye is here, the outside of that eye wall, which has the strongest of the activity, that ring of destruction, that eye wall is sitting just north of Cuba, so it's going to take a little time to turn. Much of the heavy rain and the strongest winds remain on the east side. That's called the dirty sector, that northeastern quadrant, and that's what we are dealing with right now here across South Florida. The close-up cone suggests that the system will continue to track towards the northwest, becoming a Category 4 system during the day tomorrow around 2 a.m. and then impact somewhere here between Isla Morada, Marathon, and Key West. Now, Miami-Dade, the Upper Keys, and Broward are officially outside of the cone of concern, but that cone only tells us where the eye is going to be. This is a huge storm. It's about 400 miles around, so we will continue to see the eastern side of that storm aim for us, and the kind of weather that you're seeing now with the squally lines coming in, torrential downpours, gusty wind, the potential for tornadic activity, that'll be the pattern tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. In the long haul here by Fort Myers, Sunday 2 p.m., Category 4, Category 3 near Tampa, sometime Monday at 2. So here's why it is still so stormy for us. We've been saying it all along. There's the eye. The cone tracks where the eye is going to be, but towards the east side, there's still plenty of rain and plenty of wind that'll be impacting us. So while we may be officially outside of that cone of concern, there's still a lot of heavy rainfall, and that can be seen here on the radar. There's a huge rain shield coming out of Cuba, making its way towards Andros Island, towards Bimini, hanging a left here across South Florida, back around towards Cuba, and then moving right into the center. Now, if you can see the eye, there's basically nothing happening in the eye, but then there's a little ring developing around the eye. That is the eye wall. It looks like it's finally going to close off again, and once that does, we are going to see a strong hurricane on our hands once again. We are looking at some heavy rainfall moving in from Big Pine down in through Key West. Heavy rainfall all across US 1, Marathon, Isla Morada, Key Largo. Strong rain here, basically moving in horizontally. Into Miami-Dade we go within about another 5 or 10 minutes. From Biscayne Bay all the way in through Homestead, Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay, in through Kendall, you are going to see another round of extremely strong rainfall, very gusty winds. That will continue for at least another 45 minutes or so. The rest of Miami-Dade all the way up to downtown Miami looking okay, but look at Broward County. Right now, it is almost like a freight train of thunderstorm activity moving off the coast. Not only is there heavy rain here and gusty winds, but plenty of lightning as well. And it goes from the coast all the way back through I-95, the Turnpike, US 27. This is going to be pretty messy for quite a while here in Broward. We are under a tornado watch. That means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes to happen within all this nasty weather. And now we are looking at a tornado warning from Big Pine all the way down in through Key West until 6:45 this afternoon. This is not the time to be outdoors. While we may not get the eye impacting South Florida on the East Coast, we are definitely going to see those second-hand effects, if you will, and they're going to stick around for quite some time. Back to you at the desk.
Well, we may not get those firsthand, those direct impacts from the storm. We'll be on the second-hand side, I guess, to use Phil's terminology, but they're sure going to feel a more direct impact over in southwest Florida.
Without a doubt. Nicole Ensalada is live in Estero for us outside a shelter that's got a steady stream of people waiting out there. Huh, Nicole?
Absolutely. Well, this is actually some good news here at Germain Arena. This is in Estero. This is sort of along 75 on your way to Fort Myers, very close to Fort Myers. This is where a minor league hockey team plays. But right now we have thousands of folks who are seeking shelter from Hurricane Irma who are here. Now you can see that there are National Guard members here. Many of them are from Ocala, from Tennessee. They're kind of guarding the door here. Folks have registered, and then this is where they come in and out if they need to go back to their cars. There are thousands of cars here. Let's go ahead and show you, and this is just a fraction of the parking lot. There are cars parked along the road all the way back to the main road, quite a distance. And, you know, whenever you have a situation like this, you're going to have some sort of, you know, confusion. And there was an older gentleman who we were talking to who left most of his supplies in his car, and he had no idea where he had parked it. He was desperately trying to find someone who could help him. There were some people who were trying to help him find his car. There are people here with children. There are a lot of elderly people here, some folks with some minor health problems, and a lot of pets. Actually, there's Cookie over here. Her owner did not really want to evacuate, was worried about the flooding, and was in a mandatory evacuation zone. She's a little nervous. And she's just one of many here. There are a lot of pets here, a lot of smaller children, because they're so worried, though, about storm surge here. The Lee County and Collier County Emergency Management offices have been talking about it all day long. They've expanded a lot of the mandatory evacuation zones because they are worried about a storm surge that could go anywhere from 3 to 15 feet, and some in areas where they're not even that close to the water. So many of these folks really didn't think they would have to evacuate, and only found out today that it was a mandatory evacuation. So right now things are running a little bit more smoothly. Earlier there was a very long line to get in, and I apologize, we've got some video that we can show you of earlier how it was all looking with all of these people, all of these pets, all these folks trying to get in. They are nearing capacity from what I am hearing, that they're got about 5,000, room for about 5,000. They think they're getting close to that now. Now I did speak to a family who decided to come over here, a mom, her teenage son. They were waiting for dad to show up so they could go on inside. Let's listen to what the son had to say.
Where I'm from, Cuba, we had them constantly. I've lived through stuff like flooding. What worries me more is the power lines. After that goes off, it makes life a bit harder.
So he wasn't very worried, and in fact a lot of the folks we've spoken to really weren't so much worried about their homes, at least so far. They were more worried about this whole process of trying to get into a shelter, just making sure that they're safe. It's been really tough. We interviewed one woman who went to 3 different shelters. This was her last one, because at one place she didn't have the proper paperwork for her dog. Another place, it turned out it wasn't really suitable for the kind of storm that we're expecting, a Category 4. So this was her last stop. She and her elderly parents had been to 3 different shelters. This was it. So we're seeing a lot of that. There's a lot of confusion. People are bringing in their supplies, though, and now things are calming down a bit, and everyone is hoping now as everything gets closer, things will be nice and safe and quiet here at Germain Arena in Estero. Back to you guys in the studio.
Everything's nice and orderly, that's for sure. That's always good to see.
And considering the volume of people that officials are trying to move and the short amount of time, it is good to see, because it's a huge task when you're trying to safeguard the lives of thousands, really.
We're just talking
in a short
about
amount of time.
What we've done in, you know, 4 days, and the Keys and Dade County, Broward, they've got to like jam into 24 hours practically, 48 hours.
It's a job the folks at the National Hurricane Center have. And speaking of Phil's back now, and he has a chance to talk to the acting director. Phil?
All right, yes, indeed. We're going to make contact with him in a couple of minutes because we really want to go over a few things here with it. The system, which remains very strong, Category 3, 125 miles per hour. If you're plotting at home, 23.4, 80.7, and it is still moving to the west-northwest at 9 miles per hour. This is a huge system, extremely big, and you got to remember that even though the center may make landfall across the Keys, the eastern side of it is still full with a lot of rain and strong gusty winds, and that will be impacting the mainland through tonight and tomorrow. Now we want to go ahead and touch base with Acting Director at the National Hurricane Center, Ed Rappaport. Ed, good afternoon. Things are going downhill rapidly for the Keys. What are the next 6 hours looking like for them?
For the next 6 hours, as you said, the conditions will deteriorate. What we're looking at is some storm surge video from past storms, and that's what we're most worried about for Irma. But as you've seen on the radar, there are more and more bands approaching, and each one of those is going to have somewhat stronger winds than the one preceding it until we get into the one right around the eye wall itself, and that's where we're going to have the Category 3 or 4 conditions. We expect that to occur in the lower to middle Keys near daybreak tomorrow.
And what about the middle and upper Keys? Are they looking at the same intensity, not as strong?
Well, again, if we have a little bit of a wobble one way or the other, that will affect the middle Keys, but we're certainly talking about hurricane force winds all the way up through the Florida Keys with perhaps Category 2 to 3 and then even 4 as you move down through the Keys.
People with a lot of homes down there, they're worried. What kind of damage is this thing going to cause down there?
The greatest concern, as we've been saying, is going to be the storm surge, and secondarily in this case for the wind. If we get a 5 to 10 foot surge with waves on top, the battering waves, then we're seeing significant structural damage in some areas. And then, of course, the winds at over 125 miles an hour or higher will also cause damage.
Miami-Dade, Broward counties along the coast, is the wind going to continue to pick up? And how about the rain?
The wind will pick up with each additional rain band that passes by us. And so what we saw a little earlier, we'll see more and more in terms of frequency, and each one is a little bit stronger. We already had gusts to near hurricane force, so we're going to see on and off for the next 24 hours at least, maybe 36 hours, tropical storm force winds with gusts to hurricane force.
Potential surge now for coastal Miami-Dade and Broward. Are we still looking at the same projections as before?
We are certainly for the lower part of the area. From North Miami Beach on southward, we're still talking about 4 to 6 feet of surge possible. And then to the North Miami Beach, we're talking about 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, still enough to cause flooding along the coast.
There has been a misconception with a lot of people seeing that the cone is only now just for the Keys in southwest Florida, but really the cone just depicts where the eye is going to be. This is a huge system, correct?
That's right, and that's why this year, in addition to the cone, well, first let's point out where we are. Here's the Florida coast, and here are the Florida Keys. Here's this cone we've talked about, but the cone only tells you where the center of the storm is going to go. This year we've added on the size of the storm as well, and that's what this orange area is. This is where we have tropical storm force winds, and the brown is where we have hurricane force winds. And clearly, they both extend outside of that cone. This is what we're beginning to feel now in South Florida. You can see it's just cutting into our area, the first of the tropical storm force winds.
And I know a lot of folks are on edge. How long is this going to stay with these conditions, these dire conditions here across South Florida? Are we looking at another 6, 8, 10, 12 hours?
Oh, it's going to get more windy, and the rains are going to increase over that period. And so if we look at the map here, this is the position for the storm at 2 a.m., at 5 a.m. tomorrow, and then 2 p.m. on Sunday, and that's just coming even with us in South Florida. So the closest point of approach for us is going to be early tomorrow afternoon. So it won't be until Sunday night that things really improve a great deal.
Okay, we have a long way to go. Thank you very much, Acting Director there at the National Hurricane Center, Ed Rappaport. A lot of information there to digest. We already know that this system is still lingering just off the coast of Cuba. It is aiming for the Keys. We'll be doing some sort of impact there during the day tomorrow. Possible those strong hurricane force winds arriving there early tomorrow morning. For us, the heavy rain continues, the squally weather, the gusty winds, the storm surge, and it's going to be a while before conditions improve across South Florida. According to Mr. Ed Rappaport there, it could be possibly maybe by Monday before we can see an improvement here. Back to you guys at the desk.
What day is today?
You do tend to lose track, don't you?
On a good week.
Yeah, true. Saturday.
Saturday
Yeah,
at 6 o'clock. We're not going to see improvement until possibly Monday morning. Yeah, Ed had said even like late Sunday night we'll start to see something improve.
At least for us, down here, and then, it goes up the coast, or pardon me, up the west coast on the other side, yeah.
So it's going to be a long weekend.
But by now, folks are where they need to be, and stay put till we get to the other side of the weekend.
Hopefully, if you've lost power, you've got some battery-operated phone chargers and whatnot to get you through, so you can at least, check us out on social media.
Our simulcast with our radio partners does start at 7 o'clock. We'll remind you of that over the course of the evening. But in the meantime, as I said, as the weather starts to move in, we like to try to spend some time with our crews outside just to give you a glimpse of what you can't see, especially if you're in a home or a place with the panels. Like we are here, and you don't know what's going on outside, we're going to try to be your eyes and ears for you, and right now we can do that.
Rosh Lowe, where are you?
All right, let me tell you something here. Sunny Isles Beach, and you saw how bad it was a few minutes ago, much better now, but this is where 7 News really comes into play. If you remember, I was out here, pounding rain, the wind. There were people on the beach. I said it's dangerous. The chief of police here in Sunny Isles Beach, Fred Moss, were you watching it when it happened?
Yes.
Okay, he was watching it. Look what he brought here, the cavalry. Sunny Isles Beach Police, how many cars there? 3 cars to get everyone. Look at all of that.
We had at least 6 that responded during the height of the squall, because we have individuals that are out here both on the pier, which is extremely dangerous. They're up and down the beach. They're going inside the water. They're just compromising their own safety. But the difficulty is that they cause our officers to respond to clear them out of here. They're from the mainland. They're not from our area. They come over from the mainland, and they don't realize the severity of it, especially when a squall comes through. So our officers have to put themselves in jeopardy, come out, clear them, get them out of the area and off of the beach.
So were you watching when that squall was coming through? You still have power here?
Exactly, we do. We're starting to lose a few things, a traffic light here and there. Some lines are down, but we're responding to each of them.
Chiefs, come take a walk with me on the beach, since we have the capability to do so. The biggest concern here was this storm surge in Sunny Isles, right? That's why there was the mandatory evacuation.
Exactly. You never know what it's going to be, but we heed the warnings of the media and the meteorologists when they tell us that the possibilities of it, and that's one of the biggest things we face.
We have some video back there. If we can roll that video of when that squall came through Sunny Isles Beach, that would be great. There were like here's the video, 2 different squalls that came through. Tell me what happened during those. Did you get any calls?
Well, we're not so much getting calls during the squall itself, but what we're getting reports of as our officers go out in between the bands, where that's when we're discovering the damage ourselves, whether there's fences that are in the middle of the road. We've lost portions of some of the roofs have come down.
Where is that at?
Some of the lights. Back at 186th and Collins, we had a portion of a roof on what is probably a vacant building that's pre-construction. Or pre-demolition.
So you've lost a portion of a roof already.
Correct. And so we have to make sure that we secure that, block it off. Not that there's a lot of traffic out there, but we certainly want to keep the roadways clear for the officers.
We've done a lot of live shots throughout storms. Look at this over here. How many officers that you had come respond after you saw me? What's the importance of telling people not to come out here?
If the media can get one message out to the people, that would do us a tremendous favor, to stay off of the beach. This is not a time to be coming out here and be curiosity seeking or to be going into the water.
Keep walking down the beach with me, Chief.
Because the threat and the surges of it, especially during the squalls, it gets to a magnitude that you really, it's very, very perilous and life-threatening.
You've had 2 or 3 squalls. We were here during one of them, pretty bad.
Yes, they're coming in more frequently now. Around 2:30, we had a pretty moderate one, and they were coming in about 1 an hour. Now it seems to be about every 20 minutes, and they're getting more and more ferocious with each one that are coming through.
Tell me about the concern of storm surge here. You can look at the ocean there.
Right now, we're doing okay with it, but we have noticed that it's picked up rapidly and more intense in the last 2 squalls that have come through. So if the worst part for us is still to come, as the media and the meteorologists have told us, then we probably could have a much greater storm surge onto the beach.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. So a clear message that, okay, thank you. A clear message that he's sending out is that, we've done a lot of these stories in past years. People would be coming out to the beach, no big deal. This police chief, he brought all of his officers out here and said, look, things are going to get worse. And I have to tell you, when we were standing out here during that squall, I could not believe it. that people were actually coming outside in it. But instead of just saying, I can't believe it, here you have, you know, action. They actually came here. Let's walk down before I toss it back to you guys. Let's walk down this way a little bit on the beach. We actually have action so that the police are, you know, they're serious. If you're going to come out to the beach here, even in these lulls, that you're gonna have issues. Plus, keep this in mind. There are curfews going into effect in South Florida. And the other message they really want me to express to you, the public, look, they are well aware that people are sitting at home saying that this storm has shifted. So it gives them this sense of freedom, if you will, to get out of their homes. Totally understandable. What they are saying, though, is that those squalls are coming. While they may not be those hurricane force winds consistently, they are dangerous to be in. So in this case here in Sunny Isles Beach, where you saw that video, where you see these waves right here, their message is really clear, a message that we are passing along to you, the public. Just don't come out to the beach. Back to you.
Good advice, Raj, definitely, without a doubt. You know, people see that lull and they go out there, and then the next thing you know, you're getting pounded by rain and wind from one second to the next.
The nature of these bands as they move in. Oh, okay. The governor is speaking someplace at one of the EOCs, maybe Tallahassee. Let's listen.
5 miles per hour. The center is getting better organized and will intensify as it approaches Florida. The core will move across the Keys early tomorrow morning and go across our state on Sunday. It will impact northwest Florida on Monday. The Keys will see direct impact of the eye of the storm. There will be 18 to 15 inches of rain across the state and up to 25 inches in the Keys. Tornadoes are possible in South Florida this evening and Central Florida tomorrow. Hurricane conditions will be felt across the West Coast beginning Sunday morning. But tropical storm conditions will be felt across the warning area. Millions of Floridians will begin seeing impacts with life-threatening winds tonight. This is a serious threat of significant storm surge along the entire west coast of Florida, and this has increased to 15 feet of impact above ground level in southwest Florida. Tampa will see a surge of 5 to 8 feet. The Big Bend area will see a surge of 3 to 6 feet. We'll also see an increase in flooding of rivers throughout the peninsula. This is clearly a life-threatening situation. Remember, in southwest Florida, the storm surge comes after the strongest winds. Do not think the storm is over when the wind slows down. Local officials will let you know when it is safe. The storm surge will rush in and it could kill you. When it happens, the water just rushes in and rushes out. With the storm's latest track, families in the Panhandle need to be on high alert for severe weather, including tropical storm and hurricane force winds. Here in Tallahassee, it is likely we will experience hurricane force winds, and families must start preparing now. We saw what Hurricane Irma did to this community last year, and we could see similar or more severe wind threats from Irma. If you have been ordered to evacuate, you need to leave now. This is your last chance to make a good decision. Evacuations are in place in areas across the state. More than 6.5 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate. Do not put yourself or your family's life at risk. Now is the time to do the right thing for your family. School buses are aiding in evacuations. Please take advantage of this service. If you need to leave and are unable to do so for any reason, call 1-800-342-3557 and we will do everything we can to get you out. Protecting life is our absolute top priority. No resource or expense will be spared to protect families. I urge everyone to check on their neighbors, their family, and their friends. If you know someone who is not evacuating and should, please contact them and make sure they have a plan to get out now. We have been very aggressive in our preparation for this storm, and now it's upon us. Every Floridian should take this seriously and be aggressive to protect their family. Possessions can be replaced. Your life, your family cannot be replaced. Shelters. We have been working around the clock with counties to ensure there are enough shelters. Currently, there are more than 385 shelters open across every county in the path of the storm, and more are opening tonight. More than 70,000 Floridians have taken shelter, and there is still room for more. If you have a building and emergency officials ask you to open a shelter, please comply. This is so important to families seeking safety. Everyone in Florida needs to find a safe place to go. Traffic. Evacuation routes are moving, and we have implemented emergency shoulder use on I-4 from 50th Street in Tampa to east of State Road 429 in Orlando. Our 1,700 state troopers remain on the road to assist in evacuations and traffic. They will remain on our roads until it is unsafe. Check real-time traffic information and evacuation routes at fl511.com. We are still aggressively working to keep gas stations open and filled along active evacuation routes. I waived Florida's motor fuel import tax for 5 days to help bring more fuel to our state for storm response and recovery. This will make our efforts to bring in fuel from neighboring states after the storm easier. We absolutely know fuel is important, and we are doing and voting every state resource we can to address this problem to ensure we have fuel immediately we want it for everybody, but we want it immediately for first responders and rescue efforts. Every single Florida Guardsman that can be called up has already been deployed to prepare and respond to this storm. We have so many members of our law enforcement community that are putting their lives at risk to help Floridians get to a safe place. And they will not stop until it's no longer safe. We cannot thank them enough. Utilities. Right now, more than 76,000 people are without power. It's going to get worse. Utility providers have actively pre-positioned resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We know how important power is. We will aggressively work with our utilities to make sure it gets back on. Regarding recovery, we have search and rescue staged and ready once the storm passes and is safe for first responders. I met with the Coast Guard Admiral today, and they are here and have asked us to help in this process. The storm has continued to change rapidly, but we have food and water pre-positioned to be dispersed to impacted areas.
All right, the governor, we'll continue listening to see if there's anything new that comes out of this. And should there be something, we'll make sure to make you aware.
Phil Farrow has some new information that we need to share with you guys. Phil, what do you got?
Yes, indeed. Very important right now. There is a tornado warning for parts of northern Broward County. This is near Coral Springs. A tornado, actually a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. You can see the activity right there across Coral Springs, and it's heading out to US 27. Once again, the potential with this system for flying debris, that is what is worrying everyone down the road. There is Coral Springs. You can see how fast this is moving. This tornado warning will remain in effect until 7 p.m. Now, one of the key factors here is how fast this is moving at 35 miles per hour. This is not stopping. We have more rain sitting offshore, a lot of strong thunderstorm activity starting to move in across Broward County. That's going to plow into downtown Fort Lauderdale, and everything will continue to move west. But repeating, there is a tornado warning for the Coral Springs area until 7 p.m. That thunderstorm capable of producing that tornado is moving to the west at 35 miles per hour. We will have more throughout the afternoon. By the way, there is the area under the tornado warning from Coral Springs all the way west through US 27. More in just a few minutes.
Phil, thank you. Lynn Martinez along with Jeff Lennox for the next half hour or so. We're going to be with you to the end of Hurricane Irma until this storm actually passes through. Let's take a look now at the situation in Fort Lauderdale. The winds have been kicking up for the past 3 or 4 hours. We just heard Governor Scott hold a news conference urging everybody to stay inside and get to where you need to be. That should have happened a little while ago. Not a soul to be seen in Fort Lauderdale, at least on the beach, and that is a good thing. Officials all up and down the coastline have been urging people not to go out and venture and look at how the water is doing and how the winds are whipping up. You can certainly see that on television. Governor Scott also mentioned that fuel is coming as soon as the winds die down, that the fuel trucks are going to replenish what we're burning up right now here in South Florida.
And Governor Rick Scott earlier today in an earlier news conference talked about those now mandatory evacuations on the west coast of Florida. We're talking about Pinellas County, that is St. Petersburg, and Hillsborough County, that is Tampa. Zone A in Tampa is under a mandatory evacuation, and that is because these were last-minute mandatory evacuations because we noticed that track shift over the last 24 hours or so with Hurricane Irma. So some last-minute evacuations on the west coast of Florida. We saw a lot of traffic on I-4 from Tampa to Orlando, people trying to get out at the last minute. Again, anticipating the severe effects from Hurricane Irma that is right now churning in the direction of the west coast of Florida.
And as you look at a live picture out of Fort Lauderdale, certainly we're keeping our hearts and our minds on our friends in Key West and all the Keys. As a matter of fact, the eye is about 120 miles from Key West. Lots of areas under a tornado warning. We're all under a tornado watch in South Florida. Let's now go to 7's Brian and Andrew Scheinthal. Things are changing. Oh, Andrew Scheinthal's in Florida City. We have live picture right now, Andrew. Anyway, I saw Florida City a little while ago. Yeah. Hold on, we'll hook back. Okay, there you go. The shot goes in and out. And tell us how it's been. You're really getting hit with a lot of rain right now, Andrew.
Yes, we are. So I'm in Florida City right now. You can see the rain is starting to come down. This is one of those squalls that we constantly hear about. It actually just started raining, so I'm anticipating it to get a little worse. In fact, I can see off in the distance where you have what looks like some of those whiteout conditions that are coming this way. And now, as I said, here it is. The wind picks up, and this is kind of what happens. You have a couple of cars out here, people driving around. Certainly wouldn't be recommended. And the thing is, we've been here for probably 2 hours, and we have not seen anything. There has not been rain, there has not been wind, but then out of nowhere, this is what happens. So, we've been talking about it all day. It kind of plays with you. So you think to yourself that, okay, well, maybe it's not so bad outside. Maybe I can go outside and take a look around. But then conditions like this happen, and it just picks up. And then when these squalls come through, there's also the risk of there being a tornado and the high winds and the poor visibility. So you don't want to be out here driving, as well as all the debris that we've also seen outside. I mean, take a look at some of the palm fronds out here. This one luckily is at a gas station, so it's not going to be too much of a problem. But if that falls on you while you're standing at a parking light, or if there's we've seen some down trees in Cutler Bay that we showed you earlier, and they came down when these squalls of rain came through. So you don't know when that's going to happen, and that's why it's so important to stay home. So yes, I understand that there are times where it's very quiet outside. It doesn't seem like there's much going on, but you've seen all of us scattered throughout South Florida, and sometimes you come to us for a live shot and there isn't much action outside, but north of us and south of us there is. So it's really, really patchy at times. So you just want to, stay at home, stay inside, because you do not want to be outside in conditions like this when this happens. Just so I can tell you where we are right now, we are underneath at a gas station, underneath one of the awnings there, and we're staying at a shelter later today once conditions reach a certain point where we feel like we need to get back inside. And luckily, it seems like the rain is starting to slow down here a little bit, but again, 3 minutes from now, 5 minutes from now, or 2 hours from now, it could completely change. We just don't know when that's going to happen, because not all of us have access to a Doppler radar at home. So that's why it's so important to stay at home, because you cannot predict when these are going to come through.
Good point, Andrew. Thank you so much for that live report in Florida City.
On any given day, 1 or 2 tornado warnings is a lot, and it's a busy day here in South Florida. Today, though, getting a lot more than that because of this hurricane. Phil Farrow, I understand you have another tornado warning for us.
You are correct. They are coming in fast and furious. We've had 1 tornado warning now for the northwestern suburbs here of Broward County. There's a brand new one right now, and this one will be impacting the metropolitan area. There's a huge thunderstorm going across downtown Fort Lauderdale. It extends from the beach all the way back in through the turnpike. Now, this severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. It was located near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. Some of the areas that could be impacted here: Lauderdale by the Sea, Dania Beach, Port Everglades and Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport, Oakland Park, Wilton Manors, Sea Ranch Lakes, downtown Fort Lauderdale, obviously. And this system, again, moving rather quickly to the west at 35 miles per hour. On screen right now, you see the area highlighted that is under the gun. This area highlighted in red from the beach all the way west, basically in through Sunrise and the Sawgrass, under a tornado warning until 7 p.m. There's another one that encompasses the area around US 27, almost near the county line between Broward and Palm Beach. That one is under at least until 6:45. And everything that you see in yellow, that is a tornado watch that will remain in effect until midnight. But again, a very strong, serious cell of heavy rainfall moving in across coastal Broward County that is capable of producing a tornado. We are going to be on top of that, and if we do get any more reports from it, we'll bring it live to you.
Phil, thank you. And we knew this was going to happen because we've been talking about we're on the dirty side, the northeastern quadrant of this storm. So we anticipate tornadoes. We're all under a tornado watch. That's certainly a scary thing, tornadoes, when you have no control and they come out of nowhere.
And it's just starting.
And it's just starting. Yeah.
Many more hours to go with this system. We're also tracking our reporters, trying to get you outside as much as we can. Joe Rhodes is live in Miami. Joe, what are conditions like where you are at?
You know, it's interesting. We've been kind of going back and forth. Earlier, we went through a really bad band. I mean, it was really coming down. The wind was coming through. And then we went through about 30 minutes where not much was happening. And we've talked about how this is really going to be a wind event. Well, we're getting some wind right now. It's not very strong, but the wind has definitely kicked up in the last 5 minutes or so. I used my gauge just moments ago, and we're coming in at about 21, 22 miles an hour. But you can see what that does as you take a look at these palm trees here, and it's, you know, just pushing those leaves. Right now we're at Sea Isle Marina. It's just north of the Venetian Causeway at 17th and Bayshore. And as you take a look out over the water here, you know, the boats have been steadily rocking back and forth, back and forth. There hasn't been too much chop in this water. For the most part, throughout the day, it's been pretty quiet here. It's been dead. There's been a couple people here, as you see behind me. They've been popping their heads out because they want to check on their boats if they're staying in this area. Some of the people that I've chatted with actually live on these boats right now. You can see the wind, how it just will pop up at some points and then it'll die back down. But some of the people have actually been living on these boats, and they said once they knew the storm was going to be coming in and everything, they would park their boats, they've tied them up, and then they're, for the most part, they're staying at this Marriott hotel that is just right to the left of me, to the right of your TV screen there. So they've been staying there, and you know, there's been people coming down and popping their head out. They want to check on their boats, make sure that they're still tied up and everything, and then they're going back into their hotels and everything. So that's sort of the story. As you take a look out there east of where we are, east of downtown right now, you can see that there is some rain out that way, but mostly what we're dealing with right now is just a major wind event, and people are again using this time to kind of just poke their heads out and take a quick walk, especially if they feel like they've had cabin fever and have been standing there, you know, or waiting in their hotel rooms for the worst of this to hit us at this point. Guys?
Okay, Joe Rhodes in Miami right there. Again, we're looking at the radar off here to our left, and you can see those bands coming through every few moments. So, again, in just maybe 10 minutes from now, we could see more showers heading over Joe.
That's so true. Things change on a dime. Yeah. We love our viewers, and because some of our viewers, we have some great pictures to share with you on how they're being affected by Hurricane Irma. Let's go to Belkis Naray for more on these pictures. Send it to 7.
Send it to 7 at WSVN.com. You guys are awesome sending us stuff that you're seeing from your vantage point, and we're getting it on TV. We had some people in Miramar send us this video of a pretty strong squall coming through there. You can see this appears to be like a lake in the middle of some kind of community, and you can see the strong winds and the driving rain coming in that moment when the viewer shot this for us. Also over in West Miramar, we've got some more video. You can see here, similar situation. It's just the gusty winds, the driving rain. It almost comes in at an angle, and I'm not sure if that's a canal or a lake or what that is, but you see some little white caps in that little body of water there. Over in Hialeah Gardens, there's an elementary school there that is feeling Wilma's effects. This is Hialeah Gardens Elementary School. Kids, when you get back to school, don't look for the sign because it's toppled over. I'm sure by the time you get back to school, that sign will be gone and it'll be nice and safe for you. But Hialeah Gardens Elementary School, you're going to be working on a new sign for your school post-Irma, that's for sure. And over in West Miami-Dade, look at this piece of video or a still photo that somebody sent us, not sure which. It's some video. There it is. That's not looking good. You can see a pretty big tree there. You saw that, how big that root ball was? It landed on not one, but 2 cars in West Miami-Dade, possibly. Maybe that might be one of the owners of the vehicles there that might be taking photographs for insurance purposes. Maybe even 3 vehicles if you count the van there at the end, but that's a really big, giant root system there, and it's pretty much squashed that white car, damaged the black car, and then some of those branches and limbs have landed on what appears to be a white van on the other side. But good luck with getting that fixed, guys. Good luck with that. Glad nobody was in the cars. And again, at the end of the day, you've got insurance, hopefully, and you can fix that right up. But we can't put a price tag on human life. Human life are animals. We love our animals. Over at Zoo Miami, you know, they've got so many animals there. And they had to move some of those animals. This is the cheetah there. They waited until the very last minute to move the animals. They did it this morning because, you know, much like your pets at home, they get stressed out. They get anxiety. It's a new surroundings and whatnot. So they waited until the very last minute to move the animals, and they did it, you know, slowly and carefully and deliberately this morning at Zoo Miami.
These animals go through a tremendous amount of stress. When you move them away from a familiar area, that stress can be very, very, very dangerous to them.
That was Ron McGill there, the director of Zoo Miami. You know, he says the animals go through a tremendous amount of stress, but humans go through a tremendous amount of stress during this, too. I know we're hearing from a lot of you out there on social media, you know, even friends, relatives. We're anxious. It's stressful. It's hurry up, get the stuff, get the kids, prep the things, prep the house, help the parents, help the neighbors, help the cousins, help the friends, put the shutters, buy the wood. It's very stressful, and it's anxiety, and hopefully, again, you're where you need to be, and you're watching us on TV, and you're just chilling out with the people you love and just waiting this thing out. And before you know it, you'll all tell some good stories, and they're minimal damage at the end of all this. But keep it here, because we're your eyes and ears. So, and thank you, and keep those videos coming. Viewers, we love you. I'm Belkis Nare. Back to you guys.
Okay, we want to get to Phil Farrow. Apparently, there's been a tornado touchdown. Phil?
Yes, indeed. The National Weather Service just telling us that a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Lazy Lake near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. A damaging tornado. Take cover now is what they are suggesting. This is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those who may be venturing outdoors. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damages to homes and businesses, and vehicles are likely and completely destroyed. So if possible, if you're anywhere near the area, make sure you take shelter now. The tornado will be near Village Park, Broadview, Pompano Park, and Palm Air around 6:45. Then Sunrise, Tamarack, Margate, Lauderhill, and North Lauderdale around 6:50. Plantation and Sawgrass Mills Mall at around 6:55, and Coral Springs around 7 p.m. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This tornado is moving rather quickly. It is, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Lazy Lake near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. If you are in any of these locations that I have mentioned, please make sure that you seek shelter immediately. It is very hard to hear these things, especially if there is a lot of rain and noise outdoors, and obviously if you're shuttered in. So right now is the time to make sure you go straight to a very small room, especially a small bathroom with a lot of walls around you, and stay there until you hear me come back on and say that this has dissipated or fallen apart. But right now, please seek shelter. Large and extremely dangerous tornado over Lazy Lake near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. I'll repeat the locations again. The tornado will be near Village Park, Broadview, Pompano Park, and Palm Air around 6:45. Sunrise, Tamarack, Margate, Lauderhill, and North Lauderdale around 6:50. Plantation and Sawgrass Mills Mall around 6:55, and Coral Springs around 7 p.m. You have to seek shelter now. We're going to be on top of it, and if we hear anything, we'll come right back to you.
And Phil, how do you get information on that? I guess you look at the radar, you get your reports coming in from weather watchers out in the field. How do you kind of put all this together?
Well, when this kind of an advisory comes through, it comes straight from the National Weather Service, and then we plot it on the screen, and we let you know exactly where it is at. The National Weather Service does a great job telling us exactly where dangerous conditions will be, and as soon as we get it, we pass it along to you. And believe me, it's going to be very dangerous, especially since we can't see. We don't know where this thing is at, especially especially if you're at home and you're sheltered in. So please, if you're in any of these areas, make sure that you find the smallest room in your house without any windows. Go in there, try to be as low profile as possible, at least until we get word that this is finally lifted.
And to go over the areas you say to be on the lookout: Sunrise, Tamarack, Sawgrass Mills Mall, Plantation, Lauderhill, and Lauderdale Lakes. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Coral Springs at around 7 p.m.
Okay, Coral Springs. You know, we thank you, Phil. And we knew this was going to happen. We've been talking about it for quite some time, that we're on the dirty side, that, you know, maybe the eye wall is not coming right over us, on top of us, like we felt like it was coming yesterday. But we're definitely in danger when it comes to tornadoes, driving rain, and a lot of wind. Phil has another update. Phil.
Yes, indeed. Again, the National Weather Service telling us that the tornado now will be near Sunrise and Tamarack at 6:50, Sawgrass Mills Mall around 6:55, so it's picking up a little forward speed. Coral Springs around 7. Now they're giving us other locations that could be impacted by the cell that's causing this tornado. They include Broward Estates, Pompano Beach Airport, Markham Park, West Kenlark and Roosevelt Gardens, Boulevard Gardens, Ramblewood East, and North Andrews Avenue. We are in a life-threatening situation here. There could be flying debris that could be deadly to anybody who is crazy enough to be outdoors right now. Mobile homes will be destroyed. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, they keep telling us this, located over Lauderdale Lakes or near Plantation, now moving west at 35 miles per hour. This is once again one of the side effects. We're not getting the direct impact, but we're definitely getting the dirty sector of this hurricane, and this will be ongoing throughout the evening.
And the Lauderdale Lakes is right by you, right, if you could point to it, Phil. It's right, you know, to your right, that whole area in
right
red,
here in the
basically.
center of the screen. I know that there are a lot of folks who can't see this. You're listening to us on radio, but for you in Broward County, right off of 816 and 441, that is the area right now under the gun, Lauderdale Lakes.
And if we go west, Phil, stay with us here for a second. Sheldon Fox, I believe, is in Sunrise, which, as the crow flies, how many miles are we talking about between Lauderdale Lakes and Sunrise?
Wow.
Not too many.
Not too many. Not off the top of my head. I could say more than 4 or 5. Could be that many.
Sheldon, are you with us right now? Mike, do we have Sheldon? Sheldon Fox?
Jeff, we're actually in Sunny Isles.
Sunny Isles,
We're in Sunny Isles Beach, right on Collins. I know it's Sunny Isles. It's quite windy. It's nothing like what we're hearing about in Sunrise, but I can tell you these winds are... it's getting to that point now where you really want to be careful when you're in the street here. This is the somewhat iconic Sunny Isles sign. Anybody who lives on the north or frequents the north and east side of North Dade would know this area. The Sunny Isles Beach sign. It's a neighborhood that's packed with high vertical condos, pretty manicured streets and areas. You've got Golden Beach just to my north with very pretty homes. This is, if you're on the approach from the Golden Beach area or from Hallandale and you're heading in a southbound direction, you'd come up on this Sunny Isles Beach sign, and it came down. You can see the electrical wires coming out of it there, and then the logo of the city of Sunny Isles right there, this on Collins Avenue. And you've got, I can tell you this, lots of police officers from both the Sunny Isles Police Department and from the town of Golden Beach, just all over the street looking to protect people, looking to protect property if they can. And you've got a situation now where things are swaying in the wind, and when the bands start to pick up, you worry about the power lines. We did see a hotel that was compromised. We're going to go check that out again. But again, the Sunny Isles Beach sign down here on Collins Avenue. We'll have more from here. Stay with us. Jeff, Lynn?
And that's a really heavy sign, dangerous winds out there. Let's go back to Phil Farrow. He has another update on these tornadoes, or one in particular we're talking about. Phil.
All right, so we do have an update here on the tornado across, it was spotted by southeast Wilton Manors here. The tornado was reported by a ham radio operator in Oakland Park, And as you can see on the screen here, Oakland Park, for those who still have power and can see us, for you without any power right now, basically listen on radio, east of I-95 and just north of 816, that's where the tornado was spotted, and it was moving quickly to the west at 35 miles per hour. We're going to open this view, and you can see see that this is the area now that is under the gun for that tornado warning west of I-95, and that includes 441, the Turnpike, all the way through the Sawgrass Expressway. Again, there's still that report of a tornado here moving rather quickly, and if there's a saving grace, is that it is moving quickly at 35 miles per hour. Please stay hunkered down until we get word that this has fallen apart.
Phil, thank you.
Okay, so we are simulcasting with our radio partners at 7 o'clock. If we can go ahead and take that information, you can see the stations right there on your screen. Hot 105, Hits 97.3, Easy 93.1, and 99 Jams. So if you still have power, obviously you're seeing this. If you lose power as the hours go on, you can tune into one of those radio stations and you can hear our broadcast, get the very latest information on Hurricane Irma. Phil Ferro, his updates throughout the evening right here on 7 News.
And because of this intense wind we're looking at as we look at these live pictures out of Fort Lauderdale, remember this is a wind event for us in southeast Florida. Because of this intense wind and these tornadoes, one in particular that's touching down in Broward County, people are losing power. In Miami-Dade, it's a little over 57,000 people without power. In Broward County, it's almost 26,000 people without power, and that number is only going to go up. So if you have a neighbor or a friend you know who might have lost power, text them how to listen to our broadcast, simulcasting there on these several radio stations, because we can help be with you to the very end of the storm. It's amazing right now. It looks like in Fort Lauderdale there's no rain, but there is plenty of wind.
And that is, if we're looking at the tornado warning and that tornado that we're tracking right now, this is right outside of that tornado warning. This is obviously to the east on the coast. That tornado that we're tracking is more toward the western side of Broward County, again tracking through Oakland Park, Lauderdale Lakes, and Sunrise. So we're going to be watching that very closely. We have the whole weather team keeping a very close eye on that tornado. Again, seek shelter right now if you are in that area. We cannot stress that enough. Find a safe place in the center of your home, possibly a bathtub, closet with safe walls, no windows, if you feel like that tornado may be in your area.
Yeah, tornadoes are so scary. I grew up in the Midwest, and yeah, you don't play with that. So let's now go to Hollywood. Mike DePasquale was there a short time ago and has this report.
Here in Hollywood Beach, we're inside the Garfield Garage for our own protection because of lightning strikes. But as you see right now, these bands, they continue to change. They pelt us with water as they come off the ocean. And this is continuous, like every 5 to 10 minutes. We had some people earlier on the beach when it wasn't like this. They had their various reasons for being out on a day like this. But right now, I was just out there about a minute ago. No one is on the beach, and Hollywood police still on the beach patrolling the Broadwalk simply because they want people to be safe. They don't want people to be out here. There's a mandatory evacuation for Broward, and there's a curfew now in effect. On Hollywood Beach, Mike DePasquale, 7 News.
In fact, there are curfews for many, many areas. Let's go check back now with Phil Ferro for more on maybe these tornadoes we're talking about.
All right, so we at least know that there has been one confirmed tornado that has been spotted right across Lauderdale Lakes. It continues to move to the west. The tornado warning goes on to 7 p.m. And right now we have not heard of any damages or anybody being impacted by this. The saving grace is that it is moving extremely fast at 35 miles per hour. The moment that we hear that the warning has been lifted, we will let you know. That way the level of stress and tension will come down. The thunderstorm right now stretches anywhere from the Turnpike through Lauderhill, Tamarack, Sunrise. It should leave the Sunrise area here within the next 5 minutes or so. We'll be on top of it, and we'll bring you the very latest in just a few minutes.
Phil, obviously a simple question right here, but for those at home who may not know the difference, what is the difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning for those at home?
Excellent question. A tornado watch means that the ingredients are present in the atmosphere for tornadoes or twisters to form. A warning means immediate danger. It has been spotted and it is on the ground.
And we're all under a watch, at least for the time being.
You're correct.
Okay, Phil Ferro, thank you so much. All right, now let's go back to Fort Lauderdale and 7's Steve Shapiro, I believe, to check in on weather conditions there. Steve?
This is a Saturday night on Los Olas Boulevard. Normally, this would be packed downtown Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to get out of the way. Jim, just give them an idea of how desolate it is here. And there is nobody on the street, nor should there be. Everything is boarded up. No foot traffic, no motorists. no bicyclists, no skateboarders, no dogs, no human beings, no nothing as far as you can see. We're looking east on Los Olas Boulevard. We got some cover here under the old Johnny V's restaurant. A few minutes ago, we got a chance to talk with Fort Lauderdale Mayor Jack Seiler, and he's pleased with the way everything has gone so far. Thanks for coming out in the rain. So far, so good?
Yeah, you know, I tell you what, I'm very pleased that the curfew's in effect and the curfew's being complied with. We just came down here to drive the beach and get a look at who's out and about, and thankfully no one's out and about except for the TV crews and the media. So
short of 6 o'clock, you see anything unusual, any damage, anything out there?
Tell you what, we've seen a fair amount of trees that have already had some tree damage, and we've got some power line issues, as we just talked about, but all in all, we're looking pretty good. I think may have escaped the worst of this storm, but it's still early. I mean, we don't know what will happen in the next 18 to 24 hours, and I think this is going to be an 18 to 24-hour storm. But from my standpoint, the most important thing is people are off the street, people are off the barrier island, and that's what we had asked them to do. And it's a good day as mayor when people follow instructions and follow directions.
As long as I got you, Notre Dame, Georgia.
Notre Dame. I actually sent a text up to my buddy up in Notre Dame, and I told him, I said, we'll take care of Irma, you take care of the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs, of course, the Georgia Bulldogs, and Jack's a big Notre Dame guy, went to Notre Dame game at 7:30 tonight. Across the street, we got some people at the Riverside Hotel. What are you doing out? Watching me. That's good. Go back in and watch some more television. Stay out of the rain. That's the Riverside Hotel right there. Believe it or not, the restaurant's open. Crazy for the people who are staying there or people in Fort Lauderdale that might want to get something to eat. Rain's just picked up again. You can see it coming down off the awning. Now it's starting to rain. Now it's getting real. All right, that's all I got for now. I hope that's enough.
That's enough.
Live in Fort Lauderdale, I'm Steve Shapiro, 7 News. That's enough out of me? Okay, Lynn, very good.
That's not enough. It's good that, you know, there's nobody on the street but you. That's definitely a good sign. Okay. We love the Riverside Hotel.
That's safe.
Be safe, Steve. This is a live picture out of Fort Lauderdale where it's getting dark, it's raining. The winds are coming and going as those outer bands kick in, and look at those white caps. And take another look at a live picture out of the city of Miami. All right, winds picking up. This has always been the case. Miami has been, you know, dry, or has had this little canal of dryness for quite some time. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, Joe Rhodes not too long ago had a bit of a lull in between those rain bands. But yeah, for the most part, we've seen very strong bands moving through Fort Lauderdale. Brendan Byer, it seems like almost every time we've checked in with him, he's had some pretty squally weather there from his perch. He's not too far away, or right on Fort Lauderdale Beach, rather, watching Hurricane Irma. And again, those Fort Lauderdale pictures just east of where we currently have a tornado warning in effect in the Lauderdale Lakes area. That tornado moving in the direction of Sunrise in western Broward County. So we're going to be watching that closely.
Yeah, scary stuff.
Well.
It seems like Fort Lauderdale is really the place. Yeah, really getting it. That's for sure. Let's take a live picture out of North Bay Village. This is what it looks like outside of our 7 News studios. Sort of dark, grayish clouds. The water doesn't seem to be as choppy as more up north. And again, the eye is about 110 miles, Phil said, from Key West. So we're thinking about our friends in Key West, and a dangerous time right now in Lauderdale Lakes, Sunrise, Tamarack, Coral Springs Plantation, Lauderhill, because of a tornado. A large tornado, Phil said, was on the ground, but moving quickly, he said, at 35 miles an hour. So if you're if you live in that area, you're urged to hunker down right now, because even though we're looking at this somewhat, you know, tranquil picture here in North Bay Village, this is not the scene in Lauderdale Lakes or Lauderhill.
No, it's not. You can only imagine what the scene must be like there as that tornadic weather moves on through. As we look at this image, North Bay Village, the water looks calmish there. I'm sure if we zoomed in, we would see more white caps and a little more choppy water. But again, as Phil and Brent have been talking about, Lynn, we're going to be watching for that storm surge, which the estimates were pretty high earlier in the week, but now, given the fact that the storm is tracking more on the west coast, storm surge maybe not as bad here on our side of the state, but something we'll be watching very closely in the hours to come.
All right, let's go a little south to Sunny Isles Beach and see what's going on there. We've got 7 Sheldon Fox, where you've got a little bit of damage behind you.
Yep, some damage, Lynn, to a hotel that's got a lot of sentimental value to people who know this area. This is Sunny Isles, okay, and you can see the damage here behind me, a little bit of, you know, part of the, maybe some of the drywall there and some of the awning and some of the roofing perhaps came down. Looks like a wire hanging from that palm tree as well with some of that material there on the ground. We want to stay well away from that wire. But this is a Days Inn, but it's the old Thunderbird Hotel. Donovan, if we want to come this way and show them that sign here and that little sculpture that's been here for a long, long time, many years ago, along Sunny Isles Beach and A1A, you had sort of mid-level rise hotels like these, the Thunderbird. This one's since been converted to a Days Inn, I believe. But right now, it looks like a major cleanup job is needing to be done here. We showed you some other damage down the street from where we are, just to the north, where you saw the Sunny Isles sign that was knocked down. There's some more debris there across the street. It may or may not be from this hotel. And then the tree behind us as well, coming right down there in the parking lot. So this is a dangerous spot to be. If I see a car whiz by every once in a while, and we're not talking cop cars, there are people who actually do get on A1A and drive. You need to stop it. You need to stay in your house and not come out in this area. It's just too windy and dangerous. My fear is that one of these power lines come down. Stay with us for the very latest on this here in Sunny Isles and elsewhere. Lynn, Jeff?
And really good point, Sheldon. If you do see a power line, like the power line or some sort of line that's behind Sheldon, you could say, is it a cable line? Is it for a phone line? Is it an electrical line? It doesn't matter. Don't touch any line that is down. We've heard this from officials. Treat all down lines as if they are live. Lynn Martinez, along with Jeff Lennox, going to sign off right now. Belkis and Craig are going to step in a second. But first, let's go to Phil Farrow for more on what's going on with Irma. Phil?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Want to show you here a picture, I believe. Right now, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing this. That is a tornado. It was located near Port Everglades, near Fort Lauderdale, moving rather quickly at around 35 miles per hour. We are watching this carefully. I do believe that there is a tornado warning indeed issued for this. This is a tornado, again, moving right along the coast here. Could be near Hollywood International, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport within the next few minutes at around 7:05 p.m. We are still working on information regarding the other tornado that was supposed to be hanging around till 7 p.m. for western Broward County. We haven't heard anything about any damages directly associated with that tornado, but we do have another one now that is starting to move onshore, and it's all due to a huge cell of thunderstorm activity located right by the coast from the beaches through A1A and in through I-95 downtown Fort Lauderdale. A lot of heavy rainfall. Here is the area graphically that is under this tornado watch. It is just south of Lighthouse Point, goes all the way back into the Sawgrass Expressway and as far south as I-595. That square right there is under a tornado warning now until 7:30 p.m. I was wondering if I could go right back to that picture so you can get an idea as to what we are talking about or why we have that tornado warning. You are looking at it right there. It apparently started as a water spout and got pushed on shore. That'll continue to track inland, and as you heard, there is a tornado warning associated with this twister, which should be very close to Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport around 7:05. Coming back to the radar, there's a huge swath of rain downtown Fort Lauderdale, A1A, Harbor Beach, making it all the way back in through Florida's Turnpike. As soon as we hear word on the other tornado that we were following right across the Sawgrass Expressway, we will let you know if we have the all clear on that. That is the very latest on the, well, let's go now to Ed Rappaport at the National Hurricane Center. Ed, we are getting a lot of activity now, local tornadoes reports. Is this the kind of activity that we're going to expect throughout the night due to this hurricane?
Yes, that's what we get with these squalls and the rain bands that come through. Occasionally, one will be tornadic. Most of the time they're not, but obviously we've seen a couple of them already. We have another band that's about to approach the northern part of Miami-Dade County, and we're going to see what kind of winds that brings. See if it's higher than the 47 gusts to 70 miles per hour we saw earlier at Fort Lauderdale.
That's a lot of instability here across the area. What's the latest on Irma? Is it still aiming for the Florida Keys? We've heard of tornadoes there as well.
Yes, actually the last hour or so, it looks like the center has slowed down. So we may be ready to see that turn to the north. That's typically an indication of a change in direction. And maybe that's what's occurring now. We've been talking about it for several days, the turn coming on the east coast, over the peninsula or the west coast, that small area, and it looks like it's going to be the west coast.
All right, thank you very much, Ed Rappaport, acting director there at the National Hurricane Center. I want to go back to the radar because we have reports of yet another tornado. This one is a tornado warning for central Miami-Dade County until 7:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Homestead Miami Speedway, and these things are just moving incredibly fast. This one at 60 miles per hour. The storm will be near Homestead General Airport and Royal Palm Ranger at around 7:15. So these are very fast moving, which is the saving grace. Usually they tend to move at around 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 miles per hour tops. This one, the area that is under concern here is basically just south of Cutler Bay, which does include Homestead, the Florida City area, and extends all the way out through the Redland and in through the Everglades. This tornado warning is in effect until 7:30. We're also looking at another warning along coastal Broward County near Fort Lauderdale, and that is due to a twister that just came in offshore. There is the area highlighted on the map. It encompasses downtown Fort Lauderdale and stretches all the way out in through Broward County here through Coral Springs. And I do believe the original tornado that we were watching, the one that was very large and had been spotted, which we urged everyone to seek shelter, that has been canceled now, that warning. The system has moved away from your area, so if you were hunkered down, you can come out now. Here is that cell now across Fort Lauderdale where we saw the twister move on shore. The rain extends from the beach through A1A, I-95, downtown Fort Lauderdale, Oakland Park, Lauderhill, Riverland, in through the Turnpike. You are looking at heavy rainfall, strong gusty winds, at times all the way up to 40, 45, even 50 miles per hour. So this afternoon, this will be the pattern. We had been saying it all along, even though we weren't going to get a direct strike from the hurricane as it moved to the Keys and the West Coast, we would be on the dirty sector. And this is what we're looking at right now. This will continue to be on the increase tonight, throughout the day tomorrow, until Irma finally makes it on shore. Let's open up the radar so we can see one more time all the areas that we are looking at. We had a big swath of heavy rainfall across western Broward County. That has moved away. We have one now that is moving in along the coast of Broward County. More rain now across deep southern Miami-Dade County from Cutler Bay through Homestead, Naranja, Florida City, and it's not going to improve anytime soon. We are going to see this kind of squally weather through the day tomorrow.
Phil, you mentioned this was a possibility. We're on the dirty side of the storm, that quadrant of the circulation, and it's going to be this way for the next day and a half or so. But earlier I overheard you, and I was in the middle of talking to somebody else, so might be beneficial to me, certainly, and I'm sure a lot of folks at home. When you mention these types of tornadoes, they're unique to this kind of tropical weather. Ordinarily, we think tornado, we think of what we see in the nation's heartland, that scale of the EF 1 through 5 or whatever it is. What makes these, or what separates these from the ones we hear about in the Midwest, for example?
The ones in the Midwest can grow to enormous size. They could level an entire town, and they are usually caused between a clash between hot and cold air, and when that happens, you get those huge monster tornadoes. We don't have that big clash of hot and cold air. What we have here are winds at different heights, kind of crisscrossing each other. And obviously, with a hurricane and so much wind spinning around, you get a lot of instability in the atmosphere, and then that leads to these tornadic activities. We have Andrew Scheinbaum down in Florida City, I do believe. He is down there. He's been seeing all the heavy rainfall. What can you tell us about that, Andrew?
Well, we were actually sitting in our news car when all of a sudden the wind picked up extremely heavy with the rain, and then our phone started alerting us that there is a possible tornado in the area. And we didn't know whether that was related to where we are or not. But at the time with the wind, I mean, it really came out of nowhere, and the wind was so strong and howling so loud. So we picked up our gear, we ran into the car, and now we're parked along a cement building, just kind of waiting for it to come to an end. It looks like it's starting to slow down a bit, but these changes in the weather happened so instantly, and there's there's no warning. There's absolutely zero warning, and the trees and the palm trees, these things are maybe 30 or 40 feet tall, and they're leaning over. They're no longer standing up straight. They're bent over with the palm fronds, blowing out, and debris flying all around us, and the palm fronds. I'm looking at them out on the street and here in the parking lot, and other things too. So we just did what we thought was the best thing at that moment, which was to get next to a cement building and kind of wait till things calm down. But especially with that alert from the National Weather Service down here in Florida City with a tornado warning, we thought it was best to try to get out of anything's way if possible.
Oh, that's the best thing that you could have done. We still have plenty of rainfall moving in. Andrew, as far as any wind, have you heard like that proverbial, it sounded like a freight train kind of a wind sound?
Yes, that's what we heard when that strong gust of wind really picked up. And it was there for a couple of minutes and then, slowly started to go away at that point. But that's what we heard. And that's why we decided to take it so seriously, was because you can't see anything. It's starting to get dark out. These whiteout conditions make visibility very low. And so you can only see maybe across the street, and that's it. Was it one? Was it not? I don't know. That's for the National Weather Service to come out and tell us. But at that point, I'm not going to stick around to find out. So that's why we decided to try to get somewhere as safe as we possibly could at the time.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. We want to show you right now that area where Andrew is at, highlighted in red, basically from the bay, includes Homestead, Naranja, Florida City, and that is under a tornado warning at least for another 20 minutes. I want to take you briefly to another tornado warning that we just got in, and that is for the lower Florida Keys. This is for Key West. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles north of Ohio Key, basically 7 miles northwest of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge, and that continues to impact the area here. We are looking at that tornado warning in effect until 7:30 tonight. We are going to stay on top of all these tornadoes, and we'll bring you the very latest. Let's take a look at some video here that is coming in right now of a tornado. This apparently is, can we get a confirmation? Is this the one off of Broward County along the coast? This is Coral Ridge. Thank you very much. So this is the Coral Ridge tornado that we were just talking about. Again, this area is under a tornado warning until 7:30 this evening. 7:30 this evening. It is moving rather quickly at around 35 miles per hour, so hopefully it'll be out of the area soon. Please, 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 I know that this is kind of exciting for many folks to go out there and take a look at this, but this may not be the time to do it. I appreciate the video being sent in. Again, 7:30, that is the area under the gun for deep southern Miami-Dade County, and also another tornado warning for the Keys also until 7:30 p.m. We'll stay on top of it, and back to you guys at the desk.
We know you and the entire weather team, because everybody, when Phil's in the middle of his presentation, they're all rushing in to bring him these advisories from the National Weather Service.
It's
so
just happening.
Thanks to you all.
So quickly, these tornadoes are popping up on these outer bands, and it's just like what Phil has been telling people about the whole time. That's why you got to stay inside, because you never know. One of these things is going to just pop up out of nowhere. Anyway, Miami Beach is one such place where officials are telling people to stay inside, but, not everybody's listening. Brian Enton, what have you seen out there today?
Yeah, for the most part right now, people do appear to be inside. You hear it over and over again, but yeah, it's like a ghost town out here on Ocean Drive. never gets old. It's so eerie to see it with just no one out here except for the occasional police officer that drives by. I was listening to Phil talk about the tornado warnings in other areas. We haven't seen anything that extreme here in the last hour or so. Earlier, we did get some really big gusts of wind and a lot of rain, and I heard Andrew talking about how you can't really see for that moment. We did experience that a little bit, but for the last hour or so, it's mainly just been this steady stream of wind. We clocked it at maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour gusts. You see the palm trees, you see all the trees blowing in the wind. Let's go to video, though. This is from the city of Miami Beach this afternoon. They were out on the beach. They had the police out there, they had city crews out there, and they were going out to check out things actually on the sand. It's not every day you see all those police cars right out there on the sand, and the reason for that is there have been people going out on the beach even though they've said over and over again that the beach is closed. There are people going out to look around. We even saw some people go into the water earlier for a short time. It was actually kind of interesting. They went in the water and they were laughing and joking, and then one of these big rain and wind events moved through and people got really, really nervous. They immediately ran out of the water and realized that maybe they weren't quite that brave and that they wanted to go home. But so the interesting thing out here on Miami Beach is the curfew is going to start at 8 o'clock. So it's about 7:15 right now. In 45 more minutes, this curfew will take place, which means that no one will be allowed to come outside on the streets. You have to stay inside. Hopefully you evacuated, but if you are here, you have to stay inside. I spoke with Miami Beach police. They said that with the winds reaching 40 miles and over, they're not going to be out on the streets even really patrolling very much. They won't be patrolling the curfew because if the wind gets that high, they don't even get on the road. The spokesman told me it's up to the officer, but for the most part, they will not be getting on the road once the winds reach over 40 miles per hour. So they're hoping that people will heed the warning, stay inside, or just get off the island after 8 o'clock tonight. Belkis and Craig.
Brian, it looks like a lot of the businesses back there heeded the warnings. Everything looks pretty boarded up, and the glass that I do see, I imagine it's because it's impact glass.
Yes, everything is boarded up. You see shutters. It's interesting. There's so much impact glass these days. When you drive around, you don't see the shutters and the boarding up the way you used to years ago, where just like everything was covered. Now a lot of people have the impact glass, but there are a lot of boards, a lot of shutters out here on Ocean Drive. For Miami Beach, at least, there hasn't been a ton of damage. We've been driving around all day long. Yes, there's the occasional tree down. There's been a few big trees down. There's branches in the road, but we haven't seen any real structural damage out here, which is a really, really good thing so far.
Always, always a plus. All right, Brian Enton, you stay safe, and I suspect we're going to be checking back with you soon. Thanks, Brian.
Meanwhile, Phil Farrow, you've got some information that's going to be important for folks in Broward.
Yes, indeed. First of all, we do have a confirmed tornado right here. It's on the screen. It was reported around 6:38. It was a big tornado that came across, and we actually have a picture of when it came on shore a little while ago. Someone sent us video when it was just a waterspout making its way off the coast here in through US 1, and that was reported earlier. Now, this continues to grow, and they're telling us that this is a particularly dangerous situation. You should take cover now. This tornado will be near Davie, Sunrise, and Tamarack around 7:20. Sawgrass Mills around 7:25, and Weston around 7:30. Now, this once again is one of those dangerous situations where you're going to need to seek shelter in a small room. The smaller, the better. The more walls around you, the better safety measures you will have. This system is moving rather quickly at around 35 miles per hour, so hopefully this dangerous situation will be over with soon. To reiterate, the tornado will be near Davie, Sunrise, and Tamarack right around 7:20, Sawgrass Mills around 7:25, Weston at 7:30. The other tornado warning that we had for deep southern Miami-Dade County that was supposed to be in effect until 7:30, that has been canceled. So repeat, the one in deep southern Miami-Dade has been canceled. That's the latest.
All right, okay. Phil. Wow, it's thank goodness you got like extra people in the weather office, Phil, because it's a lot to keep up with, but they're keeping up. Just to reiterate what Phil said, there's a tornado around 7:20, Davie, Sunrise, and Tamarack. It's moving over to Sawgrass around 7:25, and you folks in Weston, you might be feeling it around 7:30, so you should go to an interior room, get away from windows, close the door, and just wait for it to pass, or till we hear from Phil again that it's safe.
Want to check in now with 7 News reporter Walter Morris. He has been in the Grove section of the city of Miami. And Walter, how are things? Well, it's kind of deceiving because you see a couple of people behind you. It looks as though it's sort of an ordinary Saturday early evening.
Well, that's right, Craig. In fact, you know, we've been talking about it all day, just how quickly the conditions can change. You know, 1 minute it's relatively calm, the conditions are dry, and then in a matter of minutes, that wind picks up, we see rain, and it is raining sideways. You practically can't see anything. In fact, here comes one of those gusts now. If we can pan over a little bit. Now, we're standing at the Grove Key Marina just south of Coconut Grove. If you look at the water, you can see those white caps on the waves as that wind just comes in. Now, we've been keeping an eye on this sailboat right at the end of the dock there. It's been just getting rocked back and forth in the past couple minutes, and then things will calm down. So really deceptive. You mentioned we saw a couple people walking around earlier. That's one thing we've also seen. A lot of people coming to check out the sites. Then conditions will get just too rough, and then everybody will sort of run for cover. But of course, that's the same reminder we've been telling everybody. Just stay inside, because you really just don't know how bad the conditions are going to change. And of course, with the wind, it can pick up debris. You don't know what will be flying. And of course, that can cause some danger. In fact, I'm going to try and talk to this guy. We've been watching him. Hey, excuse me, sir, you're live on 7 News. So I just wanted to ask you really quickly, what are you doing out here? I noticed you've been out here for a couple minutes.
I live in Coconut Grove, just checking it out.
Now, have you heard all of the warnings telling people to sort of stay inside? Obviously, you chose not to listen. So you're coming to take a look here, and then you're going back in?
Quick peek, that's it.
Okay, well, we advise that you get inside pretty quickly there. So yeah, as you can see, you know, the wind is picking up. But the conditions, of course, are supposed to get worse later, but that's going to do it from here. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Walter, thank you. We'll check back with you in a minute.
We get back to those tornadoes are moving pretty quickly, and they may be affecting more communities. Is that right, Phil?
You are correct. Now we have another large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Plantation, and this one allegedly is moving to the west at around 35 miles per hour. The tornado will be near Weston now. Weston.
Businesses and homes, schools that are there, and you just really hope that everything's going to be able to withstand this tornadic activity as it moves its way through this area. Again, these are take a look at this picture here that was sent to us, looking north on A1A, and you can see the funnel right there. I mean, it is just unbelievable to see it so clearly as it's moving its way off the shore and heading in a westerly direction. Craig, when it gets to the Everglades, does it just die out there in the Everglades because it can't sustain itself over that kind of a landscape?
No. Our concern is just over the populated area. Thank goodness it'd be basically like if it was going out to sea, and then we just say goodbye to it, forget it. It looks like it's there. This is Pine Island, so it's west of Pine Island now because the radar, as it updates, the storm's moving so quickly. So still right there along Sunset Strip near Pine Island, approaching Flamingo in the Flamingo area.
So, Craig, a few minutes left on this latest warning. Do you anticipate it being extended?
They may extend it for the Everglades, but I think what's going to happen is that the National Weather Service is going to start to become very busy. There's let me just say the only other thing out there, if we look to the west, of this tornado warning area is US 27. So because there could be people driving on that, let's hope they're not, but they could be, they may extend this warning further out west. So this is a north of 595 and moving very quickly. Let me slow that down. That's too quick. Very quickly to the west there towards the Sawgrass Expressway.
But before it gets out into the Everglades, I see the southern tip of the system there going over the Davie-Weston area. Of course, another very densely populated area in western Broward.
Right, right. It is going to miss Weston and is going to be just north of Davie. This is mainly Plantation and Sunrise. That's the circulation right there, even though it just looks like a little, you say, well, that's just like a little, that's not red, but that's the deceiving thing about this, is that this is the rain, there's the tornado following the rain.
Huh. And of course, again, you see the tornado warning for another 5 minutes going until 7:30 tonight.
In fact, the signature has even gotten tighter. Let me show you. When I say tighter, I mean it's become more pronounced on radar. That red means it's going away from the radar. That green means the wind's coming towards the radar. And so we infer the tornado right there approaching the Sawgrass Expressway.
And I have to wonder, obviously there are curfews in place. Everyone is supposed to be sheltered into place or evacuated. But I do wonder about, you know, the firefighters, the police officers, the people who are out on the streets trying to basically risking their lives to keep all of us safe and to serve their communities. And I just have to wonder about, you know, them driving around in the middle of these systems because they just move so quickly and they probably aren't getting a lot of warning there out on the roads.
Well, like with this storm, we had good warning because it was offshore coming onshore, so we saw it coming. The first one was just as it was reaching the beaches there, but I think because they're starting to get stronger offshore and come onshore, we're getting at least some warning.
Wow. Well, we're taking a look at these pictures now, and it really is something to see this these systems as they move their way through. And again, we're taking a look at the systems moving their way through Broward, but the warnings are also in effect for down in Miami-Dade as well. This tornadic activity that's coming through that has the potential to do some serious damage. Just serious damage here. And again, this is ahead of the worst of what we're expecting to see once Irma gets closer to us. And this is sort of, I guess, a little appetizer, and doesn't taste very good.
Right, that's a good way to put it. And the good news, I guess, is that in this video we're seeing there's no one on the roads, that people's homes are shuttered, the windows are shuttered, and that people know to move in to the interior of their structure. So you see that warning there until 7:30, just about 4 minutes left, and we're hoping maybe it's not extended.
Craig, I know you're familiar with Weston, and I'm getting some notes from friends of mine who live out there telling me about flooding in certain neighborhoods in Weston. Are you able to see anything about? I know there's been a lot of rain out there. Do you have any information about some flooding in some of the western Broward areas or any place else as a result of these? As a result of this?
Yeah, let me check on that. We're going to switch our graphic mode here, and you can see that spot right there. That area is an indicator of 3 inches of rain there, right over Weston. So, and if we can go back to the radar, then you'll see that. There's the rainfall over the last 12 hours. So 3 inches of rain in Weston. So it has really been raining with this band that's been coming through. It's not just this band here. It is this whole band. And speaking of that, that's a good point. Let's talk about where some of the heaviest rain and flooding potential is over the next few hours. So we've got these, what we call discrete supercells right there. There's one. Here's this next one offshore. It's not looking as impressive right there in the middle of the screen. And then let me zoom on down because we've got very heavy rain now. Key Biscayne running into Palmetto Bay, Country Walk. And if I look at the rain estimates from the radar based on that, we've got some big values now starting to pile up here in southern sections of Miami-Dade, near west of Homestead. Over 3 inches, near Princeton 4.2 inches, and you know the storm's not even here. We've got 24 more hours of this to go through. And we were talking about how if the storm took a further west track, we would have growing concern for very heavy rainfall as well.
Yeah, because I remember maybe a few days ago or even last week we were talking about how it's a storm surge type system that we're going to be seeing, and that's the main threat. We weren't anticipating so much rainfall, right?
Right. And weren't anticipating, that's right. And then now that there is more rainfall. Okay, so the National Weather Service, we were talking about this They've extended that tornado warning out into the Everglades. Remember, we were saying what would happen if when it gets to the Everglades, would they extend it? So they have. The problem is they've included Weston in this. Tornado warning in Miami-Dade, so let's go there and talk about that. All right, this is this band that's coming up very slowly here. So the tornado warning now is for Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay, Naranja, Leisure City, Goulds, north part of Homestead there. From this new storm coming in. Let's see if we can find the specific storm they're talking about. So we go from radar mode into Doppler mode, and I've got different buttons I'm pushing here to look at different values on the air that we call velocity. And the tornadic signature doesn't jump right out at me here. It may be in this, area right in the middle there, where we've got this wind change here. But regardless, so South Miami-Dade now under the tornado warning, and that's in effect until 8:15 p.m.
It's just kind of, we're on bated breath waiting for that original warning to expire, and then more just keep coming in. It's just, it's really hard to even keep up with everything that's going on. I can't imagine what Craig is going through right now trying to monitor all of these things.
All right, it's 7:30, and so let's just sort of keep you, get you up to date and reset if this is something, if you're just joining us, if you've been away from the news for a little bit, perhaps you're watching us, you still have power, or you're listening to us as part of our CBS4 Hurricane Radio Network. We just want to let you know that there is some tornadic activity that has been moving its way through both Broward and Miami-Dade counties. There is right now a tornado warning in effect in Broward that encompasses part of Weston, and it is moving out into the Everglades. If you live in that area, you should seek sort of shelter in an interior room of your home. That's what we're talking about up there. You can see that just along I-75 and Alligator Alley, and you can see that system there. We've also gotten some reports of some heavy rainfall in Weston that could result in some flooding in some of the residential neighborhoods there, and so many people, of course, live there and are going to be dealing with some standing water, and so that's something to keep in mind. And then Craig just told us about the new tornado warning in Miami-Dade that is down in South Dade. That's in effect until 8:15, so another 45 minutes or so that folks in this area from Miccosukee up in the upper, in the northwestern quadrant here, down into the Princeton area, Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay, Country Walk. It looks like it's right sort of in the epicenter there of this system that is now moving its way through, leading to a tornado warning in this part of South Dade until 8:15 tonight. These are winds that are very strong. You should not go outside your home to get a look at them firsthand. You should stay safe, and if you're in these areas, you should stay in an interior room until this system and this warning has passed.
It's just remarkable to look at, and we saw those videos earlier too from those different vantage points to really illustrate what's happening, seeing it moving in kind of from the water and moving westward, and it's an incredible sight, and we're glad, you know, so far we haven't had reports of damage damage come in just yet. We haven't seen a lot of people on the roads or outside, people heeding the warnings, shuttering their homes. So that is all the good news, but I am a little concerned about what happens, you know, after all of this passes and we see the damage.
Yeah, we could very well hear about a lot of damage, you know, and that's just something that we're going to have to, you know, to wait and see what happens. Hopefully, damaged property is one thing, loss of life is something completely different, and so that is the priority here, and not just now with these tornadoes, but through the next 24 to 36 hours as Irma comes at us and causes whatever it is that it's going to cause. Safety, human life, the most important thing. So hopefully everybody is in place. And again, if there is a silver lining to these tornadoes moving through, this is something that we were prepared for. They're not coming by surprise, which you hear about a lot of times in sort of Tornado Alley in the midsection of the country, where these tornadoes just sort of come out of nowhere. This is something that we've been preparing for, and Craig is taking a look. What is that circle there?
That's the signature there, the tornado signature. So here is I-75, there's US 27. So and there's nobody who lives here. That's the Everglades. So that's good. And it looks like this tornado will stay north of Weston. So good news there. But hopefully there's nobody on US 27, nobody that's coming back from trying to escape the west coast of Florida to get back to the east coast now that the hurricane threat is on the west coast. So because it'd be horrible to have people blown off the road here as it's getting a little bit. I got to check outside. Is it getting dusk yet? Because if it's getting dusk, yeah, so it's starting to get dusk now. It'd be hard to see this tornado, especially since it's following the rain.
Well, hopefully, you know, there aren't any cars out there, because since 4 o'clock in Broward County and other places here in South Florida, there has been not necessarily a curfew, but an order to stay indoors. There is no need to be outside. There is no need to be anywhere near the outdoors to try to get a firsthand look at these weather systems that are moving through. You just need to stay right here. You can watch it on our screens here. You can listen to it on the radio. We'll describe it for you best we can, but keep yourself and your family safe.
So, Craig, for people who are stationary and in the middle of this path, how long is this period of activity moving through for people who are just like hunkered down in their homes?
So these are moving pretty quickly. So hopefully, you know, this isn't going to be a hunker down all night thing. The thing that's a little concerning is that, and you know, we're under this tornado watch, but there are these little discrete. I'm gonna freak everybody out here when I go into Doppler mode, but or let me do it this way. Maybe we can see these attributes. Okay, yeah. So this, and I'm gonna turn off the radar and just leave the triangles up. These are all potential tornadic storms over the water right now, because things have really apparently just ramped up in the atmosphere, and these are coming our way, and they're coming increasingly further south. So it's like we're almost seeing like strafing runs here of small tornadic thunderstorms that unfortunately have not stayed small. And we're not the only ones. Let me zoom up to the north here, and you can see Palm Beach County under the gun as well, and then the Keys under the gun as well. So you've got 3 tornado warnings in a row. 1, 2, 3, South Dade tornado warning, and then down here to the south, well, the Keys warning's expired apparently, so that's good. But seeing this line of lightning out here, that is not a good sign. And seeing that the storms are becoming tornadic as they approach the coast, that's not a good sign. It is, unfortunately, maybe a longer and more stressful night than we had hoped for.
What does that line of lightning indicate, Craig? Why is that not a good sign?
Because what that means is that's a feeder band there. That's the feeder band right there. And for some reason, the atmosphere is just favorable enough that there is rotation near and along that feeder band.
So does it indicate tornadic activity for a prolonged period of time until that whole thing moves through?
Yeah, well, all this stuff has to come through, so it's all coming our way. So as opposed to us having this storm here that moved inland and now we're done, this is all coming our way. And I'll put it into motion here, and you can get an example of how far this extends out. You can see it there, kind of.
Wow.
Do we have any kind of indication of a timeline?
No. I mean, we call this in meteorology nowcasting. There's no forecasting here. We are now holding on to our bootstraps and just kind of have to ride through this, and it's going to be rough. Now let's not forget the hurricane, which is down there, and it looks like it has slowed. Let me lengthen this loop out because we can't forget while we're being stung by bees, there's a bear not far away. Go to 3 hours here, so we'll get a long loop, and you can see it looks like in this, and now honestly this may be a bad sign because it looks like the storm is coming to a stop in its forward motion. That's 3 hours there, the hurricane. And let me even make this loop longer just so we can get some timeline here, the last 6 hours. And I'll tell you why this is concerning. So it's going there, it's going there, it's going there, it's going there, and then it's really kind of slowing down, and right there toward the end, look at it sit.
So what does that mean?
That means it's ready to turn, and it may be a sharp turn, and we saw that in some of the models. So after going like this, now it's slowing down because it's run out of that steering current in the atmosphere, and now it may start doing something like that.
Well, let's so pull back a little bit, and obviously we see the keys stretching down there. But if you can give us a wider shot, we see the bottom of the peninsula there. If you're correct, and it's going to start heading northward right now, is this a different track? Is it more easterly? This turn a little sooner than we had anticipated, or what?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's still within the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. I was working on a graphic earlier that had the radar and the track overlaid, but unfortunately now we've gone into tornado mode here and may be in that for some time. So when and if we get a little break here, I'm going to go back to that closer that track analysis, and we'll see what we're doing. We expected the northward turn. I don't think we knew how sharp it would be. There were some models that suggested it would be sharper than others, and that may be something that is starting to unfold here.
So how likely is it? We saw that slight shift, I guess, yesterday it was. Is it possible now it can just come back the other way? I mean, it just seems to be. Well,
not back well, no. I do not see how it could come back the other way, but may come straight north so that puts the middle keys into it, and then maybe the pass is closer to us. Remember, we were worried about the core going over us, but if you look at the perspective there, it is from South Florida here, from Miami-Dade and Broward. So it's about 100 miles from Key West. It's about 90 miles from Marathon, 120 miles from Key Largo. And so you see the angle there kind of tilts to the right, meaning that it would have to literally go northeast to come back our way. It's just, I think, and maybe I may be putting too much into this, but to see a system of this size, literally almost like a large truck stop, and then it's almost ready to stop and turn, and here it comes.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for. I mean, if this is the turn, this is the sort of infamous turn that we've been talking about, that every single model showed this system taking a turn, a right turn, a northern turn, and we were sort of all waiting to find out exactly when that would happen. And as Craig is saying, from the data that he's taking a look at, maybe this is the turn that we were waiting for, and it's still within the forecast track, so this is not completely unexpected, but this is just sort of the process. This is what we're going to be doing now, is sort of looking and watching this thing over the next 24 hours and seeing what happens. Craig, take a look at the radar, continue looking at the data. We'll keep looking at these pictures. Want to go, though, to David Sutta, who has taken shelter in Florida City. David, as you know, if you've been watching our coverage, has been going up and down from the Keys up into South Dade, and he's now gone back down towards Florida City. And you're taking shelter there. Why, David?
All right, so we were headed south down Cartown. We haven't made it to Key Largo today. It's too risky with the storm surge that's starting to lap up against the northbound lanes of US 1. And so there's a certain point when we see that surge, we usually stop and just, we're checking on it just to try to see what the status is of it and what's happening with the roadway. We're expecting at some point it's going to be taken over. And there we were, as we were coming down, we had a huge band come through. The visibility reduced to like 10 feet, I would say. And then all of a sudden the phones lit up with the alerts. Yeah, I'm sure we all know what that alert sounds like. It's that alarm that goes off, and we all looked down and we saw that we were in a tornado warning. And that's when we did an about face, turned the car around, didn't even wait to get onto the northbound side and went around back the other way. and then found our way to a U-turn access and made it back. We raced back. We didn't really slow down all that much. We stopped for a quick second to check something on the radar. I pulled up the phone, pulled the radar to see what was spinning to make sure that I wasn't driving into a mess. But now we made it back to Florida City. We're in the hotel here. It is blustery, and the light's going away, of course, in terms of the sunlight. It's been an ominous gray day, and now nighttime takes over this area, and it's going to be a very long night for some folks down here, South Dade and reaching down into the Keys.
So, David, you got that. You mentioned the band of rain, which we've been talking about as a possible warning for this tornadic activity coming behind it. Did you actually experience the tornado as well coming through?
No, I don't know. I mean, the car was rocking, but that's because of the feeder band. We've seen that many times in years past coverage. It wasn't anything that I would say was tornadic in sense. Nothing spinning, nothing like that. But visibility, it was definitely coming in and definitely amping up. It was probably the most intense band we've seen yet in our coverage since we started. Pretty much this morning since we started this morning.
And sorry to interrupt. I stayed in a hotel last night myself. When I left this morning for work, it was packed full of people, dogs, everyone in there kind of anxious and trying to seek shelter somewhere safer from home. What's kind of the environment like where you are at the hotel right now?
Correct, yeah. So the hotel we're at is fully occupied. It's rated to Cat 4 hurricane. And everybody is camped out here. There's a lot of people from the Keys that are here. I spoke with one guy. I grabbed a cup of coffee today. There was no food here, but there was coffee, and I was happy to have that. And we were grabbing our coffees, and he's from Isla Mirada. He's worried, like a lot of people are. In fact, when we went down to the 10 miles into the 18-mile stretch towards Key Largo, there was a pickup truck that approached a guy in a Toyota Tundra, and he pulled up next to us, and I'm like, hey, where are you going? And he said he was going to go secure his boat. Someone had called him and told him that the boat got loose, and I looked at him and said, do you have insurance? And he said, yes. And I said, enjoy the new boat.
Exactly. Let it go. Don't be so upset.
Exactly.
On the right-hand side of your screen, we're showing some pictures of Miami Beach, but we are focused right now on what's happening with some tornadic activity that is moving through South Dade, also through Broward County as well. And David Sutta joining us on the phone. He's taken shelter in Florida City. Is there power at the hotel, David?
Yeah, there is power down here. Surprisingly, everything looks really good. We were driving South Dade. There were a few intersections that had lights out in Palmetto Bay and Cutler Bay. But for the most part, everything seemed to be doing very well. There's obviously the trees and the typical stuff associated with tropical storm winds. But everything's really good in the sense that Florida City is still going strong here. Everyone is enjoying their hurricane kits tonight as best they can, because that's the only option for food and water. And yeah, we're going through the motions right now.
All right, David, I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you did the responsible thing and took shelter, and we're going to check back in with you shortly.
Yes, we will.
Right,
courage, David. All right. Craig Setzer is in weather control. And Craig, I feel like I've been hearing these bells and whistles coming out of the weather control area for the last 45 minutes or so.
For a second, thank goodness. A couple of things, and I don't know if I have weather 6. There we go. Okay. So let's take a look real quickly. That's the Key West camera right now. Looks pretty formidable, doesn't it? It's the wind, the palms are blowing, and all of that. This is the current tornado warning now. That storm racing quickly inland. But thank goodness the tornado that formed in Broward is over the Everglades, because it looks huge by radar standards here. It is a very, very strong signature, likely a very large tornado, but it is paralleling I-75, but it is out there over the Everglades. And then, of course, we have the overall storm, and you can see these bands coming up like that. There's the tornado warning in South Dade. There's the tornado warning over the Everglades. There's a tornado warning up in Palm Beach County. But it's this band here that's a bit concerning, because it has a lot of rain, and we're going to start piling up the rain now on the coast. And these outer bands here, they just drop a lot of rain.
So the We were talking a little bit about how the concern for the water impact has shifted a little bit from last week, what we projected last week, right?
Yeah, well, the thinking was that we were dealing with a hurricane right here in our neighborhood, and that hurricane going a little bit further to the east. And let me change projections here and kind of give you an example of that. So there we've got all the warnings. These, by the way, are river flood warnings up there, which is the least of their concerns. But there is the hurricane down here. And so we get these big bands that come up like that. But if the hurricane comes up over here, my concern would be that one of these bands could set up on the outside of it and potentially just be over us for quite a while. Okay, I think there's a new tornado warning. No, I don't see a new tornado warning. We do have the intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and it says that the winds are 145 miles an hour. So we're way back up into Category 4 range. That was a 20-mile-an-hour wind increase since the hour ago position update. And the direction now they have as, wait, let me strike that, because that is Jose over the Leeward Islands. Okay. Heading towards the Leeward Islands, sorry.
Good.
But
that's good. That's good. I mean,
yeah.
Jose is behind this system, and we've been following that. But to hear that the wind speed has increased that much for Irma would be quite alarming.
That would be a little disturbing. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course we do worry about our friends in the islands. They've just been battered, especially in Barbuda. We saw those images that were just devastating as Irma rolled through there. But
St. Martin's and so many others that are now going to get hit again with Jose. We think about them, of course, as we experience these bands of rain and tornadic activity all associated with the system. And again, this is really just the beginning of the extreme weather. This is going to be sort of the new normal, at least for the next 24 hours or so. You should be indoors, and if you're in these areas where the tornado warnings are in effect, you should be in an interior room of your home or wherever you're located right now. You should not be venturing outside to try to get a look at the excitement, because there is nothing smart or safe about that, and that has got to be our motto going forward: smart and safe. And that's what's going to get us all through this.
Yeah, you got to be responsible and take cover, follow the instructions. Especially the people down in the Keys, they were supposed to have evacuated, but there is a shelter of last resort. If you're still there, you should definitely, just listen to everything that everyone's telling you. It's really for your own safety.
Now, we have not gotten any new reports of power outages as a result of the tornadoes, the tornadic activity that's moving through. But let's just keep in mind for a second. You can see that the sun has gone down. It is nightfall. Maybe you have power right now, but that does not mean that you're going to have it all night. So this is a good reminder, a good time to go and take a look. And make sure that you've got some light sources, you've got some flashlights, you've got some candles, whatever it is that you're planning to use before it gets pitch black and then the power potentially goes out where you are. Make sure that you have what you need, that you know where it is, in case all of a sudden you find yourself without any warning in a situation where you lose your power.
Right, tens of thousands of people in Miami-Dade and Broward. We've had reports from the EOCs in both counties that have already lost power, so it's already begun for them.
35,210 people in Miami-Dade, according to Mayor Jimenez in his latest briefing from the Emergency Operations Center, without power right now. But we heard from FPL up in Broward and also in Miami-Dade that they've got people pre-positioned. They're ready to move these people in to restore power as soon as the weather passes and the conditions are safe enough for these workers to go in and start doing their jobs to try to restore power as quickly as possible.
And at that last press conference we heard from Mayor Jimenez, one of the things that stuck out to me was he said, don't be that guy. Don't be the one who gets hit by the tree because you wanted to go outside and see what all the fuss was about. Stay inside, be safe, listen to all of the warnings and advice. Everyone's working really hard to try to bring you the latest information and to try to keep you safe.
Well,
okay, new tornado warning, guys.
Go ahead, Craig.
And it's going to be for our band up here. Now, so this is northeast Miami-Dade. This is this activity that's coming in, and southern Broward. Now, so 595 south of 595, 75 in Broward east, and I'm going to start talking a little bit more in descriptive terms here because I'm afraid that we're going to have increasing numbers of people who aren't who aren't able to see us but can hear us, and goes to the coast there. And then the northern edge of the tornado warning includes North Miami Beach back to Hard Rock Stadium, includes Miramar, Hallandale Beach, Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, as well as Cooper City, Davie, Dania Beach, and Davie, I mentioned that.
Okay, so we are looking, what is the latest possible window there? Is it 8:15? I thought I saw one that said 8:30 earlier.
What do you mean by window?
Of the tornado warning in our area.
Well, yeah, it's in effect until then. Let me zoom out and switch modes here. And in live TV in Oklahoma, they do this all the time, where they show, they talk about velocity, they talk about all kinds of stuff. So I guess this signature, although it's kind of what's happening is, yeah, it looks like it's just east of Aventura there. Sunny Isles area. Okay, so the signature, it doesn't show up that well, but it's this right here. And so sometimes it's kind of tricky because there's so much wind right now out there that finding these tornadoes in the flow are a little more difficult. So that is moving towards this general area here. So Hallandale Beach, Aventura, Ives Estates, as well as North Miami Beach, Hollywood, Miramar, all under the gun. And let me go back to something that everybody's more used to looking at. So this tornado is likely kind of in a funny place on this thunderstorm line here. So the bigger thunderstorm line is rolling in, and on the edges, in this case here, we've got a possible rotation and possibly a tornado.
All right, so this is right near the border of Miami-Dade and Broward County in Aventura. We've got a lot of high-rises there on the beach, Sunny Isles, and so this is something that perhaps if you're in one of those buildings and you're looking out, you don't have the shutters, or you're peeking somehow through, you might be seeing a system move its way through. And as we've been describing and Craig has explained, a lot of times you're going to get some rain, and that is going to precede the tornado. So if you're someplace and you're getting a lot of rain right now, and then all of a sudden the rain stops, that is an indication that the tornado and the tornadic activity and the strong winds could be right behind it. You just think about all of these different areas there: North Miami Beach, Aventura moving its way westward towards Hard Rock Stadium, and Miramar and that area too. People that are dealing with very strong winds, very dangerous activity right outside their homes. They're sitting there and sort of feeling this on the outside, and I'm sure very anxious and very eager for this to work its way through.
Yeah, and already some images coming in. We'll work to turn those around for you, but I'm seeing from Lauderhill Fire Department a huge tree blocking a roadway. This is at Northwest 35th Avenue and Northwest 4th Street. So already what Craig has told us to expect is happening. The roadways are not going to be clear. Trees are coming down. You can kind of see the effects there. So we will, of course, we depend on viewers to send us these pictures and to tell us what's going on. That's one of the pictures we were showing of that storm system moving, of the tornadic system moving in, was from a viewer. So
yeah, but be careful.
Right, of course. Not encouraging anyone to go outside.
As Carlos Jimenez said, as the mayor, don't be the guy that gets hit in the head with a tree.
Right.
We certainly don't want that.
Let me just clarify one thing here, that this arrow just indicates this box here is in a tornado warning, because typically it's a polygon. The tornado warnings are issued in that polygon there, and so it refers to that box there, as opposed to if I moved over here, it would be this other tornado warning right there. So it's not pointing to where the tornado is, it's pointing to the box that indicates the tornado warning. So I just wanted to clear that up a little bit. I'm afraid people are like, oh, it's there near Hallandale Beach. No, that's where the box is. The polygon there. So the new advisory's in, and let's briefly touch on that while we remind people North Miami Beach, Aventura, Hallandale Beach, Hard Rock Stadium, Hollywood, Miramar, Pembroke Pines, all should be in the interior of your house while this storm moves over. And the 8 o'clock advisory is right there, and we have still Category 3 winds at 120 miles an hour. So they've come down slightly, but of course there's every expectation and quite high likelihood that once the center gets back over water, it will start to strengthen again. Now, the pressure hasn't changed much. We'll watch for the pressure to drop. That also an indication of strengthening. New advisory has it 110 miles southeast of Key West. The present movement is 7, so it is slowing down. But this is kind of an average speed here. This is the average over a period of time. And if I zoom out here, and I'll show you in a second, It looks like the hurricane center is slowing down because I think it's getting ready to make its turn to the north here. So here is the radar. And there you can see it does not look like it's going any further west. West would be that way. Does it look like it's going west? Help me out here.
Maybe a little bit. But you know what? While we're looking at this picture, I'm struck, Craig, I feel like the center of the storm has been along the northern coast of Cuba since last night, really, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it has. And that's one of the reasons that the intensity has come down a little bit, because part of the circulation, there's the northern coast of Cuba, part of the circulation has been over land, so it hasn't been able to get its energy from a full ocean surface. It's just been able to get its energy from that general area up there over the Straits of Florida now.
Have we gotten any reports about damage or fatalities in Cuba since they've been dealing with this for so long?
I haven't heard. I'm sure now one of the provinces that it went over here in the middle, it has lots and lots of wooden homes, and so there's probably damage, but the Cuban government is very, very strict about letting people stay in a hurricane zone. And so they come in and they pick you up and they take you out. So fatalities, thankfully, are very, very few and far between from hurricanes in Cuba.
So, Craig, since it's just before the 8 o'clock hour right now, maybe we can reset for everyone. If you can kind of tell us, if you can sum up the day for us and kind of get back up and give us the big picture of what happened with this system and how this whole day has gone since you started working this morning.
Wow, since I started working this morning.
Do you even remember that? It's all probably running together, right?
Do you know what day it is?
Yeah, was that this morning? I don't remember much of anything right now because we're going forward so fast here. So let's talk about what's going on. This is kind of the heat of battle here, and unfortunately, these are the first wave of infantry or soldiers or whatever you want to call them, or just bad things coming at us from this monster storm. You can see it right there. Let me zoom out, and when you look closely, you can see the eye. Let's start with that and come out from there. So the eye has the appearance of what is called concentric eye walls, and so we've got one inner eye wall right there, which is not very well defined, and we've got one outer eye wall right there, which is a little better defined. And typically when we have these concentric eye walls, storms either maintain their intensity or they weaken a little bit and the wind field spreads out. But what has been the case with this storm, and we don't have any expectation that it wouldn't continue to be the case, is that this outer eye wall is going to take over. The whole storm will have a large eye wall and this inside area here is going to fall apart. So then we've got a larger hurricane that is headed our way, but then this outer eye wall, as has been the history with Irma, starts shrinking in and getting smaller and smaller, and the storm is intensifying at that point. And then eventually it comes back down to that and repeats the process. They call it the eye wall replacement cycle, and it causes intensity fluctuations. The timing of this now, well, I'm not going to say the timing of the next eye wall replacement cycle, but that it is maybe completing or nearly completing an eye wall replacement cycle means that there will be a broader, for the time being, but not quite as strong wind field. But then as it moves north, if it contracts, it will get stronger and stronger as it moves towards the Keys there. So that's kind of like, I don't think I can sum up the whole day. Because
you don't need to. You don't need to. We're going to reset here for a moment. Rick Foldbaum along with Ruta Shabazi. Craig Setzer is our chief meteorologist. You are watching CBS 4 News special coverage of Hurricane Irma, and we are really now beginning to feel the effects of this system. It is beginning to come through our area in the form of tornadic activity. We have a number of tornado watches and warnings that are in effect in both Broward County and Miami-Dade County. Systems that have moved through, systems that have the potential to create a lot of destruction. We have not gotten any reports of any damage or destruction on the ground, but certainly these winds that have been pushing through are strong enough to do some serious damage. And so we are hopeful that everybody out there is okay, but we are anticipating hearing about some damage as a result of these systems that probably, as Craig has been explaining, are going to keep moving through as we get closer and closer, as Irma gets closer and closer to South Florida.
Yeah, we have seen some pictures of trees down blocking roads, and this is kind of why people talk about after the storm also. What's going to happen after the storm? We're focused on just getting through it right now. We're all going to get through it together. We're all going to be here, and we're going to be broadcasting for you online and on television and on the radio.
Yeah.
But we also have to think about what's going to happen after, how we're going to get around, and what kind of resources we're going to have as a result of this storm.
Okay, guys, so we're seeing a stronger tornadic signature now in North Miami-Dade, approaching Hard Rock Stadium. The circulation center is approximately right there. That's Miramar, Hallandale Beach, the Ives Dairy Road area just north of Golden Glades. And so folks that are in front of this storm, and this storm is moving to the west-northwest, that's all of Miramar, basically a section of far west section of Hallandale Beach, and Hollywood too, as well as Pembroke Pines. The circulation is right in that area right there, and now we'll be crossing where the turnpike meets the turnpike extension, that little part right there on the map. So kind of I don't want to say kind of a serious situation. A serious situation. This is not as strong of a signature as we saw before, but it is there, and so that's why the tornado warning is in effect, and the tornado warning covers that area right there. But this is on the southern side of the tornado warning. In fact, that little red triangle there, this lags, so the tornado is over here, but that red triangle there indicating the strong rotation. That's what that legend means up there.
Oh, so Hard Rock Stadium right there. Is this the kind of system, Craig, that could do some damage to a big football stadium like Hard Rock?
Yeah, no, I don't think it would hurt Hard Rock. You know, they built it with the consideration of the possibility of hurricanes. So I don't think this is like a destruction of Hard Rock event. This is more for the folks that have the older homes that were probably built in the 50s and 60s and aren't quite as sturdy as some of the homes at the post-Andrew construction era.
And of course, right just south of Hard Rock Stadium is Miami Gardens area, and you know, you're talking about some of those homes in that particular neighborhood that might not be as fortified either, and so something to be very, very mindful of. If you are listening to us or watching us from Miami Gardens, please move to an interior section of your home right now and do not pop outside to try to see what's happening. We are not interested in hearing any stories about anybody getting themselves hurt because they want to step outside and see this tornadic activity for themselves. I understand the desire. Might want to do it myself if I weren't sitting here in the studio, but it is not worth it to go outside and get yourself hurt just to see nature at its absolute worst.
That's what we're here for. That's what we do for a living, to try to bring you those images and show you what's going on, because it is really dangerous out there for you. And Craig, you were talking about this band. You saw that lightning. You kind of illustrated with your with that program there a line of lightning that was out in the water that was headed our way.
Yeah, so let's zoom back out and we'll show you that. You know, it's funny because we don't get a lot of severe weather here, so I'm using the radar in a mode that folks in Oklahoma and Kansas and Texas, of course, use it a lot, which is to look for severe weather. But there's the band right out there, rotating slowly north, and this band that's coming in right now is exceptionally concerning, because if you look, there's tornadic signatures lined up in a row, basically. So right in this general area here, this line has activity coming in. Now, we just got a statement from the National Weather Service, and let me just read it real quickly here. Pierce, South Florida, just inland of the coast, bullseye for helicity. Okay?
What is that?
Helicity. So helicity.
It's the word of the day.
Yeah. You're not saying felicity, you're saying helicity?
Yeah, Helicity, helicity.
Right.
So helicity is in the atmosphere. When tornadoes occur, it's because the wind near the ground is going one direction and the wind above the ground is going another direction, like this. And so they're crossing each other like that. And what happens is between these two layers, there's a turning of the motion here. And so they researched that, and they said there should be a way we can define how strong this turning or twisting is. And they determined that if you take like a slinky and stretch it out, it's a helix. And the value for how strong that slinky is, or how strong that helix is called helicity. So
We're learning all kinds of new things here.
So be contestants on Jeopardy now.
I'll take Helicity for 300, Alex. All right. So I think we should just keep in mind that there are people listening to us and not watching us. And I think that because of that, it's very important for us to describe exactly the location here that we are talking about, because there is a tornado warning in effect. And if you're in one of the affected areas, this is something that you need to know about, whether you have power or you don't have power. But this is a system that is moving in right now around the Aventura area. And it's near Hard Rock Stadium.
And now
where
it's actually
the rotation is. Go ahead, Craig.
Further west. I'm sorry. It's now a little bit further west because it's moving along. So it's past Hard Rock now. The rotation is right there. It's near Miramar Parkway, approaching I-75, moving to the west. There's Pembroke Road there. There's Sheridan, and there is Miramar there. So it's approaching Miramar and I-75.
All right, and then of course it'll get out into the Everglades, and we can say bye-bye to it. But in the meantime, it still has some populated areas to move through, including that Miramar Parkway I-75 interchange that's there, and then sort of South Pembroke Pines, and then it should be off into an area where we don't really need to concern ourselves with it too much.
That's right, yeah. And then, but then we have to kind of watch that one leave and watch another one potentially come in. But this one right now, and there's a little bit of rotation behind it too. This is the Palmetto near Miami Gardens. There's some slight rotation. It's not as strong, but the highest rotation there is in this approaching Flamingo Road. Actually, it's probably past Flamingo Road now. So 75 in Miramar Parkway.
So, Craig, we had said earlier, you know, if you're in the evacuation zones, which were along the coast mostly, to go inland, find family or friends and go inland. And now some of these people inland are getting hit with this tornadic activity, but it was still the right decision, right?
Right, and you never, yeah, these, like I said, these are bee stings compared to the bear. And these, if there are damage tracks from this, these are relatively small. Of course, it's not small if it hits your house, but these are maybe several homes as opposed to citywide devastation from the core of a hurricane.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, even people from the Keys and other places evacuated to now areas where the cone is going. And so it's just kind of one of those things that you have to just really pay attention to minute by minute.
Well,
right?
There's been such a sense of relief. I know from talking to friends and family here in South Florida as the track moved to the west, and it appeared as though we were not going to get that direct hit, that sort of Armageddon scenario that we had been preparing ourselves for. People were beginning to breathe a sigh of relief. However, what we may not have fully understood, but we are beginning to right now, is that it doesn't matter. This weather is severe, and whether we get hit straight on or whether we deal with these tornadoes, it is something that is still very serious. It's something that's still very dangerous, and it's something that we have to keep our eye on. It's 10 after 8. Some of these warnings are still in effect until about 8:15, and perhaps even longer since they get updated. But again, you can see that area in red is where the strongest rotation is. This is the area that's most worrisome in terms of, and thank you for circling it, Craig, that these are the areas right there inside that arrow circle that Craig just drew that are really where the storm is right now and where there is the most potential for some damage and destruction if it hits anything. So we are looking at these pictures now, and we are very hopeful that people who live in these areas are okay, and listening to the information that we're giving in terms of going to an interior area of your house to wait this thing out.
So Rick,
oh, go ahead, Craig.
I was just going to say, let's quickly, because you brought this up before, and I'm glad you got me onto it, was the whole rainfall scenario here. Let's just update where the heaviest rain is falling, and there it is. And is that a new tornado warning, Liz, or is that just the same one? Okay, so the heavy spots here, Weston has had 3 inches of rain estimated by the radar. Hollywood, we've got 2 inches of rain. So kind of the beginning here, and in Miami-Dade, Broward expires. Okay, so the tornado warning in Broward has expired.
Okay,
that was the one in the
good.
Everglades. Yeah, and then in south sections of Dade, we've had some heavier rainfall amounts as well. So let's click on right there. That's South Miami, 1.4 inches. So heavier rainfall amounts as we go through the evening. And of course, this band right here, which I'm going to move up here and give you a loop of it, it kind of coming on shore. That's a pretty pretty big feeder band there that's working its way up.
I want to ask you about rain, if we could stay on that for a second, Craig, because what I had heard about the storm sort of shifting westward is that now that we appear to be sort of on the eastern side of it, that we are going to get a lot of rainfall, that is something that sort of typically happens when you are where we are in this system. Is that right?
Yeah, and so typically you picture a hurricane. Let me zoom out here to give some illustration to what I'm talking about. And my computer's trying to keep up with me because I am working way too fast for it. So, so typically what we see is these big feeder bands that's set up, and then right now they're radiating out away from us. But is the storm comes up over here, then the big feeder band is on the side of the storm and potentially could set up over us. It's kind of a tough call if that's going to happen, but that's something we have to watch out for. That is after the storm is north of us and the wind is starting to come down, but for some reason the rain doesn't seem to want to end.
All right, Craig, well, thank you. We've been looking at these images for quite a long time, and it's been a while since we went outside. Silva Harapetian is on Miami Beach for us. Night has fallen, Silva. How are you doing out there? We just saw some lightning behind you, too.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little bit drier than I was earlier today, but we have seen lightning pick up at nightfall, and of course I can hear the thunder, so we know a squall is on its way. We have seen the feeder bands come in since we took shelter here, and I want to show you, we are standing in a balcony, and that is the Venetian Bridge right there that you're looking at. And right now you can see it very clearly. The lights are on, and usually standing here at this balcony you can see the horizon, but you know, it's been raining so hard that you can't even see the horizon. And did you see that? So we see the lightning here and the thunder. So every once in a while we see someone walking on the bridge. I've seen only a few cars, so there are people still here on Miami Beach, even though the beach was evacuated a couple days ago. It is in Zone B, and we have...
Okay, well, it happened again. We lost the live shot. It's going to happen throughout this live coverage in this storm, but we do have Mike Cunio.
Yeah, Mike Cunio is in Mobile 4, and he drove out west and is in Naples right now, and he's been out there for the last several hours. Mike, what's going on there?
Well, I tell you what, guys, we're getting the most and heaviest rain we've gotten so far today out here in Naples. We were listening in, we were on the beach listening in to all that tornado activity you were having. Came back to the truck, we looked at our radar on the computer here, and it looked like both the East Coast and West Coast were kind of swallowed up in that same band. So while you guys were getting pounded on that side, over here it was starting to rain pretty hard. It was a little calm on the beach. Obviously this is maybe at that point was the calm before the storm, but now it is definitely raining, the steadiest it's been all day here in Naples.
Streets, you see anybody out there?
No, streets are basically empty. There is no one out here. There was a bunch of people on the beach, I will tell you that. They came out for one last look, but right now, as soon as that heavy rain really came in, everybody started to hunker down. I think that was the last bit of people being out for this storm. We haven't seen anybody. There's no stores open. There's no gas stations open. So that's going to become an issue here for the rest of the night, especially if we wanted to get gas. We're about half a tank, so. You know, we're trying to conserve as much gas as we can right now, because if this area gets hit as hard as we think it might, we may be, you know, people like us, people who live here, are obviously going to have issues getting gas with everything closed and everyone out of gas here already.
Have you experienced any wind, Mike, or seen any trees down or anything like that? Any debris in the road?
The debris really, to this point, has been limited to just big palm leaves, just little strippings, little branches. The wind, we've seen kind of a steady flow between about 15 to 18 miles per hour, and then it'll kick up to nearly 30. But that was before some of those heavy bands started to come in, what you guys were feeling on the East Coast when it kind of shifted over here to the west as the storm rotated. I'm not clear or certain how fast those winds were because we were standing outside at the time. But yeah, it's been pretty steady all day between 15 and 18 miles per hour here.
And what's your game plan? Just because I know people are concerned about your safety. Who are you working with, and what are you guys doing tonight?
I'm working with Jake Shannon. He's covered plenty of storms in the past. He's covered, there's about 13 or 14 for Jake right now, so he's very experienced. I feel like I'm in good hands with him. We are going to be staying at the Naples Daily News. They've been kind enough to let us in. So what we're going to do, once we get done driving here, we're driving to our location now, and what we'll do is we'll try to set up shop outside there while we still can. And then what will happen is we'll try to give you as much up-to-date information, considering we'll be in a newspaper newsroom. That'll be pretty helpful. And then throughout the day of the storm tomorrow, you know, from whatever we could do safely, we'll try to get out to you. We do have windows we can shoot out of, so we'll be able to give you up-to-date visuals as long as we have power from the newspaper newsroom. But yeah, so that's basically our game plan for right now. We're going to drive to our location, see if we can set up shop there, do as many hits for you guys throughout the night, let you know the updates here. We did get one update probably 5-10 minutes ago about a flood advisory in this area till about, I think it's at 2 a.m. So that signal right there was kind of the first one of, hey guys, it's time to go in and bunker down for this one. And it seemed like once that went out too, we haven't seen anyone else out here.
And you're going to be surrounded by experts, especially experts on Naples, so you'll be bringing us a lot of very useful information, I'm sure.
At the newspaper.
At the newspaper.
All right, guys.
We will.
Be safe, and we'll talk with you in a little bit. It's coming up on 20 after 8, and as we've been talking about these tornado warnings and tornadic activity moving its way through our system, we've got our eye on this. So this is very, very important, and we want to keep you up to date so that you can prepare yourself, your family, as these systems move through. So keep it right here. We're going away for a quick break, and our coverage continues right after this.
The CBS4 Hurricane Network has the latest storm information on television, CBS4, MyTV33, and PBS2 for the hearing impaired. On the radio, New Country Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM Sports Radio. In the Keys, Thunder 100.3 Country, Sun 103.1, WEOW 92.7, Whale 99.5, WKWF AM Sports Radio, Con Country 98.7, US 104.1 Radio, and My 97.7. Plus, online wherever you are at CBSMiami.com and MiamiHerald.com. All part of the CBS4 Hurricane Network.
We're going into Nigeria.
Don't say I'd never take you anywhere nice.
Jackpot.
Sit down, buckle up, and don't make me kick your...
It was just starting to get really good.
Giving of your time can help those rebuild their lives and ease stress. Even a game of catch helps during difficult times. It feels good to get the whole family involved.
When I was trying to bring my daughter with me, and so she can be raised with that mentality the mentality that we're preaching, you know, give and don't expect anything in return. Basically that's it.
Hosting a costumes drive for kids can make a lasting impact. Register now on helpingfeelsgood.org and see the many ways your time and talents can change the lives of others.
And welcome back to CBS 4 News special coverage of Hurricane Irma. And the weather is really kicking up here in South Florida. We've been focused on some tornado watches and warnings that have hit both Miami-Dade and Broward. We're going to continue to focus on that, but we want to move over to the west coast of the state for a moment and Punta Gorda, where CNN correspondent Miguel Marquez has camped out. When we spoke with you earlier, Miguel, you were a little bit south of there at a shelter, and you've moved now to Punta Gorda. Describe for us what you're seeing.
Well, it's amazing the difference that just a few miles make. I heard your reporter talking about Naples and how heavy the rain was down there just right now. Here, we are just starting to get wind. We actually had a gorgeous sunset here, probably the last one we'll see for a couple of days. The people here at Punta Gorda are certainly aware of how serious these hurricanes are. As you know, Charlie came through here 13 years ago and pretty much leveled this town. The shelters here in Charlotte County are full to capacity. They have 5 others. I think 4 of them, it appears, are still open in Sarasota, just north of here, Sarasota County. They are just for the residents of this county, of Charlotte County, so they can go there. We were at a shelter earlier. People are in good spirits. They don't, many of the kids especially, they can't quite take in the fact that this thing is still coming. Everybody asks, is this thing still coming? Is it still coming? I even met people from Miami and from the eastern side of the state who came here to get out of the storm, and now they're wondering why in the world they ever came here. So the first winds kicking up here, we're expecting to get obviously much worse in the probably minutes and hours to come. Back to you.
We've been talking about that. The people who were trying to be responsible and evacuate, they were in the evacuation zones, maybe in the Keys or Miami-Dade or Broward counties, and went your way, and now they're just left scrambling trying to find another shelter on top of the people who are actually living there, who are locals who maybe weren't prepared for this storm the way we were here.
Yeah, and people are having to make very tough decisions as well because gas is completely out in this area. We must have gone by 12 or 15, 20 gas stations trying to find gas. Gas Buddy, this was app, which is great, shows just everything in the red now. There is no gas available. You pull up to a gas station. As soon as anybody sees you there, people start to pull in immediately, hoping that there is gas. There's a quick conversation about where you might find it, but there is just no gas to be had. So it's hunker down now. It's game time. No time to go anywhere else.
And where are you, Miguel? Where are you located? How are you keeping yourself and your crew safe?
We are in Punta Gorda. I will say we were at the Wyvern Hotel. They have been very, very helpful here in helping us get set up. We are able to move around a little bit. The shelters are pretty much, it's gone dark there now, so people are inside. There is nobody out on the streets here. A few emergency vehicles, but the hotel here is being very helpful. There are certain sides of the hotel that we will be able to get on perhaps as this storm really kicks in. So they are being helpful. We're playing it by ear and figuring out how we can bring you the latest conditions here in the safest way possible.
And Miguel, you're talking about the limited gas and people kind of following each other into the gas stations. Are you seeing anyone kind of be aggressive? Are you seeing friendly interactions, or are people getting confrontational?
It's all friendly interactions. You can see if people were more desperate, if there was greater concern, you could see how things could certainly go south and they could take a very aggressive direction. But in this case, everybody was very friendly, sharing information. There's no sense of urgency or concern. I think people are trying to top up basically just so they have gas in the event they need to get out. But at this point, people say, if they don't have it, they don't have it. They return home. They return to wherever they're going, and they're going to ride it out and hope for the best.
And Miguel, I'm just looking over your shoulder there, and it looks awfully dark behind you. Are there power outages? Is that what it is, or are people just sort of left town and closed up shop, and that's why it's dark?
We're up a few stories, so you don't get a full sense of the town, but it is very, very dark. We're looking out over sort of the bay here and the Peace River and the bridge that goes over it, so you're not getting a great view of the town, but lights are on throughout the town. The sunset was just about there. Absolutely spectacular. If you pan around to the south just before sunset, it was very, very dark there. Clearly this thing is coming. We're all watching the weather and those bands that are starting to make their way here. We have a wind here. It's pretty much a nice breeze at the moment, but it's about to get uglier.
It's amazing how quickly things can change. And you spent time earlier at a shelter. I'm wondering if anyone was turned away from the shelter, if they were filling up. We saw that in Miami-Dade and Broward County. Some people were getting turned away, and the local municipalities and the governments were trying to kind of scramble to open new ones, and they did after a few glitches, but it seemed that they were keeping on top of the capacity of the shelters. Are you seeing any of that there?
Yeah. If people are being turned away to other shelters that are open in the area, about 25-minute ride up 75 in Sarasota County, if they can get there. If they have gas, they're fine. There was an elderly couple that came to the Kingsway Elementary School. They didn't have the gas to get anywhere else. They clearly weren't in a position to get anywhere else. They took them in. If it is an extreme situation and dire, they will bring them into the shelter regardless of how full it is. Kingsway was impressive. I mean, they cleared out the cafeteria, then they made more room for more people in different parts of the building. Then there's this floor above the cafeteria. They cleared that out. They have 900 people in there. There's not many areas they can put shelters in Charlotte County because most of it is lowlands and subject to flooding. So they have 3 shelters here totally. They are completely full up right now. If they are in absolute dire need, they'll take them in. But for the most part, they're trying to get people to go up to Sarasota.
All right, Miguel Marquez in Punta Gorda for us. We appreciate you traveling here to help us cover the storm.
Thank you, Miguel. All right, let's go back now to Broward County and Lauderdale by the Sea. Hank Tester has been there for the better part of the day. It looks like you've gotten yourself to a different location than the last time we saw you.
A lot of lightning was around, and the wind has picked up. In fact, it's, well, the sustained winds right now, almost 24 miles per hour. That's about 2 miles per hour increase in about the last hour. It was getting a little wet in there because we got some rain, and so we stepped back about a block. We're still right off of Commercial Boulevard as it gets right there towards the Atlantic Ocean. But what a difference it makes when you get behind a building and you can turn your cap around and take off your jacket and do a little TV hurricane reporting here. One really interesting thing, and we have video of it, but I can't turn it around for you right now, but right after all those tornadoes were going down that we saw, I listened and I heard a roar, and it was a turboprop sound. I looked up in the sky, and I really couldn't tell whether it was one of those P-2 Orions or something else. But it was kind of an interesting situation. Here this plane was, right in the middle of all of that activity, plus the oncoming hurricane. So maybe Craig has a clue or whatever, but it was really, really bizarre. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to report that just a little earlier. But again, as you know, we saw those tornadoes to the south of us, and it would just look so strange. And I was jumping up and down and hollering and hoping to get the attention of the producers, and they got to us in a real fast hurry, and turned out to be quite a story. And again, these kind of weather events, as Craig has underscored, they come with these tornadoes. They come with these hurricanes, the tornadoes. And we saw that in Andrew, and a lot of the damage that, especially down around Naranja, I remember reading the reports after the hurricane was over with, and some years later, they said that basically there were tornadoes in the area, and that's why there was that damage that just pounded, destroyed, tossed apart concrete CBS construction, block construction homes. It was really bizarre, and so that made me a little nervous. I didn't like that a whole heck of a lot, and then somebody said to me over the phone, and you probably guess who, said, well, where are you going in case you have one coming? I thought I was going to jump under the pier. Maybe I said that to you guys, but I'm not so sure that was too smart. So we moved locations. Right now, we've got the steady winds. Like Silva, we relocated to a different perspective of this. This is right off of Commercial Boulevard. So that's the very latest right now. Power is still on. We've got the steady winds are increasing, and that's about it for now from Lauderdale by the Sea. Back to you guys.
Hey, it definitely looks like you still have power. It looks like it's Christmas time there.
Yeah, it almost looks festive there, Hank.
Yeah, it is, and it's kind of nice, and it was just, you know, get out of the action for a minute, and so here we are, just having a nice quiet moment and talking to you guys.
And I see you turned your hat back around. I kind of liked it backwards.
Well, I can do that when it's time to do it, you know.
Yeah, it's got to be the right time. All right, Hank, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hank. Stay safe. Hank was talking about the tornado. There has been a confirmed touchdown of a tornado that we can now report right near Homestead Speedway. That happened around 20 after 7, so a little over an hour ago. Just as we were watching those bands and that tornadic activity move through, and Craig was doing such a great job as far as explaining to us what was happening in real time and what people needed to do if they were in that area. Confirmation of a touchdown right near the Speedway at about 7:20 earlier
And
tonight.
actually 2 touchdowns, another one in Lauderhill as well.
Ah, okay.
So 2 of those touchdowns. There was just a minute there where it was just warning after warning, and he was just scrambling to try to keep track of all of them. So of course he's still monitoring all of those, and we'll bring you the latest because there was still activity moving our way.
For sure. And we've been showing you some pictures of one of the tornadoes that was just south of where Hank was. And we got that picture courtesy of Mike LaCrosse, who is here from Boston. He works for our sister station WBZ. That's his day job. But he has come down here to help cover this storm, and he's now outside braving the elements in Fort Lauderdale. Mike, take it away. What's going on there?
We're experiencing the wind and the rain bands coming. I can tell you this is something that I've never experienced before as a reporter. This is all new to me. Typically, we're used to the snowstorms, but over the last couple of hours, we've experienced that heavy rain come in, the wind, and then it stops for a little while, a little bit of a lull, and then it picks up again. As you mentioned, we were here about, I want to say, an hour and a half ago, maybe a little bit more. We were listening to you guys on the radio, the coverage on the radio, when we heard you speaking about that tornado. So when the rain did...
All right, so not exactly the South Florida vacation you had anticipated in Boston. There we see the lightning behind you as well, and the wind blowing. You're definitely getting battered there, it looks like.
Yes, definitely. Yes, it is. It is very interesting here. We've been here, I want to say, for about the last 4 hours, and when we made our way down here, just to give you a perspective of how seriously the law enforcement officials are taking that mandatory curfew, we had to go through a checkpoint to get down to this area. And since we've been sitting here reporting and working on our story, I've actually lost count of how many times police officers have come up and rapped on the window and tried to ask us who we were, what we were doing down here, why we were here. We had to identify ourselves as media working with you folks down here for a couple of days. I can tell you, the last 4 hours, I haven't seen anybody down here walking around or driving around. When we first got here, there was an SUV that had some surfboards on it, but the police officers pulled them over and made them get out of here pretty quickly.
Well, that's good. There is an evacuation in place and also a curfew in place at this hour.
Yep, there is. And again, I just want to stress this. Every time we talk to a reporter out in the field, we want to find out their safety plan because that, of course, is the most important thing. We love that you're out there giving us these pictures and describing the scene. But what happens to you guys if all of a sudden the wind picks up and you realize that you need to get some cover?
Well, I can tell you, we're not out here for very long. We're only out here for quick snippets when we do want to get some more video or do a live report. We do have the car running, ready to go, and we're going to take off out of here actually not too long after we get off the air and kind of go inland a little bit more as the winds do start to pick up here.
And you actually saw that tornadic activity. What was that like for you? You described it for us earlier on the phone.
It was pretty surreal. I didn't expect to see it. I was trying to look through all that rain, and all of a sudden, the rain just kind of disappeared, and there it was. It popped out. I was very, very surprised, kind of fumbling with my phone with the rain that was left over, trying to get a
All
video.
right, you know what, Mike? We're seeing too much lightning behind you. Get in the car,
like
go
that.
inland. Don't mean to cut you off, but this is the safety thing we were talking about. You guys take off. Let's go down to Miami Beach. Silva Harapetian is there. Silva, what are the conditions where you are?
Hi, Rick. Just a few seconds ago, we saw a very large flash of light and then a burst of flame. It looks like it may have been a transformer exploding right behind us because of the lightning. I'm going to step out of the way. Just a few minutes ago, you saw me do a live shot, and you saw all of the lights across the way, and you saw the lights on the bridge, and all those lights across the street are now out because of this explosion. As you can see, it is raining pretty hard, and we have seen a lot of lightning in the last hour or so. Fortunately, There was nobody walking out. This is the reason why we have curfews, obviously. The curfew went into effect at 8 o'clock tonight, and Miami Beach was evacuated. I want to tell you, even though you see lightning, we are standing. Actually, I'm going to step inside here as I'm talking to you.
We can't hear you, Silva.
I'm sorry for that ruler break.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I had to step inside. I had to step inside just to be on the safe side. We're both indoors, and we are shooting out through the balcony so we can show you what's happening. But the flash of light, we heard thunder, and then we heard lightning. And you see the police car right now crossing. This is Venetian Causeway. They are coming to see what just happened a few seconds ago. I suspect there was probably a power transformer that exploded. It was very large explosion, and in fact, it was so large we saw flames from where we were sitting. So I just wanted to let you know that the power is out at portions of Miami Beach, and you can see there's another car behind it. I'm not sure if that's a police car, but police are now responding to this for hopefully no one hurt. Clearly, a lot of people have already evacuated Miami Beach because of the evacuation that went into effect earlier on Friday. We are in Zone B, where there's somebody on the roof right there. Do you see it? Okay, I don't know who that person is, but I don't know if you can see. This is across the street. This is a hostel, from what I understand. He just stepped out in the rain with lightning, and I'm certain he's probably up there trying to turn on the generator that they've got on top of that roof. I'm not certain if this is the smartest thing to do, but that's the only thing I can think of at this point. But he just stepped out from the roof to figure out what's going on. Hopefully he can get back in before anything happens here. So we saw lightning earlier. We saw bands coming in earlier. You've seen me reporting all throughout the day on Miami Beach. You know, there were points where things were calm, and then there were points where rain would pick up and we would hear the thunder. And now obviously we are seeing the effects that you guys and Craig have been talking about for so many hours. We're going to move the camera just a little bit so we can give you a better vantage point of what you're seeing right there. That's a Venetian bridge, and all those boats are usually parked. Well, they're kind of anchored right there. Most of those people live on those boats, and many of them come in when there is a hurricane warning. I've actually talked to them before. Some of them decide to stay throughout a tropical storm, but many of them actually, hunkered their boat down and they come inland. Where they go, I'm not really sure, but that's an interesting question. I could probably ask them next time. But again, a transformer exploding just a few minutes ago, and the power going out. A portion of Miami Beach. I should tell you where we are. We're on Lincoln Road. Just you're looking northbound from Lincoln Road here. Just across the street, that's 17th, and we are on the bay. So we're at Lincoln and Bay to give you an idea of where we are. So it looks like not everybody's out of power. It just looks like it's this block right here, because in a distance you can still see those buildings across the way have power. That's a Fresh Market right there that still has power, and a parking garage right behind it over on Purdy Avenue right there.
And Silva, I want to let our viewers know, even though you've positioned yourself to give us all a really good view of the city, you are safe inside, correct? You're on a balcony.
I am safe. Yes, I am safe inside. In fact, I am in my house, in my apartment. We are shooting out the window of my apartment. I do have hurricane impact windows, and we are safely inside, standing indoors, so that we can show you pictures. And obviously, we tell people to stay indoors. And the curfew in effect at 8 o'clock tonight. Let us be your eyes and ears of what happens out here, and we can do it safely and let you stay with your family and spend time with them. That's the best thing to do in these times.
And really, everyone should be evacuated from the beach at this point anyway.
All right. Thank you very much, Silva. Please be careful out there. That's the scene from Miami Beach, from Silva's balcony in Miami Beach. Looks really nice, actually. But you can see the lightning strikes in these images that are behind us now, these live pictures. And this is really what we have in store for us for the next 24 hours, really. We want to go back to Naples, the west side of the state. Mike Cunio is there driving around in Mobile 4, wow. And the rain is just coming down on you, Mike.
Yeah, it is. Like I said before, the most steady rain we've seen since we've gotten here today. Right now, we actually just got back to the Naples Daily News newspaper. This is where we're hunkering down for the night. It was good to hear that Silva and her photographer were hunkering down. We're actually on the north side of the building. That basically a way to protect us, a way to protect our equipment so we can keep doing these live shots with you. But really, as you can see, another one of these bands just kind of sitting on top of us right now. This is the rain we've been kind of driving through and standing in during these live shots. This is definitely the heaviest we've gotten today. Like we said earlier, not a lot of people on the road. We think once that flood advisory went out, everyone kind of took that as, okay, this is the time it's most serious, or the most serious time to get back in, because now it begins. Now it begins for the West Coast, and the next few hours, early morning, early afternoon, is going to get really bad here.
Wow.
And you can see why the flood warning is in effect right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the rain is really gathering there on the ground. Just looking behind you there, it looks like the rain's not going anywhere.
No, it doesn't. And actually, this building is actually a little higher up, so the way it's built, hopefully some of that will, instead of sit here, hopefully will run off. But you guys are right. It is starting to kind of build up here in our location anyway.
What is the time frame? Like, when did this rain start pouring down so heavily, Mike?
Okay, so basically, you guys were going through that whole tornado advisory, those few minutes where the alarms kept ringing. We were kind of caught in that same feeder band at the same time. It got calm for a little while, I want to say for another 30 minutes. And then right around the time it got dark, as soon as sunset hit, this has basically been it. It'll get harder at times. Right now, it's, you know, as you can see, it's steady, but it's not the hardest we've seen. While we were driving around, it was pretty rough. But it's not like, you know, earlier in the day where it would rain and stop. No, this is what life is going to be like for the next day, it seems like.
All right. Well, I would say stay dry, but I think it's a little too late for that.
That ship has sailed.
I hope you have a nice drive.
Stay safe.
Get
indoors if you see any lightning.
We're past that.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. We've been talking, and Mike was just mentioning the tornadoes that have been moving through as we change the background picture. Looks lovely.
Remember that?
That's coming back. We promise. We will have pretty pictures here in South Florida very soon. But there was a tornado that touched down. You mentioned the confirmed tornado. That's right. And one of them was in Lauderhill. Our correspondent, Carrie Codd, was there and filed this report.
Right now we're in Lauderhill. That's where a large tree has collapsed onto Northwest 35th Avenue, right at Northwest 3rd Street. You can see first responders, fire rescue crews are out, public works folks trying to clear this tree from the roadway. This is a massive tree, actually, if you take a look at it. They're trying to clear the roadway because they want to make sure that they can get access to this neighborhood if they need to as the night wears on. This is a huge tree, and it actually collapsed from the back of someone's yard. If we walk over here just a little bit, you might be able to see it's very, very dark, so I'm not sure you're going to be able to see it. But if you can look right over there in the center, right above where that fencing still is, you can see the root system of that tree stuck up in the air. I'm not 100% sure. This might be a ficus tree, which we tend to see these types of trees collapse in a situation like this with some heavy winds. Now, there were reports that there was a tornado that touched down in this area of Lauderhill. Not clear that that's what caused this particular tree to topple over. We believe that no one was injured. We did drive around a little bit in this area, did not see any type of widespread damage that you typically see with tornadoes. We did see a carport on one home that was crunched up almost like an accordion. But again, at this point, the work continues to try to remove this tree from the roadway to try to give first responders access make sure that they can get where they need to get to as Hurricane Irma continues to make herself felt. In Lauderhill, Kerry Codd, CBS 4 News.
Pretty impressive that the backhoe there, right there on scene, trying to clear away some of the debris as a result of this tornado, the touchdown. It's a little bit dark.
And just a small hint of what's to come.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, it's dark. We can't get a full sense of exactly what kind of damage was done. But of course, we're going to try to cover that for you as best we can. And we have a lot more to talk about here. We're coming up on the top of the hour in less than 15 minutes. We're going to get another position advisory to tell us about Irma as these tornadic activities, these tornadic winds move through our area, and the rain bands just keep coming and coming. Lightning strikes as well. Much more coverage coming up here on CBS 4. We'll be right back.
War is hard.
Go!
It is not without sacrifice. We are a long way from home. But it is a sacrifice worth making.
We need to win.
That's the spirit.
Giving of your time can help those rebuild their lives and ease stress. Even a game of catch helps during difficult times. It feels good to get the whole family involved.
When I was trying to bring my daughter with me, and so she can be raised with that mentality the mentality we're preaching, you know, give and don't expect anything in return. Basically that's it.
Hosting a costumes drive for kids can make a lasting impact. Register now on helpingfeelsgood.org and see the many ways your time and talents can change the lives of others. The CBS 4 Hurricane Network has the latest storm information on television, CBS 4, MyTV 33, and PBS 2 for the hearing impaired. On the radio, New Country Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM Sports Radio. In the Keys, Thunder 100.3 Country, Sun 103.1, WEOW 92.7, Whale 99.5, WKWF AM Sports Radio, Con Country 98.7, US 104.1 Radio, and My 97.7. Plus, online wherever you are at CBSMiami.com and MiamiHerald.com. All part of the CBS 4 Hurricane Network.
And welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Irma. We want to remind people, because we know that there have been power outages, and there will be more power outages. And so these numbers will fluctuate, but as of 8:30, there are roughly 49,000 people in Miami-Dade County that are without power. The number is much lower in Broward County, 18,000 customers without power in Broward County. And because of those power outages, we understand that a lot of people may just be listening to our broadcasts on the radio rather than being able to watch them on their TVs.
Right, so we want to let you know the ways you can stay in touch with CBS 4, even if you lose power during a storm. We're on the radio as well in Miami-Dade and Broward. It's Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM radio. They are all part of our Hurricane Network.
That's right. So even if you lose power, if you have a battery-operated radio, you can listen to us on those radio stations. And if you're in the Keys, these are the stations in the Keys that are part of our radio network. And again, a battery-powered radio should be part of your hurricane kit. But again, if you haven't assembled your hurricane kit by now, it's a little too late for that. So, but we'll talk about that for future storms. Want to say hello to Jim DeFeedy, who joins us right now. Good to see you, Jim.
Good to be back.
And I know that you've been in touch with some local officials in some of these areas now on the west coast of Florida, where they are suddenly sort of right in the eye of the storm there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, suddenly all the work that we were doing, now they have to do in a very quick order. So the folks on the west coast, if it goes over the Keys, then you're looking at the areas of from Tampa all the way down to Naples. And I think we may have the mayor of Naples actually on the line, Bill Barnett. Mr. Mayor, are you there with us?
I certainly am.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for taking the time to join us. Talk to us a little bit about the preparations that you've had to undergo, and do you feel as if you may have been caught a little off guard as this storm started moving a little bit further to the left?
Well, the answer to that is that the preparation was really good because we about a week ago started making preparations as soon as the first notice came out that this storm was tracking and could affect Florida. So that part was good. Being caught off guard, not really. Of course, every time we all thought it was going to be coming up the east side, East Coast, and then every time it would take a move, we were apprehensive, of course, but there was nothing we could do. We weren't caught off guard, though.
Well, let me ask you this. While the officials may have been caught off guard, do you think your population, do you think the residents in your community may have been a little bit caught off guard? Well,
they started evacuating at the beginning of the week, and this town is like a ghost town. When the city of Naples went under mandatory evacuation yesterday, there really wasn't a lot of there wasn't a mass exodus because most of the people had really evacuated. And the ones that haven't, there are shelters available. They are taking advantage of that. And, of course, there's the diehards, of course, that are going to stick it out no matter what.
And, Mr. Mayor, of course, you are in a tourist town. There are people visiting all year long from different areas. I'm sure some of them might have been caught off guard. And likewise, there are people who don't really live there the full year, who might have, second homes there, who might not have been there to prepare for the storm. Are you seeing any of that?
Well, you're 100% correct about not being here to prepare for the storm because, probably half our population are winter residents, and they're all up north, thank goodness. So, whatever's going to happen with the storm surge and everything else, we're just going to have to deal with it. But I don't know what kind of preparation they could have made if we get that storm surge anyway.
One of the things, Mr. Mayor, that officials here on the east coast of the state were able to do was to pre-position things to get them to areas that were the anticipated spots where they would be needed as far as food and water, having first responders be in particular areas so that they could respond more quickly. Is that something that you were able to do? Did you have enough time to try to get some resources and things in place?
We did, and Collier County did a really good job as well. We worked very closely with them in the city, and the city of Naples. Our pre-preparation was really good for as much as we could do, and of course, as we're going through this storm, there's not going to be many first responders out once those winds hit 45, and then we are also prepared for the aftermath. We have heavy equipment. We've done as much as we possibly can, and if you were to ask me, am I comfortable? I would have to say yes, I am. But of course, we're all just going to have to deal with whatever she deals.
Mr. Mayor, we've been learning a lot more, it seems like, with this storm, with the issue of storm surge. We're all learning about how that can truly decimate a community, even more so than wind sometimes. Is the storm surge something that is of particular concern to you in this storm? And what kind of estimates are you hearing? What kind of storm surge? How high, how many feet do you think you might get there in Naples?
I'm hearing from 12 to 15 feet, and the concern, absolutely, that is my biggest concern, because the last time we had a hurricane come through here that did massive damage was Hurricane Donna in 1960, and of course we've come a long way since then as far as codes and building codes, but it would do a tremendous amount of damage to this community.
I'm also wondering about the economy of your community. People go there for the beautiful beaches, to just kind of relax, and I don't know what the storm is going to bring, what it's going to look like afterwards. Are you concerned about the impact of maybe fewer tourists coming?
I would have to just say we're going to have to wait and see for that. If there's massive damage and there has to be a major rebuild, of course it's going to hurt the tourist industry. But most important of all is our businesses that might be affected by this. So, once again, I hate to say it's a wait and see, but basically it is. I can only hope for the best and say that maybe that storm surge that's predicted won't be like that. And I think the point about people don't really think about things like that because we've really never had one like that.
All right, Mayor Bill Barnett in Naples, we certainly wish you the very best. We appreciate you giving us the quick update, and we'll be checking back with you, sir. Best of luck to everybody there on the southwest part of Florida. I want to go back to Jim DeFede. Thank you very much. I want to talk to Jim for a minute because I know you've been in touch with some sources of yours at the White House. Of course, we are going to need the help of the federal government when all of this is done. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that they are gearing up. They understand that this is going to be a massive storm that's going to hit so many different parts of Florida. You saw with Hurricane Harvey that it sort of came to shore and skirted up a line a little bit. You're now talking about the entire state of Florida potentially facing severe damage, all the way from Key West right on up through the state, Tampa, the West Coast, but even on the East Coast. So the amount of pre-positioning of resources, one of the people I talked to made it pretty clear. This is going to be something that the military will have to get involved with as well. The Coast Guard, the Air Force, which operates the bases down in Key West. Throughout, there's a large military presence here. They're going to have to do more than just send FEMA and volunteers in. This is going to be a major undertaking depending on how hard this storm hits and how long it lasts.
I mean, here we are. This is the third largest state in the country. And it's not just like a particular portion of the state is going to be impacted. It's going to be statewide.
I think that one of the most amazing graphics you keep seeing is you show the size of the storm and that the state of Florida can actually fit inside the size of that storm. This storm is so much bigger than Hurricane Andrew. Hurricane Andrew was tiny compared to it. Not necessarily in terms of its impact. I mean, the winds were higher with Andrew right now, but the size of Andrew cut almost like a razor through the state. This is going to be like a bulldozer through the state.
And how about, I don't know if you were able to address it with them, but how about Hurricane Harvey and the resources that are still desperately needed in those regions and how that's going to kind of play into the response here? Look,
billions and billions of dollars. There was about $8 billion for Harvey relief, another $7 billion or so to replenish the supplies of FEMA. That's going to be a drop in the bucket. I've heard estimates for Hurricane Harvey being well in excess of $100 billion. You can start estimating what it's going to be like here. Think of it this way. Hurricane Andrew cost about $26 billion in 1991 dollars. So think of how much, and this is a bigger storm, potentially a much more devastating storm. So just do the math, and we could be talking about a couple of $100 billion in a time when, where's those resources going to come from? Where's that money going to come from? Does this suddenly become an all-encompassing part of the Trump administration getting the recovery right? We saw how damaging it was to George W. Bush in terms of how he handled Katrina and the damage that it took for him and his reputation. Now Donald Trump is going to have not just one, but two historic storms to have to clean up out of.
It's hard to even conceptualize that far ahead as we just try to take it moment by moment right now.
But we have watched, this president seems to be in let's make a deal mode, willing to sit down even with Democrats in order to pass legislation and get things done in order to help people who are in need. And
the Florida congressional delegation is an important delegation. You have Democrats, Republicans. I see them coming together. Bill Nelson, Marco Rubio have been appearing at a lot of press conferences together. As we were hearing yesterday, there is no partisanship when it comes to hurricanes and storm surge. They aren't Democrats or Republicans. It's just a crisis. So this is going to be one that we're all going to keep on top of.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. We'll be checking back with you, of course. Ruta and I are going to take a break, and when we come right back, CBS 4 News coverage of Hurricane Irma continues with Lauren Pastrana and Eugene Ramirez. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The CBS 4 Hurricane Network has the latest storm information on television, CBS 4, MyTV 33, and PBS 2 for the hearing impaired. On the radio, New Country Kiss 99.9, Power 96, and 560 WQAM Sports Radio. In the Keys, Thunder 100.3 Country, Sun 103.1, WEOW 92.7, Whale 99.5, WKWF AM Sports Radio, Con Country 98.7, US 104.1 Radio and My 97.7. Plus, online wherever you are at CBSMiami.com and MiamiHerald.com. All part of the CBS4 Hurricane Network.
We're going into Nigeria.
Don't say I'd never take you anywhere nice.
Jackpot.
Sit down, buckle up, and don't make me kick your...
It was just starting to get really good.
Giving of your time can help those rebuild their lives and ease stress. Even a game of catch helps during difficult times. It feels good to get the whole family involved.
When I was trying to bring my daughter with me, and so she can be raised with that mentality the mentality we're preaching. You know, give and don't expect anything in return. Basically that's it.
Hosting a costumes drive for kids can make a lasting impact. Register now on helpingfeelsgood.org and see the many ways your time and talents can change the lives of others.
We continue our coverage tracking Hurricane Irma here on CBS 4 News. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Eugene Ramirez alongside Lauren Pastrana. The hurricane now making its way towards mostly southwest Florida, but we're seeing lots of the impacts here. We've seen lots of activity over the past couple hours here in our area.
Certainly, and we do have a lot of information to get to, including information about curfews and other information about our friends in southwest Florida and what they might be dealing with in the coming hours, and the people down in the Keys as well. Before we get to all of that, we do want to focus on the weather that we've been seeing here over the last couple of hours, specifically the threat of tornadoes. I'm seeing all over social media a lot of people fearful every time one of those warnings pop up. So let's check in now with meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez. And is that threat still active at this moment, Lisette?
Well, Lauren, we do have a tornado watch, if we could go to computer A, and that tornado watch is in effect until midnight, and we're seeing these heavy squalls moving in with embedded tornadoes. We've had reports of 2 confirmed tornadoes in Lauderhill and by Homestead Speedway, and look at all the rain bands that are just samming portions of South Florida. We're seeing lightning embedded with some of these fast-moving, gusty downpours here all across Broward County, around Lighthouse Point, Pompano Beach, Oakland Park, stretching into Parkland, Coral Springs, Tamarack, Fort Lauderdale, Lauderhill, Sunrise, as well as down into Davie Weston. Lightning right now around Hollywood with some heavier rain near Hard Rock Stadium, Pembroke Pines, Southwest Ranches. Everything is just racing it off the Atlantic as we're seeing that moisture wrapping around, and then Miami Lakes, Hialeah, Doral, down through Dade County, and even through the Keys, dealing with these very fast-moving squalls. And of course, this is all related to Hurricane Irma. Right now, we do want to talk with the director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Ed Rappaport, and let's talk about how our weather has really been deteriorating throughout the entire day because this system is just so massive that this is going to end up being a really long duration event for South Florida, right, Ed?
That's right. With these tropical storm force winds covering an area of perhaps more than 200 miles wide, and with the storm moving at 10 miles per hour or so, that's 20 hours to get through it, and that's what we're just getting into now, likely to continue through the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night.
That's right. We've already seen sustained winds of 22, 43 miles per hour and gusts even over 70 miles per hour. And we're going to continue to see those winds increasing, especially for the Keys. Can we talk about just how catastrophic it can be in terms of the devastation across the Keys?
Yes, well, we still have a Category 3 hurricane, and we're concerned that it will re-intensify even to Category 4, potentially before it gets to the Keys. We think the center will be arriving near Key West, maybe a little north of there, by about daybreak tomorrow, and that will bring those 100-plus mile-an-hour winds, storm surge locally 5 to 10 feet, dangerous waves, and then progress on to the southwest coast of Florida by the afternoon tomorrow, with even higher storm surge possible there just because of the shape of the coastline. up to 15 feet of storm surge is possible along the southwest coast.
No, this is a very dangerous hurricane, Ed, and we're also talking about Broward-Dade County. Although we are out of the cone, we are already dealing with these squalls and how we're going to also be dealing with some flooding, possibly. The rainfall potential is in the increase. Can you talk about how much rain we can expect here when all is said and done?
Yes, but first let's talk about that cone for a minute. Here's the state of Florida. I want everybody to understand that the cone only shows where the center of the hurricane could go. It says nothing about the size of the storm. So this year we've added the size of the storm to this graphic. That's what this large orange area shows. That's the tropical storm force winds. And the brown area here is the hurricane force winds. That has to all progress across the state. It's going to take, as we said, more than a day. And as it does that, we'll be getting rainfall totals of 8 to 15 inches, locally 20 inches over the peninsula, maybe 25 inches over the Florida Keys.
And we have been stressing that to our viewers, to all South Floridians, to not focus on the cone or the center of the track, because really the entire state of Florida is going to be dealing with the impacts of this massive hurricane. Ed, in terms of the tornado threat, what would you recommend to our viewers at home? What is going on here? Why is it that the threat is so high, especially this evening and tonight with some of these squalls moving through?
Now, the part of the storm that often produces the tornadoes is ahead of it and off to the right, and that's just where we happen to be in southeast Florida now. So once the center gets up to near where our latitude is during the day tomorrow, that threat will decrease somewhat for us, but it'll spread farther up the peninsula.
And then tomorrow, our biggest threat will likely be these extreme winds and also the storm surge. Can we talk about how, although the storm surge threat has decreased a little bit for parts of Broward County and Miami-Dade, we're still going to be dealing with some storm surge for those areas that we were talking about the past few days in terms of the warnings and the evacuations that are taking place. But now it seems that the more extreme storm surge will be taking place across the Keys and southwest Florida.
That's right, because it's closer to the center and the storm surge gets taller as the winds get stronger. So the stronger winds are going to be on the west part of the peninsula and the Florida Keys. They'll get the highest storm surge. Still, we'll see perhaps 4 to 6 feet of storm surge from Broward County north, and then even the higher amounts will be the upper Keys and then down through the lower Keys, perhaps 5 to 10 feet.
And then I'm sure many South Floridians at home are wondering, because we've been talking about how long the duration of this event could take place, when could we finally start to see some improving weather here across South Florida?
Well, if the center does indeed pass by our latitudes, we're over here. Here's where the center will be tomorrow afternoon. That's about the time where we'll have the worst of the weather, but it's going to take a long time for it to clear out. So conditions will deteriorate gradually until tomorrow afternoon, be the worst about then, and then begin to improve tomorrow night and be much better by Monday.
Thank you for your time and, of course, all of your hard work. Dr. Ed Rappaport, the director of the National Hurricane Center. And, of course, he reminding us that we cannot just focus in on the cone, because take a look at the size of this storm. Category 3, Hurricane Irma, max sustained winds 125 miles per hour and moving at about 9 miles per hour towards the Keys and expected to strengthen to a Category 4 before making landfall tomorrow morning, and then likely headed towards the southwest coast. Fort Myers potentially dealing with a second landfall here as a Category 4, and then likely moving up the Gulf Coast. Unfortunately for folks in Tampa here, now preparing for a potential Category 3 hurricane, and then continuing northward here across the Big Bend and the Panhandle and into Georgia. Still Category 1 possible as we head into Monday in the afternoon. And the highest threat for those destructive hurricane winds, of course, up and down the Gulf Coast, stretching into parts of the Big Bend and down into the Keys, where we are going to see the potential for those hurricane force winds likely throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. As we look at the latest satellite image, you can see just how immense this hurricane is. We've been dealing with the rain band since this morning, and that convection is just becoming more and more intense as we're seeing that moisture wrapping around and still even battering parts of Cuba and the Bahamas at this time, because that's just how expansive this system is and how widespread those tropical storm force winds winds extending about 200 miles from the center, and then the hurricane force winds about 70 miles from the center. So, of course, we are going to take a live view here, and you can see it is quite ominous, and we're going to be dealing with those squalls continuing to move in across South Florida throughout the night tonight with a threat for tornadoes and also the threat for some flooding. And we are seeing the potential for flash flooding across Lake Okeechobee as well. And, of course, we'll continue to have team coverage. I have meteorologist Dave Warren with me working back there in the Weather Center to bring you all the latest updates as we continue to track Hurricane Irma, which is headed our way.
All right, Lizette, thank you. Impressive to see all of those bands right over our state. And as Rick and Rudabeh mentioned earlier, you could fit the whole entire state of Florida inside
really
this massive storm. And we're looking live now at Miami Beach, where it looks like it's wet out there, like it's gray. It's not necessarily where you want to be outside. We've seen lots of lightning out there over the past couple hours as well. In fact, right on cue, you saw the lightning there in the background.
There you go. And Miami Beach, by the way, does have a curfew right now. Went into effect at 8 p.m. and it runs through 7 a.m. tomorrow. Now, some people are not exactly heeding that curfew because just a little while ago when we checked in with Silva Harapetian, who is live on Miami Beach, he actually was showing us a live shot of a man out there in the rain after that curfew period.
On a rooftop.
Silva, exactly, very unsafe. What's the latest there? Are people still outside, or has everyone finally taken cover at this point?
Well, there are people scattered sort of all throughout the beach outside, but I want to talk about what's happening behind me right now. You see the flashing lights right there. Okay, so they're coming back. We heard sirens going off a few minutes ago, and everyone, I would say, I say everyone because there was a fire truck that was parked right outside the window with another fire crew that went into an apartment building right next door. I don't really know what exactly they were responding to, but they came out. And I heard one of the firefighters say, "Let's go." They got into the fire truck and headed headed east and made a turn and crossed the bridge. So a fire truck and 4 ambulances have gone across the Venetian Causeway and are heading that way to respond to something. We saw one of those fire trucks just come back. That's what you were watching. So we've been trying to figure out if we could see what's happening, but whatever it is, it's on the Venetian Causeway. I want to show you what's happening across the way. That is a hostel across the way. I don't know if you can see the flashlights and the people on the balcony. About an hour ago, a transformer exploded. In fact, it was so loud and it was so bright. We saw the flames sitting in my living room. And once that transformer exploded, the lights went out to a section of this neighborhood, including that hostel across the street, which is on Lincoln Road, and all those people have been standing outside on the balcony, partially watching to see what the firefighters were responding to, and I suspect partially trying to actually cool down since they now do not have power. I want to kind of give you a perspective of where we are. This is Lincoln Road. We are right on the bay. Ebenezer, if you could zoom to the left here or pan to the left. This is, we're right on the bay. That's Venetian Causeway. And if you look on that bridge, partially the lights are on as soon as you see there we go, they got another fire rescue returning onto the beach. All of the lights on the Venetian Bridge were blown out once that transformer exploded, and all of these buildings across the way, most of them have lost power. Earlier, when it was raining really hard, you really couldn't see the boats on the water, and you couldn't see the horizon and all of those lights. But now you can, as things have calmed down a little bit. It's still a little windy, and you can see the lightning in the sky. We've been seeing a lot of that, and we suspect that's probably what caused the transformer to explode earlier. But this is the reason why they issued a curfew at 8 o'clock on Miami Beach. This is why they asked everyone to evacuate. I want to mention again that we are safe. We are indoors, in fact. In fact, we're going to step back inside. We are right at my balcony. I have hurricane-proof windows, and we are doing this safely, trying to give you the very latest on what's happening. As soon as a band comes through, we let you know, and be your eyes and ears out here so you can be hunkered down and safe wherever you are.
Yeah, important to stress the safety safety component of this, Silva, that you are indoors, in your home, and far away from that lightning and protected by that building, because this is not the time for amateur photographers or videographers to be going out and try to capture the power of the storm. You don't want to do that. In fact, our crews who are professionals know that it's very, very dangerous and are staying indoors and away from those elements. Silva, if we can talk a little bit about that hostel that you were showing us, maybe we can get another picture of that. Miami Beach has a lot of those hostels, and when I think of a hostel, I think of a lot of tourists,
young people,
oftentimes from other countries,
to save some money to
don't
visit here.
Speak the language, and this might be the first time they're dealing with something like this. And we know that officials at Miami Beach were asking everybody to get out of there. In fact, Mayor Levine was one of the first to come out and tell the city, you got to get out of here, including the hotels, and I imagine as part of the hotels, the hostels as well. So I'm curious as to why these people stuck around there. Does it look like it's a big group, but we only see a couple people? It's kind of dark.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to show you the people on the balcony right now, but we just panned over. There's another fire crew, rescue crew, actually, coming back from whatever they were responding to. It was a large group of people standing on the balcony when the fire rescue showed up across the street, and they were trying to see what was happening. In fact, I'm just as surprised as you are that so many people are still there. Earlier in my earlier live shot, when we actually saw the lightning and then had seen the explosion just a few minutes before, we saw a guy come out on the roof and try to check the power to see if he could fix it, and ran back down. So clearly this hostel is full of people. Now, I haven't, in my experience, because I've lived here for 3 or 4 years, experienced a lot of foreigners at this particular hostel, but there are, as you say, a lot of hostels on Miami Beach, and there's a lot of foreigners. I can tell you that just from my experience of driving around today, wait, hold on, take a look. There's somebody actually trying to get in their car right down there. I'm not sure if they're trying to drive away or if they're just getting here, not really sure what's happening, but you know, a lot of people have left Miami Beach because they took the evacuations very seriously. So if you've ever been on Miami Beach, it was very strange to see the streets so quiet. It took me, in fact, 12 and a half minutes for an Uber to respond to get to work the other day. So to just give you kind of a perspective of how seriously people took this, and the people who have stayed, possibly maybe a language barrier, maybe they just felt like they were prepared. Not really sure, but there were a number of people that were showing up on the beach earlier today trying to take pictures. I saw a number of people get in the water, which is obviously not the smartest thing to do, but we'll be out here, we'll be your eyes and ears, and if we see an update, we will bring it to you from Miami Beach.
All right, Silva, thank you so much. And I believe we just saw a patrol car passing through there. We do want to stress the fact that that curfew is mandatory, and according to the mayor's press release, it's going to be strictly enforced by Miami Beach police. So I know Silva sort of locked down to that position, but we'd love to hear more to see if she's seeing these officers out there and what they're doing to make sure these people get indoors.
Yeah, definitely feeling the effects throughout South Florida, like you just saw in that lightning there, Miami Beach and other parts of our area. But really, Southwest Florida is bracing for the biggest impact, and many people who drive from Miami or the South Florida area to Southwest Florida often pass near the Marco Island area. I spent many Memorial weekends there. It's a very popular spot.
Having lived on that side of the state.
Big vacation spot for people from our area. And we have Ed Lavandera joining us now from Marco Island. Thanks for being with us, sir. You're driving around. Let's start with the weather conditions. What are you experiencing there now?
Well, the weather conditions so far manageable. We've started seeing kind of the first rainfall and steady rain, not terribly heavy, and the winds are definitely very manageable at this point, but we clearly know that that's going to deteriorate rather quickly. Here on Marco Island, as you can see as we drive around here the island, extremely quiet. We just spoke with the police chief here. He told me that there's a group of about 80 first responders that will remain on the island for the duration of the storm. They will be strategically put in various of the highest level locations throughout the island with a number of their rescue boats and jet skis that they can deploy at any point after the storm if anybody needs to be rescued. The police chief says that full-time residents, there's a little more than 16,000 people that live here full-time on the island. He doesn't have any way of knowing for sure exactly how many people have stayed behind You do see a handful of people, but at this time of night, you can tell that clearly people have gone inside. But the police chief says he is worried. He says they're ready to be able to withstand this storm, and they're ready to deploy once the storm passes through, but definitely very concerned about the storm surge, which they expect to be about close to 10 feet here on this island. So that is of great concern here as well. And the other thing the police chief mentioned is that anyone at this point is getting cold feet about evacuating, that it is simply too late, that they just need to shelter in place at this point.
And Ed, I have a lot of friends over there, and they've been messaging me and posting on social media that they, in other areas of Southwest Florida, like Fort Myers and Naples, actually woke up to law enforcement, deputies from Lee County and Naples and Collier County, telling them to get out now, sort of on the bullhorn, telling them to evacuate their homes as quickly as possible. Were people in Marco Island also given that warning?
They have. The police chief told me that they went knocking door to door, that they went through with PA announcements from their vehicles, are urging all of those people earlier today to evacuate, and that they're, urging people, reminding people that on the mainland that there are a number of shelters that still have availability. We also spoke with the mayor in Naples just a few hours ago, who also said that there were a number of people who had evacuated from Miami and come to this side of Florida in anticipation when the weather track had it going, this hurricane more toward the Miami area, and now they were desperately quickly checking out of hotels in the Naples area to head back to Miami. So that is part of the confusion and part of the rush that people are going through to try to get themselves to the best possible spot in anticipation of this hurricane.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Marco Island is, you mentioned those 16,000 full-time residents, but it's also a big timeshare community. Many people have a week or 2 weeks timeshare that they go and spend it with their families. Typically, we see that during the holiday weekends for the July Memorial, and this isn't really the time of year. Thankfully, it's past the summer break, and the kids are back in school and all that.
They'll start coming back in November.
But as you drive around, are you seeing those beachfront condo buildings and timeshare properties pretty empty and dark? It looks like it from what we're seeing in your live picture.
Yeah, there's been a good deal of them that look, pretty empty. Yeah, as you well know, that this is a, kind of very seasonal part of Florida, especially up in Naples as well. We have been spending a lot of time, and that a lot of people that are normally here aren't here this particular time of year. But there have been a number of homes where you do see cars parked outside, and that could be become a rather treacherous situation here, depending on exactly how the elevation of that particular home is on the island. If that storm surge does come to reach 10 feet, obviously many of the streets here on this island will be flooded out for some time, and it's going to take some time to recover from all of that. But we haven't seen but a handful of people around the island here at this point. So if they're still here, and I've gotten a few of those messages as well of people who are here in the island, they are definitely indoors at this point and expecting the worst.
And Ed, because a lot of those people are seasonal residents, there may be some of those homes without shutters and things like that. For the residents that you do see there, have you gotten a chance to speak with them and ask them if they've had enough time to prepare and get the supplies? Because what I'm hearing from some friends over there on the West Coast is that they were rushing at the last minute to get water and batteries and flashlights.
I've actually heard when we were up in Naples earlier today, I was asking the mayor about just how quickly, because I noticed when we got there, I expected to see a little bit more kind of franticness, seeing people kind of urging and moving quickly to figure out where exactly they were going to go. The mayor says that he believes that there were a large number of people who evacuated early in the week, that when they saw Hurricane Irma approaching the Florida area, they decided to pack up and head north much earlier. And because of that, he said that here, now that the track has changed and is taking a much more apparently a more direct hit toward this side of Florida, that's why you don't really see as many people racing to get out of here. He believed that most of the people who were going to evacuate have been evacuated for several days now.
That's certainly good to hear. I know we've seen the pictures of the Germain Arena up in Fort Myers, thousands lining up to get in there, so glad many people were able to find shelter. Ed Lavendera reporting live from Marco Island as you drive around. Thank you. Stay safe, and hopefully we can check back with you later. We want to turn our attention back locally here to our South Florida community. You know, we think of areas that are growing a lot, and one of the top cities that top that list is the Doral area. Yeah. You drive around there, you see that downtown Doral area, lots of construction, lots of people moving in there. And
the good news is it's new construction and hopefully up to those codes that mean that these buildings are safe. Exactly. So we are hoping that all of those people, not in an evacuation zone, so they're probably, you know, sheltering in place at this point. Here, we're in Doral at our studios. A lot of us have been spending the night in this building, sleeping upstairs, and you hear how loud it is with the wind and the rain just coming down on the roof. We're going to turn things over now to Kenneth Craig, who is live here in Doral. Kenneth, what are the elements like out there?
Well, it's changing by the minute around here. As you know, we're not too far from you. We're up on 105th in the Turnpike. Right now, it looks like we're in a break. Not a lot of rain. The wind has died down. If I saw you maybe 15, 20 minutes ago when a band was coming through, the rain was really pounding. The wind was really picking up. We are standing outside of our hotel here, and the power sort of flickered 3 or 4 times during that period, and that's when we were getting all of those tornado warnings and watches all over the area. So there were a couple hairy moments, but now it appears we're in this break, but it's probably going to change here in the next few minutes when another one of these bands comes through.
And you know, we see
because I'm getting a lot of messages that you're listening to us or you're watching us and you're hunkered down at home or in a shelter. Here's what you can expect for the next 24 hours or so as you look at these live pictures of the wind just really whipping there in Fort Lauderdale. We've got at least 24 hours of tropical storm force winds and rain. You'll probably either be looking outside or hear it outside, the rain pounding, and then it'll stop. Really, really strong winds because, as Phil has said, this is a wind event. You may hear debris hit against your shutters. You may hear the rain stop after a little while, then it's going to pick up again. You may lose power. FP&L has help from 5 different states ready to help us restore all of our power. At least, I think the numbers were 27,000 people or so are without power in Miami-Dade County, and crews are working to repair that only if winds are below 40 miles an hour. Anything past 40 miles per hour, it's too dangerous for crews to be out repairing power. It's too dangerous for first responders. But once those winds do die down, they're going to jump on it. Broward County has also lost some power. I believe that the number was like 8,000. That's a little less, but, you know, feel sorry for everybody who's lost power, but just hang tight. It's going to be restored.
And we want those crews to be safe, of course, because they're going to have a big job to do on the flip side of the storm. Now, okay, we're going to bring in Vanessa Medina, but Vanessa, hang on one second. We're going to you in Deerfield Beach. I'm reading the email right now, checking in with our assignment desk in Broward County in Fort Lauderdale. Frank Guzman, our assignment editor there. This is a pretty great story. Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue crews from Deerfield Beach responded to a 911 call for a dog in a canal. Apparently this dog, they found it frantically swimming, getting exhausted. A firefighter, listen to this, with these bands moving through, this firefighter dove into the canal, swam about 1,000 feet to reach the dog. As the firefighter reached the dog was about to go underwater. The firefighter attached a buoy vest around the dog, pulled it back to shore. The dog collapsed, was tended to by firefighters, and a short while ago, the dog came to. The lost dog was reunited with its owner in Deerfield Beach, just coming in our email right there.
And you know what? That's another reminder that, you know, how much first responders put their own lives at risk. You know, they have families too, but here they are helping us out. We also got a note saying that the sheriff's office in Broward County is taking their deputies off the streets once the winds have surpassed 45 miles per hour because it is just too dangerous. So that's good to hear that the dog was saved, but of course we want everybody, every human also to be safe as well. Let's check in with Vanessa Medina there in Deerfield Beach. Vanessa, how you holding up?
Hey guys, that's an awesome story. Kudos to that firefighter who jumped into that water to save that dog. What a great story all around. Hopefully we can get some pictures of that and someone took some sort of video so we can see exactly that tremendous rescue. But, you know, kudos again to all of the firefighters and police and law enforcement out there who are trying to keep them safe. You know, we still see them walking up and down Deerfield Beach here, making sure that people are inside, making sure that people are not coming out here to do anything wild. There were rumors a short time ago that people were going to go out into this water behind us and they were going to go surfing. So they came out here with flashlights, making sure no one was jumping off the pier with their surfboards to try and catch some wave. You know, Irma has been inching closer and closer. It took a while. She stalled for a little bit, and we didn't know when we were going to start getting this nasty weather, but it's finally started to come in. It's going to get progressively worse throughout the night. If you're at home and you have your shutters up, you're hearing some of that rain and the pounding going on outside, and that's because it's coming in slowly, but they are coming in. We're about to get a band that's pretty nasty I don't know how long it's going to take, maybe 5-10 minutes or so, but it's heading our way, and we've taken a little bit of some cover. We tried to go down to the water short, but it was just too windy. It was just too dark. You can't see anything down there, but the water is so ferocious down there. If you see the surf, they're expecting a 3 to 4 foot storm surge, 10 to 15 inches of rain. So we're expecting the worst, and we're prepared out here. So we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Vanessa, thank you. And by the way, we are working on getting video from the Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue team on the rescue of that dog, which shows the humanity of all of our first responders, saving not only people, but dogs too.
And their families are at home right now in many cases and worried about them helping to protect us. And yeah, we can't say how thankful we are that our first responders are out there braving this storm, making sure that everyone stays safe. So we got that video actually right here. We're trying to turn that around, and we should have that momentarily.
All right, let's go to 7's Nicole Ensalada in Estero, where, you know, the storm is expected to hit that area as well. And you are, where are you, Nicole? In a shelter? People are still waiting, or how's it going?
We're right outside. We're right outside the Germain Arena shelter where we were earlier, Lynn. People have been coming into this place all night long, all day long since we've been here, and in fact, they are still accepting people here at this shelter. And I got to tell you, now this is the the most steady rain we've gotten this whole time. So what you're looking at now is just of some people who decided to come outside and stand out here for just a minute. Not exactly sure why they would stand out here in the rain for a little bit, but they're under an overhang. It's okay. And actually, I walked inside for a bit earlier, and boy, the place is packed. It's not so bad though. If you're trying to ride out a hurricane that could be a 3 or a 4, or even worse than that, there are a lot worse places to be. There are a lot of families in there who have pets. We have seen a lot of pets, a lot of kids. People have their bedding all out. They've got computer games, and kids have, books and toys and everything. So it's really not so bad, except for, of course, in any kind of arena, and they play minor league hockey here, out on the area where the ice would normally be, it's just covered with people who are here seeking refuge from Hurricane Irma. I talked to somebody with Lee County Emergency Management, and she said right now 30,000 people have received a mandatory evacuation notice in Lee County alone. And of course, we've also got Collier. We've also, that's the surrounding counties, the adjacent counties here. And 14 shelters in all in Lee County. 4 of them, we understand, including the Germain Arena right here, still have space available. So that's certainly good news, because we talked to some people who just didn't even expect that they would have to go to a shelter, but they had some last-minute mandatory evacuations, so they decided that, this is the best place to be. Also, they've got some sandbags out here to try to keep things as dry as possible. At the moment, things are pretty wet, but this is just a steady rain. This is no different right now than what we would see on maybe a summer evening. Of course, we expect conditions to get a lot worse, but for right now, people are calm, people are settling in, and it seems that things here so far, for right now, are going smoothly. Lynn, Jeff?
So that's great news. There's still space there at that shelter. It seats 7,000 people there, and it's great news that they're accepting pets. All right, Nicole Ensalada, thank you so much. We'll get back to you reporting live in Estero. Looked like she had something to say, but we'll get back to her if she does. Phil just gave us a little bit of information. Tropical storm force wind gust up to 60 miles an hour, 56 knots. 60 mile per hour, a little over 60 mile per hour winds were recorded at North Perry Airport. That shows you the intensity of these wind gusts. That's a very strong wind gust.
It is, and as that storm finally starts to make the bigger move, we'll likely see those winds increase in the hours to come. Okay, so again, we got reporters all over the place working very, very hard here on this now Saturday night. Hard to believe we've been in this for quite some time now, but let's go to Joe Rotes in Miami with more conditions there. Joe, you were near the Marriott, and looks like there's still power, still rain and wind in that area.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say that within the past 30 minutes or so, the wind has been the major issue out where we are. You know, the rain has let up. It's been coming, you know, down intermittently. We do still have power down here. These lights have been flickering. But, you know, for the most part, this area, Sea Isle Marina, just off of Bayshore and 17th, still does have power. Again, the wind is the major issue right now. And this kind of, you know, tunnel between the two buildings where we've been standing here, I was picking up wind speeds of about 40, 45 miles an hour. It almost knocked me over as we came up the stairs here. And as you take a look over at the palm trees, you can just see how strong that is. And you can probably hear how the wind has been, you know, coming in. It just comes in these strong gusts. Not long ago, we did have a nice little lull, and I'm not sure if we have the video. Hopefully you guys can tell me. We do a video then. We had a chance to go through the downtown area. Southeast First at the Metro Mover station, we did catch some flooding down there. And then south of there, we went down Brickell Avenue and Southeast 15th. There were a number of downed trees in that area. That seemed to be about the major extent of the damage, just a little bit of that roadway flooding and then the downed trees. But we also want to bring to your attention something that we've been talking to you about now for quite some time, and that is the crane situation here in downtown Miami. We do know that there is a couple dozen cranes around the area. There has been one specifically we've been keeping our eye on throughout the day, and as you take a look at this nighttime video, you can see that crane is just spinning around with these high winds. It's going around and around. And I mean, this is why they told people if you live in the downtown area and you have a crane near you, you definitely do not want to be in your building, because those things are going to be going around, and with the high winds, some of them can't withstand the high winds if they go too far. So as you take a look at that, I mean, it is definitely a scary sight. That is what we are seeing here in the downtown area. Back out here live at Sea Isle Marina, I mean, as you take a look out here at the boats, I mean, this has been pretty much par for the course today. These boats have been pretty, you know, just rocking back and forth. The water's definitely gotten a little bit higher out here, but none of these boats, the good thing, none of these boats have become detached. A lot of the boat owners are staying here at the DoubleTree Hotel that's here at the marina. And as we've said already, they definitely have power. So they've been popping their heads out, not at the worst points, but they've been popping their heads out to make sure that their boats are okay, that they're still tied up, and that they're not coming loose, so that there's no damage to them. But that is the situation here in downtown Miami. We'll send it back to you.
Joe, thank you. Be careful of those lights we talked about earlier that were coming off because of the wind gusts. You're looking at a live picture right there to the left in, I think that's Fort Lauderdale Beach, where these palm trees have been taking a beating all day long, and this is where Irma is to the right. It looks like the eye is completely off land there. The eye has left Cuba. Where specifically it's going, we're expecting to get an 11 o'clock advisory. Phil Farrow says that he is hopeful that there will be a lot of new information in that advisory, but the National Hurricane Center has said that we will be experiencing tropical storm force winds and rain for a good day, another 24 hours. So she's moving slowly.
And for our viewers in the Florida Keys who chose to stay behind, if you still have power, again, that eye does appear to slowly be inching on north right there as we're looking at our satellite imagery that is coming into the newsplex. So the lower, middle, and upper Keys will likely start to see more intense winds coming from this system. Again, last we checked, I believe those winds were close to Category 1 force hurricane winds there in the Keys. So batten down the hatches. Here comes Irma as that eye does begin to slowly move away from the coast of Cuba. And it always impresses me, you know, as we look at these live images. I'm not sure where this shot is from there to your left.
Miami, I believe.
Miami. But when you see these iconic photos and video of hurricanes, how these palm trees are able to withstand, in many cases, these winds and survive these storms. Of course, some come down, but, you know, I guess they're just made to bend. They have that big ball root structure at the bottom. But again, there you see more palm trees kind of taking on the effects of Hurricane Irma.
Yeah, and again, we've said this for quite some time, but it does bear repeating. Everybody is under a tornado watch. All of South Florida is under a tornado watch. We're there twice, just so you get the whole picture, okay? To the left is North Bay Village. We just want to give you some live pictures of how we're all faring here in South Florida. And obviously, there's a live radar of Irma to the right. And to the left is a picture of North Bay Village. The winds whipping, a little bit of rain. We saw a car or two a short time ago. The good news is we really haven't seen a lot of vehicles. We saw one car, don't know why this driver was driving, in Rochelot's live report there in Surfside, and there was a lot of driving rain and some flooding, and the car hit something and stalled, turned on the flashers. A couple of cop cars went by, slowly looked, and kept going because, you know, they've got other things to do. So it's definitely not a time to be out, and if you're a little stir crazy inside, well, you know, this will all be over, we understand, in 24 hours or so. Things will be better, we understand, in 24 hours. Maybe not necessarily for the Keys. The National Hurricane Center said it almost sounded like they've got another 32 hours of this situation. Tropical storm force winds, hurricane winds, and driving rain. So our thoughts are with everybody in Key West and all up and down the Keys. And of course, you're looking at a live picture of here on the mainland outside of North Bay Village, where the winds kick up and they die down because of the feeder ban. And this is going to be the situation for the next day.
You know, good time. Maybe if you have Netflix, you still have power to binge watch some TV shows.
If you're bored watching us, of course. But if you love watching
Keep us on the TV,
yes, we love
get your
talking
iPad
to you. Right.
for the Netflix, and stay tuned. We're looking at these power outages here. Got some updated numbers. The Florida Keys, as we look at these live pictures from Fort Lauderdale, Upper Keys, the power situation getting a little bit better, was over 4,000. Now about 2,500 people without power. It looks like 900 customers still in the Midtown section of Key West, still without power since about 4:15 this afternoon. Those numbers obviously a little higher. In Miami-Dade County, I believe the last number was close to about 45,000 without power. In Broward County, I believe it was around 18,000 customers without power. Again, FPL, they try to keep their crews safe as those wind gusts get larger, and right now they're probably hunkering down, you know, as these bands start to move through the area.
And it really stinks losing power. I mean, nothing compares to, you know, your safety and your home and your property, but, you know, when it comes to an inconvenience, nobody likes losing power. You know, with Wilma, we lost power for 2 weeks, and it was hot, and people were stressed, and FP&L just wants you to know, as Jeff indicated, they're on top of this. They anticipated this huge storm coming. We've got help from 5 different states on the way. So if you've lost power, you know somebody who has, text them, let them know that they can listen to us. We're simulcasting on several different radio stations. I've got them off the top of my head. 99 Jams is one of them. And this is another live picture. I believe this is Lincoln Road. It looks like Lincoln Road. Oh, it's Deerfield Beach, excuse me. Sorry. Okay, well, it's very similar, you know, lots of wind gusts. Also wanted to let you know we've done some interviews with some people in Key West, and we're going to find out how our friends are doing in the Keys. They are getting a pounding right now, and it's only going to get worse for the next 20 hours.
It'll be really interesting on the flip side of the storm to see what damage is done in the lower, middle, and upper Keys, and we'll be on top of that story as well, you know, once we get to the other side of Hurricane Irma. Kind of recycling some of the evacuation numbers here. This is one of the largest evacuations that this state has ever been under. 5.6 million people ordered to evacuate statewide. That is a quarter of the population here in the state of Florida. Now, whether that full number evacuated, probably not, but that is how many people were ordered to evacuate because of Hurricane Irma. Again, we had those mandatory evacuations that are clearly still in effect in Miami-Dade County, zones A and B, part of Zone C. Also, Broward County, east of Federal Highway, the coastal areas of Miami-Dade, Broward County, mandatory evacuations in Monroe County as well. But then we look now, since the track of Irma has shifted, and now it does appear that the storm is starting to make that turn northward. The west coast of Florida, a little late on the evacuation train. Collier County, Lee County, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, all sending people, you know, to higher ground a little bit late in the game, and that's why we're still seeing the long lines at the shelter that we saw with Nicole and Estero. in the Fort Myers region. We saw big traffic on I-4 from Tampa to Orlando. So hopefully all those folks are getting to safe places here tonight. You know, Lynn, I believe, was it Expedia, Airbnb, a bunch of places that were trying to help out, right?
Yeah, they were giving discounts, even offering some freebies to people. This is a live picture of the city of Miami. I mean, if this is not an eerie sight, I don't know what is. It's not a holiday, you know, it's got to be something else. Pretty much all of South Florida hunkering down together, weathering the storm. They're experiencing a lull in the feeder bands in the city of Miami, a little bit of rain there. Life will, it sounds like, possibly get back to normal, at least for the mainland. Probably, it sounds like Monday. Schools have been closed till Sunday. We'll hear more about that, I anticipate, in the future very soon. But we did hear from the mayor earlier in the day. The days kind of run together. I think it was earlier in the day. And he did say that all county offices are going to be closed on Monday for sure. So this is Saturday evening. We'll know a lot more about when things are going to start getting back to normal tomorrow, Sunday. Right now, we're just trying to weather the storm with you for the next 24 hours or so. Again, we're all under a tornado watch. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. Let's go out back now to 7's Rebecca Vargas. She's outside of our 7 News studios. And, well, we can kind of make you out. Okay, I know we have a little bit of rain on our lens, or a little bit of moisture, I guess, in the lens. But go ahead, we can hear you. Tell us what's happening.
Well, Lynn and Jeff, we just realized that the wind gusts here caused our carport behind our studios. I want you to take a look behind me, completely ripped off the roof, I guess we would call it, of this carport from left to right. You can see that it is smashed up now against the tree there. You can see the gusts pretty strongly. I hope you can. I know the lens is pretty foggy at this point, but completely ripped right off at this point, and it is pretty much hanging and shaking on a limb there on the tree. So as you can see, these gusts really are ripping through here, and it seems just hour by hour, maybe even minute by minute, these wind gusts are getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, it hasn't appeared to damage anything else, but again, hanging on really by a thread here on a branch on this tree at this point. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, yeah, you know, that's a danger. You know, that's one of the things we talked about, debris, you know, flying into somebody's window. You don't want to be outside. Debris is a #1 danger.
And it can look fine one moment, then you get a wind gust, then you got a piece of siding knocking you over. So yeah, that's exactly why first responders and we tell everyone to stay inside. Might sound obvious, but people are still out there.
We have a happy story.
We do. You got it?
You got it. You started. Okay, all right. Let's go to the dog story. Yay! Okay, this is a story about, yeah, you tell it because I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
This is a story about a dog being saved by the Broward Sheriff's Officer.
This is great. The dog was in distress. I'm not sure if that's a canal or a pond, but thankfully these guys were in the right place, right time. It sounded, no, actually it was a 911 call that was placed, and it was a canal. A firefighter jumped in, hard to see, but off in the distance, the firefighter swam to the dog and was able to, right in the nick of time, get this dog out of the water to safe ground. They have special oxygen tanks and whatnot to try to resuscitate animals in conditions like this. And I believe that's what they did. And, you know, again, just in time, they were able to save the dog and I think reunited with its owner, right?
Yes, reunited with its owner. See, you're exactly right, Jeff. I guess they saw this dog was about to go under. This firefighter jumped in, swam about 1,000 feet, reached for the dog, attached a buoy vest around the dog, and pulled it back to shore. And the dog was exhausted, collapsed, tended to by these great firefighters. And as you said, Jeff, the dog was reunited with its owner. So isn't this nice? This is so nice. The dog was saved, and hats off to these guys who took the time to save an animal, somebody's pet.
Yeah, and they're working long shifts right now, too.
Long shifts.
You know, as this storm moves in and protecting, as we can see, not only humans, but those furry animals out there who might get themselves caught up in situations that they can't control. This dog, again, in that canal, but safe, sound, with its owner, and nice to have a happy story in light of all this negative energy with this hurricane.
And thank you to the viewer who actually recorded that and sent that to us, and that was safe to do, so thank you. Let's go inside to the Newsplex. Robin Simmons has more on how the Keys are faring. We've been wondering for hours how they're doing. Robin?
We've been hearing so much about the Keys and how they are going to be feeling the first impacts of Hurricane Irma, and we had the chance to talk just a little while ago to a meteorologist with the National Weather Service down in the Keys, and he just wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post saying that he was staying in the Keys even with this dangerous storm coming because he wants to save lives. Let's listen to what he said.
The beginning part of the day was trying more to get the 4 shelters of last resort that are open through the Keys out to the people where they're at. If they feel unsafe, they can go there. But, you know, at this time, we're heavily into the impacts, and wherever you're at, you're kind of stuck there. So I hope that they're in a sturdy building if they didn't leave here. We'll try to get information on any type of landfalling water spouts or tornadoes we see out to them so that they can get into an interior safe room.
And that was Bill South. He is both a meteorologist as well as the social media man for the National Weather Service. He says they have already lost power. They are in a bunker. They have a generator. He said they have enough fuel for as long as they're going to need, but he wants to let people know who remained behind, who did not heed those evacuation orders. You can plan to not have electricity for a long time. But again, he wrote that Washington Post article saying that he wants to save lives, and that is why he is remaining behind. He also infamously tweeted yesterday an all caps tweet saying the time to get out is now. This is serious. So he is down there along with the other meteorologists watching this and ready for Irma. For now, reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Very brave.
Very brave. Thank you, Robin. As we look at this live picture of the winds really whipping still in Fort Lauderdale. And we know there are quite a number of people still in Key West. When we had Nicole Ensalada still there late yesterday, she said that a hotel there was still full of people, even children as well. And then we even had a couple of live pictures of people in the southernmost point. A guy taking selfies of himself. You wonder how he's doing. A couple of guys riding around on bicycles. You wonder how they're doing. So we'll definitely be following up with how our friends in the Keys are doing.
And there's not too many tall structures down there.
No.
I mean, you have a few hotels, which maybe the max is. I'm sure there's building codes down there, like there is in many cities, maybe 6, 7 stories, if that. Some of the hotels down there in Key West. So that storm surge is going to be a big issue as the storm moves on in, possibly up to 15 feet in some points along the Florida Keys. So you just hope that people who did choose to stay behind can find higher ground, maybe a top floor in one of those hotels, and stay safe and ride this thing out and get to the other side safely. Again, these are live pictures in Fort Lauderdale. Not sure if we can take the radar loop and the pictures. That's always a good side-by-side image thing that we can do, so you can keep an eye on where those rain bands are, where the eye of the storm is, and then kind of compare that with the pictures that we have. We're monitoring both of those. Our weather team is throughout the night. But look at that. I mean, a lot of wind and some video right here.
Yeah, well, you can see the radar to your left on the bottom here. And this is video of southwest Miami-Dade. It looks like a neighborhood, somebody maybe peeking out maybe of a window. But you can see the relentless rain going sideways. And you know how loud it is when it really, really rains. And the wind is... Here, let's listen. Yeah, just sheets of rain. And we heard earlier in some of our live reports, when that wind starts, it truly is a howl and a whistle. And as we're looking at the radar of Irma down to your left there, we talked to Phil a few minutes ago about why isn't Irma moving? I mean, she is moving. She's finally, the center is finally off land. But he was talking about these upper level winds that are just kind of keeping it where it's at. And we're expecting the 11 o'clock advisory, according to Phil, to tell us a lot more. This is a live pic, or not a live picture. This is video of a short time ago out of Coconut Grove. So they too, you know, in the Grove there, obviously, that's surrounded by water by the bay, have a lot of boats tied down, a lot of expensive boats in that area. They too have experienced some really, really strong winds. and a lot of rain as well.
And you can see right there with some of those boats, some of those docks are floatable, which is a good thing. So when that surge moves in, the dock moves with it, the boats move up with it. Obviously, if you know boating out there, you know more lines are used to tie these boats down and secure them so they don't drift out to sea. So that's good to see. I'm sure many of those boats were tended to before the conditions started to worsen there in the area. So we're watching those docks very closely in the hours to come as these strong bands of rain and wind kind of move throughout South Florida. I understand Vanessa Medina back with us in Deerfield Beach. Vanessa, you've been in the thick of all this with these rain bands. It looks like you have some more wind and rain here as we approach 10 o'clock.
That's right. You know, Irma, we've been waiting all day for her to slowly make her way. And, you know, she's a little stubborn. She wanted to take her time over Cuba, and now slowly she's making her way towards Key West. Sadly for our friends down there, hopefully that it's not too bad down there, that we can still go back to our beautiful Keys that we love so much. So we're hoping and praying for them down there, and we're keeping you informed up here. As you can see, the weather, this is how it's been for the last, maybe I would say 2 hours or so. We'll get a squall like this, and we'll get a band, and it'll start to rain, and we'll get some pretty strong winds. We try to go down to the water. They've got a 3 to 4 foot storm surge, and it was just really powerful down there. The water slowly moving in. High tide is here at around midnight. So they're expecting this to get significantly worse. Behind me now, these palm trees, you can, if my line of sight here, they're all buckling over. We're getting a strong little band here, and you can see the wind starting and the rain starting to pick up. But this is how it's going to be throughout the night. We've been told that around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's going to get significantly worse. It's expected that we're going to get some pretty strong bands coming in through the area. If you're at home and you're watching this, you're probably hearing a lot of this on your storm shutters and wondering what's going on outside. So we're just giving you a little picture of exactly what's happening outside your home. This is we're all around South Florida. I'm in Deerfield Beach, which is just south of Boca Raton, just north of Fort Lauderdale or so, and so this is the weather that you're seeing here. But here in Deerfield Beach, they have an evacuation. Of course, they had from Hollandale Beach all the way up to Deerfield, east of Federal Highway. They evacuated, and there's a curfew. So since 12 p.m., they have asked everybody to stay inside. Broward Sheriff's deputies, you know, God bless our law enforcement officials. They have been out here making sure that people are not coming out to the pier. They're not hanging around. They're not putting their lives at risk, and they have been doing their patrols. Like you said, we had those firefighters that jumped into the water to help save that dog, which is so awesome. You know, they go the extra mile. They put their lives at risk, and they do what they have to do, saving dogs, saving lives out here. We just saw a group of BSO, Broward Sheriff's deputies, cruisers with their lights and sirens on, heading out here on the S-curve here in Deerfield Beach. We don't know where they were headed, but they were headed out. So again, you're starting to see a lot heavier rain out here. We tried to make the shot a little easier. When we went out to the water, it was just too dark, and you really couldn't see what was happening. So hopefully you're able to get a glimpse as to the rain and the wind out here. Again, 10 to 15 inches of rain, according to Mayor Barbara Sharif. Now, we did have tornado warnings a little earlier. It was quite scary for a lot of people who were watching at home and heard this tornado warning from Bill Farrow, who has been updating you at home and us out in the field, just relentless. He has been, you know, on the air practically 24 hours. So we're grateful out in the field also for Phil letting us know how dangerous things are getting out here for us. But I think we just lost a light, so we'll send it to you guys back in the studio.
Well, Vanessa, it's really, really coming down. In fact, this is the worst we've seen in Deerfield Beach. Take care. The rain is just pounding, relentless, coming down straight-ish. But the rain is just incredible, and it's a good reminder to all of us. I think we're all human. We're all thinking, well, we're out of the cone. It won't be so bad. The cone, as Phil has said a million times, is very wide. It was just the center, but the outer bands are exactly what you're looking at right now. This is another live picture.
That's her mass cam right
there.
there.
Well, Vanessa is?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we say mass cam, that's a camera on top of her truck, which is transferring a signal. So you can see the winds are just, and the rain is just pounding relentless. And again, this is outside of the cone, and this is how it's going to be for the next 24 hours or so.
And interesting in this case, the rain was coming straight down. Didn't really have the wind with that one, you know. Sometimes we see that horizontal rain, so saw some lightning right there. Sort of a dangerous situation as these bands kind of transition and move as the storm moves. And, you know, yeah, a very dangerous situation, and it's why we tell people, why first responders want people to stay inside during these tropical systems.
Yeah, and anything after 40 miles an hour, as we've said, when it comes to wind gusts, first responders in general are not going to respond. And, of course, FP&L and other crews from other states are not going to be able to do work and help us get electricity back until those winds have actually died down. And so we're expecting this to be the situation, tropical storm force winds and hurricane winds for the Keys, and a lot of blinding and relentless rain for the next 24 hours or so, a day's worth. And that is according to the National Hurricane Center. And they said this, and Phil said this even 2 days ago. This is going to be a long event. And it certainly was the case. I mean, we see the eye there down below. You see it right there? It's finally off land. We'll find out more of where Irma is headed at 11 o'clock. The night team rolls on. Live Hurricane Irma coverage continues.
Now on the night team, tornadoes touching down.
They are coming in fast and furious.
Heavy rain coming down.
So this will probably be one of the worst batches that we will see.
Big trees falling down.
And it actually landed on part of the house over here.
Streets shut down.
If you cannot prove that you live on Fort Lauderdale Beach, they are turning you around and sending you back.
And boats going down.
Here you see that sailboat in the distance on its side.
Whipping winds.
These are the worst conditions we've seen yet.
Surf swirling.
Look at those waves crashing up right there against the pier.
All day.
These gusts are coming in pretty strong.
And all night.
The palm tree came down right next to our car.
The intensity of the wind, I mean, it really hurts when it hits your skin.
And the system is just getting started in our area.
It won't be until Sunday night that things really improve a great deal.
Live night team coverage on Hurricane Irma continues now. Live pictures of Deerfield Beach. This is what it looks like right now, feeling the outer bands of Hurricane Irma in Deerfield Beach, and perhaps where you are right now as well.
Also a live look at Fort Lauderdale. You can see the trees bending in the winds. The gusts have been picking up, and it's going to be this way throughout the night and much of the day tomorrow.
A striking sight outside our 7 News studios. Lots of lightning out there, even more downpours late into the night. What a day it has been, and what a long and dangerous night it's going to be. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Balkis Noray.
I'm Craig Stevens. South Florida under a hurricane warning, still under a tornado watch, and overnight curfews remain in effect for many South Florida municipalities.
We have a team of reporters fanned out across South Florida and the West Coast, where the eye of the storm is headed. And we're going to bring you live coverage of these extreme conditions. But first, let's get the very latest on Irma from Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil?
Rough night all across South Florida. Heavy rainfall, gusty winds, tornadoes all across the area, and all due to this Hurricane Irma. 120-mile-per-hour winds. As of the 10 p.m. advisory, we are now getting them every hour on the hour. That is a Category 3, moving west-northwest, slowing down once again at 7 miles per hour. It is now 95 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. This is a huge system. The cloudiness extends here from the Bahamas, South Florida, into the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean Sea, back in through eastern Cuba, and in through the northwestern Bahamas. The eye right now just north of Cuba, and it continues to wobble. If you can see this at home, there is a image here that shows the little wobble. The eye starts making its way across West Cuba, and then it dips south, and then it moves up, and then now to the west again. So it's kind of teeter-tottering right along the coast. Eventually, it'll start to move north. When Right now, we really don't know. The radar imagery showing that the eye wall is really trying to come around again, wrapping the center of circulation. That is a surefire sign that this system is trying to gain in intensity. That is bad news down the road for the Keys. We have a lot of banding around that center of circulation, and the eye right now looks like a huge tire on a semi-truck. It is just so well organized, and that ring of destruction is what's aiming up for the Keys. Meanwhile, the mainland has gotten hit really hard throughout the evening with heavy rain, blinding sheets of rain at times. At this moment, we have one big feeder band from the coastal waters impacting northeastern Broward County, basically just north of I-595, and from the coast all the way back into the Sawgrass, US 27, and into Collier County, I-75, just a blinding sheet of rain all the way in through Naples. The rest of Broward County, south of I-595, light to moderate rain. Northeastern Miami-Dade County, basically from Homestead all the way to the county line with Broward, light to moderate rain. But the heavy rain continues over deep southern Miami-Dade County, Homestead in through Key Largo, US 1 all the way from Key Largo south in through Marathon, Key West, moderate to heavy rain. This will be relentless now. It's not going to stop throughout the Keys, and the Keys will soon start seeing hurricane force winds moving in starting during the overnight hours. Through our friends here to the east across the Bahamas, Andros Island also with some heavy rainfall moving north of Bimini, and then Grand Bahama will see some of that rain pretty soon. Some of the rainfall totals that we have found so far today, not that impressive considering all the rain we're getting, and one of the main reasons for that is because the rain is moving so fast. Some of these thunderstorms are moving along at around 35, 40, even 45 miles per hour. Kendall better than 2.5, Northwest Ranches 2.25, Miami Beach over 2 inches of rain. The close-up cone still suggests that the system is going to aim for the lower Keys, possibly becoming a Category 4 system with 130-mile-per-hour winds. It is still set to make landfall somewhere across the lower Keys sometime by daybreak, and then making its way towards southwest Florida, reaching Naples here Sunday at 2 p.m., continuing its track up the west coast, Monday 2 a.m. right by Tampa, and then making its way in through the southeast sometime by the early part of next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. Here is the wind field view, and as we look at 4 o'clock in the morning Sunday, tropical storm force winds will remain across Broward, Miami-Dade, southwest Florida. But that area of strongest wind, that wind field that stretches out from the center of circulation out about 75, 80 miles, that will already be anywhere between Isla Morada, Marathon, and Key West. Those 74-plus mile-per-hour winds all the way up to 140, 145, that's where the impact will take place. And our in-house model suggests that it'll probably move in starting around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning and lasting at least until 10:30 in the morning when it finally starts to make its way across Naples and Fort Myers. By 11 p.m. it should be close to Sarasota. Advisories that remain in place: a tornado watch from Lake Okeechobee south in through the Florida Keys. The reason for that, we are on the dirty side of this hurricane, and that will bring along plenty of instability. We've had a lot of tornado warnings during the evening, and so far we haven't seen any or heard of any reports of anybody getting injured or any serious damage with that. Well, wind speeds right now, the wind gusts 38 miles per hour West Palm, 48 in Fort Lauderdale, 38 also in Miami, 67 mile per hour wind gust in Key West, Marathon, 59, 54 mile per hour wind gust in Pompano Beach, 43 in West Kendall, 40 in Hialeah, and down throughout the Keys. I think we just checked on that one, Marathon, 59. Your next high tide, if we're worried now about the storm surge that comes in on top of high tide, Lauderdale by the Sea just after 11, 12:06 Fort Lauderdale, 12:28 in Hollywood Beach, Miami Beach, almost right before midnight, Cutler Bay 12:50, Key West 12:55. Now let me show you how slow this system has been moving since 5 a.m. It began hugging the coast of Cuba here, and it's basically just been shadowing the coastline. 8 o'clock in the morning, 11 a.m., just going right up and down the coast, 9 miles per hour forward speed. At around 5 p.m., 9 miles per hour yesterday, 8 p.m., 9 miles per hour, and it is still sitting there. And finally, tonight, it has just started to move a little bit, but now it has slowed down to 7. I don't know how much longer Cuba can take this, and I don't know how much of an anticipation here South Florida can deal with until this system is out of here. That's the very latest. Back to you guys.
Okay, Phil, thanks.
Want to get you outside, what our crews are finding. Live night team coverage continues with Brian Enton. He's on Miami Beach. Brian?
Yeah, Craig, we're on Ocean Drive near First, and the wind speed right now is at about 35 miles an hour, which, believe it or not, is not that bad compared to what we've been experiencing out here for the last several hours. It has not let up for at least 2 hours. These winds have been nonstop. The rain, that will come and go, but the wind, it just does not seem to stop. And take a look. It's taking down trees with it over here. You see we've got some palm trees in the road on this side, palm trees on the road, in the road on that side. And you look up at the ones that are still standing and you see just how intense the wind was. But take a look at what we're going to show you next, because you'll see what it's been like out here earlier tonight. This gives you an idea just how strong Hurricane Irma is. Look at this stop sign, shaking back and forth in the wind on Ocean Drive and First Street. The waves of rain whip by sideways as a feeder band rolls through Miami Beach. Trees are down as Irma makes her entrance. No one is on the road because of an 8 p.m. curfew, and winds are too strong for even police and fire crews to respond to emergencies. Earlier in the day, high waves crashed along South Point Pier. And in this marina, boats came free from their moorings and washed up against a boat ramp. This sailboat also broke free and is leaning to one side. Despite it all, some ventured out to experience the storm, quickly realizing they should go back inside.
I'm originally from Miami, and I definitely wanted to see the beach, and I was here through Andrew, and when you've experienced Andrew, you know, you feel like you're a little bit more comfortable and whatnot, but it's definitely coming now.
Okay, so again, the wind and the rain really relentless out here tonight. It has been nonstop with very, very strong wind gusts. We have a curfew here on Miami Beach. It started at 8 o'clock. You are not allowed to go outside and be outside on the roads here on Miami Beach until 7 a.m. And I just clocked the wind here at 35 miles per hour. That seems almost on the low end. It's been much, much higher than that. And at 40 miles per hour, we're told that Miami Beach Police and Emergency Services will stop going out on the road. So you do not want to be in this area. If you have an emergency, the first responders likely will not be able to respond and get to you. For now, live on Miami Beach, Brian Enton, 7 News Night Team.
Okay, Brian.
Well, we want to head south now to South Miami-Dade. That's where we find 7's Andrew Scheinthal. Andrew.
Yeah, so we're in Homestead right now. Actually, we're in Florida City, just a little south of the Homestead area. It's raining. The wind is not terribly strong at the moment, but it comes in these bursts as these storms are going to be coming through the area, and certainly the worst has yet to come. But we were driving around South Dade today, South Miami-Dade. We saw a lot of damage from trees down to power lines down. Even at one point, there were some power lines that had caught fire.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, the hurricane hasn't even gotten here yet, and there's trees falling everywhere.
The outer bands of Irma wreaking havoc on South Miami-Dade Saturday morning. A possible tornado knocking down trees and scaring people who live near Southwest 188th Terrace and 125th Avenue. And the damage didn't stop there. This family in Cutler Bay walking outside to see a 50-year-old tree ripped from the ground and laying on top of their home.
It's an oak tree. They're supposed to have deep roots. It was here during the last hurricane,
So we imagined that it would still be here.
Power lines also causing dangerous problems on Old Cutler Road. Police blocking the street to prevent anyone from coming in contact with the live lines. And a dramatic sight at Southwest 120th Street and 93rd Avenue. Power lines on fire. And a 7 News viewer sending in this photo from West Miami-Dade. A massive tree collapsing on several cars. With Irma taking more of a western turn, some people surprised the storm is still capable of so much damage.
You weren't expecting this? No, we weren't expecting this at all.
And one of the problems they've had out here near Florida City and Homestead are some of the intersections, the lights are not working. The one over here is, but others are not. And people, because it's so dark outside, they don't know they're coming up to a light that's not working. They're speeding right through it. It could be very, very dangerous. So if you do live in this area, just stay inside, stay home. Hopefully in 24 hours, all this will be behind us. But the best place to ride out this storm at this point is going to be inside of a structure, not out here in the elements. We're live in Florida City. Andrew Scheinthal, 7 News 19.
All right, Andrew, thanks.
Live look at Deerfield Beach, not far from the pier area there, and this scene tells the story in Broward as it does for the rest of South Florida. It's wet, it's windy, and it's going to be getting more so in the hours still ahead.
Brandon Beyer is live for us on Fort Lauderdale Beach with a look at what's going on out there. Brandon.
Well, Belkys, Craig, it's so windy that we have been talking about, you know, they would pull some law enforcement officials off of the streets once they hit tropical force winds, and they would get them to shelters. That has happened with the Broward Sheriff's Office. Other municipalities are making that decision themselves, and I'll tell you, I just saw a Fort Lauderdale police car just drive by, but these conditions are getting worse. A waterspout forms just off Fort Lauderdale Beach Saturday afternoon. A 7 News viewer capturing the image over the ocean. But the funnel cloud quickly made its way to land. Another viewer spots it near Sunrise Boulevard. It's seen again near US 1 in Oakland Park and also in the Coral Ridge neighborhood of Fort Lauderdale. Back on the beach, the wind has blown steady for hours. Streets remain empty as residents continue to follow evacuation orders. Officers patrol the roads for safety, but most everyone remains inside, but not all.
It's really windy, and it's really too windy for the day before. It's going to be really bad tomorrow.
That guy out walking his dog said he had to get him out. He'd been inside for a day and a half. It was finally time to just let him go to the bathroom. Wasn't out for long, but you heard him say it. If today was like today, he's really worried as you look at these trees and these empty streets, what tomorrow will be like. We are live on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Brandon Beyer, 7 News.
All right, Brandon, thanks for that update. Gotta wonder what tomorrow's going to be like, that's for sure. Well, I think we have a general idea.
And lucky for us, we have Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow as we have a look at these live pictures from Deerfield Beach. And Phil will bring you into the conversation, give us a sense of what we have on our hands at this part of Broward.
Yes, indeed. We've seen the feeder band that has been impacting Broward County throughout much of the evening. It is still lingering through the area. It is starting to move in now into Palm Beach County. There is still a big batch of rain that is just sitting offshore with some lightning. That'll still be impacting Deerfield Beach for at least another 20 to 25 minutes. Also, areas right across Coral Springs, you've had some heavy rain. That's starting to move out. And now all this heavy rainfall is starting to move in through US 27 and in through parts of Palm Beach County. That heavy rain is also impacting parts of Palm Beach as that rain continues to move north. Conditions will slowly start to improve for the Deerfield Beach area. We've also heard reports of wind speeds in this sector of about 35, 45 miles per hour. So this is not going to slow down anytime soon as the feeder bands continue to cross all across the area. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service says that first hurricane force wind gust has been recorded in the Florida Keys as Irma inches closer, and that's just going to be the beginning for them. Those hurricane force winds will be on the uptick throughout the night, at least until the system makes landfall for them sometime tomorrow morning. But the view you see right there out of Deerfield Beach, heavy rain moving in from the ocean. Right here you can see Deerfield Beach. You see the moderate to heavy rain. Heaviest right now has pushed into Palm Beach County, so conditions for you at least for Deerfield Beach will start to slow down, calm down for a little while until they pick up again in about another hour or two. That's the very latest.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much. See you soon.
It's just constantly things are changing because of those feeder bands. They come in, they stop, they bring tornadoes. It never ends. Well, downtown Miami is one spot where there was a lot of concern because of all the construction cranes and the wind and whatnot. Joe Roats, you're down there. What's going on?
Right now, what we're dealing with here off of Bayshore and 17th is just a heavy wind event right now. As you take a look over here, you can see these trees have really been, these palm trees have really been taking a beating throughout the day. But not too long ago, it was a heavy rain event down here. It was probably the strongest feeder band that we've seen kind of come through the area. Some of the rain was hitting you from the side. It's the kind of rain that, you know, hits you horizontally and it actually stings your skin. Couple that with the wind, and we were sitting in our car. You could actually feel the car swaying back and forth where we were parked. So, but that's not all that's been happening here. All of this rain, all of this wind has definitely been causing some destruction around the downtown area. We had a chance during a down moment to take a drive around the area, and at Southeast First Avenue we saw some minor flooding around the Metro Mover railway station there. But we also saw down Brickell Avenue, a roadway known for a lot of trees. There were plenty of downed limbs. It would have been hard for any traffic to get through. So as you can imagine, it's understandable why the curfew is in effect tonight from 7 p.m. until 7 in the morning. All of those trees, of course, intertwined with power lines. So as some of those are coming down, you can imagine how they're going to be knocking out power to people in the area. Of course, another major concern in the downtown area are the cranes that we've been telling you about all week. More than 24 of them, and we have nighttime video of one that we've been keeping our eye on all day long that has just been spinning around and around and around, and definitely a major concern for people. You know, they've been telling folks, if you live in a building near these cranes, you did not want to stay in them through this storm, just out of caution. That crane, we also have daytime video of. This is how long it has been going around. It has been a very busy day for these cranes. They haven't been locking them down because they need to be able to move so that, you know, as the winds pick up, especially overnight as this gets a lot worse, that nothing catastrophic happens to the cranes. So they've been allowing them to move. Back out here live, we are at Sea Isle Marina just north of the Venetian Causeway, and you can see these boats out here are still rocking. We've seen them, you know, as the wind kicks up at certain times like right now. The boats are really rocking. There are a couple people that we have seen out on them, also staying at a nearby hotel. They've been coming out to check on their boats that they live on, but have been staying on a hotel, obviously, because they want to be safe. Again, there is a curfew in effect right now in Miami from 7 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're live in Miami. Joe Roats, 7 News, 19.
Couple of curfews out there. All right, Joe, you know where else there's a curfew? Miami Beach.
Among others, as you say, and we'll go through all that shortly, and it's all on our website as well. But in the meantime, want to head out to Miami Beach.
Raj Lowe is there live for us with the latest. Raj?
Boy, we got a little break. It was just pouring where we were before in Bal Harbor, Bay Harbor, Surfside. But I wanted to show you this location that we have here and show you what they've done here to prepare for this storm. This home, we are off of North Shore Drive here. And if I walk out here, you can see that even Biscayne Bay has calmed down a bit since all those bands have come in. Andy Fisk, I want to ask you a quick question. So we noticed your rope there that you tied up. Why'd you tie up the boat with rope there to a palm tree?
Well, I figured that based on the wind direction coming from east to west that I needed something to stabilize the boat from tilting toward the west. So I thought if I tie it up at an angle to these trees, I also have an anchor out that way. It would prevent it from tilting to the west.
Let's walk over there for a moment. So hold on one second here. Here we go. So what have you thought so far living? I mean, this is very exposed. You live right on Biscayne Bay.
Yeah, we were concerned. I had a jet ski that I moved into a friend's house on their we didn't have to worry about that because that only weighs like 800 pounds. But
why'd you stay?
I wanted to stay and see if there's anything I could do to help repair or fix something because we have lulls where the weather settles down. So
yeah, and this is one of those lulls because before it was awful.
So if I needed to retighten something up, like I noticed when my ropes just broke on my floating dock, so I was trying to see maybe I could resecure it so I don't lose it.
And your boat, you feel secure right here?
Yeah, I think we have it secure. I have it wrapped pretty tight around these palm trees.
Okay, so show me what you did before we let you go.
Well, I tied it clear to the boat, and then I wrapped around the base of this palm tree, and then back again at a couple angles here. So I think that we have it pretty secure.
All right, thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
It's the back of your home, so thank you for letting us be here.
My pleasure.
Okay, so let me give you a little tour here for later on when some of the weather comes in. We can actually bring you the story here. Andy's one of those people who decided, as you heard him say, he decided to actually stay here. We do have to say this is one of the few places that does have power. Driving here, you saw in my last live shot, it is dark over there in Surfside. Fortunately, someone there was driving on the street during our live shot, actually, you know, had a bit of an accident there. I'm hearing some reports in that area, Bal Harbor, Surfside, some street flooding. But as with this storm, it was just pounding about an hour ago. And it's a little calmer here. I'm not going to walk too far out on the dock, but I will let you see what the water looks like here. And so far, Andy Fiss is his boat is holding up. So we'll be here through the duration of the night with this vantage point. And right now, thank goodness, we have a little break in the action. And cue the wind. We're live. Cue the wind. We're live on Miami Beach. Raj Slow, 7 News Night Team.
Get away from that dock, Rosh. Get out of there. All right, thanks.
And want to check in now. Night Team coverage continues here in the Plex with Robin Simmons.
She has more on some transformer that blew in Coral Gables. What's going on with that?
Social media is giving us the story because people are seeing these things happen, and this is a transformer that blew in Coral Gables. Take a look at this. This was on someone's Snapchat saying, my Snapchat is lit right now. Literally electrical explosion in Coral Gables. And the Coral Gables Police Department does confirm that a transformer was blown 2 hours ago. The fire department went out to look for it. They could not find it, but take a look at what happened there. So again, we have to all be very cautious, and we thank our viewers for sending us these videos as they see them. For now, reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
All right, Robin, thanks. Social media has really changed the game, you know. So many people see stuff, they post it. It's incredible.
And a helpful tool for everybody. I mean, a lot of what we've been able to pick up in terms of damage or things that are happening out there, we're getting that way.
And leading up to this, hey, there's gas here. Hey, this store has water. Hey, this, you know, this place just got plywood. It's so helpful. It really is.
Want to check in back up in Broward County now with the Night Team's Chris Van Vliet.
He's in Hollywood Beach for us. Hey, Chris.
Well, this is a far cry from Deco Drive, let me tell you that. But we had a lot of lightning around us earlier, so we've kind of taken shelter inside this parking garage. But it's shelter if we go behind a barricade or something, but we're exposed here to the wind, and you can see that the wind certainly is picking up. We're maybe 100, 200 feet from the Broadwalk, and you can see those palm trees really starting to sway. And I don't know if you're able to see it in the shot or not, but the ocean certainly starting to swell out there. Interesting to note, though, while the wind is picking up here and these gusts are strong, at times I'm hanging on here, these signs down here have not yet fallen over, so the wind gusts aren't strong enough to knock those signs over yet. Wow, we just got a pretty good wind gust there. You know those fancy lights in parking garages that tell you which spots you can park in? Red when there's a car there, green when they're not? They're starting to rock here quite a bit as the wind starts to come in here. We had that lightning around earlier. We're kind of in a break between bands right now. You know, all the other reporters are talking about this as well. You get sheets and sheets of that sideways rain for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then we get a break. It's very windy, if you could even call this a break, but relatively speaking, this is a break because it's not raining right now, but the wind's increasingly stronger, and we keep getting these gusts here. And that's the situation here in Hollywood Beach. I'll send it back inside to you guys for now.
Hey,
we're live here on Hollywood Beach. I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News Night Team.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Phil Farrell back at the station. We're tracking all that rain with you. Over at Hollywood Beach, believe it or not, things are going to improve for you in about another 5 minutes or so. However, the wind is not going to come down. If you look out towards the ocean, are you still seeing rain, or is it kind of gone quiet there for the time being?
Well, it's hard to tell, Phil, because it's so dark here. But you can certainly see the ocean and the waves there coming in. And we've been here at Hollywood Beach for about 3 hours, Phil, and the waves have gotten, they might have doubled in size since we've been here. And what's interesting is they're breaking very, very far out there as this wind continues to increase and as we get these stronger gusts.
You know, in that surge there with the wind, that wind is actually going to continue pushing the surf on shore, and we are looking at about a 4 to 6 to 7 foot storm surge still all across the area, and it's not going to come in fast. It's just going to keep gradually building and building, so be on the lookout there for that over the next few hours.
Well, you know, there is a lot of flooding when we were down on the ground level. The streets are starting to fill up with water here. By the way, I had a hat on earlier on. I lost that during my 9 o'clock hit. So when the hurricane does die down, if anyone finds a 7 News hat on A1A, maybe you could return it to me at the station. That'd be really nice.
Lost and found department. You got it. Thank you there, Chris Van Vliet, reporting live from Hollywood Beach. Let's send it back over to the anchors for more on this extensive coverage.
It's not Deco Drive, Chris, but you're in Hollywood Beach at least, so we gave you something.
and might I add, he's doing a mighty fine job.
He really is
helping us out on the news side of things. This is an all hands on deck type of thing.
Exactly. People are noticing too, saying, "Hey, the sports people are out there. The Deco Drive people are out there.
All hands on deck."
Everybody's doing their best to bring you information and keep everybody safe.
Live look at the southernmost point in Key West, and there is so much concern for our friends in that part of Monroe County as this storm is beginning to make that turn to the north. We've been hearing about it all week, that west-northwest move, that westerly move, and then that turn north. And the Keys, Key West, that section of Monroe County is really vulnerable to perhaps, heaven forbid, but perhaps a direct hit. So a lot of concern for our friends there.
We'll know. Irma's expected to make landfall over that area at daybreak, so that's when the folks who decided to brave the storm in the Florida Keys will be getting the brunt of this, and hopefully there's not a lot of you.
Want to check in now with the night team's Rebecca Vargas. She is live here in North Bay Village. Rebecca, what do you have?
Well, Craig, we are feeling those wind gusts as everybody has been reporting, and now we're seeing the damage from the wind gusts. Take a look here in back of our studios where we're surrounded by the bay. A carport, the roof just ripped off of the top of that carport. At this point, as you can see in that video there, the close-up shots, it is really just hanging by a thread or a branch that is along a tree here. And even now we can hear it swaying in the wind. The wind gusts are very strong out here. And at this point, we're really not topping. We have been using this wind gauge. It hasn't really topped more than 20 miles an hour. So just to imagine the fact that Irma isn't even close enough yet to here. We don't know where that carport can go, so it just goes to show when these wind gusts come, it causes a lot of damage, a lot of debris, and you don't know where that debris is going to be. So it's so important to be inside to evacuate those zones. Back to you guys in the studio.
Interesting. We haven't been back there. I mean, we've been in here all day and didn't even have any idea what things look like back there. Wow. But we did get a major squall that came through here a while ago, and all the crews were out in different parts, North Bay Village, Miami Beach, Rosh and Surfside. It was just like, boom, everybody was just getting really hit hard.
And that's the kind of damage that's consistent with the level of winds we're seeing. Carports, I mean, that's a large, but it's a carport.
Yeah.
Lanais, things of that sort.
Down trees, tree limbs.
Power lines, of course, utility lines.
Loss of power,
what you'd expect to see with these sustained tropical storm force winds. Rebecca Vargas with us from North Bay Village here in our neck of the woods. Although in the background it was good to see the power was on, at least in this part of Northeast Dane.
Everything's lit up, yeah. Well, we want to head to Brian Enton again over on Miami Beach and see what's happening there. Brian?
Yeah, still strong winds out here, Belkis. Still at about 40 miles per hour or so, gusting. No rain since the beginning of the 10, which has been nice, because for a while we were just getting pummeled with rain, heavy rain. But for right now, just wind. You take a look at the trees out here, and you see them blowing in the wind. You get an idea of just how strong it is out here. When the rain came down hard earlier, this entire area went under about an inch or two of water, and so there was a concern out here that it may have been storm surge, but that has now receded now that the rain has stopped. You come over here to this parking lot. Let's go over here, Luis, and show them. There's still the parking lot's got some water in it over here, but all of these roads and area were underwater when the rain was coming down hard. That has receded, and that is an indication, at least I think, that it is not storm surge, that it was just the intense rain that caused the flooding, and it has now gone down the drains. The pumps have worked the way they're supposed to. So that's a very, very good sign, at least for now. But man, this wind is just unbelievable out here. These are the puddles that I was telling you about. But again, all of this has gone down so much out here. So a good sign that hopefully the pump system is working. Another interesting thing is that the power has not gone out, which is really unbelievable with what we went through earlier with some very, very high winds. And we were just talking about it out here and realized that there's no power lines on this part of Miami Beach. On the southernmost tip, you know, you've got all these new buildings down here, and they've put all of the lines underground. And I have to wonder if that has something to do with the fact that the power is still on, Belkis and Craig.
Well, whatever the reason, lucky them, because a lot of people, even from the onset of the storm, lost power
early on,
right away. Yeah, so lucky them, Brian. Lucky them. That's all we can say about that. We've still got power, but we've also got a massive generator on this building.
We know it's been a big push in the last decade or so by Florida Power Lightly Utilities to try to move more of that hardware underground. It's a really expensive proposition, and somebody's got to absorb that cost. But there has been a move to do that. Speaking of power outages, this is where we are now in Miami-Dade County, and I want to say if I quote it wrong, okay, you know, don't sue me, but I want to say it's over 1 million customers, but for Miami-Dade, a little over 100,000 customers without power right now. Broward County, not quite 50,000. So that number is going to climb. The utility has told us that, and they've asked for our patience as they work to get people online. And when the winds got to a certain point tonight, they stopped going out on those calls to try to make repairs. It's just too dangerous for them to do that right now.
People are tweeting and texting, and they're on our social media and stuff talking about, what about power? You know what? Just assume you're going to lose power. This is what I've been telling people. Just assume you're going to lose power at some point, maybe a short period of time, but assume you're going to lose power, and then if you don't,
bonus.
Yeah, there it is.
But and that's, you know, when we talk about the plan.
Good for you. That's it. And that's why you've got to have.
You've got your candles, your flashlights. Although, and I'll admit, because we stand here and tell you to have, or sit here until you have your plan. I went and pulled up my flashlights, and no batteries, completely useless.
You're also here.
They're doorstops.
You're not going anywhere anytime soon, honey. This just in. We've got plenty of whatchamacallit, generators and stuff out here, so you won't need the flashlights.
Good point. Sheldon Fox.
We want to go to the North Miami area. Sheldon Fox is at Quayside in Northeast Miami-Dade. How are those boats doing, Sheldon?
Woo! Not so good, Belkis, although they're holding up. They are holding up. Things getting worse. And it's just the same story of the whole day and the whole night. It starts to get real bad, and then it calms down. It almost gets eerily silent. Not to be cliche, but it shuts down for a minute, and then it kicks right back up again. We're going to take you over to the edge of the dock here at the marina here in Northeast Miami-Dade. Donovan, if you want to show them the white caps and show them how those waves are coming up on this boat right here is propped up, so this one's all right, but how about this guy? This one's going back and forth, and so are many of the others back there, although a few people have their boats lifted. And I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 from what we've seen tonight, this is at about a 5. Things have ratcheted up a lot earlier tonight. And as we show you all this, we also will pan up to the tower here. We're at a complex that's got multiple towers and townhouses. And I can tell you that the power is out in a lot of cases. The power is out in a lot of cases, with the exception of some generators that are powering some lights around the area. You've got people riding out the storm. I'm looking at someone right here who's got a camera on her, and people are trying to ride out the storm in these condominium towers, and they're doing it now without the power here in Northeast Miami-Dade. But outside of the lack of comfort from not having power, you have the wind, you have the rain, and then you have this situation here at the marina. Outside of that, things are pretty decent. And let me do a little of this here for you, Donovan. Can we wipe it down? Better? Let's take a little bit of a walk down the marina really quickly and show you a little bit of the action on the waves, with the waves. Look at this boat, man. Ingrid over here is being tested by Irma. You can see it going back and forth with the buoys up against the finger pier there, and we're getting splashed with water too. Now these guys over here, well, they're faring well. Why? Because they're propped up. Somebody knew what they were doing. And then you have a few others down here that are just swaying back and forth. By the way, just for a frame of reference, we're on Biscayne Boulevard around 107th Street and then all the way out to the bay here at the marina. These are the towers of Quayside. And right now, oh man, oh, look at that. But we're just walking up on this. I had not seen this until just now. Oh boy, this one doesn't look like it's going to make it, especially if the weather gets worse. Wow. Look at this. It's all the way, well, it's halfway in. It's taking on a lot of water. It's still tide. But this is what we've been warned about. We were warned about this yesterday down south at the Black Point Marina, not far from the Cutler Bay area, that, storm surge was the concern, high waves were the concern, high tide the concern, and this is the result of that. A boat that looks like it could be, if not going under, not going to be salvageable. And now the waves are kicking up and splashing us as we talk all about it. Belkis and Craig, you still there?
Wow, we sure are, Sheldon. We're just as saddened to see that boat. The weather could improve, and it's still not going to make it, buddy. This just in.
No, it is. I mean, we can get another shot of it. It's a heartbreaker. It's a heartbreaker. It really is. You know that somebody took time, came out here and probably, reinforced the tie down, and it just, listen, Mother Nature. What are you going to do?
Somebody might be watching us live and just see themselves that this is their boat. Now, Sheldon, did we see people walking out there? I thought I saw some people.
Yes, Donovan. Well, show them the group here, guys.
Oh, there we go.
How you doing? Good. Sheldon, you're on television, live on Channel 7 News.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hello.
Keep it clean.
Yes, sir.
Do you live over here at Quayside?
I do.
Which tower?
I live in the townhouses, the older ones, yep.
Okay, and how are things going for you guys? Have power? Because I know that other places don't. Do you have power in the townhouse?
I want to say the whole neighborhood lost power from what I understand. I know Tower 2's out of power. We're out of power where we're at about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago.
Uh-huh. And who's this over here?
This is my brother and the dog.
How you doing, my friend? Sheldon Fox from 7 News. How are you?
How are you?
I would shake the doggy's hand, but it looks a little freaked out.
He's all right.
Gorgeous one, by the way. Looks a little like mine, but only bigger. Are you guys concerned at all that the weather's not looking great and maybe you shouldn't be out? Maybe you should be back in your house? Or
well, right now we've been looking at the radar, and right now we know there's a little spot of no rain, so we just came out. I mean, just to get him to go to the bathroom.
Of course, I can relate, believe me.
Yeah.
And also, there's that cabin fever effect. You lose power, you're sitting in your house all day, you've been waiting for this to happen, and now it's here, and so you got to take a walk, right?
Yeah, and I went to check on the boat, and I saw this guy's boat went down, and...
Do you happen to know whose boat that is?
We have our history. The guy doesn't really take care of the boat that well.
All right. It's unfortunate that it would happen.
No, it's very sad. It's very sad. Yeah, we tried to come this morning and help him tie up, and it didn't look like it went.
I'm sorry to hear that for him. Do you know if he's in the building or?
I believe he lives in this one right here, and I know he can see the boat from where he lives. So.
Okay, well, listen.
We'll see.
At least he's safe in his house. At least we're all safe out here.
Yeah. Property can be replaced, but lives cannot. So.
Listen, you guys made a decision to ride out this storm. Until hours ago, we weren't sure where this was going to go, whether we were going to get sort of a worse version of that storm. For me and for many others, it's been anxiety-ridden beyond belief. How's it been for you for the last 6-7 days?
I've been just trying to help everyone I know get ready. Everyone that's staying. I'm trying to, carry my weight and help some other people that aren't able to put shutters up and plywood and stuff like that. And we tried to buy water, and we did what we could. We got gas, and Just going to ride it out, man.
In that townhome, do you live there with your brother or other family?
Me, my brother, and my dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was sort of the family discussion going into a day like today? It had to be difficult and nerve-wracking for you, no?
Yeah, it was just, you know, the time we had to leave, it was tough because I know it was like an 8 or 10 hour ride to Orlando, and it was tough to get away, but we did what we could, you know. And we decided to stay. We all talked about it, and we're going to see.
Your name one more time?
Max.
Max,
yes, sir.
Thank you for talking to us and sharing your story with us. We appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Got some others out here at the Quayside Marina. Hey, guys, who wants to be on TV real quick? How are you?
No, we don't.
Oh, don't get shy on me. Come on. I'm happy that you're happy. You're smiling. It could be a lot worse, right?
No, it could be a lot worse. We're good. We're good. We're lucky and blessed that it's not as bad as it could be.
You can say that again. Which tower? Do you live in a tower or a townhome?
No, we live in the townhomes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, everybody leading up to a day like today, there's the fear and the angst. You have to be able to relate to that. Now, what was that like for you guys leading up to a day like today?
There you go.
A little nerve-wracking. We weren't too much concerned about the wind. It was more the potential storm surge, but it didn't turn out to be that way, so we're good.
You caught this guy's boat over here, though, right?
Oh, yeah, the guy's not so smart the way he tied his boat up, but hey.
Like I said to one of your neighbors, at least he's in his home and he's safe, and so are you guys.
Yeah.
Like you said, it could have been a lot worse.
A lot worse.
Well, look, thanks for being with us tonight. We appreciate that. And what's the reason for the walk? Just had to get out of...
We just wanted to see the action out here, you know, the wind. We knew it wasn't going to be too bad, so we want to come see the wind, and it's getting high tide in another hour or two here, so I expect the water will be coming over the wall here soon. So.
And at that point, you have to start thinking whether it's a bright idea to even take a walk this way. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's when we came now.
We just came to see. But you guys be safe, okay?
Same to you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the night. What are you going to do in that darkness?
We go to bed, right? There's no light. We got candles and lanterns and stuff, and
blow them out before sleep time.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Nice to talk to you. All right, have a good one.
Okay.
Same to you. Same to you. Bye-bye. See ya. Well, that's the story here at the Quayside Marina. We'll take one more look at this sad boat over here. It's well, it's pretty done, as some people could say. And we're just hoping that we can continue to come out here and bring you these reports out here with the water like this. We hope it doesn't get that much worse. Craig and Belkey's an active night in Northeast Miami-Dade, an active night all the way around in South Florida.
But a lot of good people, Sheldon. A lot of nice people, a lot of good people just stepping out, you know, getting some fresh air, wanting
without question.
In the
good
lull, they want to step out and just take their pets out as well. We've seen a lot of that. People take advantage of these moments to walk their dogs.
Without question. I had to do it. We're out here right now, and we're dealing with the elements. Everybody, well, you got to go. You got to go. You got to bring the dog out. It's either you figure out that the situation is what it is, and you light a candle, or you power up the generator and you take a stroll as long as the weather permits, or you be smart and you get in your house when it's just too bad, because, again, in certain sections, it might be a little too rough. You know, we took a ride from Sunny Isles earlier tonight. We took a ride from Sunny Isles to this section of Northeast Miami-Dade, which is Biscayne and 107. And Donovan and I looked at each other and we said, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's about an 8.5 as far as nervousness went, just because there was a tornado warning at the time. There was water in the street. It was coming down hard, and we started to make our way this way when there was a lull in all this. But, you know, I don't know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes into the ride, it started to get really bad again, and there was ponding, and there was light flooding on the road on Biscayne Boulevard. And the big fear was we're going to conk out in this news vehicle, and we're going to be in the middle of the road in this rain and in the flood and not have any way to get out. But it was fine. The water wasn't bad enough for us to stall out. We made our way here safely and slowly, and here we are right next to a boat that continues to just get pounded. Now it's making big noise. It's got storage sections coming up and opening and closing. Tough one here for this boat. Belkey's and Craig, back to you.
All right, Sheldon. Yeah, that's sad, but what are you going to do?
And
you can replace the boat.
That's right. We've seen it happen time and again, especially with boats and the marinas and so on throughout the area when we have storms like these. Want to head up to Davie now, and the night team's Mike DePasquale. Mike, what do you have?
I'll show you what we found. We are in Davie, near the Hard Rock at Northeast 38th Street, and take a look at this. There was no confirmed tornado here in this section of town. But that big slab is the sidewalk. These are the roots to this tree, and this is the big tree. And I'm not, to be honest with you, I have no idea what type of tree this is. It reminds me of oak trees growing up back in Akron, Ohio. The tree goes across the street. There's no power lines here, thankfully. So it actually goes across the street. We're going to walk around to the side of it. And the house on the other side, we actually knocked on the door, and there's no one there. And we knocked on a couple of doors here, and there was no one home. But just misses the house. And in front of the house is a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's a blessing. I don't know if you guys know, I spent some time in the seminary. I was going to be a priest, and look at me now. But I think it's a little bit of both and not just a blessing. So these people are lucky. But it's across the street, and no power lines were knocked down, and no one is home in this area to find out if they actually heard it, what they plan on doing. But thankfully, no one was hurt. There are a couple of cars here, a truck and a couple of cars here. So thankfully, they were not in the way of it. And thankfully, too, no one was driving on the street when this tree came down, toppling down on the street. Reporting live from Davie, Mike DePasquale, 7 News 19.
I'm with you, Mike. I like that they're blessed. I'm down with that.
I'll go with it.
I'm a spiritual person, and they've
I'm going with they're blessed.
It's a higher power. They're good people who give good energy, and when you do good and you give good, you get good in return. That's simple.
My mom used to have one of those statues in the front yard, too, by the way. Good things always happen.
My mother has La Virgen de la Caridad in the front of her house.
Well, it's her patron
that's
saint.
it.
Right.
And her saint day was Friday.
That's right.
Friday. They do a big mass. El Ermita de la Caridad was canceled because of the storm, the whole thing. Anyway, good for them. Just missed that house. They're going to be happy when they get back.
No doubt.
Without a doubt.
Want to head back over to the Weather Center. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow has come back in with the latest on the system. Phil.
You are correct. We are awaiting the 11 p.m. advisory as of 10, 120 mile per hour winds, category 3, moving west-northwest at 7 miles per hour. That is slower than it had been at 9 p.m. when it was moving along at 9 miles per hour. Still a huge system. Trying to make its way towards the lower Florida Keys. Already, the lower Florida Keys have registered the first full blast of wind of 74 miles per hour. That is a hurricane wind speed they're reading, and that's only going to go downhill during the overnight hours. So here is the radar. Boy, that eye just coming out of Cuba there is just ominous with a big eye wall surrounding it. That eye wall has got to be at least 20 miles, 30 miles wide. It continues to push to the north, and you can see that it is moving ever so slowly, and the rain ahead of it impacting much of the Florida Straits, the northwestern Bahamas. Broward County right now not looking too bad. You've had your fair share of strong gusty winds. That feeder band has moved into Palm Beach. There's another one setting up shop offshore. That one will probably be moving in about another 35, 45 minutes. Miami-Dade County from Homestead south all the way in through Monroe and in through Key West. It is just looking terrible with torrential downpours across the area, and there's more rain sitting just offshore impacting Bimini as well. Meanwhile, let me show you this graphic. It shows the wind gusts from tonight all the way into the day tomorrow. And it's going to be interesting to see here what the forecast is calling for. As we move in through 8 a.m., the wind gusts 79 miles per hour in Fort Lauderdale, same in Miami. Check out Key West, what our model is forecasting, 127 mile per hour wind gusts Sunday at 8 a.m. As we move in through the day here, Sunday then at 10 p.m., still pretty windy all across Florida, with then Naples getting the brunt. 90 mile per hour wind gusts, 55 down in Key West. Wind speeds here across Miami-Dade could be in the upper 70 mile per hour range. 84 mile per hour wind gusts could take place in West Palm Beach. Right now, the close-up cone, still the thinking is that this system will intensify into a 4 before making landfall somewhere across the lower Florida Keys with 130 mile per hour winds. That'll be sustained, and then quickly moving into Naples, the Naples area. Sunday by 2 p.m., 140 miles per hour. And even by then, we are still going to be on the dirty sector of this system, so it really may not be until Sunday night, maybe even until Monday, that we may start to see an improvement in our conditions here. Down the road, the system is still expected to arrive somewhere across Tampa with 115-mile-per-hour winds sometime on Monday before emerging across the southeast by Tuesday or Wednesday. We are still under a tornado watch. We have seen our fair share of tornado warnings throughout the day. There's still a chance that we could see some more tornadoes tomorrow. By the way, this tornado watch that is supposed to expire at midnight, we just found out that that will be extended during the day tomorrow. That's the very latest here from our end. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much.
Well, those tornado watches, that's scary stuff.
Well, and for a while, I mean, if you remember, Phil and Vivian and Brent and everybody, Carlene, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
It just kept springing up.
And for several minutes, we weren't talking as much about the storm. We were talking so much more about the individual outbreaks of these systems that could produce tornadoes. It was wild.
And then it starts here, and as it moves across, it affects more and more and more and more and more cities until...
And we may see more of that in the overnight hours.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when everybody's phones start buzzing and beeping, and it wakes people up, and they're frazzled, and what happened, and so, yeah, just don't get frazzled. It's hard not to. It's hard not to.
Want to head on into the Newsplex now for a look at some of what we've been finding. Our crews have been out in the elements recording this event as it unfolds, and the 19's Robin Simmons is there. Robin?
Yes, and we can also thank our 7 News viewers for capturing what they are seeing as well. We have several new items to share with you. First up, Anthony Betancourt. You may have to just focus a little bit to see, but this is some flooding in the area of 19496 Northwest 62nd Avenue. That is in Northwest Miami-Dade. Of course, it's dark. The lights are out. We want to caution our viewers always to be careful when you see a situation like that. So that is in Northwest Miami-Dade, the situation there. The next video we have is a transformer. We're seeing these happen. We've had some pretty rough weather with these feeder bands coming into the area. I mean, you can just see the pop there. In this, we do not have. This one is near Miami Senior High, 22nd Avenue and Flagler Street. We also have some more video of some arcing power lines. This in the Shenandoah area, and you can see that from the window. They are safely inside the house as they are watching this, and we've been hearing about all the power outages both in Miami-Dade and Broward County, and seeing some pretty dangerous conditions out there. So we want to thank our viewers for sending us this video. For now, live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
Robin, thank you.
Let's head over to the West Coast now in Southwest Florida, where Irma is really expected to do some damage once she makes her presence known. Nicole Intalada is live for us in Estero with more on this. Nicole.
Well, Belkis, just to give you an idea, because it might be a little difficult to be able to see where we are sort of huddled underneath an awning here in the front doors of the Germain Arena. This is, a typical sort of sports arena here in Estero, south of Fort Myers. And you can see there's some folks huddled out here. We still have people coming in. This is one of the largest, if not the largest shelter here in this area. 14 shelters here in Lee County. You can see this is the most steady rain that we have had thus far. It's been coming down now solid for, gosh, maybe 90 minutes or so. Not much in the way of wind. I mean, just some light wind, nothing too dramatic. You can see, though, that we also have Florida Highway Patrol out here trying to make sure that everything stays nice and cool and calm. And so far it has, because now all of these people, thousands of people, have a safe place to stay.
You have a wristband, sir? A place to weather the storm just a few feet away.
It's been quite exciting.
The Howingtons and their dogs tried to get into 3 shelters, finally ending up here at the Germain Arena off I-75. Additional evacuation orders meant additional people, their children, their pets, trying to escape Irma. Connie Taylor is disabled and was afraid to stay home.
I'm just scared for the kids. That's why, I want to make sure they're safe.
Her daughter tried to reassure 6-year-old Rylan.
He just knows it's a really bad thunderstorm and there's a lot of wind and that a lot of houses could be damaged, and he knows that. But he knows when nothing's going to happen to him, right?
There is confusion.
I checked in, man. I'm trying to find my car.
There is calm.
Where I'm from, Cuba, we had them constantly. I've lived through stuff like flooding. What worries me more is the power lines.
And at night, people continue to show up. Inside, an evacuee's video shows families trying to relax, stretched out on the arena's floor, bracing themselves for Irma.
So once again, you can see we're getting a lot of steady rain here, and the rain is really what had emergency officials kind of worried about the situation here in Southwest Florida. There, of course, is always going to be the risk of high winds with, a Category 3, 4, whatever, hurricane here, but also now they're talking about storm surge. We've been hearing about it all day long here in this area, and that's what a lot of these folks are worried about. Mandatory evacuations in many more neighborhoods than they thought necessary until about today, and that's why we started to see a lot more people showing up at shelters. So once again, here in Lee County alone, they also have several open in Collier County, down in Naples, just a few minutes south of us. But here in Lee County, 14 shelters, we've been told in about the last few hours, 4 still had space. Germain Arena apparently still does as well. It's packed in there, but so far, so good. People seem to be handling it pretty well. We'll just have to wait and see exactly how long they'll have to stay in these shelters. Reporting live in Estero, Nicole Ensalada, 7 News 19.
How long they'll have to stay in the shelter? Well, no matter how long it is, I'm sure they'll be glad they're in there once Irma passes their way.
Especially what they're going to be getting over in Southwest Florida, over on the West Coast, that's for sure. Want to bring it back home now to downtown Miami and a look at what we've been seeing there this evening. Looks a little calmer now than it has been, Joe Rhodes.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit calmer. We are still getting those sudden bursts, those sudden gusts of winds here off of Bayshore and 17th Street at the Sea Isle Marina. As you take a look at the boats here behind me, they're still rocking here in Biscayne Bay where they're all tied up and everything. Actually, I was surprised there are a few people actually staying on those boats. I didn't realize that at first. I thought, they were all kind of abandoned for the storm and everything, but no, there are some people, even though they're out there rocking and everything. What we're dealing with right now isn't so much the rain. I mean, that's kind of let up and we're just dealing with a little bit at this point. What we are working with right now is the wind and those sudden gusts that I was just talking about. Throughout the night, we've had them go anywhere from 20 to 25 miles per hour, up to 40, 45 gusts at one point. At one point, we kind of had to keep an eye out for debris, and I mentioned this earlier, but I want to bring it to your attention again. One of these lights actually flew off of the awning under here, and as you take a look up here, you can see another one shaking there. One of them actually snapped off, hit the ground, and then just went right down the road. So, I mean, you definitely have to be careful as you're working with all of these wind conditions out here, because people have done their best to tie things down, to strap them down, but I mean, there are some things that you just can't account for, and I'm definitely keeping my eye on that light to make sure it doesn't come down. But I mean, as you take another look over here, you can just see these winds outside of the Marriott Hotel off of Bayshore. We've been watching those throughout the night. They've just been keeping those leaves going all night long, just blowing side to side. But the good news is no rain here right now, and it's been pretty quiet as far as people coming out here as well. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Joe, thanks for that update.
Well, as we are closing in on the top of the hour, as we try to do, even whatever we have going on, and we have the new advisory.
Bill Farrow's got it for us.
Yes, indeed, we have the new advisory. We also have brand new information from the National Hurricane Center, and they are now saying what we have been showing you all night is that Irma is taking its time moving away from Cuba. That just means that the misery is going to linger for everyone involved from Cuba through the Keys through South Florida. As of 11 p.m., 120 mile per hour winds, Category 3, moving even slower. Oh my goodness, northwest at 6 miles per hour. This places it about 30 miles northeast of Varadero Beach, or about 100 and some odd miles away from Key West. So The bad news, it is still a major system, 120-mile-per-hour winds. It is moving even slower, and it's going to take its time getting here. So that means that for the folks throughout the Keys, you are going to continue to see the heavy rainfall, the battering waves, the wind speeds picking up. We've already had hurricane-force winds reported in Key West. For the mainland across Miami-Dade and Broward counties, what you've seen throughout the day today, the squally weather, the heavy rain, the gusty winds, the surge at the beach, and above all, those tornadoes, the ones that we've seen across Miami-Dade and Broward, that threat will remain again tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. This system has just been stuck here since early this morning, and what it is, it's caught between high pressure to the east, some strong upper level winds in the Gulf of Mexico. It's kind of in the middle here, and it's just not moving. It's spinning in place. The radar still showing a very healthy eye just north of Varadero Beach, which is right about here, and we can see the spin that counterclockwise spin around the eye. That is the eye wall, looking very healthy, very organized. This is just battering Cuba. When we get reports out of there, I'm sure they will not be on the pleasant side. The moisture continuing to stream up across Andros Island. A lot of heavy rain, gusty winds, plenty of lightning. All that moisture also tracking in across South Florida. Broward County right now looking pretty good, but in about another 15-20 minutes, you will get another very strong feeder band moving in across the area, starting first at the beach and then making its way inland. It has been Miami-Dade's turn, especially for deep southern Miami-Dade County, from Palmetto Bay, Kendall, Homestead, all the way south in through the 18-mile stretch. Key Largo, not too bad, but from Isla Morada, Tavernier, Marathon, Key West, the rain has been relentless now for about the past hour or two, and there's still a lot more rain sitting out across the coastal waters, impacting Bimini as well. So this is the close-up cone. It shows the system basically just stalled just north of Cuba. Eventually, it should start to move, but one of the good things, if there are, is that the interaction here with the Cuban coast might kind of keep it a little bit on the weak side. And now they're suggesting that by the time it reaches the Florida Keys sometime Sunday morning at around 8 a.m., it'll have winds of 125 miles per hour. They are no longer suggesting Category 4. That intensity, however, the forecast, that's going to teeter-totter over the next few hours as the system makes its way over the very warm waters of the Gulf Stream there, the Florida Straits. Fort Myers, Sunday, 8 p.m., 120-mile-per-hour winds, and the cone takes it just north of Tampa sometime Monday. We are still under a tornado watch until Sunday at 12 a.m. I'm sure that this will be extended since we are now still on the dirty side of this system. The dirty side is the northeastern quadrant outside of the eye wall. That is where you get the second most strongest winds, the heaviest of the rainfall, and of course the potential for more tornadoes. So the downside is this system is crawling at a snail's pace. It is going to take forever to get to the Keys. More rain, the potential for tornadoes, and just miserable conditions all across the area. Could be for at least another 20 to 24 hours. I wish I had better news. Back to you guys.
Well, I guess if we can, and you know, I was just chatting with some friends over on the West Coast who are obviously really concerned what's coming at them, but and you say this all the time, Phil, intensity forecasts are so hard, yes. But I mean, when you're looking for something to be a glimmer of hope, they keep it at a 3 now as it moves in toward, you know, Collier and Lee County, and we can only hope that verifies.
And if there is at least another little glimmer of hope in all this, is that at least it gives them a little bit more time for evacuations, a little bit more time to prep, a luxury that they probably didn't have before by this system stalling out now. It gives them that. It's obviously awful for the folks in Cuba that are dealing with this miserable system.
That is the case, too. Will the forward motion of it pick up when it interacts with whatever thing is supposed to move it north? Is that what the holdup is?
Well, it's stuck in between two folks. High pressure across the Atlantic, a huge dome of, or actually some strong upper-level winds in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's kind of just bouncing in between the two. And until one of those other two features does something, this system is going to stay stuck there across the Florida Straits for quite a while.
Ugh.
So, Phil, for folks that have relatives in Cuba and whatnot, is it still over that northeast coast, that Varadero area.
Yep. Yes,
where is it, and how long has it been over that, and when can we expect it to move?
Absolutely. If we can put that satellite view up back in the weather office of the system sitting right over the northern extent of Cuba, it has been there since yesterday morning. And you got to keep in mind that the system was supposed to miss Cuba altogether. It was supposed to move in between the Bahamas and Cuba, track in between the two areas. It never did that. Sometime 24, maybe 36 hours ago, it kind of slowed down, took a dip, hugged the coast of Cuba, and it's been there for the longest time until early this evening. It began to move north, but then it's taken another little jog to the west, and that's where that eye is sitting, basically about 65 miles to the north of Varadero Beach. And what's interesting is just how huge this system is. If you have satellite, if you can still see us at home, if not, I'll describe it for you. But the outer bands of this system extend all the way through central and northern Florida, out possibly into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. They sweep back in across the Caribbean Sea, almost reaching Jamaica. They swing back up across eastern Cuba, are impacting much of the northwestern Bahamas, and then back across South Florida. That's at least 200 or 300 miles in either direction. That's why when we say don't focus so much on that cone, what the cone does is it tracks only the eye. Everything outside of that is being impacted right now by heavy rain and gusty winds, and that has been the deal for Cuba now for at least 12 hours.
It's just sitting there. My goodness. Ah, those poor people. All right, Phil. Thanks for that.
We'll head back outside to our part of South Florida now and get a look at what Irma is doing as it makes its slow crawl. Brian Enton on the beach. Brian?
Craig, we were hunkered down on Ocean Drive near First Street, but the wind has sort of settled down a little bit, so we've started venturing out to see what kind of damage there is because we felt such strong winds earlier, and there are trees and street lights down. This is Ocean Drive. You see this is one of the trees that has come down. Luckily, we haven't really seen any structural damage to any of the buildings down here or even any windows blown out. Most people have storm shutters and boards that they put up, but there are a number of trees down. It always amazes me to come and look where they snap, because you can only imagine how old some of these trees are. And this wind was just so incredible earlier tonight that it's no surprise that that we've now got trees down. We also saw a street light down that was sort of flickering. It was still on, and we saw a few stop signs that were just bent all the way over. It looked like a few trash cans had flown and hit the stop sign. So again, we're sort of seeing a little bit of a lull right now. It hasn't rained in a little while, and the wind isn't nearly as strong as we saw it earlier, but still definitely sustained winds, probably at about, I'd say 25 miles per hour or so. We have not seen anyone out on the streets in hours, which is a good thing. People are obeying the 8 p.m. curfew. We also haven't really seen very many police around because we know that they were not going to be hitting the streets if there were winds of 40 miles per hour or higher. But the good news for at least right now, a little bit of a lull in the wind, Belkis and Craig.
All right, that's good to know, Brian. I was going to ask you, and you answered my question, that people are obeying the curfew. No one's out. That's good.
Yeah, I think they did a good job getting the word out. And I think, you know, frankly, I think there were people out earlier when it was light out, and you know how it is. People want to come and they want to see the ocean and they want to see the big waves and they want to walk on the sand. But when they realized just how strong the wind was, they decided, you know, to head back inside.
Good decision making, very good adult decision making. Brian Enton, thanks again for that live report.
Back over to Phil at the Weather Center now and our friends at the Hurricane Center. Phil.
All right, I want to take a chance right now to go live to the National Hurricane Center, speaking with Acting Director Ed Rappaport. Ed, the system continues to slow down. This must be an eternal night for the folks in Cuba. What is next? What is making it just stall there?
This is the time when the steering currents have collapsed. So not only has it stopped moving to the west as it has been for the past several days, but it's basically stopped altogether. However, in the last hour or so, it does look like the center is beginning to pull away from the coast of Cuba towards the northwest on a track that will take it to the Florida Keys. Landfall likely near Key West around daybreak tomorrow. And then it's going to continue on for another landfall along the southwestern coast around sunset tomorrow, bringing major hurricane force winds over 100 miles per hour, as well as the storm surge we've been talking about for several days. Still very concerned for that 5 to 10 foot storm surge possible in the Keys, and as much as 10 to 15 feet in the southwestern part of the state.
So as the system continues to make its way to the Keys, I noticed that now in the forecast cone, it stays as a 3, but we know the intensity forecasting can be a little tricky. Is it going to stay as a 3 or maybe even get stronger due to the warm waters there?
We think it'll get a little bit stronger. Now, whether it has time to become another category higher, it's not clear. Again, it's less than 12 hours away until we have landfall in the Keys and another 12 hours or so for southwest Florida. So there's not a lot of time for strengthening. We think there'll be some, but it's also going to begin to be some wind shear, which tends to disrupt the circulation as it gets towards the peninsula. So a balancing right now of the warm water and the shear that will be increasing. So we expect a little bit of intensification still.
Miami-Dade, Broward counties, there have been a lot of feeder bands that have been moving on shore. A lot of them have been very strong with tornadic activity. Will this continue to be the pattern overnight and tomorrow?
That's the expectation, at least through the day tomorrow. The tornadic activity perhaps will diminish during the second half of the day tomorrow as the center gets a beam of us and then passes to the north. We'll be in this southeast side, which tends to have less tornadoes than the part to the up towards the northeast, as we're seeing right now.
I know it may be difficult, but is there a time frame that you can give us when this thing will finally be out of here and things can improve?
I believe that during the latter half of tomorrow, the conditions will begin to improve, and particularly overnight Sunday, and a much better day on Monday.
All right, so we're shooting for Monday then for the better day. Ed, thank you very, very much for everything that you've done for us. Thanks once again. All right, so you heard it. There's the very latest. We've got a system that has slowed down. It is aiming for the Florida Keys. Should arrive sometime by daybreak, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Conditions across the Keys will just be awful. Across Miami-Dade and Broward counties, what we've seen today, we're going to see tomorrow. Squally weather, gusty winds. The potential for some tornadoes will remain. And then hopefully, you just heard there Ed Rappaport say that maybe Sunday night and into Monday should be a better day. We'll shoot for that. Back to you guys at the desk.
Can't think of the last time I wanted to see a Monday so much. If ever. If ever.
That's, I think, that's unanimous for probably everyone watching at home, too.
That's for sure. Thanks.
No doubt about that. Well, Hollywood Beach is the place where Chris Van Vliet is, and I think we're going to go to him.
Well, let's throw up the numbers. I think we have some numbers of the outages.
Florida Power and Light outages. Yeah. Sorry about that.
These are the local numbers, and we're getting to this now because we want to give you a sense of our sliver of the state versus the entire state. In Miami-Dade, we're at about 109,000 customers without power. In Broward, just under 50,000 customers without power. That's in relation to the state,
which right now, according to the Associated Press, more than 170,000 homes and businesses are without power in Florida because of Hurricane Irma. So obviously the bulk of it is down here because this is where we're feeling it first.
We're the first ones to get it.
Overall, across statewide, 170,000, but this is the breakdown between Miami-Dade and Broward.
Think about what's going to happen with these numbers. Because of the path of the storm. I mean, the Keys, and they've got the Florida Keys Cooperative.
They have their own separate
utility. But when we talk about Collier County, Naples, Abarca Island, Lee County, Fort Myers, Charlotte County,
Tampa
Port
area.
Charlotte, Sarasota, Tampa, St. Pete. I mean, we're talking about a lot of customers. I mean, it's a good thing we've seen those utility trucks from other utilities making their way here, or they're staged ready to come down, because we're going to need all the help we can get.
Maybe they're already on their way. Maybe they can come on the east side, since that's a little more clear than the west side, and they can start doing their job, because there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to want their power back ASAP. But Florida Power and Light says they're going to do everything they can. Once it's safe for those workers to get out there, they're going to be on it.
And we do know they were actually working today before the winds got to a certain point. So they're going to get to it. They're going to get to it.
Okay, we are going to head back up to Broward County and to Fort Lauderdale.
Brandon Beyer is there live for us with what's going on. Brandon?
Well, that band that Phil was talking about just a few minutes ago coming off the ocean right now, you can see the winds picking up behind me. The rains are starting to pick up again. But one good thing here on the beach, here on Fort Lauderdale Beach, we still have power. I noticed you guys were talking about that a little while ago, but looking up and down both sides of the beach here, still power for anyone who chose to ride this out in their condo, chose to ride this out here on the beach, and there aren't many, but they at least can still watch us on TV, still have the ability to cook. So they've got that going for them. Also, I know that there's power where I live in Hollywood. I've been texting with my neighbor throughout the day, so thankfully still power at home. Hoping not to have to fire that generator up when I do eventually get home. We will eventually get home someday, I think. That's the idea, at least. But
oh, is that what they told you? You're going home Sunday?
We had a nice break of the rain. The winds never stopped, never dipped below 30, 35 miles per hour. But we did get a break from the rain, and as you can see now, it's starting to pick up again, and you can tell it's going to be one of those that just whips across for, hard to say without looking at the radar, but it's just getting started, and could be with us for a good bit.
Brandon, you didn't hear what I said. Is that what they told you? You're going home Sunday?
Oh. Say it again.
Is that what they told you? You're going home Sunday?
No. I know I'm not going home Sunday. Someday.
That's more like it. Okay.
Big difference.
Yeah, I'm glad we're clear. Good. Just a little humor for some levity. You know, it's always good to just try to, you know, you got to have humor through the rough times to just get you through.
Off,
exactly. Gotta laugh. Thanks, Brandon.
Chris Van Vliet has moved on to Hollywood to give us a sense of what he is seeing there. Chris?
Well, I guess we're about 5 miles south, or maybe a little more than where Brandon's at, and it seems like we have similar conditions here. We had a bit of a lull right before you came to us, actually. I was thinking, relatively speaking, this isn't so bad. This, though, picking up. The gusts have gotten worse, that rain coming at us sideways, and I think it's a pretty well-known fact that I'm from Canada, born and raised in Pickering, Ontario, and I can tell you we certainly do not have storms like this back home. The intensity since we got here around 6 o'clock has just gotten worse and worse progressively every single hour, especially when the bands like this one are coming in. Always good to look up at the palm trees for a reference, and as you can see, they've been doing some work here tonight, and it's wet. We've had these bands come through probably every 20, 25 minutes where we start to get this rain, and then the wind never really dies down, but there's some times when we're not getting pelted with this rain, which, relatively speaking, is like a nice little break. Interesting to look down the Broadwalk here, and it's it. We're all alone. It's just us here. Hollywood Police Department was here earlier in the day, right before the sun went down, to kind of remind people not to come out to the beach, and they were getting rid of a few people that were here when we first arrived. There's Hollywood Beach Police, or Hollywood Police, set up on Hollywood Boulevard right when you come into A1A that are, they've blocked off the road there for anyone who is going to, you know, see these pictures here and try to come down here. You can't come down here. You don't want to come down here. That curfew in effect in Broward, most people are, you know, adhering to that. And Brandon mentioned it with the power still being on. You can see we still got power here. So for the people that are maybe in some of these condos here, or it'd be crazy to do that, but it's possible. For the people that are in these condos here, it's good that they might still have power. So that's where we're at right now, guys. We're live from Hollywood Beach. I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News Night Team.
Hey, Chris, this is Phil Farrow back at the station. You're still looking at some rain coming in off of the Atlantic. That is the beginning of what will be another feeder band. So the activity is going to be picking up for about another 20-25 minutes. Can you see more or less a wall of rain coming to you? Is it getting darker as the rain heads your way?
Yeah, I mean, if we look back out to the ocean here, Phil, you can see that those waves have certainly increased in size, and the sky's just dark there. It's, you know, the sky's dark there, darker than it is where we're standing here, so I can certainly see what you're talking about, but it's interesting. that these just keep coming in bands like you're talking about. And what's out there over the Atlantic right now must be what we're feeling now, and certainly what we're about to feel.
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, on the radar, you can tell for the folks at home, the shading here, the light green is light rain, the darker green is the heaviest of the rain. And in about a couple of minutes, you went from a very light shading of green to some darker shading, and it's going to get even worse here in about another 5 or 10 minutes. So make sure you stay safe out there, as not only the rain going to pick up, but also the wind. Thank you very much, sir, for reporting out there. All right, so that's the very latest here on our end. As far as the rainfall is concerned, it will continue to pick up during the night, and we will have a lot more in just about 5 minutes. So before I go, let's see if we can widen the view here on the radar, just to show everybody that rain that continues to move in across South Florida. We have a couple of feeder bands that will continue to move over the area, and those feeder bands will be impacting us during the overnight, throughout the day tomorrow. And like we heard a little while ago from the acting director there from the Hurricane Center, Ed Rappaport, that this mess will probably stay with us for another 20 hours or so. Maybe Sunday night and through Monday morning, conditions will start to improve across South Florida. So for everybody who's riding this storm out, we'll just stick it out together, and we will keep our fingers crossed that by the start of next week, we can finally get back to our regular lives. I think Craig said it best. We've never looked forward to a Monday so much. Craig?
That is true, Phil.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Raj Lowe is over on Miami Beach. Let's check in with him and see how things are looking there. Raj?
Well, things are looking a lot better than they were a couple of hours ago. You know, we were speaking to people in the neighborhood here, and one of the things they brought up, which I think is really important, there was a lot of buildup to this storm. I mean, since Monday, people have been going to Home Depot, people have been going to Publix to get batteries, and guess what? If you look across the way here, what do you see? All the lights are out. We are at one of the few homes here on North Shore Drive that actually has power. But if you look around, let me walk out on the dock because it's pretty safe right now. Let me pull this along so you can walk with me. And here are these two little dogs of the house here. But if you look out across the way there, what you'll see is that a whole bunch of people have lost power already. So one of the stories with this storm, as we've been mentioning, is that there are going to be a lot of people, and I guess it's in Miami-Dade County, it's more than 100,000 people who have lost power. So if you're listening to this on the radio and you have lost power, you are not alone. You saw the live shot I did a couple of hours ago in Surfside. We were there. We actually, I believe it was a transformer that blew, because we saw the green lights in the sky. They lost power as those heavy winds and the squalls were coming in. But things, at least for the last couple of hours, have quieted down a little bit here on the beach. You still get that gust, those winds that still come in here. But as you look, Andy, that's downtown, right? If I look down that way, if you look at downtown Miami that way, you can also see not too many lights on. So I'm guessing a whole lot of people, as those squalls were moving through, lost power. And that brings up another issue here. Although we are not obviously in the center of that cone, to not have electricity and deal with, now that we're hearing this will be an extended period of just nasty weather without electricity, is going to be difficult for a lot of people, especially when you combine that with the fact that people have been waiting and building up for this storm since Monday, really. So a full week of waiting, of worrying, of concern, of those moments when we were right directly in the cone, to this evening where you're dealing with this squally weather, and then you add no electricity to it. But the good news here in all of this is that throughout all of our travels tonight, we have seen that most people have left. So if you're not here, you made the right decision, because most likely you don't have power. It's completely, dark in your home. You got to deal with using flashlights and et cetera, and then you add to it, now we're going to have to deal with another day of this, of just nasty, nasty weather, squally weather like this. But what I like about this location where we're at right now is that not only do we have the water here so you can monitor the chop like we did before with the ocean, and you can still see that it's churning a bit. But as you look across the way, Miami Beach over there, beyond that, Indian Creek, you can see that all the power is out. It's dark, it's rainy, it's miserable. I'm sure a lot of people are tired, just hoping that this thing will end, and it seems like we have another day to deal with this. And for a lot of people, it'll be a day without any power, which just adds to the misery.
A lot of people are tired, and a lot of people are full, Raj. All I keep seeing on social media and in this newsroom, I won't mention any names, is just, you know, boredom eating, right?
Say that again, Belkis?
I said everyone on their social media is just boredom eating. It's like we keep eating, and we're just sitting at home and we're eating, you know?
Yeah, yes. I mean, you know, I bring up the word misery, and I say that, you know, in a way that there's going to be people that are really going to have to deal with misery, unfortunately, on the west coast of Florida. And I've been in those situations when you have a Category 3 storm that is headed right to you. So all of this is very relative. I know that people tonight were texting me and messaging me that they were upset that why did the power go out? I'm sure you've heard that, right? Why did the power go out? These were only the outer bands. These were 40 miles an hour winds. But let me tell you something, okay, Belkis, and you know that Surfside area well. When I was standing there and it was pouring and sheets of rain were coming in, those were high winds. Those were high winds.
And Raj, you said it best. It's all so relative. Losing power, a couple days, a week, perhaps.
Longer even.
But yeah, but still having your house with a roof on it, and your family is okay, and everything is good. I mean, you know what? Sign me up. It is all relative. You said it best, Raj. It's all, you got to put everything in perspective. You really do. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Absolutely. Yes, it's annoying. Yes, check, check, and check. You know, unless you need to plug in an oxygen tank, or, you know, that goes from being a challenge to being a real, genuine problem. But just for the next period of time, whatever that period of time is, we're all going to be challenged, and
you
know the difference between challenges and real problems.
And when you look at, I mean, think about it, where we were Thursday night or Wednesday night, where the forecasting had this thing, the center of it, going spot on, dead on to our part of Florida as a Cat 4 or Cat 5.
Cat 4 or 5.
So when you think of what might have been happening tomorrow and what will turn out to be happening tomorrow, you know, you don't want to say we're grateful, because we feel for our friends in the Keys, and we feel for everybody. You know, we're all Floridians, but, you know, locally here, if it's traffic lights are out for a few days, or if you don't have power for a few days, it could have been much different.
Think about our friends in the Florida Keys, and the people right now in Cuba that still that thing's been sitting over them for what did Phil say, 12 hours? Yeah, it's perspective. And speaking of losing power, if you've lost power, or maybe you're already listening to us and you know, make sure that you tune in on the radio. Hopefully you have a radio with some batteries. We've got some radio partners that are simulcasting everything here that we're talking about. 99 Jams, we've got Hot 105, 90. Call a friend if they've lost power. Let them know. We're simulcasting, and we'll keep you company.
South Florida's great radio stations, the 4 of them there, and they're all carrying us. So we'll try. We try to keep in mind that we know many of you are listening and not watching. So we try to remind ourselves to be descriptive and tell you what we're showing for those of you who obviously can't see it. But our thanks to our radio partners for simulcasting our coverage for the duration of this event.
Right now, I think we want to check in with. We want to talk about the power outages. Sure. Let's. Now we've got some Florida Keys numbers too.
And they're up.
They've gone
Actually,
up.
but Miami-Dade went down. Last check, Miami-Dade had about 109,000
Broward went up.
and change, but now they're down to 106,000 plus. Broward's up to 63,240, and the Florida Keys, 2,860 customers, businesses, etc., without power there.
And if you look at the statewide figure, 170,000, I'm terrible at math, as I know you are.
Oh,
but
hello.
if you add the 106 and the 63 and 2,800, that's pretty much the statewide total. So,
because this is what's been affected so far.
Exactly. But you know, once we start getting figures from Palm Beach County and Martin County and so on up the East Coast and the West Coast, certainly, those numbers are just going to climb.
Yeah, and for the math, there's an app for that.
There, what's called the calculator.
It just
yeah.
still don't have it, but we're there more or less. Brandon Byers in Fort Lauderdale. Let's have a look at how things are looking there for you, Brandon. You getting rain, wind? What's going on?
Yeah, I was starting to feel a little sorry for myself. Starting to feel like a drowned rat out here until your little pep talk, Belkis, and you're exactly right. We could be dealing with so much worse than these conditions that we are. Yeah, so appreciate it. We all need a little pep talk every now and then. You almost start to get used to these winds. It's been blowing like this since 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to feel weird when it finally stops, but this is a magnificent force of wind. I mean, you look up here and you see these palm trees blowing like this, 30, 40 miles per hour all day. Going to do it all night. Likely going to do it all day tomorrow. And then, every hour and a half or so, you get a giant swath of rain with it. It's been really something to see. And again, here we're out here. Crews are kind of nodding off from time to time, but then you realize these plans that we all put in place when we were looking at that storm that for a few period of time there, it looked like it could really impact us in a whole different way. And so we put all these plans into place, and now everyone's kind of maybe scaling back to some degree. It's a relief, certainly is a relief, but we're not out of this by any means. As you can see from the situations of what you're seeing here at Fort Lauderdale Beach, what you're seeing from Chris down in Hollywood Beach, I think he's right. He and I are only like 5 or 6 miles apart, so comes here or starts with him. I'm not sure which the order is, but then the other guy is going to get it just right there after. So,
hey, Brandon,
we're all in this together, I guess.
You're right about that. I know you've been out there for a while, and certainly before it got too dark. I'm just wondering, because it's such a beautiful beach. I always enjoyed Fort Lauderdale Beach, and the big reclamation project they did to spruce it up a few years ago. But I have to imagine by now already, and we're only the beginning of this, the erosion's been pretty substantial right along the beach there.
But it's holding up. I know what you're talking about. I remember I think it was Sandy or maybe Isaac, when we were seeing the sand just all the way across A1A. They had to close it down for a while. That seawall back there is new. It goes, from Los Olas all the way up past Sunrise Boulevard. They spent a ton of money, and it took forever. But it's beautiful, and it seems to be working. We're not seeing sand on the street. That's huge. The cleanup mess from that was phenomenal effort. Now down on the beach, after you get hours and hours of waves like this, there's bound to be some erosion. No question about it. But when I saw it last, as the sun was going down about 7:30, 7:45, it wasn't something that you looked at and thought, oh man, now we got to get that beach back yet. And we still have a day to go, so we'll have to see. But the seawall's doing a good job keeping the sand off the street so far.
We'll see at the end when all is said and done. Hopefully, all the seawalls and that reclamation project it worked, and the sand will stay on its side. Thanks, Brandon.
I mean, it happens. You saw it in South Beach too, where it's already starting to look pretty beat up, and they bring the sand back and they fix it up again.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the storm, but I remember they had to close A1A right in front of the Fort Lauderdale Strip there. It was covered in sand.
And it's happening again, but hopefully it's not as bad as it's been in the past. But want to head back into the newsroom and the news desk for a look at different things happening around the area.
Robin Simmons has all sorts of video. Are these from our viewers, Robin?
We can thank our viewers for continuing to keep us updated where they are. We're going to start in Coconut Grove, where we see a good bit of rain, and you can see some ponding there, the wind blowing, the palm trees blowing. We've been seeing these feeder bands coming in all evening, so they are dealing with rain there in Coconut Grove. And in Brickell, more rain, more flooding, and things were getting, not sure that this is the video of The next video we have is supposed to be some driving video. This is coming from North Miami Beach. Pretty dangerous out there. No cars on the road in that driving rain as this viewer is driving in the conditions that we've been seeing. And once again, we're going to go to that power problem in the Shenandoah area. Power lines arcing. And we've seen so many power outages reported by FPL, more than 107,000 outages so far across the state, most of them here in South Florida, of course, from Monroe County up to Miami-Dade and to Broward. So we want to remind our viewers, Send It to 7 is out there. We appreciate you sending in your videos, and also be careful out there. Reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
All right, thank you, Robin, and thank you, Channel 7 News viewers. We appreciate all those videos. Keep sending, well, not sending it, send it to 7. Keep doing that, because that's where we get it.
WSVN.com.
Yeah.
Robin mentioned downtown, and we've moved somebody down there just a few minutes ago.
Walter Morris is there live for us to show us what's going on. Hi, Walter.
Hey guys, well, we've moved, of course, all day. We were down near the Coconut Grove area. We've since come north up here to the Edgewater area of Miami. Now, earlier this evening, we saw that heavy band move in, really just intense winds, rain, low visibility. Then for an hour, it seemed like we had a lull there. But again, we're starting to see those winds pick up. And just to give you an idea of how strong those winds are, right before we were about to go live, take a look down here. 3 porta potties over right where we were standing, one going into the water. So again, these conditions are just so unpredictable, and that's why you really need to be careful while you're out here. Again, we're not really so much seeing rain in the past hour or so, but it's the winds that we're worried about. Also, we're keeping an eye out on the water here. If you take a look, you can just see the water slowly rising closer and closer to these to the dock where these boats are all tied up. Of course, people have been watching out for their boats all day. That's been a huge concern here. But again, the wind really a concern for people as these bands continue to move in tonight.
Wow, that's you know, porta potties can be very dangerous things just by nature of the porta potty, but that's like next level. Whoa.
And those are the kinds of things that we're going to start seeing getting tossed around as the wind kicks up. Vanessa Medina is in Deerfield. She had been by the pier a little while ago. And Vanessa, how are things faring for you in Broward?
Well, we have since moved. Sorry, guys. I was just talking to my mom. She's on FaceTime. Mom, I have to let you go. They're talking to me back at the station. She wanted to see how we were doing, and we have since moved. We were on the beach. We have since moved because things got a little rough there, but we are, if you see behind me, this is I-95. There are no cars, which is a good thing. There are no winds right now, which is also a good thing. We're in between one of those bands, and this is the best one we've been in all day. So we've got very little wind and no rain, but we're expected to get one shortly. So of course we'll stay out here. We'll bring you those pictures as soon as we get some activity. But on the beach, they were evacuating, and so they really didn't want us being on the beach. So we have since moved, and of course, as soon as we get some more weather, we'll come back live. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Vanessa, we'll check back with you when you have that. Thank you very much. And
I'm going to call Vanessa the lucky one. She's dry.
For now,
right? Yeah, all right.
I am for right now, thank God.
Good for you,
Thanks,
Vanessa. All right, and say hi to Mom.
Yeah.
She wants to know you're safe.
That's right.
Hollywood Beach. Let's go back to Chris Van Vliet. Last time we saw him, he was, oh yeah, he's still soaking wet. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, feeling dry like Vanessa. What is? I can't even remember what that feels like. She said she was just FaceTiming her mom. I was actually just FaceTiming my mom and dad, who are watching us online in Canada. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. We're doing okay here. We've moved out now to A1A, so we were on the Broadwalk before. Now we're on A1A, where we're seeing a bit of debris on the road. And these palm trees over here, I mean, they're just rocking. You've hit us once again while we're getting a band here. The wind is bad, but this is probably the most rain we've seen here in Hollywood Beach. And if you take a look behind me here, Manny, we're starting to see just a little bit of flooding here in the streets. Brandon was mentioning the sand in the streets and how there wasn't going to be, or there wasn't much sand on the beaches, or sand in the streets, I'm sorry, sand on the streets up in Fort Lauderdale. And we're not seeing that either here, at least not right now. But what we are seeing here is some heavy winds. When these gusts come through, you kind of have to brace yourself. And right now we're getting that wind that goes along with it. And well, there, you can just see this one coming along here right at us. This is, wow, this is one of the strongest gusts we've had here yet. So we're in the middle of some bad stuff here that for our reporters who are further north are going to be feeling this in the next few minutes here. Wow. It was fine before.
And that's how these things
every
are
time
happening.
you come to me, it starts raining.
It's, you know, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's like,
I mean, Vanessa's got that quiet. You're not too far away. A batch of rain's falling on you. I mean, well, Phil, you're here. I mean, this is just another one of those bands that kind of...
Yes, indeed. That is a feeder band. We kind of chit-chatted a little while ago that was headed in his direction. It has finally arrived. It's going to stick around there with him for at least another 30, 35 minutes. This will be the pattern. This is what we've been talking about all day, this intermittent squall lines that come through, the feeder bands, and basically more of that for at least another 30, 35 minutes with wind gusts of about 35, 40, 45 miles per hour. So, Chris, if you're still out there, make sure you remain nice and dry, and we'll be chatting with you a little shortly. All right, so let's bring you quickly up to date here as to what's going on with this system. As of 11 p.m., that is the latest official advisory they've been giving us every hour on the hour, a small update on its position. But the 11 p.m. advisory, Category 3, 120 mile per hour winds, and it is slowly moving to the northwest at 6 miles per hour, just under 100 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. I really can't stress enough how big this hurricane is. It is really huge. There's no other word to describe it. As a matter of fact, if I can just go around the horn here, if you will, the cloudiness starts right across central Florida, in Gainesville, extends all the way out into the Gulf of Mexico to the west towards the west end of Cuba. Then as we go in through south, the cloudiness now reaching as far south as Jamaica, the eastern end of Cuba, the other side along the east, Andros Island, Grand Bahama Island, all the way back in through central and northern Florida. So it is really, really huge. And this is a great example, by the way, when we say that the impacts of a system can be well beyond the cone of concern. This is a great example. That eye is what the National Hurricane Center tracks. When they issue the cone, they say that that's where you will find the eye. The rest of the system can be much wider, much bigger than the actual cone of concern. And right now that eye is sitting apparently here just to the north of Cuba and starting to spin towards the lower Florida Keys, and they're still looking at an impact possibly at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, the wind speeds continue to pick up all across the Keys. They've already had a 74 mile per hour wind, actually not a wind gust, but a sustained reading. So that is hurricane force wind. The rain surrounding the eye wall looking much healthier. There's a bright red ring now starting to wrap around the center of circulation, and that means that the eye wall will get even stronger as it spins here and continues to soak up heat energy from the Florida Straits. Plenty of rain. There's a huge rain shield that extends from northern Cuba all through the Florida Straits, throughout Grand Bahama, and of course through the mainland. Right now, throughout Broward County, the county line between Broward and Palm Beach County, moderate to heavy rainfall. The rest of Broward County, moderate rain, but now just starting to move in right where Krista Van Vliet is. There's a huge feeder band sitting offshore that will be moving in and impacting the area for at least another hour, if not an hour and a half. And then down into Miami-Dade County, just north here of downtown Miami, it's kind of quiet, light to moderate rain, but then from downtown south, very, very heavy rainfall, especially as we move in through Kendall, then Homestead, Florida City, Naranja, the Keys. It has been just torrential downpour activity since about 3-4 hours ago. If we go on down US 1, Key Largo, Tavernier, Duck Key, Isla Morada, Marathon, Big Pine, Little Torch Key, Cudjoe, all the way down in through Key West, it has been nonstop torrential rain. And it will continue to be this way at least until the system actually makes landfall. And we are expecting that to happen at around 8 a.m. or so, right in between Isla Morada and Key West. And two things are going to happen here. There's going to be a 1-2 punch as far as the storm surge is concerned. For those of you who can still see the radar spin here, the wind along with the rain is coming out of the northeast. It'll then turn out of the northwest, and that northwest push is going to pick up a lot of water from Florida Bay and the Gulf of Mexico and just dump it over US 1, and all that water is going to meet the Atlantic right around daybreak. Then, after the eye leaves and heads to Naples, we're going to get the complete opposite. We're going to get the winds coming out of the south-southeast. That is going to take all the water here from the Atlantic, push it right back over US 1 into Florida Bay and the Gulf. So there are two storm surges in store for you. A lot more rain is still sitting right across the coastal waters between Miami-Dade, Bimini. Bimini has been getting hit hard all day long as well. Andros Island pretty wet at this hour as well, with lightning for you. The close-up cone is now suggesting that by the time Irma reaches the Keys, it should just be a Category 3. Earlier, they were forecasting a 4, but there's a big asterisk to that. There's a big question mark. There's a lot of warm water across the Florida Straits. This is the warmest water throughout the Atlantic Basin, the birthplace of the Gulf Stream current. Temperatures here are running at around 86, 87, 88 degrees. We basically need just 80 degrees of water temperature for systems to grow. So this hot water is just going to be the fuel that it needs to grow stronger. So again, the Keys could see a stronger system ahead. One of the things that could keep it just as a Category 3, some very strong upper level winds that could keep it in check. So we're hoping that that remains in play. As the system leaves the lower Florida Keys, should impact the coastal waters here of Naples. Fort Myers could be near Fort Myers around 8 p.m. Sunday night with 120-mile-per-hour winds. And then as it moves away Sunday night and through Monday morning, that's when conditions should really start to improve for us here across South Florida. It won't be completely great. We're not going to see sunny skies altogether, but at least the potential for heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and tornadoes should diminish greatly. As far as warnings and watches are concerned right now, a tornado watch remains in effect for South Florida until midnight. I'm sure that that will get extended during the day tomorrow. Wind gusts. Fort Lauderdale not reporting right now. There may be something wrong with the gauge. West Palm Beach, 37-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 56 in Miami, same in Marathon, 55 in Key West, 32-mile-per-hour wind gust in Naples. Check out West Kendall, 47-mile-per-hour wind gust, 56 in Miami. Hialeah, 35-mile-per-hour wind gust, 56 in Marathon, and 55 in Key West. It's been a very slow-moving system. It began to impact the north coast of Cuba here just about over 24 hours ago as a Category 4, and then it just hugged the coast. Winds came down from 130 to 125, kept hugging the coast, 125-mile-per-hour winds, and then at 5 p.m. Today, it kind of made a little dip back into Cuba. As of 8 p.m., it started moving north again, and that's basically where we are at this time. So if it wouldn't have been for the brush here with northern Cuba, this system could have already made its way across the Florida Straits and hopefully would have been gone out of here. But unfortunately, it looks like we will stay stormy at least throughout the day tomorrow and possibly even through tomorrow night. That is your very latest here, the entire update, the entire rundown top to bottom. Let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Phil, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Early on, when this thing was a 5 coming, you know, we were in the cone, it was further to the east, etc. We kept hearing about storm surge, you know, a lot of coastal evacuations in Zone A from Miami Beach all the way up to Sunny Isles and everything else. Now that it's going to, you know, come on as a 3, and it's much more to the west, and everybody on the eastern side, you know, of South Florida that evacuated, we're not in the cone anymore. Does that affect the storm surge? Is it like less now? Is it lower? What happens? Does it change?
That's a very good question. First of all, forget about being inside the cone or not outside the cone. The better question is, if it continues to drift towards the west, the further west it goes, the lesser the impact will be along the East Coast, and that is going to come down. As far as if we were expecting 5, 6, 7 feet, it may now be on the range of maybe 3, 4, or 5. And now the storm surge really doesn't come in as a big wall of water all at once. We've seen that gradual, steady rise. And because the system is moving so slow, that rise has been slow as well. So that is what we have been dealing with. Now, as far as the folks that were ordered to evacuate, that was the best decision that could have been made. There's still plenty of Irma left. There's still plenty of time for that surge to come in, and a lot of low-lying areas are going to be impacted. So all we can do right now is basically just wait here, see what happens with the system, when it finally starts moving, and when it clears out the area.
All right, Phil, thanks for that.
Well, I hope that one verifies.
Someone actually asked me that question. It was a good question, but it wasn't my question, Phil. I gotta confess. So, you know.
And we've been getting a lot of good Ask Phil questions, too, with the hashtag Ask Phil. He's been kind of busy this evening, so we haven't been plugging it too much. But if you go ahead and send one that way, I'm sure he'll answer. And I think, does he? Yeah.
He has something he wants to talk about right now. What's up, Phil?
Yes, this just came in. We were expecting the tornado watch to be extended for all South Florida. It was supposed to expire at midnight. They have now officially extended till noon tomorrow. So all of South Florida remains under a tornado watch till noon tomorrow. That's because we are expecting the system to continue to move very slowly to the north and give us the potential here for some more tornadoes. Tornado watch at least until noon tomorrow.
All right, Phil, thanks for that update. Constantly getting updates from the weather office. It's like little hamsters on a wheel in there. Everybody's just, you know, working so hard. We appreciate your efforts, guys. Thanks.
And you told us that was likely going to happen, so it's not entirely a huge surprise there. Okay. Thanks, Phil. I'm sorry, remind me again who you
Brian Enton.
Brian Enton.
Miami Beach.
Brian.
Are you out there?
What do you have?
I'm here. I'm at Collins and 24th Street. We were further south earlier. We've worked our way north a little bit to check out what's going on down here, and it's much of the same. Trees down, a lot of wind, and a lot of rain down here. It was interesting, though, as we worked our way down, when we got to the Lincoln Road area, the power is out around Lincoln Road for a few blocks right there. All the stoplights are out, and it's very clear that it's very dark in that area, and the power has gone out. Even since we were just standing here, you can see in the distance there were transformers blowing. It almost looks like lightning, but then, wow, a lot of wind right now. It almost looks like lightning, but you can tell it's coming from the ground, and it just looks like a big spark that goes up into the clouds. So we saw that happen at least 3 times, and we heard some sirens, so I'm assuming that a few transformers blew in this area. Follow me over here, though. Belkis, you asked Phil about storm surge, and I was very curious about that, too. This is an area of Miami Beach that we know historically floods. It's very low-lying, and when the tides are high, we see the water come up. And I want to show you over here at this little dock area with these boats how high the water is right now. I think we're approaching high tide around midnight, which probably has something to do with this. You see all this debris up here, but the water here in these waterways along Collins is very, very high. You come over here. Come on over here, Luis. This is the dock that I'm standing on, and you see the water is now already coming over the dock. And we were over here earlier, and it definitely wasn't like that. So it does appear to be rising. Whether this is storm surge or whether this is just a very high tide or a little bit of a combination of both, I'm not sure. But when you come down here, you can see these boats are... Okay, look at this. This is a boat lift. This boat is supposed to be on this boat lift, because you can see here, this is the one side of the lift, And then over on the other side, you see those white PVC pipes. That's the other side of the lift. So this boat is supposed to be resting on a boat lift, but the water has come up so high that it is now floating in the water. And this water is almost, I would say, another 1.5 feet, and it would be at level with the street. South of where we are, north of where we are, there is some water that has come up into the road, but again, not entirely unusual for this area because we see that happen sometimes when the tides are high. So I'm guessing this is just a combination of high tide and storm surge. Also north of where we were along Collins, those larger homes on the other side of this waterway, we noticed that the water is now up over the docks there. And in the grass even in some of the homes there. So the water is definitely rising over here again, whether it's tide or storm surge. I'm not really sure, Belkis and Craig.
Brian, tell me again where you are exactly. What is that, West Avenue? What is that on the beach?
It's Collins Avenue and 24th Street. Let me explain to you. Maybe you'll recognize this. You know, it's the waterway ends here. If you're driving south on Collins and you're looking to the right, that little bridge, it's kind of like a landmark. You always notice. And then there's that really cool motel right past the bridge, the Motel Ankara that's been there forever. You know the area I'm talking about?
Yep, exactly. Yes, absolutely. Know it well. Collins.
And so let me show you again, because I'm noticing here too. These are all boat lifts. I didn't realize it at first, but these boats are supposed to be on lifts in the water, and the water has come up so high that they're now just floating here.
Oh, that's interesting. They're on the lift, so before all of this, they would have actually been not in the air, but there'd be no water underneath, but now it's gotten so high.
Let me show you again. I may not have been clearer earlier, but you see over here, this is a boat lift, and on the this is part of the lift right here. And on the other side where you see that white PVC pipe, that's the other side of the boat lift.
Yep.
And you can see at the bottom of the PVC pipe that that white thing that's attached there at the bottom with that pink, something floated over there that's pink. That's all part of the boat lift. So this boat is supposed to be resting on a lift, but the water has come up, so it's now just floating. Thank goodness it's tied up, so it's not going anywhere, but it's not supposed to be floating.
Hopefully it won't go anywhere, but yeah, you know, it's when you have a boat, it's just you really need to know what you're doing to make that work, because it could backfire terribly if you don't do it correctly.
If you're making those arrangements in a hurry, sometimes you know, it might not come out the way you had planned. Brian, that's always an interesting kind of section of Collins where it kind of bends there. It curves by that bridge. And always, I mean, is it as desolate as, well, we hope it is, but it's always fairly busy day, night, the hotel's there, it's a big area among tourists. I'm hoping that's the case, but is it as desolate as it should be?
Oh yeah, it's desolate. There's no one around. Luis, the photographer, and I were just commenting when we drove here from the pier, from South Point, or not the pier, but the jetty down there, and we drove down Ocean Drive. We drove all the way here. We didn't see anyone. There's no one out on the street. We didn't see any police. We didn't see anybody anywhere. So it is definitely very, very quiet out here. I'm assuming some people are in the area and probably in their condos. But no one is out checking anything out and walking the streets or anything like that, which is definitely a good thing.
Without a doubt. And what you're saying is what you had mentioned before, Brian, does also might factor in whether or not the high tide has anything to do with what's happening there now. So factor that in, and it's double trouble.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen over the next several hours, because I'm pretty sure we're almost at high tide, and so
I think you're right.
That combined with with the wind and the rain and whatever Irma's supposed to do with storm surge, even if it's minimal at this point, as you and Phil were talking about, Keys, that now that the track is shifted west, even if it's minimal, I mean, it's only going to take a foot and a half in some of these areas to get the water up on the road. So it's going to be interesting to see if that happens.
Okay, Brian Enton, I'd say, well, stay safe, stay dry, be careful, but well,
stay safe.
Yeah,
The stay dry part, that's it's too late for that.
Yeah, but
stay safe.
We'll
that you can do.
Thank you, Brian, for all that. Appreciate it.
Let's check in with Phil Farrow for another update here at the top of the hour as we approach the witching hour, midnight, Phil.
Yes, indeed. We want to know if there's any good news, if the system is finally moving, or is it just going to stay stuck there for a while. Midnight. Okay, here we go. 12 a.m., 120-mile-per-hour wind, still Cat 3, and it is still moving at a snail's pace, unfortunately. Still dragging its feet northwest at 6 miles per hour, 90 miles southeast of Key West. So basically hardly any movement from the 11 p.m. advisory. It is a huge system spinning right across the Florida Straits. That eye looking a little bigger right now, looking a little wider. It actually may be looking a little raggedy as well, so we're hoping that maybe it will remain weak, that there are some upper-level winds actually interacting with it and keeping it in check, and it won't allow that warm water of the Gulf Stream there to give it any more fuel so that it won't impact the Keys as a stronger system. So as we move in across the radar, the eye just slowly making its way out of northern Cuba by Varadero Beach. The winds taking a lot of moisture from the Florida Straits and shoving it into our direction here, our general area. Broward County right now, you are seeing the heavy rain moving in from a feeder band, basically from, boy, the Sawgrass Expressway all the way in through I-595 and downtown Fort Lauderdale. That'll continue to be impacting you. Miami-Dade, from deep southern Miami-Dade County, way on down across US 1 and in through Key West. Heavy rain there as well. There's a huge shield of rain just to the east of US 1 that makes it all the way back into Bimini and Andros Island, and this sheet of rain will be impacting the entire coast, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, at least until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, if not longer. For the Keys, this rainfall will be nonstop overnight until it finally moves away from you during the day tomorrow. It is still being kept as a Category 3 as it makes its way into the Florida Straits and into Key West. Landfall should be anywhere between Marathon and Key West as a Category 3, 125-mile-per-hour winds. And then after that, it should continue to make its way right on up the coast, impacting Naples, possibly sometime Sunday at around 8 p.m. The same with Fort Myers. And now it's showing weakening here as a Category 1 just west of Gainesville and Ocala over by the Florida's Big Bend. And to tell you the truth, I really can't wait for it to get out of our hair. The tornado watch has been extended until tomorrow at 12:30. It was supposed to expire at midnight, but it's been actually extended. My apologies, until Sunday at noon. Sunday at noon. So that is your very latest update. It is still stuck in the Florida Straits. It is still a Cat 3, still aiming for the Florida Keys. Some arrival times could be anywhere between 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And for us across the mainland, Miami-Dade and Broward, we will persist, or those feeder bands will persist across the area overnight. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and the potential for some tornadoes. So all we can do right now is just ride this thing out until it's finally out of here. Back to you guys.
Well, we're glad you are guiding us here, Phil. You're our Superman. I mean, working around the clock with all the information we need to know to keep everybody safe. So
good Cuban coffee.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah.
It's the Phil Factor. Good Cuban coffee, good donuts, good American coffee, a lot of sugar and caffeine around here these days. I hope Walter Morris perhaps has some in his truck, a little sugar, a little caffeine somewhere for you, Walter, in downtown Miami.
Well, that's right, Belkis. You know, we've got a little bit in the car, but as you saw, within the past hour, we had those winds really whipping off of the bay. We've sort of moved away from the water right now. We're standing on North Bayshore Drive and 16th, but you can still see the wind really tearing through here. Now, we're getting a little bit of a break because of this church right here, but of course, it's still very hard to stand up at some points. These gusts just come through here. Now, of course, this is we've been saying this has been a wind event, also a rain event, but again, a lot of activity down at our docks. We had some video earlier that we wanted to show you. Now, some boats actually taking on That was at Monty's down in Coconut Grove. Now, we saw a lot of boats just sort of getting knocked around during those heavy gusts as we saw one of those big bands move in earlier today and back out here live. Now, another thing we've been watching, of course, is the utilities. Thousands of people without power. Even as we made our way up here from Coconut Grove, we saw a lot of down power lines. In fact, one place near Mercy Hospital, we saw a couple ambulances standing by in the road to block cars from driving into that down power line. But of course, you definitely don't want to be on the roads. If we take a walk down here, again, this is North Bayshore Drive and 16th. The Marriott's right here, relatively calm. Not a lot of traffic here generally, but of course, tonight you're really not seeing anybody. The wind's again picking up, and so it's really making it hard. And what's interesting is that you almost get a lull. You almost get thrown. It'll be like this, very stormy, gusty conditions at one point, and then it'll completely calm, and it almost seems like it's over. In fact, after we got here, we saw a couple people taking their pets out as they got a break from those storm conditions. But again, this is not over. We're only in the beginning, Craig and Belkis, and in fact, we're going to be out here for riding it out. The wind seems to be taking a break at some points, but then it just kicks right back up again.
All right, Walter, thanks for that update. We appreciate you sticking it out there and braving the elements to bring us those pictures and the video and the information. Stay safe.
I want to bring Phil back into the conversation because the new advisory and there's the new cone and there are some adjustments that are still being made. Phil?
Yeah, especially for our friends on down the road here across the West Coast in Sarasota, St. Petersburg, and Tampa. Some early indications now, this is being reported out of the Tampa area, that Irma's center will now be shifting a little bit more to the west, especially for them. That is going to give the system a little chance to get a little stronger as it aims here for the coastal waters, and now they're thinking that if there is a direct hit for them, it'll be possibly St. Petersburg and not so much Tampa. Now, this is still very far out there. A lot of things have to happen. It has to impact the Keys, see what interaction there is with land, but at least coming out of the West Coast, their thinking there now is that it'll probably be more of a St. Petersburg impact and not Tampa. That's the update that we have on this. Let's send it back to you.
Well, I mean, there's been concern up and down the West Coast. I mean, they're all densely populated areas. Tampa's a major Tampa St. Pete, the Bay Area, a major metropolitan area, and it just, you know, it's just hoping that the weakening that we've seen so far this evening will continue.
That's all we can hope for. Yeah. Vanessa Medina is in Deerfield Beach. Let's check in with her once again. Still dry, Vanessa?
You know, guys, I think luck is on my side right now. You know, we were over at Deerfield Beach and things started to get a little hairy. The water started to rise a little bit and we were told that we had to leave. So we came, maybe we're about a mile or so away, maybe 2 miles away, and it's just kind of stopped right now. So, you know, Irma's quite stubborn. She's been hanging out over Cuba for some time, and now, you know, we just don't know what to expect. You know, with this whole storm, it's been so frustrating. You know, at first we thought it was heading our way, and we were prepping and days of stocking up, and people did the right thing. You know, it's better to be prepared than be stuck in the middle of a storm and not be prepared. So everyone did the right thing, but people are tired, and, you know, we were waiting for this storm, and it's still coming. You know, we've got these bands coming through, but it's frustrating for a lot of people who did so much work, and now they're waiting and waiting for this storm. But of course, we're hearing it's going to take some time. It's going to be through the middle of the night tomorrow morning. At first, we thought that, you know, it was at 8 p.m. we were going to start to get some of that bad weather, or maybe midnight or so. Well, now that's moved to the morning. She stalled a little bit. Irma, a little stubborn storm, stalled a little bit, and now here we are waiting for this weather to move in. So we're waiting out here. We're on social media. It's interesting to see what people are doing at this time of night. You know, I'm getting messages from people watching, and or a lot of people that are eating, like you said, Belkis. I have friends who tell me that they've gained 5 pounds because of Irma. So they have a lot of reasons to be angry with Irma. Not only do they have days and days of prepping, but now they're have anxiety eating, and so we've got a lot of emotions going on. If you're still hanging with us, you're still watching, we're sharing them all with you. We're going through the highs and the lows, and so we're sharing all of this range of emotions, the roller coaster that is Irma. But we'll look back, you know, the Keys we have to really hope and pray for our friends down in the Keys, because they're about to get some pretty nasty stuff down there, and we just have to hope and pray and cross our fingers that, you know, everything fares well for them down there.
That's for sure, Vanessa, without a doubt. And, you know, think of it this way. If Irma stall gives the people in the Tampa area, in the St. Petersburg area, on the West Coast, a little more time to prepare, then, and we have to sit around at home in the dark and without power for a little more, but it gives them more time, then you know what? Let's take it. It's going to help them more, and they're going to take the brunt of it.
Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, you know. So a lot of people were not prepared up there. I have family in Naples, and I asked them yesterday, you know, what are you guys going to do? Are you boarding up? And many of them told me, no, we don't think it's coming this way. They really didn't believe it was coming until it just was stuck over Cuba, and then they saw the models. And so a lot of people, my family included, are really not prepared, and they live just a little north of Naples. So we're watching and waiting and hoping. You know, we're Floridians. We share all of it. You know, when it was going to come on this side, people on the West Coast were like, oh, our friends in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and, you know, we're praying for you guys. So now we have to do the same thing for them, and, you know, hope and pray that this thing just stays a little west and really doesn't wreak that much havoc. You know, these storms, that's what we pay. You know, this is the price we pay for paradise. We live down here. We don't like it so much in the summer, but in the fall and in the winter it's beautiful. But in the summer we get these hurricanes and storms. But, you know, I can say it's been a long time, guys, since we haven't had to go through this. You know, Matthew was a little scary last year. We thought it was coming to us, and the same thing happened at the last minute. It made that turn. But, you know, the last time I remember was Wilma was really going through this, where we were, you know, without power for quite some time. So we haven't had to go through this. You know, maybe it's the practice that we needed, this practice to go through this, get prepared, you know, because you never know. And especially this is going to be a very busy hurricane season. But, you know, this is the price we pay. We live in this beautiful paradise that is South Florida.
Ain't that the truth? Vanessa Medina in Deerfield Beach. Thank you
I can't
for
hear you guys if you're talking to me.
No, we're agreeing with you. We're agreeing with you.
Well,
it's all good.
The hurricane season climatologically ends November 30th. I don't think I've ever been so excited to get to November.
Oh,
if we can just get through.
Don't even.
I'm already considered September done, and then let's just get through October. And but that's right. Brent's here. The climatological peak is the
today?
10th of September, whatever that is.
Now it is officially.
It's today.
Oh,
today is
really?
considered the climatological peak, and then after here it goes downhill. And then I think, Brent, and correct me on this, there's a little bit of an uptick in early October. There's a second smaller peak, and then we try to slide into home base and be done with it November 30th.
Today September 10th?
Yes, it is.
It's officially Sunday, right? It's Sunday.
Yeah.
That's right.
Trying to keep track of my days here.
It is.
All right, I'm trying to keep track of Sheldon Fox, too, who's in Northeast Miami-Dade for us. Are you still out there, Sheldon? There you are.
We're out here at Belkey's and Craig, but man, I can't get over how things have changed out here. They were pretty bad when you came to us earlier, but look at how things have deteriorated here on the dock in Northeast Miami-Dade. I wish that I could get out onto the end of that concrete dock and get a little closer to the waves, but I just think it's just too dangerous. You're talking about waves not only crashing into the wall, but look at it, crashing over the wall. Everyone talked about storm surge and the concern that storm surge is unpredictable and that storm surge could potentially do things that are bizarre, like carry boats onto land. And that hasn't happened yet, thankfully, but just look at what's happening here. Look at the shape those boats are in. We showed you that one boat earlier, and we're going to try to make our way over to it again, but we're trying to do it as safely as possible. But again, in Northeast Miami-Dade, you have a scene that is not fun to watch. The white caps and the wave and the waves and look when we walked earlier. What was that? About a half hour ago or less? We walked on solid ground. Look how much water we've got right now on this dock, and it's continuing to come up. And Donovan, let's stay on the grass and continue to make our way over to where that boat was, and just show them the way things have kicked up out here with the high seas. And we're talking about, there's that boat. Now that boat was on its, looked like it was on its last leg before. Donovan, can you see it? Going over to it right now. Again, trying to do this safely because I don't want any surprises here. I'm going to step up on a elevated portion well away from the dock. That boat is almost underwater. That boat is almost underwater now. It is. I'm looking at the seats in that boat. I'm not sure how. Donovan wants to make sure that he's safe too. I'm not sure how much you can see of it, but I'm looking at the seats in the boat. They're rocking back and forth. That thing is halfway down. This is just destruction. It's a destruction of a dock, or not of a dock yet. Hopefully that's not what gets destroyed. But you've got these boats just getting pounded, and we're getting pounded with water. It's coming up over the dock, up over the finger pier, and onto us. And we're on let's show them where we are, Donovan. We're actually on an elevated portion that almost looks like a levee, an elevated portion of grass that sort of ramps upward. And then if you come back down, this is the dock right here. So Belkys and Craig, you know, we talked about how things could have been much worse, and thankfully they're not. But this is no picnic out here in Northeast Miami-Dade.
Not at all. Far from it, Sheldon. We were talking to Brian Enton about the water, and what's making it worse now also is that it's high tide, Sheldon, and that's why you've got that situation that you're experiencing there.
There you go, Donovan. And we're going to try to do this again, and I'm going to try to keep us as far away from the dock as we can. We'll get back on this grass if you want. Let's keep walking, because this grass too is elevated, and we'll see how much more water is up on this dock. Okay, so at this point in the dock, things look like I was going to say there's less water on this portion of the dock than on the portion that we came from, but I can't say that anymore, because now you've almost got lapping. You've got lapping waves on the dock here. A dangerous spot. We're gonna sort of duck away for a minute and wait for one of these lulls. I think we're wanting a lull right now, Belkys and Craig.
Yeah, careful there, Sheldon. We can see what you're trying to show us. That boat that we saw that was starting to go underwater a little while ago is practically underwater now, and we've got the waves that are crashing against that seawall and just going up and over, where previously you were hanging out and talking to all those folks there at Quayside that had come out to walk the dog and go for a walk and everything else. So yeah, it has changed quite a bit.
And just as a point of reference for you, Sheldon, what's complicating matters, I know it's hard for you to hear, but for the folks at home, it's a high tide right now, so that's complicating it. And Brent is just now reminding us that the second high tide that we're going to deal with is about 12 hours away, obviously, and the storm will be just a little closer than it is now, and that will also make it a pretty challenging time with the storm surge in some sections because of that.
So, Sheldon, let me ask you this. Is it possible that because of the high tide and everything that's going on, will some of those boats possibly, even though they're tied up and people did a good job, is it possible that they might end up on that dock?
Well, that's what I was, you know, Belkys, you're taking the words out of my mouth. You know, we were thinking of storm surge, and we learned yesterday, or we were sort of got a refresher course yesterday when we visited the Black Point Marina in deep South Miami-Dade. That was the spot that just got decimated in Hurricane Andrew. They said there was a massive storm surge there that carried boats onto the marina and far onto land, far inland on that marina, like well onto the marina. And it destroyed a boathouse. It flattened it like a pancake. The only thing that held up some of that structure was the fact that there were boats inside that boathouse that was made of aluminum sheeting. But back to your question, I mean, look at it. Donovan, if we could shoot over to the boat again and shoot it, when you look at the waves, first of all, that boat looks like it's halfway down, but you get a big enough wave here. Yeah, I could see one of these boats coming up here. I hope we don't see it. Because then you worry about projectiles, and you worry about water. It's one thing that wind can push a projectile into something and break glass and be quite damaging. But when you're talking about water pushing things, well, that's a whole nother ball game. Water is so powerful, and I'm no scientist, but we know. I worked in New Orleans before this, and we talked a lot about Hurricane Katrina and the rebuilding of an American city in New Orleans, and we looked at some of the damage of the Cat 5 that Katrina was to the Mississippi Gulf Coast and Gulfport and Biloxi and areas where barges were actually brought onto land and pushed well onto land. It was the freakiest thing you ever saw, but it happened, and that's what water can do. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen here, but it does not look good in Biscayne Bay right now.
It does not look good, Sheldon Fox. You be careful. Get away from that splash zone, like they say at the water parks.
Right,
you know, splash zone. Stay away from the splash zones, Eldon. All right, we'll check back with you a little bit later. Let you dry off a little bit, if that's even possible.
Yeah, let's drop in again on Brandon Beyer. He's up in Fort Lauderdale. Brandon?
Some serious rain starting to fall here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. About 20 minutes ago that we started to feel one of those feeder bands come through. Started out with just some heavy, gusty 40-mile-per-hour winds, and then some sprinkles is the wrong word to use, but maybe some light rain, which quickly turned into this. I mean, look at this. You really can't even see. You can't even see where the beach starts. We are seeing a lot of this. This is a Fort Lauderdale police officer. The BSO guys came in when it was 45 miles per hour. Might be out now, but Fort Lauderdale police have, said they just kind of want to circle the island to make just to have their presence felt. Not sure anyone's seeing them but us, but they're here, and anyone who's in trouble or needs to get out of here in a hurry, they could give that to them. Wow, this is really coming down. You guys hear this back there? This is hard as this rained all day. Greg, Belkey, Phil, what do we got here?
Well, I was going to ask you. You've been out there for a while, Brandon. Can you guesstimate? I know your wind thing might not be working, but what do you suppose those gusts are at this point?
Say that one more time, Craig. Sorry.
I know your meter or whatever we call it might not be working, but what do you suppose those gusts are at this point?
25, 32 miles per hour. Less wind right now, and obviously massive amounts of rain. Maybe gusting a little bit upwards of that, but it never really drops below the 30 mark. It's been that way since since we started doing this 2 o'clock or so on, and 2 or 3 times we've seen just massive heavy. Steve just got blown over there, but yeah, this is as much rain as we've seen all night. And this is where it gets a little, actually pretty serious, because you look at the streets, and I'm thinking about my little neighborhood in Hollywood, not far from here, where we flood, with nowhere near this sort of rain. This is what makes people nervous. This is, when we were I was doing live shots in my neighborhood, which is a surreal feeling. But you talk to the people who were leaving, and that's what they said. Hey, we get flooding here when it rains. What are we going to get with a hurricane? They wisely left, but the storm tracked way west of us. That might help with the surge. But even the mayor today sent out an email warning of torrential rain, 10 to 15, maybe possibly 20 inches of rain, and this is the kind of band that can do that kind of damage. So we've been out here all day. We start to make light of it at times, but this is serious rain and can cause serious damage for folks.
Brandon, we're going to bring Brent Cameron into the conversation here. He's looking at the radar, and he can tell you more about what's happening where you are. Brent, you there?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Brandon, we have been watching. You've been really pounded by some of those storms throughout the course of the evening hours. A lot of those were moving toward Broward County, especially, and coastal areas, and had the threat for tornadoes. Even though the storm is quite a ways away, I want to ask you, Brandon, out there, when it comes to the waves, as mentioned, the high tides definitely making an impact, but those bands, and we'll get the radar up as soon as we can here, just to show you how those feeder bands have been stacked up, and it's not the only one that's going to impact you, perhaps the next several hours, too.
Well, that's not what I wanted to hear, but yeah, this is, we haven't seen this much rain, Brent, in, I think it's 12:30-ish now, maybe 12:20. It hasn't rained like this since in at least 3 hours. We see some spattering from time to time, which feels harder than it is because of the gusty winds that have come with it. But this is as much rain as we've seen all day. Earlier when we were up on the roof, just before, you know, we had that funnel cloud that formed off the ocean, we saw a similar rain to that. Not that, you know, anything like that is happening now. I'm not trying to say anything like that at all, but that's the only other time we saw this amount of rain.
This right now is a very gusty cell. Obviously, we can see by the pictures, Brandon. Hopefully, we can keep your signal. You might need to move to a safe space because the radar is lighting up a little more so, going in the red now, approaching Fort Lauderdale Beach, not far from you. This is going to be lasting a little while too, Brandon. This extends back several miles offshore, so do keep that in mind and stay safe out there. But this is still kind of peaking this latest feeder band for you.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. We'll keep an eye on things as soon as it, you know, feels like we should get in. We will.
And I will ask you, Brandon. I was checking some observations.
In this latest just giant swath of rain.
Brandon, if you can hear me, I was checking some of the observations, okay, at the airport there, and it's been about 4 inches of rain so far in Fort Lauderdale. Are you seeing a lot of the standing water where you are in the roadways, a lot of standing water in the surrounding areas?
We're just starting to come just wait just a little bit. If you can, Stephen, you'll see on the street a little bit. That's what makes me nervous, is if it rains like this for a couple of hours, it won't take long. But, you know, that's where we are right now, and it's hard to see when it's dark. It is hard to see. I know Steve's saying I can't see it through my camera. I get it, but I wouldn't say it's, you know, starting to feel like it's flooding just yet, but this is the kind of rain that you look out and you think, whoa, here it comes.
Okay. We've seen these rain bands, as you know, and you've been out there experiencing. Most of them have been moving very rapidly on the radar, and might have to deal with this for a period of time, but then there's a bit of a lull, and then all of a sudden it kind of sneaks up on us once again with another big burst of rain. And for you in Fort Lauderdale, close-up radar does show here now that we do have just kind of the back edge of this very strong, powerful feeder band still about to reach, Brandon, in coastal areas of Broward near Fort Lauderdale Beach. So we're watching the effects of some of those. And on that radar, we are also seeing some additional feeder bands also to the south in Miami-Dade. There's about a couple distinct lines, okay, going far southward toward the actual core of the hurricane, which is still 90 miles southeast of Key West right now, 90 miles away from the lower Keys, and it will be getting closer to the Keys between now and daybreak. And that's going to be the real crucial time as we start to watch the approach of Irma into the Keys. There's Key West, there's Marathon, and as you might have seen, and I will show you if you haven't, the forecast track has the center actually moving between the lower and middle Keys based on that forecast cone. Irma still down in the straits, okay, so there's still quite some time. And look at all of this rain just twisting and turning from the straits, from the Atlantic, going over Florida Bay, moving east to west, not fast enough, and really bringing just these extraordinary amounts of heavy rain all at once for portions of the Keys. Now, we've turned on at times the lightning indicator, and not seeing that really a lot of lightning in association with those particular bands, but not too far away. I'm going to move to this side of the screen, and there you can see the radar really lighting up. I also want to point out, looks like it's kind of the edge of things to come there back around Andros, but I assure you that's just the edge of the radar screen. The actual system extends beyond that. This is a huge tropical system, as we've been talking about, and now we continue to focus on the eye of Irma, getting a little more close to your vision there in the screen, and that eye is containing, of course, that eye wall, the strongest of the winds. Right now, a major hurricane at Category 3 strength. All right, here's the forecast cone. The cone showing by 8 o'clock in the morning, there's the margin of error moving toward the Keys, at least the center of the system. But we learned a lesson today, all of us, as the National Hurricane Center has told us for quite some time, the effects of the tropical systems extend way beyond the cone. So even tomorrow, if you're in Miami, if you're in Fort Lauderdale, that's the track. Does that mean our weather is going to get any better? No, it's going to be just as bad, or if not worse, as we have the closest approach of the hurricane heading into Sunday. And then if we can catch a break, and I think we will by about Monday, at least in southeast Florida, then we'll start to notice as the hurricane lifts out and away, not fast enough, but the problems extend more so on the Gulf side of the state, less so on the Atlantic side of the state. Again, not tomorrow, but after that, and only perhaps just kind of a gradual improvement going into time. Now, we are expecting to have some more real squally weather tonight, tomorrow as well. The tornado concern continues. We did have that threat with a couple reports of tornadoes. Some of those were indicated by the Doppler radar, not necessarily reaching the ground or being classified as such, but we still will have this threat. And by the way, this watch box for all of South Florida extended way past what our hour originally was there for midnight. That will extend until noon time on this day, on Sunday. All right, so here's the wind gusts right now. Right now in Miami, 53 mile per hour wind gusts, 32 north of Pompano Beach, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts inland Miami-Dade, and this is going to be the trend. We might even see those wind gusts approach, if not exceed, hurricane force levels. So in the 70, 80, 90 mile per range tomorrow, which may be slightly worse in terms of the wind impact and those gusts, not sustained, but just the gusts. All right, the track. We've been tracking this ever since it was a small cluster of clouds not far from Africa around the Cape Verde Islands. This is one of those Cape Verde systems, so it's been a long time coming. This was the system a couple days ago as we had the encounter with, at the time, a Category 4 Irma. And then we saw it take a little stutter step there near the north coast of Cuba. That's why things just didn't change very much at all going back to this evening, or I should say last evening. Even during the afternoon hours, it looked like Irma was just kind of stuck down here, very close to the Cuban coast. Now it is on the move. It is moving to the north and northwest, and we'll continue to watch it approach areas of the Florida Keys first thing on your Sunday morning, probably around just after daybreak, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, based on the current time, although it's not moving very fast at 6 miles per hour. Here's the takeaway, at least for the short term. Still, we have the rough radar in place. Very rough and tumble weather with those feeder bands still stacked out here to the east, and also maneuvering east to west across the Keys, and that is making a big impact. That is going to continue. We continue to be under a hurricane warning. That warning, well, it extends way up here into the northern part of Florida to Jacksonville, and even beyond into portions of Georgia with the threat for the hurricane conditions. That's it for now. We'll take a little bit of a break, fix a few graphics, and see you again in a few minutes.
Well, Brent, don't go away, because we want to take a picture of I-95 in Sunrise. From what we understand, the weather there is up. We don't have it. All right, we lost the picture. Yeah, we wanted to know if it was at one of the feeder bands or whatnot, but...
Stand down, Brent. You can work on your graph. Oh,
we do have it. All right. Can we? Oh, yeah. This is really better going through I-95 in Sunrise. But right now, we were wondering, is that one of the, is that near where Brandon is? And it's that whole feeder band?
Yeah, that same cluster, right where Brandon was. He was on the east eastern part of that feeder band, and then it just moves west almost in a straight line, and really not losing much intensity there. So you have those wind-whipped conditions really lashing out on parts of the area, and that's not going to change. I know Brandon had mentioned a little bit of standing water. We've had about 4 inches of rain officially tallied up at the airport. We're going to add to that, and Belkey's, Craig, we're still under that flood watch too. That's going to continue throughout the day on Sunday, and I want to mention that flood watch even goes through Monday evening at 8 o'clock.
There's cars on